History's Strongest Husband Chapter 281 to Chapter 304. Should he kill Xianxia? Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't bear to or didn't dare to. The key was the consequences of killing him. He didn't care too much about the consequences in the state of Yu. He felt that the monarch was a cruel and merciless person. Killing someone like Xianxia didn't matter. The key was that Xianxia had led the Chang Kingdom's cavalry into the country to slaughter civilians. Although this was a false accusation, it was already set in stone and couldn't be washed clean. Moreover, Xianxia had publicly killed Western Heaven Province's governor Liang Wanianzhou. This was an ironclad fact. This was tantamount to treason. Xianxia had become the greatest hero in quelling the Su clan's rebellion. What should he do against a traitor like Xianxia? Kill him, of course. The only terrifying consequence was the Chang Kingdom's wrath. Xianxia had heard that the queen of the Chang Kingdom was Xianxia's brother's wife. But Xianxia didn't think this was true. Xianxia was so handsome and shameless, so he must have something going on with the queen. As for his brother, he was a fool. What kind of woman would fall for him? That was why he was wearing a green hat. If Xianxia knew what he was thinking, he would definitely castrate him to shut his mouth. If Aruna Nana knew what he was thinking, she would skin him and use him as a drum. Xianxia is a pretty boy. Although I barely see him as family now. But having an affair with me? Don't joke around. This pretty boy is like a bean sprout. Would I, Aruna Nana, fall for him? Would I, Aruna Nana, love as a man of indomitable spirit like Big Fool? Xianxia felt that if he killed Xianxia, the queen of the Chang Kingdom would definitely take revenge. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Chang Kingdom would charge over. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. First of all, the Chang Kingdom was a nomadic people of the highlands. Their cavalry was very brave and good at fighting, but they were trash when it came to sieging a city. The Jingyuan Marquis residence was built on a high mountain, and there was only one path leading to the city gate. Even 100,000 soldiers wouldn't be able to break through. Thus, it was impossible for the Chang Kingdom's army to break through the Marquis' residence. But at that time, Xianxia would become a national hero who resisted the alien invasion, and he would have even more reason to occupy the Marquis of Jingyuan residence and even the entire Dainite County. In order to resist the invasion of the Chang Kingdom, the monarch had to admit Jingtuo's right to rule the entire Dainite County. Most importantly, as long as the West Heaven province remained in chaos, Wu state and Chu state would not retreat and compromise, and the state of Yu would always be in grave danger. By that time, he, Xianxia, would be a rare commodity, and could completely replace Sunan. He could even have a bigger territory and more troops than Sunan, becoming the third most powerful warlord in the state of Yu after the Bian and Zhong clans. At that time, he would be at the peak of his life. He, Xianxia, would be able to call the wind and summon the rain. When the state of Yu falls apart, the Jing clan may be able to stand on their own and become a new vassal of the great Yan dynasty. Therefore, killing Xianxia was more beneficial than detrimental. Then kill. After making up his mind, Xianxia ordered the battle against Xianxia. The entire army gathered, and the battle broke out. Xianxia and Xianxia had been fighting for 3 days, but this battle was too infuriating. Xianxia, that bastard, did not attack the Marquis' residence at all. Instead, he was blocking the road in front of the Marquis' residence. He was 2 miles away from the castle walls. A mere 2,000 troops were provoking Jingtuo's army every day. It was like a prostitute seducing a single man. Sir, come on, come on, come on, Jingtuo sent his army to kill them. However, the terrain in front of the Marquis' residence was too dangerous. The army could not be deployed at all. Even if you sent 100, 1,000, or 10,000, the result would be the same. At most, 100 people were fighting, and the people behind were just watching. Xianxia, that bastard's army, was blocking the road. The cavalry of the Chang Kingdom was very good at archery, and the bows that Xianxia had made in the Kim clan's workshop were very powerful. They could cause great damage to Jingtuo's army from far away. After the arrows were shot, the soldiers fought each other at close range. Dozens of female warriors under Wu Lai's command were wearing super heavy armor and wielding steel sabers. They blocked the road with great power. Jingtuo's army of 20,000 could not be deployed in this narrow area. The fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The casualties on Xianlang's side were negligible, but the casualties on Jingtuo's side were more than 3 digits. Even though Jingtuo still had a huge advantage in terms of military strength, this battle was too stifling. Inside the Marquis's residence, hundreds of craftsmen were dismantling the catapults. Sunan was amazing. He had built the entire castle to be impregnable, and he had placed dozens of catapults on top of the castle. They were all large catapults that could be thrown more than 600 feet away. Jingtuo was disgusted by Xianlang's tactics, so he decided to dismantle 10 large catapults and smash Xianlang's army to death. These catapults were either used to attack a city or destroy a large enemy army. Now, Jingtuo wanted to use 10 large catapults to destroy Xianlang's 2,000 men. Would it work? It really would, because the terrain of the Marquis's residence was too difficult. There was only one road in front of the castle, and Xianlang's 2,000 men were blocking the road. It was very crowded. If they were hit by a large rock, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, dismantling these catapults was too time-consuming, and they had to reassemble them after dismantling. Xianlang shouted, "How much longer? How much longer?" The craftsman replied, "Soon, soon. In another 5 or 6 days, we can completely dismantle it." Jingtuo's son, Xianlang, was furious. "Another 5 or 6 days? Haven't you eaten?" Xianlang, that piece of trash, was blocking the road with 2,000 cavalrymen, flaunting their strength every day. It was really infuriating. Xianlang wanted to skin him alive and pull out his tendons at every moment. As long as they had the catapults and bombarded the road, even if they didn't kill Xianlang's army, they could easily take back the road. After seizing control of this intersection, the army slowly closed the gap and chased Xianlang's army out of the path that led to the Marquis of Xinyuan's residence. As long as they reached an open area, the 20,000 soldiers would be able to annihilate Xianlang's 2,000 soldiers. As long as they had the catapults, Xianlang's hundreds of armored strongmen would be useless. The chief craftsman said, "Crown Prince, these catapults may look huge, but they are very intricate. We must be very careful when dismantling them and not damage any of their structures. Otherwise, our fighting strength will be greatly reduced." Xianlang said, "Fine, fine. 5 or 6 days it is. Not to mention 5 or 6 days, as long as they could skin that little bastard Xianlang alive, they could even wait for half a month." He was just afraid that the Chong Queen would send reinforcements. However, Xianlang, that piece of trash, was very pleased with himself and had no intention of sending reinforcements at all. On the 8th day of the battle between Xianlang and Jingtuo, the monarch's secret edict had arrived, and the one who delivered it was Princess Ning Buqiang. Right now, she was filled with admiration for Xianlang, but they also hated each other. When Xianlang saw her, it was as if he had seen meat that had been frozen in the refrigerator for a few years. He had no desire to eat it at all. Every time Ningjia saw him, the scum's aura became stronger and stronger, and she became more and more uncomfortable. "His Majesty's decree for you." Ning Buqiang didn't read it anymore and directly threw the monarch's secret edict to him. Xianlang opened it and saw 3 words written with a murderous aura. "Get back here." Princess Ningjia glanced at Xianlang, then walked into the Marquis's residence to announce the edict to Jingtuo. Jingtuo welcomed Princess Ningjia with unprecedented etiquette. He was more respectful than any other official. "Princess Royal Highness, when does Master go to sleep every night? Does Master still have 2 bowls of food for every meal? Are you enjoying it? Does Master still like to read at night? Be careful of your eyes, be careful of your eyes." Jingtuo knelt on the ground, crying as he spoke. He didn't call him His Majesty, but Master. This was because he was an absolute confidant that Ning Yuanxian had promoted. 20 years ago, when all the generals followed Ning Yuanwu, Jingtuo had already been loyal to Ning Yuanxian. Therefore, he was confident that his relationship with Ning Yuanxian was different from others. "The first time I met Master was the year before last. Last year, during the Empress Dowager's birthday, I desperately wanted to rush back, but His Majesty ordered me not to leave without permission. I could only wish the Empress Dowager a long and healthy life at White Knight Pass and Master's eternal stability. It's been almost 3 years since I've seen Master. I really miss him." I don't know if Master has lost weight, but I'm worried too much. Every year I see Master, you're getting younger, and you're always so heroic. Xianxia didn't stop talking, and he was crying as he spoke. He was a valiant general with high martial arts skills, and could be considered one of the second-rate giants in the military. He was really not used to crying like this. Ning Buqiang immediately felt uncomfortable. Facing Shenlang, he was also filled with discomfort, because Shenlang's scum aura was too strong. It was as if he would be stripped naked if he was within 3 feet of him, and would be blasphemed by him. And facing Xianxia's discomfort, it was the kind of nauseating feeling that made him want to vomit. Ningjia didn't hide it in front of Shenlang, but she still hid it a little in front of Xianxia. Pingshibo is too kind. Grand Princess Ningjia said. His Majesty asked, you were seriously injured a while ago, have you gotten better recently? Without saying a word, Xianxia directly tore off his clothes, revealing the densely packed scars. Not a single scar had completely healed, and it was simply shocking to see. This Pingshibo was really ruthless, he could even do it to himself. Grand Princess Ningjia clenched her teeth because she was really worried that she would vomit. She was an incomparably cold woman. She had once held an important position in the Blackwater platform. Who knew how many people she had killed, how many people she had castrated, and how many times she had personally witnessed the execution of prisoners, and it was an extremely cruel punishment. Those people's injuries were much heavier than Xianxia's, and they were much more shocking. At that time, Ningjia didn't feel like vomiting at all. At this moment, he was disgusted by Xianxia's performance, directly displaying a man's body in front of a woman like him. Xianxia cowed out again and cried, Master, you are still worried about this subject's body at a time like this. This subject is willing to die 10,000 times, I am willing to die 10,000 times. Grand Princess Ningjia clenched her teeth for a long time, then let out a long sigh of relief. Pingshibo is really not easy. Xianxia said with a trembling voice, everything this subject has was given to me by Master. Every soldier, even my life, was given to me by Master. Not to mention getting injured, even if I were to be smashed into pieces, I wouldn't be able to repay Master's kindness. Grand Princess Ningjia continued to grit her teeth. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have said that. The Blackwater platform was still the best. The white knife went in and the red knife came out. He never thought that there would be someone more annoying than Shenlang in this world. Grand Princess Ningjia didn't dare to gossip anymore, because Xianxia would immediately spit out words that were 10 times more disgusting. His Majesty has an edict, Xianxia kneels to receive it. Xianxia was already kneeling on the ground. After hearing these words, his entire body immediately prostrated on the ground. Xianxia has worked hard and made great contributions. He will be conferred the title of Count of Xinyuan and temporarily guard the Marquis of Xinyuan's mansion. As soon as this edict came out, Xianxia's body trembled violently, as if he couldn't believe his ears at all. Half of his body was cold, the other half was hot. The coldness was because he had completely seen through the monarch Ning Yuanxian's attitude. He knew Ning Yuanxian very well. If Ning Yuanxian's order was to yell and scold Ning Yuanxian, that meant that in the eyes of the monarch, he still had feelings for this person and didn't have any killing intent. He knew what Xianxia had done, and the monarch also knew. He was feeling extremely guilty and was preparing to receive the monarch's scolding. Unexpectedly, instead of scolding him, it was praise. How could this not make one's hair stand on end and their bodies turn cold? The monarch's killing intent towards Xianxia had already soared to the sky. Not only that, the monarch had conferred him the title of Count of Xinyuan. How was this possible? Xianxia wanted this title even in his dreams, but he felt that it would take at least a few struggles to get it. He didn't expect the monarch to just give it to him. Why? For Shenlang, the monarch wanted to calm Xianxia down and make him release Shenlang. Why? Xianxia's heart suddenly surged with extreme jealousy. How harsh and ungrateful was the monarch Ning Yuanxian? Now for a mere Shenlang, he actually made such a big compromise and gave way to Xianxia. Was Shenlang worthy of such treatment from the monarch? The monarch had several sons, and he didn't love half of them. Why was he so nice to Shenlang? Xianxia was so jealous that he almost vomited blood. But at the same time, his body was burning. Xinyuan Count was a position that he had always dreamed of. What did this mean? It meant that he could rightfully live in the Marquis of Xianyuan's mansion, and even rightfully rule the Su clan's territory. Take Sunan's place. Of course, the monarch's killing intent towards him was soaring. But at that time, the monarch's killing intent towards Shenlang and Jinzhua was also soaring. After that, didn't he still confer the title of Marquis of Xuanwu to Jinzhua? Time could dilute some things, change some things. The situation could also change everything. Even though he knew that the monarch's decree was filled with cold killing intent, Xianxia still dreamed of it. Only with the monarch's decree could he rightfully take over the Su clan. Just like how Shenlang did everything possible to make the monarch confer the title of Marquis on Jinzhua and give the Raging Tide City to the Kim family. So even if he knew that this was a bait with a hidden blade, Xianxia still had to swallow it, and he couldn't wait to swallow it. In an instant, Xianxia let out a sharp howl. Princess Ningjie jumped in fright. Then, Xianxia performed an even more exaggerated performance, crying until his whole body trembled, and he collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Master, how do you expect me to repay such a great favor? My master. Thank you for your kindness, Xianxia kept kowtowing until his forehead was dripping with blood. Then, his hands trembled violently as he finished the edict. Then, he read the monarch's edict over and over again, crying as he went. Finally, he placed the edict on the high platform, burning incense beside it. Grand Princess, please take a seat. Eldest Princess Ningjie hesitated for a long time before sitting down. She had a strong obsession with cleanliness and really didn't want to touch anything in Xianxua's room. Xianxua said, Eldest Princess, does His Majesty know what that thief Shenlang has done? Ningjie said, I know, I'm very angry. Xianxua said, I also can't believe that Shenlang is actually this crazy. He lured the Chang Kingdom's cavalry into the country and slaughtered the innocent people of my state of Yu. He publicly beheaded the commander-in-chief of the Western Heaven province and publicly annihilated the imperial court's army. This is simply inhumane. I really feel sorry for His Majesty. How highly does His Majesty value Shenlang and how much kindness he has shown His Majesty? Is this how this thief repaid His Majesty? This kind of disloyal and unfilial disciple is not worthy of being a human, only worthy of being reduced to a pig or dog. Don't worry, Eldest Princess, I will soon be able to exterminate this thief and give justice to the people of the Western Heaven province. I will give His Majesty an explanation and I will definitely return my state of Yu to the Western Heaven. Even the eldest Princess Ningjie was unable to respond to this, turning black and white into white. After a long while, Ningjie said, His Majesty is also very angry. He ordered me to escort him into the country. His Majesty will personally deal with him. As soon as these words came out, Xianxua's face trembled. Sure enough, he had come for Shenlang. The monarch had indeed conferred him the title of Count of Xianyuan in order to save Shenlang's life. But he, Xianxua, had already made up his mind to kill Shenlang. Of course, he wasn't willing to let this little bastard escape back to the capital just like that. Of course, you have to ask, did Shenlang offend Xianxua? Shenlang had harmed many people, but he had never harmed Xianxua. Instead, it was Xianxua who framed Shenlang time and time again. In the end, Xianxua's hatred for Shenlang soared to the heavens. This world was really strange. It was just like how the people of the White Knight County knew that the one who slaughtered them was Xianxua and that Shenlang was innocent, but they still hated Shenlang and wanted nothing more than to skin him alive. Sometimes, the viciousness of human nature was simply outrageous. It was precisely because Shenlang had seen too much that he regarded most people as pigs and dogs. Eldest Princess Ningjie said, I want to escort Shenlang into the capital. What does Count of Xianxi mean? This was a direct interrogation. Xianxua was really at a loss. Of course, he wanted to tear Shenlang into pieces. However, he really didn't want to disobey Ning Yuanxian's decree. Because Ning Yuanxian only conferred him the title of Count of Xianyuan, and didn't give him the real Marquis' mansion, nor did he give him the Su family's original fief. It was like eating half of a carrot in his mouth, and the other half was outside. Of course. Xianxua knew that once he let Shenlang go, the monarch wouldn't give him the other half of the radish to eat. But if he didn't agree to the monarch, he was afraid that the other half of the radish would be taken away. He let out a long sigh. Xianxia said, everything I have was given by master. Of course, whatever master says is what he says. Ningjia's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. From the looks of it, you're saying that not killing Shenlang is already a great gift to the monarch. This world is really ridiculous. Sunan plotted a rebellion, but in the end, he wasn't the most detestable one. The last one to appear was actually Xianxia. This was the monarch's trusted aide. Fate really made a fool out of him. Xianxia continued, Shenlang has committed such a heinous crime. He is inhumane and worse than a beast. Originally, I wanted to kill him and get rid of this traitor for the country and for His Majesty. But since His Majesty has decreed, then everything will be decided by His Majesty. Grand Princess Ningxia said, all right, return the army to the Marquis's mansion. Xianxia said, absolutely not, Your Highness. Shenlang is worse than a pig or a dog. If my army is by his side, it will intimidate him. If my army were to withdraw, what if he were to be rude to Your Highness? In that instant, Grand Princess Ningxia almost wanted to draw her sword and kill Xianxia. But, Xianxia's martial arts were almost as good as his. And outside this room, there were at least 100 experts lying in ambush. There were hundreds of crossbows aimed at her. Ningxia said, all right, then I'll go pass the decree to Shenlang. Goodbye. Xianxia knelt on the ground and said respectfully, farewell, Your Highness. Then, he bent down and sent Grand Princess Ningxia out. He watched as Ningxia walked into the Shenlang army. Xianglong walked out and said coldly, Father, the catapult will be dismantled soon, and we will be able to bombard Shenlang's army very soon. As long as we drive his army to an open area, our 20,000 troops are 10 times his, and we can easily kill him. Letting him go like this would be letting this little bastard off too easily. Xianxia picked up the edict and opened it to read it again. Ning Yuanxian, he's really a coward. I've seen through him all these years. This battle hasn't even begun, and for the sake of a mere Shenlang, he actually gave me the position of Count of Jinyuan that he yearned for. But from now on, we'll be completely hostile. Are you afraid, my son? Xianglong sneered, from the moment we didn't really go to support Zhongcheng, we've already completely offended the monarch. What's there to be afraid of? We have 20,000 troops. As long as we guard Jinyuan City and the Marquis's mansion, unless Ning Yuanxian sends 50 to 60,000 troops to attack us, he won't be able to do anything to us. Can he still mobilize so many troops now? The battlefield of the South Kingdom has already made him anxious, how would he dare to force us to rebel? It's too late to comfort him. Just grit your teeth and swallow the blood. Xianxia sneered, that's the reason. If my Jing family doesn't seize such a heaven-sent opportunity, then we'll be the biggest fools in the world. Does Wang Honing have the guts? If the Ning clan can dominate, why can't other clans? Xianglong said, Sunan has fallen, my Jing family has eaten its fill. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Xianxia said, has the Great Purge in the army begun? Xianglong said, it started a long time ago. The key positions have been replaced, and the generals loyal to the monarch have all been removed. Xianxia said, Ning Yuanxian has a personality defect. When he hates someone, he can't wait for them to die. When he likes someone, he trusts them, but how can an ambitious person like me, Xianxia, be trusted? Ha 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 ha. Ningxia was in the Shenlang barracks. Let's go now. Xianxia won't chase us for now. After a few days, he might go back on his word. Eldest Princess Ningxia said, follow me back to the capital. Shenlang played with the secret edict given to him by the monarch and said casually, Your Majesty's calligraphy is good, but it's not noble enough. I'll teach him a new calligraphy that day, and I guarantee it'll be very noble. Ningxia's hands were ready to move. She wanted to slap him, but she endured it in the end. It wasn't because she couldn't bear to, nor was it because she didn't dare to. It was because this scum was too weak. She was afraid that she would slap him to death. I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and leave, do you hear me? Ningxia said, hurry back to the capital. Xianxia is dismantling the catapults. As long as he has a dozen or so catapults, he will be able to chase you out of this narrow area. When we reach the open area, he has 20,000 men and you have 2,000 men. It wasn't easy for her to say so many words in one breath. Shenlang, no, I'm not leaving. I'm going to kill Xianxia. I'm going to kill Xianxuo's entire family, except for Xianxia. Ningjia was stunned. You're having an affair with Xianxuo's daughter, Shenlang, don't think too much, Xianxia is now my Kim family's daughter-in-law. Originally, I wanted to treat Xianxua as an ally, but in the end, he's even more disgusting than Sunan. If I don't kill his entire family, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart. Ningjia looked at Shenlang, will the Chong Queen send more troops? Shenlang, no, although the Chong Queen is my sister-in-law, she is very independent. Her army is hers, not mine. I have to be clear about this. If I go overboard, I'll be annoying. Ningjia said, you still know your limits? Shenlang, Her Highness and I hate each other, so there's no need to talk about propriety. Ningjia said, if the Chong Queen doesn't send more troops, you want to destroy Xianxua with just 2,000 men? Are you dreaming if you want to break through the Marquis's residence with 2,000 men? Shenlang, eldest princess, guess who I trust the most in the world? Ningjia, Zhangchong? Shenlang, what about the second one? Ningjia shook her head. Shenlang, Sunan, this thief is extremely powerful. If it wasn't for that bit of greed, I might not even be able to defeat him if he really wanted to achieve great things. I firmly believe that he won't easily hand over the castle to Xianxua. He will definitely bury a huge pit. Ningjia said, did he tell you? Shenlang shook her head and said, no. Ningjia said, you dared to bring 2,000 men to attack the Marquis's residence just by guessing, and you dared to provoke Xianxua's 20,000 men? Shenlang, it's not a guess, it's very certain. You don't understand this. You're a desperate woman in your 30s. How could you understand this little bit of tacit understanding between your enemies? Ningjia couldn't take it anymore and slapped him. With a plop, Shenlang was slapped to the ground. The big fool rushed in and was at a loss for what to do. After a long while, he said, Ningjia, don't hit second fool, or else I'll be angry. Ningjia looked at him and the big fool's gaze softened. Okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. The big fool glanced at Shenlang and left as if he wasn't injured. It was easy to get beaten up with a cheap mouth. Shenlang got up from the ground and sighed, looks like I've wronged you. You're not menopausal, but you really look like a woman who's going through menopause. Ningjia clenched her fist and killing intent burst forth. The big fool's voice came from outside, don't hit second fool. I'll endure, I'll endure, I'll endure, eldest princess Ningjia said, Shenlang, are you leaving or not? Don't take His Majesty's good intentions for granted. Shenlang said seriously, thank His Majesty for me, but I won't leave until I kill Xianxua. Ningjia said, are you going to defy the edict? Shenlang said seriously, the general is outside and the monarch's orders are not accepted. It's not that you don't want to accept it, it's just that you've just left the capital and you've already thrown His Majesty's edict beyond the heavens. Ningjia said coldly, if you want to die, it's up to you. When the time comes, don't come begging me to save you. Shenlang smiled and said, for my personal matters, I won't beg the Grand Princess no matter what. As soon as these words came out, Ningjia's eyes trembled. Shenlang said these words with a smile, but it was as if he had drawn a chasm between the two of them. That day, because of Ho Tsai's case, Princess Ningyan went to beg Ningjia to order the people of the Blackwater platform not to torture Shenlang. This was just a casual sentence for Ningjia, but she didn't agree. Ningjia reached out her hand and said, I'm sorry, I hit you just now. I was rash, we don't have that kind of friendship yet. If we become enemies in the future, if I die in your hands, I won't say a word. Then Ningjia left. Seeing Ningjia leave, Shenlang still hadn't left. Immediately, Xianxua was ecstatic, ha ha ha, that little bastard Shenlang actually didn't leave, he actually stayed and waited for death, too ridiculous, too great, this little bastard is dead for sure, Ning Yuanxian is really laughable. He conferred me the title of Count Xinyuan for nothing, but in the end, he still couldn't save Shenlang. His good intentions were treated as donkey's liver and lungs, and he suffered a double loss. Ha ha ha. Is the catapult ready? Xianxua roared. Count, the 13 giant catapults have been completely dismantled. They will be assembled in 2 days. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Good, in 2 days, we will fight against Shenlang. Seize the intersection, drive his 2,000 rats to the open area, kill them all, kill them all. Ha ha ha, this little bastard is courting death, courting death." And at this moment, a doctor from the barracks rushed over. "Lord Count, something bad has happened, something bad has happened. Smallpox has broken out in our army." When Xianxia heard this, he was shocked and said with a trembling voice, "How could this be? Without a source of infection, how could there be a smallpox outbreak? Kill all the soldiers who have smallpox and burn them." From Xianxia's point of view, at most a few dozen people had smallpox in the beginning. As long as they were killed in time and isolated the people they had come into contact with, they should be able to stop it. The doctor said, "Lord Count, almost every camp has someone infected with smallpox. If we isolate them, the entire army will be isolated." As soon as these words came out, Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Note: I suppressed my emotions and entered the state of work late, so the first update is a bit late. Sorry, I'll eat some food and then write the second update. The monthly ticket list is in danger. I'm asking everyone for help, please. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan tips from Home Little Wheat Field, Grass Yellow Wind Speechless, Windmill Osmanthus Candy, and the others. The incubation period for the smallpox virus was about 10 days. In fact, there were already people infected 2 days ago, but they were very rare. Furthermore, the infected themselves did not think that it was smallpox, thinking that it was just common measles and chicken pox. Because there were 20,000 soldiers in the castle, and these soldiers were not very clean, it was normal for them to get measles and chicken pox. There were dozens of cases every day. It was only yesterday when a large-scale outbreak caught the attention of the military doctors. They could tell at a glance that it was smallpox, and they were scared out of their wits because they were afraid of being infected. However, these doctors were smart and did not publicize the news. Instead, they reported it directly to Xianxia. How could this be? How could this be? Shenlang, it must be that bastard Shenlang's evil plan? No, it can't be Shenlang, it must be Sunan. Yes, it must be Sunan. I was wondering why he gave the castle to me so easily. Xianxia felt his head spin. He had been cautious enough to send in a suicide squad, then his son Jinglong, and finally himself. Furthermore, all the fruits, vegetables, grains, and meat were given to the old, weak, women, and children first. They were also given water first. After waiting for 2 to 3 days without any problems, the army was allowed to eat the grains in the Marquis's residence. Xianxia was not completely defenseless against smallpox. After checking every corner of the Marquis's residence, there were indeed no survivors of smallpox. I've been too arrogant, Xianxia slapped his head in pain. He should have thought of this. He should have known that Sunan would not give the castle to him so easily. However, he really could not refuse. The Jing family was a new type of nobility, and did not have a real territory or castle. Therefore, when the Marquis of Xinyuan's residence, one of the top castles in the world, was placed in front of him, how could he not occupy it? The gold of the Cheng royal palace was very attractive to Sunan. The castle of the Marquis of Xinyuan was 10 times more attractive to Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia and Jinglong were not worried, because they had already been vaccinated against smallpox. It was just that it had not spread in the army. Apart from the Cheng kingdom and the Su family, there was actually no large-scale vaccination. First, the health conditions in the eastern countries were much better. Even if people were infected with smallpox, there were few large-scale outbreaks of smallpox. Secondly, vaccinating the entire army against smallpox was not something that could be decided by a single general. It needed to be approved by the imperial court, and this proposal was not the most important to the imperial court. To put it bluntly, the imperial court of the state of Yu was in a mess. Who would have the time to care about vaccination? In any case, the smallpox outbreak was in the Cheng kingdom, not the state of Yu. What to do? What to do? Xianxia felt cold all over. What an unexpected calamity. Is it too late to isolate it now? Xianxia asked. The military doctor shook his head. There were patients with smallpox in every military camp, which meant that basically everyone was infected, just that it had not broken out yet. Or perhaps some people had had smallpox before, so they were immune to it. Xianxia asked, how many people will die? The military doctor said, in the Chang Kingdom, more than 80 to 90% of them will die. If it was in the Day-Night Pass military camp, about 70% will die. But in the Marquis residence of Xianyuan, half of them will survive. Whether a patient with smallpox could survive depended on fate. It depended on whether they were infected with a strong type of smallpox. Secondly, the medical environment. With enough medicine and a good environment, the probability of death from complications would be greatly reduced. And the Marquis residence of Xianyuan was very good. Half of them would die. Xianxia closed his eyes. This result was not bad. Moreover, the period from outbreak to death of smallpox was very short, which might be good news. It would not be long before the result would be out. If he still had 10,000 troops, it would be more than enough to defend the Marquis residence of Xianyuan. In just a dozen days, Ning Yuanxian would not have enough time to send an army to destroy him. But the most important thing now was to destroy Shenlang immediately. Otherwise, when smallpox broke out in the castle, the little bastard Shenlang would definitely take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Moreover, when smallpox broke out, every soldier would get a high fever and itch all over their bodies. They would not be able to fight at all. Xianxia asked, how many people are infected with smallpox now? The military doctor replied, we've already found a few hundred people, but the number is still increasing. Xianxia said, don't tell anyone about this, just tell the soldiers that they are infected with chickenpox and measles. Yes. Xianxia roared, are the large trebuchets installed? Xinglong said, about 2 more days. Xianxia said coldly, the trebuchets must be installed by tomorrow, otherwise kill all these craftsmen. They are all crafty and deceitful people. Yes. We only have 1 day. Tomorrow, we will fight with Shenlang. We must kill this little bastard. With the help of the butcher's knife, the progress of the hundreds of craftsmen was indeed much faster. The next day, the dozen or so trebuchets had been completely installed. Xianxia ordered the soldiers who were infected with herpes and chickenpox to rest in the barracks. He personally led 5,000 troops to protect the dozen or so trebuchets out of the Marquis residence of Xianyuan. This godforsaken terrain. There was only one road outside the castle, and it could not be used at all. This 7 to 8 meter wide road could only accommodate 2 trebuchets side by side. Moreover, the 5,000 troops could not accommodate them at all. Xianxia personally ordered 1,000 elites to line up in front to protect the trebuchets at the back. After the 10 trebuchets were set up, they used all their strength to open them up. It was not easy to complete all of this. This godforsaken place was so narrow and cramped, it was like building a temple in a snail shell. Now that the installation was finally complete, they could finally go on a killing spree. They could finally go on a rampage. At the intersection ahead, Shenlang's troops were so densely packed that if they were hit by a boulder, there would be heavy casualties. Ready! Xinglong gave the order. All the trebuchets entered their final adjustments. The strong men placed the 100-kilogram stones on the throwing tray. They were about to launch. However, at this moment, suddenly, a series of whistles came from within Shenlang's troops. Then, they scattered and quickly retreated. In a moment, they directly retreated out of the range of the trebuchets and went to the next intersection to defend. F***CK. Xinglong cursed. Advance 300 steps. Put away the trebuchets. Then, the Jing Consortium's troops advanced 300 steps. More than a dozen trebuchets followed suit. They opened them again and placed the boulders on them again, ready to launch. However, Shenlang's troops scattered again and retreated to the next intersection. The cycle repeated like this. Xianxia and Xinglong almost exploded with anger. It was as if Shenlang's troops were toying with them. When they finally got all the trebuchets ready to launch, they immediately retreated. 10 to 12 hours later, they launched 4 or 5 times, but the results were almost zero. They spent the entire day, they were toyed with by Shenlang's troops. The trebuchets opened and closed and unfolded several times. They were tossed around like crazy. However, this could be considered as achieving Jingtuo's goal of driving Shenlang out of this extremely narrow area and into the open. In this way, his 20,000 troops could carry out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation battle. However, it was obviously not possible today because it was already dark. Xianxia ordered the 5,000 troops to set up camp where they were while the rest of the troops gathered in the distance. Troops after troops of the Jing Consortium's troops emerged from the castle and gathered in the open area at the foot of the mountain. In the end, the 15,000 troops had an absolute advantage over Shenlang's 2,000 cavalrymen. In fact, the number of cavalrymen was double that of Shenlang's. They would be able to attack Shenlang as soon as the sun rose. In fact, Xianxia's 4,000 cavalrymen were ready to move at any time. As soon as Shenlang's troops fled, they would immediately chase after them. Nighttime was not good for battle, but it was also not good for escape. Xinglong said, "Father, will Shenlang flee tomorrow?" Xianxia said, "I actually hope that he will flee so that our Jing Consortium can survive this smallpox crisis." The Cheng Kingdom's cavalrymen had an advantage, they were very good at mounted archery. However, they also had a disadvantage, their warhorses were short. They had high endurance, but they could not sprint fast enough. Meanwhile, the State of Yu's main cavalrymen were all tall and strong and could sprint very quickly. Xianxia's main cavalrymen had the advantage in short to medium distances. If the Cheng Kingdom's cavalrymen exposed their backs to Xianxia's cavalry, they would be at a great disadvantage. Thus, Shenlang's Cheng Kingdom cavalry maintained a relatively long distance from Xianxia. Bad news kept coming in from Xianxia's camp. Today's outbreak of smallpox had suddenly become more intense and concentrated. There had only been 300 people the day before, but today, there were more than 1,000. Moreover, the military doctor told Xianxia that there would be even more tomorrow. Even though they didn't understand the incubation period of the smallpox virus, they knew the general pattern. The most frightening thing was that some of the military doctors had also contracted smallpox. Even though Xianxia had repeatedly stated that this was a type of rash that was somewhat contagious, it was not life-threatening. However, there were still some people in the army who were panicking. Right at that moment, a loud roar suddenly rang out from within Shenlang's camp. "Xianxia's army, you've contracted smallpox, you've contracted smallpox." This was the voice of the big fool. Immediately afterward, 2,000 people shouted in unison, "You've contracted smallpox, you've contracted smallpox." Xianxia's army was instantly thrown into chaos. Some of the soldiers were afraid of death and had long suspected that they had contracted smallpox. Now that they had been exposed by Shenlang's army, they were instantly filled with fear. Xianxia was shocked. How did that little bastard Shenlang know? The soldiers he had brought with him today were all healthy and healthy. They didn't look like they had contracted smallpox at all. Immediately afterward, the big fool shouted from within Shenlang's camp, "Sunan has poisoned the food and water in the castle. More and more people will contract smallpox from now on. Every single one of you has eaten the food and drank the water from the Marquis of Xinyuan's residence, so every single one of you will contract the disease. Do you know about the smallpox epidemic that broke out in the Cheng Kingdom? Do you know who cured him? It was me, Shenlang. Brothers of Xianxia's army, do you want to live? It's very simple. Just take off your armor, throw away your weapons, and come to me, Shenlang sighed. I will give you the miracle medicine that can cure your smallpox." It must have been tough on the big fool. He couldn't even memorize so many words wrongly. Meanwhile, Xianxia was desperately trying to refute the rumors. "Brothers, don't fall for Shenlang's tricks. What you have is not smallpox at all, but just an ordinary poison rash. If it was smallpox, why wouldn't I, Xianxia, be afraid? Why wouldn't I run away?" Hearing this, everyone felt slightly more at ease. However, a moment later, the big fool's voice rang out from within the Shenlang's camp again. Of course Xianxia and Jinglong are not afraid of smallpox, because they have long been vaccinated. Everyone in the Marquis's residence has also been vaccinated, so they will never contract smallpox for the rest of their lives. Brothers of Xianxia's army, your commander-in-chief Xianxia has concealed the truth and refused to treat you. He wants you dead. Xianxia's army, which was already in a state of panic, was now even more terrified. Next, the 2,000 men in the Shenlang's camp shouted in unison, "Smallpox, smallpox, smallpox." Xianxia couldn't take it anymore and roared, "All cavalry, get on your horses and kill the Shenlang's army." Xinglong said, "Father, it's not good to fight at night." Xianxia said, "How can I not know?" But right now, everyone in the army was in a state of panic. If they didn't take advantage of this last bit of morale to fight, they would be even more vulnerable when the smallpox outbreak worsened tomorrow. However, Xianxua's cavalry had just gathered. Countless torches were lit on the Shenlang's side, and all of the Chang cavalry mounted their horses and began to flee. "Chase, chase, chase," Xianxia gave the order, and his 4,000 cavalry gave chase. Their warhorses were indeed much taller, and their sprinting speed was also much faster. But it was also night time, and the horses couldn't see the road clearly, so they instinctively didn't dare to run at full speed. Moreover, the Shenlang cavalry had fled a long time ago. Even though Xianxua's cavalry was getting closer and closer. Very quickly, the horses ran out of energy and began to slow down. As for the despicable Shenlang, when they saw Xianxua's cavalry slow down, they also slowed down, maintaining a certain distance between them. Then, 2,000 of them shouted in unison, "Smallpox, smallpox, smallpox." Many of these 4,000 cavalrymen hadn't had the smallpox outbreak yet, but their bodies were already infected. The Shenlang's repeated shouts of smallpox created a strong psychological cue. Many of them felt itchy, and when they scratched their bodies, they actually discovered rashes. They were instantly scared out of their wits. After a short rest, Xianxia ordered the cavalry to charge again. But the Shenlang cavalry began to flee again, refusing to engage in battle. Just like that, they chased and ran. The entire night was like a game of hide-and-seek. They chased for hundreds of kilometers, but in the end they didn't fight a single battle. Both armies were exhausted. But the Shenlang's army was just playing around, while Xianxua's cavalry was full of anxiety and was on the verge of collapse. It was almost daybreak. Shenlang's army suddenly stopped teasing Xianxua's cavalry and began to charge in a certain direction. "Father, should we continue?" Xinglong asked. Xianxia shook his head. "We can't. It's almost daybreak." Once daybreak arrived, his cavalry would discover that many of them had chicken pox on their faces, and the fear of smallpox would completely overwhelm them. At that time, their morale would completely collapse. "Go back, hurry up and go back," Xianxia said, trembling. Of course he wasn't willing to give up. He had been suppressing his anger for the entire night. "Little bastard Shenlang, there will come a day when I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. Return to camp, Xianxia ordered. The 4,000 exhausted cavalrymen slowly returned to camp. A moment later. It was daybreak. Many of the cavalrymen were shocked to discover that some of their faces were covered in chicken pox. "You have it too, you have it too. My God, there's so much on your face." "Smallpox, it's smallpox." Once the incubation period was over, most of them would suffer from smallpox outbreaks. Xianxia roared, "Return to the castle. We'll treat them there." But at that moment, a strange shriek came from behind. Shenlang's Chang Kingdom cavalry chased after them. And they were extremely fast. Because Shenlang's cavalry had all switched horses, he had already prepared a large camp not far from here. There were more than 2,000 warhorses inside. Although the warhorses of the Chang Kingdom were short, there were many of them. It was normal for one person to ride 2 horses at a time. "Kill, kill, kill, smallpox, smallpox, smallpox," the 2,000 Chang Kingdom cavalry chased after them. Xinglong said, "Father, what do we do? Turn around and fight?" Xianxia looked at his cavalry. They were exhausted, and their morale was close to collapsing. But they couldn't leave their backs open to the enemy. "Turn around and fight," Xianxia ordered. The 4,000 cavalrymen turned around and prepared to fight against Shenlang. However, that bastard Shenlang's cavalry stopped again. Whoosh, 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 they began to fire arrows into the air. Xianxia ordered, "Fire! Fire!" However, the Jing clan cavalry's archery skills were not as good as the Chang Kingdom's cavalry, let alone their archery skills. Shenlang was able to hit Xianxia's cavalry, but Xianxia's cavalry was still a hair's breadth away. Even if they managed to hit him, they would be at the end of their tether. They were at a great disadvantage in this exchange of arrows. Xianxia's cavalry was enraged. They couldn't help but charge forward, wanting to get closer before shooting. However, Shenlang's cavalry retreated once again. Their horses were new and full of strength, and Jingtuo's cavalry couldn't catch up at all. "Stop chasing! Go back, go back!" However, Jingtuo's cavalry had just started to turn back. Shenlang's cavalry caught up to them. Once again, they launched a frenzied barrage of attacks and arrows. Jingtuo was about to go crazy. He had never encountered such a despicable opponent before. They would run as soon as they attacked, then chase as soon as they retreated. Endless sneak attacks and endless harassment. He swore that he had never hated someone as much as he did today. After 3 or 4 times, Jingtuo's cavalry's horses were completely exhausted. He had completely given up on retaliating, and his cavalry's morale was close to collapsing due to the smallpox outbreak. "Don't turn around. Return to the castle. Return to the castle, return at full speed." Jingtuo's 3,000 cavalrymen didn't even look back as they charged toward the Marquis's residence. At that moment, Shenlang ordered, "Kill, kill." Then, his 2,000 cavalrymen began to charge forward. The horses, full of energy, galloped as fast as they could. When they got close to Jingtuo's cavalry, they fired in unison. The big fool found a tree trunk and charged right into Jingtuo's cavalry formation. Whoosh, 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 he swept through a large area. Jingtuo didn't care anymore and continued to run. Just like that, the 4,000 cavalrymen were chased down by Shenlang's 2,000 Cheng cavalrymen. They were being completely suppressed. It was truly a crushing defeat. The casualties were uncountable. By the time Jingtuo returned to the camp, he discovered that there were less than 2,000 cavalrymen left. More than half of them had fallen. It was enough to make him vomit blood. The situation was even worse after he returned to the camp. Even though he was mentally prepared for the possibility of a smallpox outbreak in the army today, he did not dare to do so. He hadn't expected it to be this many. At a glance, countless people's faces were densely covered in chicken pox and measles. Many of them were also vomiting and running high fevers. Jingtuo's scalp went numb. He ordered, "Everyone, return to the castle. Return to the castle." Then, the army of 10,000 returned to the castle of the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence. Not only had they failed to kill Shenlang, but they had also lost thousands of soldiers. Jingtuo's army had all returned to the castle. Shenlang's cavalry had once again returned to the intersection and blocked the exit of the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence. Everything seemed to have returned to the past. Jingtuo almost vomited blood. Shenlang, F***CKU, F***CKU, the next few days. Jingtuo's army in the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence worsened day by day. In the end, 80 to 90% of the soldiers had contracted smallpox and died in droves. The entire castle was like a living hell. The doctor had optimistically estimated that the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence had sufficient medicinal herbs and the best environment, so half of the people who contracted smallpox would survive. But this optimistic doctor, he himself died. This was because all the herbs in the residence of the Marquis of Xianyuan were not clean. Shenlang was shouting outside the castle all the time. "The food is poisonous, the water is poisonous. Smallpox, smallpox." As a result, the soldiers in the castle did not dare to drink water or eat anything at all. As a result, their immunity was rapidly declining. Without medicinal herbs to reduce inflammation, they could not eat their fill and drink enough water. In fact, they did not know that as long as they boiled water and drank it, they would be fine. Moreover, they were already infected with smallpox, so they could boldly eat the food. But Jingtuo's army did not know that. More and more people died every day, and more. Because most of the people had contracted smallpox, there was almost no one to carry the corpses, and no one to guard the castle. Shenlang's army became even more arrogant and came directly to the castle gates. "Brothers in the castle, Shenlang is a divine doctor, he can cure smallpox. Shenlang is a divine doctor, he can cure smallpox." Finally, dozens of cauldrons were lined up in a row and began to boil the so-called divine medicine. Divine medicine to cure smallpox, divine medicine to cure smallpox. Brothers who want to live, run out. Xianxia immediately ordered the few people who did not contract smallpox to guard the castle gates and kill anyone who dared to escape. However, the Marquis's residence was so large, how could they guard it? Many of the soldiers who had contracted smallpox used ropes to climb down the castle walls at night and then madly rushed to Shenlang's camp. Divine medicine, I want divine medicine, I want divine medicine. Then, each of them really received a bowl of divine medicine. After drinking it, it was really amazing. It really did not itch at all, and they felt like they were walking on air. It was so comfortable. Shenlang roared, "Brothers, is the divine medicine real?" Everyone shouted, "It's real, it's real." Actually, it was not some bullshit tea divine medicine, it was just Chinese medicine with added ingredients. After drinking it, one would first feel excited, then numb, and of course not itch anymore. When the people in the castle saw this scene, they were completely shocked. There really was a divine medicine, it really could cure smallpox. In the face of survival, loyalty was gone. Xianxua's army in the castle tried their best to escape. In the beginning, they used ropes to climb down. In the end, they directly charged at the gates. Xianxua's people did not let them open the gates, so the two sides began to fight. The infighting became more and more serious, and it evolved into a big fight. The whole situation was completely out of control, and it was a complete mess. Xianxia watched this scene from the highest point of the castle. He could not control this army at all. In the beginning, this army was only fighting between the two sides, those who wanted to rush out of the castle and those who were loyal to Xianxia. But the relationship between friend and foe was blurred, and no one knew which camp they belonged to. So, a big fight broke out. In fear, they killed anyone they saw. Inside the beautiful castle, it was like a hell. All for nothing, all for nothing. Xianxia felt cold all over, watching all this, tears gushing out. I regret it so much, I regret it so much. Xianxia really regretted it. If he had not been selfish from the beginning, and directly led 20,000 troops out of White Night Pass to support Zhang Chong, then he would be the real hero now. But who in this world did not have selfishness? I hate it so much. Xianxia screamed, "Shenlang, you bastard, I will tear you to pieces, to pieces." Then, Xianxia asked, "Longer, do you think the monarch will forgive me if I go to the capital to ask for forgiveness now?" Xinglong shook his head, "Impossible, His Majesty is so petty, so ungrateful, how could he forgive you?" Xianxia trembled, "Then where can we go in such a big world?" Xinglong said, "To Chu. Chu will give you a title even if you have to spend 1,000 gold to buy a bone. Although you may not have military power, you will be rich and powerful." Xianxia trembled, "Yes, to Chu, to Chu." Xinglong said, "Father, we have to leave quickly. If we climb the wall in the clothes of ordinary soldiers, Shenlang will definitely not notice." Yes, let's go, let's go." Then, Xianxia and his son changed into the clothes of ordinary soldiers and climbed down the wall from the back of the Marquis's residence. They did not dare to walk, so they climbed down bit by bit along the cracks in the cliff. These two people's martial arts were superb, and they actually climbed down the cliff just like that. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to the ground. "We're finally safe, safe. Let's go, to Chu, to Chu." Xianxia looked at the chaotic Marquis's residence, incomparably infatuated, incomparably reluctant. This magnificent castle would belong to him for half a month. He almost replaced Sunan and became a great noble with a fief and an army, a great warlord. The Jing family was so close to rising. "Shenlang, remember this, from now on, I will not rest until you die, not until I die. Shenlang, there will be a day when I will tear your body into 10,000 pieces. Tear your body into 10,000 pieces." Then, Xianxia was about to run west. Suddenly, he felt a sudden pain in his stomach, and his whole body suddenly collapsed to the ground. A moment later, a black shadow appeared in front of him. "Eldest Princess Ningjia." Xinglong suddenly knelt down and said with a trembling voice, "Eldest Princess, I have received His Majesty's secret edict to atone for my crimes, to atone for my crimes." Xianxia looked at his son in disbelief, and said hoarsely, You poisoned me?" Xinglong said with a trembling voice, "Father, I'm sorry, I had no choice. The monarch gave me a secret edict." Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be fulfilled at the same time. I can only put righteousness before family. After a while, Xianlang appeared beside eldest Princess Xianxia. Xianglong knelt towards Xianlang and said, "Shen, you said that my sister Xianxia is in your Marquis Xuanwu's residence, right? From now on, we are in-laws. I am willing to put righteousness before family, I am willing to atone for my crimes." Xianlang stepped forward and lightly patted Xinglong's shoulder. "Well done, well done." Xingtua looked at his son in disbelief, and then let out a mournful howl. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Note, the second update is here. There are more than 15,000 updates today. We urgently need monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Once again, I wrote until 5 in the morning. I haven't finished this chapter yet, so I went to bed first. Tomorrow, I'll leave for Shanghai to attend the Yuewen Group's annual conference, so I'll probably finish writing this chapter on the train. For the next 2 days, I'll definitely make the best use of my time to write and ensure that I can still update more than 10,000 words every day. Either I'll write in the hotel, or I'll use my phone to write in the recording studio of the television station. My readers come first, and my parents come first. Also, the day before yesterday, I mentioned that something happened at home, so everyone is very concerned. Let me report to everyone here. It's not a quarrel with my wife. My baby is very easy to coax. Quarrels never last more than half a day. Even if I quarrel with her, there's no emotional conflict at all. Because it's a private family matter, I won't say it out loud. The consequences are hard to undo, so I can only use time to calm them down. Then, I'll try my best to do better in my role as a family member. These 2 days, my mood has been greatly affected, so every chapter takes a long time, causing me to update even later than before. I'm sorry, I'll return to my normal state as soon as possible and get rid of my emotional interference. One last request for monthly votes. If everyone still has them. The double monthly votes are about to end, but the monthly votes ranking is still very anxious. I really need everyone's help. Thank you, everyone. Pastry Kowtow. Remember this website's URL, for easier reading next time. XS52, and you'll be able to enter this website. The director of this show was not Xianlang, but the monarch and eldest Princess Xianxia. It could be considered a stroke of genius, but it was also a pleasant surprise. Xianlang enjoyed watching it, but he also felt that it was very heart-wrenching. This was the first time he had seen a father and son fight against each other. Ever since he came to this world, he had encountered many enemies. There was no need to talk about Zhang Chong and his son. Both of his sons were willing to die for their father, and Zhang Jin had really died for his father. Zhang Chong had committed suicide at the critical moment for his son and grandson, even though he knew that he wouldn't be able to save him. There was also the Count of Jinhai, Tang Luan. In order to let his son live, he didn't hesitate to bury his entire family and let his son betray him. That old thief Sunan was definitely a bad person, but in the end, group after group of people died for him. Father and son were disloyal. Aragang and Aruda were a pair. But at least Aruda didn't harm his father. The scene in front of him was really amazing. Xinglong didn't even want to survive, but for glory and wealth, so he betrayed his father, Xingtua, and even poisoned him. Xingtua looked at his son in pain and hissed, why? We can escape to the state of Chu. Xinglong said, I am loyal to the state of Yu, how can I be a traitor? At this moment, Xianlang suddenly said, tell me the truth, this is very important to you. Xinglong said, Father, going to Chu is too hard. One sentence revealed the truth. Yes, it was too hard. If Xingtua and Xinglong surrendered and went to Chu country, the Chu country might still give Xingtua the title of an empty earl, but he wouldn't have any power, not even money. As for Xinglong, he wasn't even worth a fart. He might even be bullied by a small bailiff. He wanted to fight again, but there was no chance at all. Xingtua said, you betrayed your father, who in the state of you would dare to use you? Xinglong said with a trembling voice, the Black Water Platform is willing to use me, the Black Water Platform Qianhu. This was the condition that eldest Princess Xianxia had agreed to. Of course, this condition was not high at all. If not for his family's mishap, Jinlong would have inherited the position of Pingxi Count. However, it was precisely this low condition that made Jinlong feel especially realistic. What the Blackwater Group wanted was this kind of person who would be condemned by everyone. He, Jinlong, could even betray his own father. What else wouldn't he do? He was exactly the kind of person that the Blackwater Group wanted. Of course, if Xianxia hadn't been completely defeated, Jinlong wouldn't have betrayed his father. If one had nowhere else to go, the Blackwater platform Qianhu was also a good position. At the very least, one would have authority, and one would be able to make others tremble in fear. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed. Who would have thought I, Xianxia, would die in the hands of my own son, the son I love the most? Jinlong said coldly, Father, don't forget. Every time we encounter a dangerous situation, you send the suicide squad first, and then you send me up. You only go up after I'm sure everything is fine. Is this how you love your son? Xianxia shuddered. That was not the case. In Xianxia's eyes, he was the most important person. Anyone could be sacrificed at a crucial moment. That was why his son was like this. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed madly again. Jinlong, do you think you can live just because you betrayed me? Do you think Shenlang will let you go? The monarch loves him so much. If he kills you, the monarch will only scold him a little. You died for nothing. Jinlong directly knelt in front of Shenlang and pressed his forehead against Shenlang's shoes. He said in a trembling voice, Shen, I know I'm a poisonous snake, a despicable snake. I would even betray my own father. What else wouldn't I do? You definitely won't trust me. You can choose not to trust me, but you definitely have to trust yourself. Shenlang, speak. Jinlong said, You are the most powerful person I've ever met. Without 100% guarantee, how would I dare to make an enemy out of you? As long as you don't kill me, I promise to do one thing for you. Look for me when you need it. I'll definitely do it for you. Xianxia laughed loudly, Jinlong, you fickle villain. Do you think Shenlang will believe you? Jinlong said, Of course I'm not trustworthy in the Shen. My promise isn't even worth shit. But I'm really just a dog. Please believe me, I really don't hate you. I'm really afraid of you, and I'll definitely be useful in the future. You're so strong and smart, you can definitely order me around like a dog. Jinlong had been pleading with Shenlang, but not with Ningjia. This was because the person who could decide whether he lived or died was Shenlang. Shenlang narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jinlong. Indeed, it was just as he said. It would be easy for Shenlang to kill Jinlong now. There was a saying that went, one had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots of the enemy. But there was another saying. Sometimes, the enemy was more useful than their comrades. At this moment, eldest Princess Ningjia said, I promised Jinlong that I would let him live. Basically, I have to keep my word. This could be considered a small reminder from her to Shenlang. She was inclined to let Jinlong live, but if Shenlang insisted on killing Jinlong, then she wouldn't stop him. After thinking for a few seconds, Shenlang nodded and said, Congratulations, you can live on. Jinlong knocked his head on Shenlang's shoes. Thank you for sparing my life in the Shen. Please remember, when you're strong enough, I'll definitely become the best dog. Shenlang waved his hand and said, Let's go, 1,000 household Xing. Jinlong stood up and knelt down on one knee, saying, This lowly officer will take his leave. Then, he directly left and entered Princess Ningjia's Blackwater platform warriors. I'm Jinlong, the new Blackwater platform 1,000 households. From now on, I'll be eating in the same pot. Please take care of me, brothers. Jinlong was very enthusiastic, as if he was a new member of the gang. The faces of the Blackwater platform warriors twitched, then they bowed in unison and said, Greetings, 1,000 household Xing. This group of Blackwater platform warriors had seen too much darkness, so the unnatural time didn't exceed half a second. Shenlang squatted down and looked at Jingtua. Suddenly, Jingtua knelt down and said with a trembling voice, Shen, I can do it too. I can do what Jinlong can do. F***ck, even though Shenlang was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still amazed when he saw this scene. You, Xianxia, are the dignified Pingxi general. In order to live, you're actually willing to be my little son-in-law's dog. This father and son pair were really awesome. In the beginning, they were willing to do anything for glory and wealth, but now they're willing to do anything for survival. Xianlang, Xianxia, you know I have a hobby. Xianxia was stunned. Xianlang, it's not hard, princess, please help me. Grand Princess Xianxia stepped forward and pressed her palm on the back of Xianxia's head. At the very least, she could kill him with a light spit of internal energy. Xianxia's martial arts were really strong, even super strong. But at this moment, he had no intention of resisting and just stood there motionless. It could be seen how powerful this world was. Under power, many people were as obedient as dogs even if they had martial arts. He didn't know if it was the beauty of life and death or the sorrow of martial arts. Xianlang pulled out his dagger and swung it at Xianxia's crotch. Blood splattered everywhere, Xianxia's family jewels fell off. Master Lang had castrated another person. But contrary to what Xianlang had imagined, Xianxia didn't let out any screams. Instead, he said in surprise, "Shen, can I live now? Can I live now?" Xianlang felt like a dog in his heart. "Xianxia, you've ruined my hobby of castrating people. I castrated you, but you didn't scream, and you didn't show any signs of grief. How can I feel any sense of accomplishment?" Xianxia seemed to have thought of this as well and let out an incomparably shrill scream. However, it sounded so fake. He had screamed because he wanted Xianlang to enjoy himself. Actually, Xianxia didn't really care about being castrated. In order to survive, Xianxia didn't care about being castrated at all. Xianlang couldn't help but think of the Southern Han dynasty. This small court had a rule: if one wanted to become an official, they had to be castrated first. Thus, many people castrated themselves and entered this small court to become officials. For the first time, Xianlang felt like he had been defeated. His worldview had been completely overturned. "You're awesome." Then, he left as well. A black water platform warrior stepped forward and stitched up Xianxia's wound, helping to stop the bleeding. Then, he took out iron chains and put them through his shoulder blades, handcuffed his hands and feet, and threw them into a prison cart to be escorted to the capital. The monarch hated Xianxia to the bone and would definitely punish him openly. In order to restore Xianlang's reputation, he would hold a public trial for Xianxia and Liang Yongyan, convicting them of treason. Once the monarch hated a person, he would kill his entire clan. Grand Princess Xianxia glanced at Xianlang, but didn't say anything in the end. She waved her hand and led the group away. According to the edict, Xianlang should also follow them back to the capital, but this wild dog that had run away had never followed the edict ever since it left the capital. When a general is in the field, he will not obey the emperor's orders. This sentence was originally an act of helplessness. But in Xianlang's hands, it had become the universal truth, and he could use it at any time and any place. Next, Xianlang stayed in the castle of the Marquis of Xinyuan. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation in the castle was too tragic, this place could really be considered beautiful. In terms of pure architectural art or comfort, it even surpassed the Kim family's Marquis of Xuanwu's mansion. Moreover, it was built on top of a tall mountain, looking down on all living beings. Perhaps the Su family had looked down on all living beings too many times, so their ambitions grew bigger and bigger. Xianxia's 20,000-strong army now only had 13,000 people left, and the rest were all dead. And even if it was 13,000 people, half of them would die of smallpox. With good treatment conditions and environment, the mortality rate of smallpox in this world was indeed about 50%. But everyone was still grateful to Xianlang for saving their lives. Why? Because the dead wouldn't blame him. Those who survived would only think that it was Xianlang who had cured them. But then, a terrible scene happened. The entire White Knight County broke out with smallpox. Because Xianxia had given 1/5 of the food of the Marquis of Xinyuan's mansion to the people of White Knight County in order to buy people's hearts. This group of people were infected with smallpox after eating it, and it spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, apart from the Day-Night County. It had spread to every other place in the county. Every day, many people were infected with smallpox, and people died every day. For a time, the entire White Knight County was in a state of panic. And at this time, the news that Shenlang could cure smallpox spread. Not only did Shenlang save the Chang king, but he also saved countless people of the Chang kingdom. So every day, countless people came to the gate of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's mansion and knelt down. Shen, save us. Lord Shen, save us. Bodhisattva Shen, please save us. And here was the irony. These people who came to beg Shenlang to save their lives overlapped with the group of people who had besieged Shenlang. Before, these people hated Shenlang to the core. The truth had been revealed, and they knew that it wasn't Shenlang who sent the Chang soldiers to rob and kill, but Xianxia. But they still blamed it on Shenlang, and they still wanted to skin Shenlang and pull out his tendons. They cursed him in their hearts. It was because Shenlang had been arrogant to them that he was a sinner. And now, in the face of life and death, this group of people threw away their previous hatred and came to beg Shenlang to save their lives. And more people knelt outside, all the way to the bottom of the mountain. At first, they begged, but when they saw that Shenlang ignored them and that there were so many people on their side, they changed from begging to threatening and moral coercion. Lord Shen, you can't just watch us die. Lord Shen, the heavens are virtuous. For your descendants, for the sake of your family and ancestors, you can't just watch us die. Lord Shen, are you going to watch us die? How can you? How can you? Even wolves, tigers, and leopards would not be so vicious. Facing the dense group of people kneeling in front of the Marquis's mansion, Shenlang still said the same thing. Idiot. Then he swaggered off. Instantly, countless people hated him even more. Shenlang is not going to help us, let's fight him, someone roared. Then, some fearless people charged forward. Whoosh, 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 arrows rained down from the top of the wall, killing everyone who charged up. Idiot. Shenlang said again. Inside the castle, Shenlang had painstakingly written tens of thousands of words on the details of the smallpox defense. How to isolate, how to disinfect, how to use medicine, and how to maximize the survival rate. Moreover, he had already sent a large number of cattle infected with smallpox from the Chang kingdom, which could inoculate the entire White Knight County. Zhang Chong entered the Marquis's mansion. Shenlang gave him tens of thousands of words on the details of the smallpox defense, as well as the treatment plan. The cattle used for inoculation were also given to him. After reading it, Zhang Chong bowed to Shenlang and said, Shen, you saved the lives of more than 200,000 people in the White Knight County. Shenlang said, I'll leave you to be the living bodhisattva. Zhang Chong trembled and said, why is Shen doing this? You've clearly worked hard to save these hundreds of thousands of people. Why don't you do it yourself, but leave it to me and give me this reputation? From Zhang Chong's point of view, Shenlang had a bad reputation in the White Knight County at this time, and it was a good opportunity to reverse the situation, from being condemned by thousands to being admired by tens of thousands. Shenlang said, does Zhang Chong want to hear the truth? Or lies? Zhang Chong said, I want to hear both the truth and lies. Shenlang said, the lie is that I don't need a good reputation. I just need people to be afraid of me. I don't need people to be grateful. The truth is that I can save these people, but you want me to bow down to them and act like I love them? Sorry, I can't do it. In my eyes, an idiot will always be an idiot. I don't want to leave my name in history, I don't want to be a minister, and I don't want to rule the country. Do I need to please these people? Tisk. It's fine as long as I'm happy. Then Shenlang patted Zhang Chong's shoulder and said, Zhang Chong, you can be the saint, I'll continue to be the bad guy. Then, Shenlang directly ordered the entire White Knight County to be sealed off. All the cities were under curfew and day ban. No one was allowed to step out of all the villages. He sent out thousands of warriors who had survived the infection to seal off every passage leading to the outside world in the White Knight County. The smallpox epidemic was completely sealed off within the entire White Knight County. Anyone who left the White Knight County was killed without mercy. At this time, there must be someone playing the role of the bad guy, otherwise the situation would not be under control. Sometimes, thunderous measures could show the heart of a bodhisattva. In just half a month, the smallpox epidemic in the entire White Knight County was completely controlled, and it did not spread to the surrounding counties. The mortality rate was reduced to a minimum. Zhang Chong was blessed by all. Shen Lang was condemned by thousands. When he left the White Knight County, he was despised by everyone. Thousands upon thousands of little people prickled him and cursed him. After the monarch received the detailed report, he waved his hand and said, "Go, all go." Li Sun and several eunuchs all left. Ning Yuanxian was left alone. At this time, his eyes were slightly red, and he gently wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Shen Lang had made so many contributions and created so many miracles before, but none of them had shocked Ning Yuanxian's heart like this time. Ning Yuanxian was mean, and he could be said to have a heart of stone. At this moment, he seemed to understand Shen Lang's heart. He was compassionate, but full of arrogance. He would not bow down to anyone, would not be bound by any morality, and would not be bound by any rules. Everything was from the heart, and he did as he pleased. Ning Yuanxian was even envious. He was the monarch, supreme, but he was bound by many rules. He needed to bow to many things. For example, the saints, and the people of the world. But Shen Lang was not like that. Everything he did could be done according to the thoughts in his heart. This kid, who does he look like? Who does he look like? Ning Yuanxian sighed. Of course, he did not say why the kid was not his son. If he had a son like Shen Lang, it would be the greatest pride of a father, but he would probably vomit blood from anger. Judging from how he did as he pleased, he was a complete prodigal. Ning Yuanxian was a prodigal enough, but he was still not as good as the bastard Shen Lang. He could be defeated by anything. Gold, silver, cities, armies, and people's hearts. When he was corrupt, he could do as he pleased. Kid, you're awesome. I'm convinced. The monarch had learned the word awesome from Shen Lang. Li Sun, the monarch said. The great eunuch Li Sun walked in. Issue a decree to reprimand Shen Lang. Scold him badly. Then tell him to hurry up and come back. Don't cause trouble in Western Heaven Province anymore. If he doesn't come back, tie him up and bring him back. Issue a decree to confer the title of Viscount on Zhang Chong. Think of a better title yourself. Hearing that, Li Sun immediately cowed out and said, Yes, Your Majesty. What a mean monarch. He had conferred the title of Viscount on Zhang Chong, but he didn't even bother to think of a title himself. Then Ning Yuanxian said, I heard that the crown prince has a statue of Jean Mulan? Li Sun remained silent, not daring to answer. Ning Yuanxian said, It's inappropriate to take it back. Wash it, seal it, and send it to Shen Lang's home. The great eunuch Li Sun said, Yes, Your Majesty. Hurry up and issue a decree to let the bastard Shen Lang return to his country. If he doesn't want to come back, just tie him up and bring him back. Li Sun thought to himself, Your Majesty, you've already said it once. At this moment, shouts came from outside again. Urgent! Urgent! Chu state retreats! Chu state retreats! Ning Yuanxian sneered when he heard the news. There was only sarcasm, no joy. When Sunan's main force was destroyed, the Chu state's army was already powerless. The so-called attack on Zhongyao's army was just an act. Because Jingtuo was still causing trouble in Tianqi province, Chu state hoped that Jingtuo could make a big fuss and form a separatist state, so they were unwilling to retreat. Unexpectedly, Jingtuo was also destroyed so quickly. Chu state could only retreat dejectedly. They couldn't really stage a decisive battle between the two states. Damn it, Shen Lang was really a monster. A crazy genius, leading 200 people into Day-Night County, not only killed Sunan, but also Jingtuo. He was really amazing. Inside the Chu state's palace, the king of Chu pinched his nose, looking confused and a little shocked. We've lost a lot of soldiers. What a waste of effort. Shen Lang, who is Shen Lang? Where did he come from? So powerful? He killed Sunan and Jingtuo alone. How could the state of Yu have such a genius? Why didn't he come from Chu state? Send a delegation to the state of Yu to negotiate a truce. We can't retreat from the fortresses we've already occupied. Also, ask Ning Yuanxian to compensate us a few 100,000 gold coins. We must be tough. When we arrive at the state of Yu, we can communicate with Wu state first. If we work together, we won't have to worry about Ning Yuanxian not compromising. King Wu needs our support now, so the envoy can be arrogant. Try to extort as much as you can in the negotiations if you can't get it on the battlefield. Yes. A few hours later, the Chu delegation set off for the state of Yu. At the border of Wu Yu Estate, in the central camp of Wu State. The king of Wu had calmed down. He looked at the reports in his hands. Shen Lang defeated Su Nan, Xianxia, and Wu Mu's army from thousands of miles away. In other words, he won 3 battles alone. This person's strength was boundlessly formidable. Sigh. Chu state retreated. Bian Shao was still killing madly in the Wu nation, causing the people in the nation to be frightened out of their wits. The army of Wu state was still chasing and intercepting him, but the results were not good. The king looked at the map on the wall. This time, there was no hope. All their illusions were shattered. Even Xianxia had been destroyed by Shen Lang in one go. Next, if he wanted Bian Shao to retreat, he could only rely on negotiations. The young king of Wu lowered his head. He had to compromise with King Yu personally. How would Ning Yuanxian open his mouth and slaughter Wu state this time? The defeat of the war had led to today's tragedy. The king of Wu was extremely unwilling. Not long ago, he defeated Ning Yuanxian in the border meeting. How glorious he was. How famous he was. After that, Ning Yuanxian was in danger, and the state of Yu seemed to be facing a disaster. In just a few months, the situation had been completely reversed. The state of Yu had won a great victory. But Wu state was facing a disaster. He, the valiant young king of Wu, would have to bow down to the state of Yu like his father. What would King Yu extort? An astronomical amount of compensation, ceding land again? Send an envoy to King Yu's palace. King Wu sighed. Yes. Then, the officials began to form a delegation to negotiate with King Yu. Suddenly, King Wu stood up and said, "No, I will go to King Yu's palace myself to negotiate with Ning Yuanxian." As soon as he said that, all the officials immediately cheered. "Your Majesty, you can't. Your Majesty is the ruler of a country. How can you put yourself in danger? If Ning Yuanxian goes crazy and detains your Majesty to blackmail our country, it will be a disaster." King Wu looked at Wu Ji. Wu Ji was extremely anxious. On one hand, he was very pleased with King Wu's decision. Even though he had lost this battle, the king still had his spirit and was full of challenge. But it was too risky for the ruler of a country to enter the enemy's territory. King Wu said, "It's decided. I will go see King Yu in person so that he can show off his glory as the victor." Everyone was stunned. Why would His Majesty do this? Then, Lord Wu made the decision to cross the border with a few officials and head for Ning Yuanxian's temporary imperial residence. The general of the state of Yu was scared out of his wits. What was going on? This was against the rules. "Please report to King Yu that your nephew, Wu Qi, has come to visit." On this day, Shen Lang returned the Chang Kingdom's cavalry to Queen Arunana. He waited for the big fool and Arunana for more than 2 hours. If it were any other woman, she would definitely say, "You have to come back on the day I give birth." But Arunana didn't say that to the women of the Chang Kingdom. Giving birth was like laying an egg. She and the big fool were truly in love. If they could last for a long time, they wouldn't have to spend so much time together. After bidding farewell to Arunana and Zhang Chong, Shen Lang still led less than 200 people out of Day-Night Prefecture and returned to the capital. Note, the first chapter was sent. I slept for more than 4 hours last night. I took the train to Shanghai today and finished writing this chapter in the hotel. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to lie down for a while and then write the second chapter. I urgently need the support of my brothers. Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. As the monarch of a country, was it against the rules to go to another country's territory? Of course. Moreover, it was a sensational act. Normally, if the two monarch kings wanted to meet, they would build a platform on the border between the two countries. The central axis of the platform was the border between the two countries. The two monarch kings were still within their own territory. Of course, there was another situation, which was a state visit. The monarch of one country would enter another country. When Emperor Jiangli was on the throne, many princes and even monarch visited the great Qian kingdom. But after Jiangli's death, the atmosphere changed. Not to mention that kings rarely visited each other, even princes and princes rarely visited other countries. Ning Yuanxian was practicing calligraphy. And he was practicing calligraphy angrily. This was because Xianlang's words had also reached his ears. The monarch's calligraphy is not bad, but it's not elegant enough. One day, I will teach him a new style of calligraphy. It will definitely be elegant. This time, Ning Yuanxian was indignant. You brat, you are boasting shamelessly. I admit that Xianlang's poetry is unparalleled. But in terms of calligraphy, how can you compare to me? Ning Yuanxian's calligraphy is definitely top-notch. I'm afraid there is no calligraphy in this world more elegant than mine. You, Xianlang, are still wet behind the ears. What do you know? After writing this piece of calligraphy, Ning Yuanxian felt that it was getting better and better. He wanted to grab Xianlang and make him open his eyes to see it clearly. Then, he took out Xianlang's calligraphy and said disdainfully, Xianlang's calligraphy is too frivolous. It's not worth mentioning at all. I don't know where he gets the confidence to comment on my calligraphy. He's really boasting shamelessly. He doesn't know his place at all. Eunuch Li Sun didn't say anything. Since the monarch was in a good mood, he didn't have to flatter him. In Li Sun's opinion, the monarch's calligraphy was better than Xianlang's. But they couldn't be considered calligraphy masters. At most, they were good-looking. The monarch's words were extremely noble, as if he wanted to carve every word. On the other hand, Xianlang's handwriting was completely insane. When he was patient, his handwriting was even more exquisite than a monarch. When he was impatient, his handwriting could not even be called wild cursive. Out of every 10 words, he had to guess half of them. It was just like scribbling. In short, the calligraphy skills of the father and son were about the same. Neither of them could reach the next level. Of course, no one dared to tell the truth. They all praised the calligraphy of the monarch to the heavens. This made Ning Yuanxian feel complacent. He really felt that he was a master of calligraphy at that time, so he especially liked to give calligraphy to others. For your mother's birthday, I will bestow you a piece of calligraphy. Your heir is getting married? I shall bestow upon you a piece of calligraphy. Your family has only had one son for 3 generations, and now you have a grandson? Come, I will bestow you a piece of calligraphy. How much did the monarch dote on his subjects? Not necessarily. He just felt that his handwriting was good and liked to show off. Those who received the calligraphy happily hung it up. After all, it represented the favor of the monarch. However, some old officials who were pillars of the country were very helpless. For example, the Prime Minister of the Secretariat, Lord Zhu. He was a master of calligraphy and had extremely high attainments. Moreover, the monarch had deep feelings for him. No matter what his family did, he would bestow calligraphy. If the monarch gave you a piece of calligraphy, you should hang it up. Otherwise, you would be looking down on the emperor. Therefore, the entire hall was densely packed with the calligraphy of the monarch, Ning Yuanxian. There were dozens of them. At first glance, people would think that Zhu Xiang's appreciation of calligraphy was so low. Why was the entire hall filled with such beautiful calligraphy? However, the monarch still felt good about himself. He often went to the Zhu family's hall to admire his own calligraphy. He even said that calligraphy was obtained by chance. There were many good calligraphy that he could not write anymore. If he wanted to see it, he could only come to the Zhu family. It was really too good for the Zhu family. Zhu Xiang was very helpless. He actually wanted to say, Your Majesty, since you like it so much, just take it all back. Of course, he could only say this in his heart. Zhu Xiang had deep feelings for Ning Yuanxian. Ning Yuanxian was not only his student, but also his son-in-law. He had watched him grow up. On one hand, he was his emperor. On the other hand, he was like a nephew and a hope. Every time he saw Ning Yuanxian being so narcissistic, Zhu Xiang felt helpless and amused. Send this piece of calligraphy to Xianlang as well. Slap his face, Ning Yuanxian said. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Li Sun said helplessly. At this moment, eunuch Shaoli rushed in and said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, King Wu is here." King Yu Ning Yuanxian was stunned. He thought he had heard wrong. How could this person not follow the rules? Even if the emperor wanted to visit, he would first send a delegation to receive them. Then, the emperor would invite them and choose an auspicious day to visit. You, Wu Qi, came here just like that. Do you think you are visiting the market? However, Ning Yuanxian was very happy and even surprised. This was a great diplomatic victory. Under normal circumstances, it was the lower monarch who visited the upper state. After the Yenzhou incident 20 years ago, the Wu state was defeated. However, the old king of Wu did not take the initiative to visit the state of Yu. He still built a high platform at the border and the two kings negotiated. The result of the negotiations was, of course, humiliating to the Wu state. The Wu kingdom ceded 9 counties to the Wu kingdom. Overjoyed, Ning Yuanxian instinctively wanted to summon all the officials in the palace. He even gathered tens of thousands of soldiers to show his strength to King Wu and to witness this glorious diplomatic victory. The young King Wu was prepared to be humiliated. Ning Yuanxian's vanity was well known. The failure of the border hunt had made him lose face. Now that the state of Yu had won a great victory, and King Wu needed Ning Yuanxian's help, he naturally let Ning Yuanxian do whatever he wanted. Wu Qi came to see the king of Yu with the mentality of enduring hardships. Since Ning Yuanxian loved his face and was very vain, King Wu might as well be satisfied. I, the king of a country, have come to compromise with you. Ning Yuanxian, don't push your luck. The young King Wu had already decided that he was willing to do anything to humiliate the Dragon King. For example, being ridiculed by tens of thousands of people from the state of Yu. Or personally beating the drum for the king of Yu. Or personally pouring wine and tea for the king of Yu. Wu Qi could lower his posture to the lowest. But when it came to negotiations, he would not give in. Compensation was fine, but it could not exceed 500,000 gold coins. Ceding land was out of the question, not even half a county. Wu Qi had already decided that if Ning Yuanxian did not agree, he would stay in the king of Yu's palace. He could stay for a few months. Anyway, he was the king of a country. You can't chase me away, right? But after entering the king of Yu's palace, everything was different from what King Wu had imagined. In a hurry, King Ning Yuanxian's welcoming ceremony was solemn, but there was no intention of bullying him. Hundreds of ceremonial troops, a dozen important ministers, and King Ning Yuanxian came out to welcome him in person, without any intention of humiliating him. After a little shock, King Wu hurried forward and bowed, saying, "Nephew Wu Qi greets the king of Yu." But before he bowed, he was immediately stopped by Ning Yuanxian. "King Wu, you can't do that. Although you are younger than me in terms of seniority, we are both kings of a country. We can only treat each other as equals," Ning Yuanxian said. "It's funny that King Wu's name is the same as my uncle's." King Wu's name was Wu Qi, and Ning Yuanxian's uncle was Ning Qi. King Wu immediately bowed again, saying, "Wu Qi greets Brother Wang." Ning Yuanxian said, "Good. My brother is really heroic. 2 days ago, I sent an envoy to invite you to visit the state of Yu. I'm overjoyed to see you here today. How was the journey?" King Wu said, "I just received Brother Wang's invitation. I'm really looking forward to meeting Brother Wang again." "Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang." The journey was smooth. Damn, when did Ning Yuanxian invite Wu Qi? And listening to their conversation, it seemed that King Wu had come from far away. In fact, it was only a dozen miles. Didn't he know whether the journey was smooth or not? King Yu said, "Brother Wang, you are a guest. After you." King Wu took a step back and said, "You are Brother Wang, of course, after you." The two kept modestly declining. Finally, King Yu took King Wu's arm and said, "In that case, let's go together." Then, the two kings entered the palace. Next, King Yu held a welcome banquet for King Wu. The two only talked about poetry and didn't talk about national affairs. King Wu praised Shenlang's talent in poetry several times, while King Yu belittled Shenlang several times. It was like two parents chatting. Parent A praised Parent B's son with all his might, saying, "Your son is really great, he is the top student in the class." Parent B belittled him, saying, "No, no, no, he only scored 98 points. I don't know how he lost the other 2 points. What a pig brain. All in all, the guests enjoyed the banquet. Then, the 2 parties changed to another palace and changed into solemn clothes that were not for the court. The negotiation officially began. There were only 2 people on Ning Yuanxian's side, and Wu Qi's side also only brought 2 people. King Wu was silent for a moment and said, "Brother Wang, how can Bianxiao retreat?" It was very straightforward. Ning Yuanxian said, "What can King Wu offer?" King Wu said, "A public apology. From now on, the state of Yu will be the older brother, and the state of Wu will be the younger brother. The war reparations will be 200,000 gold coins." Ning Yuanxian didn't say anything, but the state of Yu's Minister of Rights sneered. "Ridiculous. You can even make such an offer, King Wu. You plotted to seize the state of Yu's Liezhou archipelago and sent 30,000 troops to attack Raging Tide City without a declaration of war. Not only that, you personally led 30,000 troops south to Xianxia City, looking as if you wanted to fight a decisive battle with my country. You forced His Majesty to personally lead the troops. It is only because the state of Yu is strong and blessed by the heavens that we would have been annihilated this time. If the state of Yu had lost this time, you, King Wu, would have demanded an exorbitant price. Not only would you have wanted us to admit that the Liezhou archipelago belonged to you, you would have ceded at least 5 counties. Now that the state of Wu has lost, you are only willing to pay 200,000 gold coins, ridiculous. Is there such a cheap deal in this world? Dream on. The state of Yu's Minister of Rights laughed and was about to start. But Ning Yuanxian raised his hand. King Wu, I don't want you to pay compensation, nor do I want you to cede land. Bianxiao can withdraw his troops, Ning Yuanxian said. King Wu was stunned. Then what does Brother Wang want? Ning Yuanxian said, an alliance. From now on, the state of Wu and the state of Yu will be sworn brothers. No one is the elder brother. We are all equal. King Wu was shocked. He couldn't have imagined such a result. But he soon understood. The state of Yu's main enemy was not the state of Wu, but the state of Chu. After 2 defeats, the state of Wu was no longer a threat to the state of Yu. But the state of Chu was still powerful and aggressive. The current situation could easily form an alliance between the state of Wu and the state of Chu to resist the state of Yu. Therefore, Ning Yuanxian took the initiative. He didn't want King Wu to cede land, nor did he want compensation. He only wanted an alliance. In fact, this alliance might not even be real. Ning Yuanxian said, King Wu, I know that you and your father have always regarded the incident in Yan province as a great humiliation. Every day, you want to take back the land of the 9 prefectures. Brother, you don't have to wait for revenge. Let's join hands and defeat the state of Chu first. Then you can cede the land of the 9 prefectures from the state of Chu. Then, Ning Yuanxian took out a map and pointed at the territory of the state of Chu. Brother, which 9 prefectures do you want? Circle them on this map. His words were so forceful as if he had already defeated the state of Chu and was ready to divide the spoils. King Wu fell silent. Of course, he knew that the so-called alliance was fake. It was just a political gesture. As for the division of the state of Chu, it was even more ridiculous. For the state of Yu, the most important thing now was to quell the chaos in the South Kingdom, govern the Tianqi province, and recuperate. The state of Yu needed a peaceful external environment. That was what they meant by quit while you're ahead. The current state of Yu was not in the period of expansion. Moreover, King Yu's suggestion did provide a possibility for the state of Yu to join hands and attack the state of Chu. Of course, this goal was still very far away. Who knew how many twists and turns there would be along the way? But at least it was a good start. When King Yu had the upper hand, he displayed a very lofty attitude. It was as if he wanted to subdue the enemy without a fight. King Yu needed a peaceful external environment. So did King Wu. This time, he had experienced such a huge failure and needed to recover the situation. Moreover, the transition of power between the old and the new might cause some unrest. If he had won this time, everything would be fine. But he had lost again. It would indeed take a long time for King Wu to regain his supreme authority. The state of Yu needed to recuperate. So did Wu. So, King Wu only thought for a moment before reaching out his hand. Brother Wang, from now on, the state of Wu and the state of Yu are brothers. Ning Yuanxian held Wu Qi's hand. From now on, the state of Wu and the state of Yu will help each other. The two kings were really swift and decisive. Soon, the treaty was signed. Of course, when King Wu saw the cover of the treaty, he cursed in his heart. Because the treaty was in the light and in the dark. On the surface, the treaty was that the state of Wu and the state of Yu would become brothers. The one in the dark was called the Secret Treaty of Wu and Yu against Chu. King Wu thought about it. Although it was a secret treaty, as long as it was signed within a month, it would definitely be spread all over the world. Sigh, I'll just sign it. King Wu felt helpless for a moment. Then, he signed the so-called Secret Treaty of Wu and Yu against Chu. This kind of thing had happened many times on Earth. For example, during World War II, Germany and the Soviet Union even signed a secret treaty. In the end, they still ended up fighting each other. The next day, the state of Wu and the state of Yu built a high platform on the border. In front of all the civil and military officials and tens of thousands of soldiers, the two monarchs signed the Wu-Yue Treaty of Alliance. The state of Wu and the state of Yu officially formed an alliance. The world was shocked, it was too unexpected and too sudden. Didn't you guys fight each other to the death before? Now, it was as if you guys were wearing the same pants. You guys changed your attitude too quickly. Before the envoy of the state of Chu arrived at the state of Yu, he received the announcement from the two countries. He almost vomited blood. Half of the delegation returned to the state of Chu to ask for the king's decree. The other half continued to go to the state of Yu. But this time, the future of the envoy was really worrying. Ning Yuanxian acted too quickly. Originally, the state of Chu wanted to join forces with the state of Wu and ruthlessly cut the state of Yu in diplomacy. Who knew that Ning Yuanxian would directly cut in? As the saying goes, what can't be obtained on the battlefield can't be obtained on the negotiation table. This time, the state of Chu was definitely in trouble. On the third night after Shenlang left the White Knight County, he welcomed his first guest. The crown prince of the Wuan Count House, Shui Pan, and there was a stunning little beauty beside him. The reason why he called her a little beauty was because she looked at most 17 years old. She was very shy and kept her head down all the time. Shenlang looked at Shui Pan. This person seemed to have changed his face. Looking at Shenlang, his eyes were full of intimacy, as if the two were old friends who knew each other well. A few months ago, Shueli went to the Xianwu mansion to break off the engagement. Shui Pan followed Yin Yuan to press for the debt, trying to force the Kim family into a dead end. Not only that, 20 years ago, Jinyu Count borrowed 1 million gold coins and hired 10,000 troops and a whole fleet to encircle the pirate Cho Tianwei. In the end, the whole fleet was destroyed, bringing disaster to the Kim family. In terms of hatred with the Kim family, the Shui family was greater than the Su family. Moreover, the Kim family owed the Shui family a great debt of gratitude. The other party really betrayed them without any reason. It was the most shameless betrayal, almost putting the Kim family to death. As for the Su family, it wasn't until Mulan broke off the engagement that the two families officially fell out. But the reason why Shenlang first sought revenge on the Su family was because of two reasons. First, it was because Su Jianting sneak attacked the Xianwu mansion and injured his mother-in-law. Second, it was because the monarch hated Sunan. But the Shui family was different. Shui Che, the Count of Wuan, was the monarch's spy and was in charge of intelligence matters. Yan Nanfei was also a member of the Shui family. Although he was one of the 6 grandmasters of the state of Yu and a leader of the South Sea Sword sect. However, the South Sea Sword sect was like a branch of the Blackwater platform. In addition to the absolute alliance between the Shui family and the Zhong family, as well as the existence of the third prince, Ning Qi, the Shui family didn't seem to be obvious on the surface, but it was actually very powerful and deeply rooted. The Su family was powerful on the surface, but it was also powerful in reality. The Shui family kept a low profile, like an iceberg. One could only see a little bit on the surface, and the other 90% was under the water. Shenlang must destroy the Shui family. But in terms of difficulty, it might be more difficult than the Su family. In the past, Shui Pan was so cold and arrogant in front of the Kim family. But today, although his face was a little reserved, it was full of smiles. Congratulations, brother-in-law, for achieving the immortal merit, Shui Pan said. Shenlang smiled and returned the greeting, but didn't say anything. Shui Pan said, brother-in-law, you will definitely pass through Lang County on your way to the capital this time, right? That was for sure. At this time, the third prince, Ning Qi, was leading 30,000 troops to guard Lang County. He had originally planned to block the Sunan rebel army. But now, there was no need for that. The Su rebel army had been completely destroyed. Shenlang nodded. Shui Pan said, His Highness the Third Prince wants to treat you to a meal, and specially sent me to invite you. Shenlang said, must you go? Shui Pan said, of course not, it's completely up to you, brother-in-law. It's just that His Highness the Third Prince is really thirsty for talent. Last time, when Shenlang succeeded in his diplomatic mission to the Chang Kingdom, the Third Prince had also sent people to rope him in, but his attitude was very perfunctory. This time, he seemed to be very sincere, sending Shui Pan, a true direct descendant. Shui Pan said, brother-in-law, I know what I did before was dishonorable, but there was no other way. Our Shui clan has to completely obey His Majesty's orders, and do whatever His Majesty wants us to do. Then 20 years ago, when your Shui clan betrayed my Kim clan, was it also the will of the monarch? Shui Pan said, of course, I know that it's hard for brother-in-law to let go of my Shui clan, but you can take it slow. There's one thing brother-in-law might need to know. Shenlang said, is it about Bitterhead Huan's assassination of my father-in-law? Shui Pan said, yes, then brother-in-law, do you know what Bitterhead Huan's true identity is? Shenlang said, I'd like to hear the details. Shui Pan said, his name is Shui Chen, and he's Zhuo Zhaoyan's sworn brother, so he's one of the crown prince's men. Assassinating Marquis Jin Zhuo was also the crown prince's will. Shenlang said in shock, there's such a thing? Shui Pan said, it's absolutely true. Shenlang said in a trembling voice, this is too frightening, simply too shocking. Bitterhead Huan is actually one of the crown prince's men, this news is too shocking. The crown prince actually sent someone to assassinate my father-in-law? From now on, he and I cannot live under the same sky. Shui Pan said, brother-in-law Shen, both of us have a common enemy, why don't we first fight in the same trench? Then, Shui Pan said, I know that my sister Shueli is immature and has brought great harm to the Kim family, but the marriage between the Shui clan and the Kim family can still continue. Mang, come here. The stunning little beauty walked over. This is my sister Shui Mang, my sister from the first wife, and the apple of my father's eye. Shenlang carefully looked at this girl. In terms of looks and gentleness, this girl in front of him had indeed surpassed Shueli. Shui Pan said, Prince Jin Mutsong is brimming with talent, his name is known throughout the state of Yu, and he is a match made in heaven with my sister Shui Mang. How about we marry them? Shenlang looked very moved and said with a smile, Miss Shui Mang, Jin Mutsong is not as handsome as me, are you really willing to marry him? These words were really shameless. Shui Mang said in a low voice, I've already secretly gone to see Brother Peng, I quite like him. Shenlang said, that's great, but I can't make the decision on this matter, I need to report it to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Shui Pan said, of course. His Royal Highness the Third Prince is waiting for you, when brother-in-law passes through Lang County, you must pay him a visit. Shenlang said, I'll try my best. Shui Pan said, then I'll take my leave. Shenlang said, brother Shui, take care. The beautiful little beauty said, brother-in-law Shenlang, goodbye. Shenlang said gently, little sister Shui Mang, goodbye. The beautiful little beauty waved at Shenlang again. Shui Pan left with his sister. The next day, Shenlang continued his journey. At night, he booked the entire official resting point. Previously, although he had booked the entire resting point, the officials there treated him as if he didn't exist, avoiding him like a snake or scorpion. They couldn't afford to offend him, but they could hide from him. But this time, he didn't pass by a single place, and the local officials all came to flatter him. Before he even arrived at the resting point, the officials had already come to welcome him dozens of miles in advance. Their eagerness and fawning were simply something that even the prefectural governor couldn't enjoy. After dinner, Shenlang returned to his room. The Sword King, Xianxia, stayed next door. Before Shen Lang entered his room, the Sword King said in a low voice, "There's someone in your room, and it's a woman." Shen Lang was stunned. Could it be my darling Mulan? She knows that I've held it in too long, so she's here to soothe the burning emptiness in my heart. Shen Lang had held it in for a long time this time, almost a month. He felt like he was about to explode. He pushed open the door. Indeed, there was a woman standing with her back to him. Her back was enchanting and curvaceous. "Shen's here? I've been waiting for a long time." The woman turned around. It was the Crown Prince's mistress, Shui Zhaoyan. "Shui Pan has already gone to see Shen," Shui Zhaoyan said gently. "But I believe that Shen didn't agree to anything." Shen Lang asked, "Miss Shui, what is your purpose in coming here?" Shui Zhaoyan said, "His Highness the Crown Prince admires Shen very much, truly. I know that Shen and the Crown Prince had some misunderstandings before, but misunderstandings can be resolved, right?" Shen Lang said, "Bitter joy went to assassinate my father-in-law. Can such a huge misunderstanding be resolved? The Crown Prince views my wife, Jean Mulan, as his exclusive property. Can such a huge misunderstanding be resolved?" Shui Zhaoyan said gently, "Of course." Then, she tugged lightly. The tight-fitting silk skirt fell down. She wore nothing underneath, revealing her snow-white, jade-like body. Then, her jade arms coiled around him like a snake, and her beautiful face pressed against his. She said softly, "Shen, a moment of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Don't let it go to waste. If there's anything else, we can talk about it later." Note, today's update was more than 13,000 words. With a change of environment, typing is indeed much slower. Seeing that Pastry is working so hard, please help me out with your monthly votes. Please, benefactor. Thank Songhai, Smile, Lazy, and Man X5M tips of 10,000 coins. Baidu search 881 Chinese network yen. No advertising words. Shui Zhaoyan was beautiful. Moreover, it was the kind of beauty that was coquettish and arrogant. Shen Lang was a scumbag, and he'd held it in for over a month. So when she kissed him, Shen Lang quickly dodged. Shen Lang was a scumbag who'd slept with 4 women. All 4 of them were as pure as ice and as clean as jade. So, how could he touch a woman like Shui Zhaoyan? What? Does Shen think I'm not pretty enough? Shui Zhaoyan asked coyly. Shen Lang sighed. "Miss Shui, you used to be my wife's senior sister. This identity is very attractive to me, but I'm afraid you've poisoned me." Hearing that, Shui Zhaoyan's expression changed. Shui Zhaoyan couldn't even imagine that Shen Lang would say something so malicious. You shouldn't hit someone in the face, but Shen Lang didn't care at all. Shui Zhaoyan had never suffered such humiliation ever since she'd joined the Yinyuan Association. Shen Lang's mouth was worse than a shrew's cursing. Shen Lang could pretty much confirm that the woman in front of him was only the Crown Prince's mistress in name. Crown Prince Ning Yi was a very possessive person. How could he allow his woman to make a cuckold of him? That was impossible. He could make someone else a cuckold, and he liked it. But no one could make him a cuckold. Shen Lang didn't have any contact with the Crown Prince, but he had a rough understanding of him. He was the most similar of the monarch's sons. He was as narcissistic, selfish, and vicious as the monarch. But he didn't seem to have the romantic feelings of the monarch. Instead, he had a hint of violence. Shen Lang had a certain understanding of Shui Zhaoyan. In fact, he had a deep understanding. First of all, she was a member of the Yinyuan Association. Not only was he a member of the Hidden Element Association, but he was also carrying some kind of secret mission. After taking a few deep breaths, Shui Zhaoyan's expression calmed down. Then, she immediately put on a charming smile and said coquettishly, "Shen, won't you know if it's poisonous or not if you try it?" Shen Lang said, "Senior Sister Shui, that won't do. Too many people have tasted it. I don't know how much saliva there is, or even urine. It's too unhygienic." These words were even more vicious. Even Shui Zhaoyan couldn't take it anymore, her charming face turning cold. Then, she squatted down, picked up the dress and put it on. Slowly, she said, "Shen, do you know what the most illusory thing in this world is?" Shen Lang said, "Wind. Because sometimes it blows this way, sometimes it blows that way." The wind they were talking about was the monarch's favor. Shui Zhaoyan said, people's liking is like that. Liking someone today might not be liking them tomorrow. Some people are very sentimental, while others are fickle. I've been looking at this cute puppy for a few days, but I'll get tired of it soon. What she meant was that the monarch was temperamental. Shen Lang might be favored today, but that might not be the case tomorrow. Shen Lang shrugged. Shui Zhaoyan giggled. Looks like Shen has really gotten carried away. I hope what happens next will help you understand yourself. Goodbye, young Master Shen. Have a sweet dream. Then, Shui Zhaoyan left gracefully. Shen Lang said, Shui Zhaoyan, I won't let you get away with having Bitter Joy assassinate my father-in-law. I'll definitely slander His Majesty. Oh, no, I'll definitely complain to His Majesty. Shui Zhaoyan smiled sweetly. Whatever. Shen, hurry back to the capital as soon as possible. Don't stop at Lang Commandery either. There might be a surprise waiting for you there. This was a warning, a serious warning. 2 days later, Shen Lang passed by Lang Commandery, but he didn't visit Third Prince Ningqi. But, the other had come to visit him. He went straight to the resting point where Shen Lang was staying. It wasn't his first time meeting Ningqi, but it was his first real contact. Third Prince Ningqi's appearance and temperament were different from the monarch's. Ning Yuanxian was an exquisitely handsome man. While he knew martial arts, he looked down on them. He was a scholar. Ningqi, on the other hand, was serious and serious. There was martial arts and literature in martial arts. He had learned martial arts from a few masters. The first was Grandmaster Yan Nanfei, the second was Zhong Yao, and the third was Sky Sea Pavilion Swiss Ci. Looking at the list of masters, one could see how powerful this person was. Otherwise, how could he have become the crown prince's rival? Even Ning Yuanxian couldn't decide whether to let the crown prince or the third prince inherit the throne. It was because of his hesitation that there was a fight for the throne in the court, and they were evenly matched. This person was truly well-versed in both literature and martial arts. As soon as Shen Lang approached him, he could feel the murderous aura. It was an oppressive aura that came from having powerful martial arts and power, but wrapped in a civilized and noble temperament. It was fundamentally different from King Chong, who relied on violence to intimidate his enemies. This wasn't a narcissistic person, but a powerful and confident person. Shen Lang, what can I give you? Ningqi asked. He wasn't the crown prince, so it wasn't appropriate for him to be called a loner. But he had always been like this, so the monarch didn't say anything. Shen Lang thought for a while, then shook his head. Ningqi said, then what do you want? Shen Lang thought for a while. Revenge. Even though he knew this was the answer, Ningqi was still startled. What kind of grudge? The Su clan ambushed your Xianwu mansion and was annihilated by you. Who do you want to take revenge on now? Ningqi said, who do you want to take revenge on? Shen Lang said, I want to take revenge on whoever harmed my family. There was no way to continue this conversation. There was no way to bribe a person like Shen Lang. He had everything and didn't want anything. Money and power were like dog shit in his eyes. He loved beauties. But he could seduce them himself. He didn't need you to give him anything. Is there really no way to resolve your hatred with the Shui clan? Ningqi asked. Shen Lang shrugged. Ningqi said, then there must be a time for revenge. His meaning was clear. You take revenge on the crown prince first, then the two of us will work together to overthrow the crown prince. As for your hatred with the Shui clan, we'll deal with it later, Shen Lang said, Your Highness, you are very powerful. You can arouse my reverence. My teammates can be pigs, but they can't be strange bedfellows. As he said this, Princess Daho's face appeared in Shen Lang's mind. Her beautiful face glared back. Who are you talking about? Who are you calling a pig teammate? Be careful, or I'll kill you and make you cry. It wasn't the first or second time that this silly girl had tricked Shen Lang. But, she did wholeheartedly want to be good to Shen Lang. Ningqi said, the Shui clan is my people. If you make a move against them, then you'll be my enemy. Think carefully. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Shen Lang let out a sigh and said, Third Prince, it is very likely that you are not satisfied with your life. Ningqi said, fine, I understand. After tonight, we'll be enemies. But tonight, we can drink and chat. Shenlang raised his cup. Your Highness, your wine isn't poisoned, is it? Ningqi's expression changed. He wanted to flip the table. Shenlang hurriedly said, I'm joking, I'm joking. I like to joke. Then he picked up the wine in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Ningqi also picked up his cup. He didn't say a word and just drank it. Then, the two didn't say a word. They just drank. These two were the kind of people who admired each other, but didn't like each other. After drinking, at night, Third Prince Ningqi left. He didn't even say that he was on his own. But the meaning was very clear. From now on, they were enemies. In the future, when the butcher's knife fell, don't cry injustice. After Third Prince Ningqi left, Shenlang fell into deep thought. Originally, Ningqi didn't expect to be able to take Shenlang under his command, but he hoped to join forces to deal with the crown prince. But Shenlang refused. Then the following situation would become very delicate. Listening to the third prince's footsteps as he left, Shenlang seemed to hear the sound of war drums. The so-called battle would never wait for you to be ready before it started. Maybe it had already started, or maybe it had started a few days ago. The crown prince and the third prince came to win over Shenlang to see if there was any room for compromise. But there was none. Then they started fighting. According to common sense, the crown prince and the third prince were fighting fiercely. If Shenlang intervened, wouldn't he be able to muddy the waters? But in the eyes of the crown prince and the third prince, Shenlang wasn't qualified enough. Bitter Joy's assassination of Marquis Xianxia triggered the conflict between the crown prince and Shenlang. Would the crown prince allow Shenlang to use this as a weapon to attack him? That won't happen. The crown prince would definitely make the first move and pull Shenlang into his battlefield, so that he wouldn't have time to care about anything else. Something must have happened in the capital. The other party had already made a move. So what would happen? The next morning, Shenlang led the team back to the capital. Because the Kim clan's courtyard had been burned, Jin Muzong and Xiao Bing were staying in the fifth Prince Ningzheng's residence. The imperial ambassador Yun Mingze wasn't in the capital either. He had returned to Yan capital for Princess Ningyan's separation. The last time Shenlang returned from his diplomatic mission to the Cheng kingdom, he had made a great contribution. When he returned in triumph, there was a sea of people, flags fluttering, and tens of thousands of people welcoming him. The monarch held a grand ceremony for the occasion. That time, Shenlang became the hero of the entire capital. And this time, Shenlang's contributions were even greater. He'd annihilated the Su clan, annihilated Jingtua, and it was simply an extraordinary contribution that turned the tide. He could even be called a national hero. However, when he returned to the capital, it was completely silent. There was no welcoming party, and the officials didn't organize any ceremony to enter the city. And at this time, the monarch was still in the northern palace and hadn't returned to the capital. Even when entering Xuanwu City, Shenlang had to line up like everyone else and had his identity document checked. The guard at the gate even looked at Shenlang for a while and said, "You came from the White Knight County?" Shenlang nodded. The guard at the gate immediately took a few steps back and said loudly, "Everyone retreat immediately. Men, surround this team." Suddenly, thousands of warriors rushed out and surrounded Shenlang's 200 people. The guard at the gate said, "I'm sorry, Lord Shen. Now that the White Knight County is suffering from smallpox, anyone who enters the capital must undergo a physical examination and be quarantined for 5 days. They can only leave after ensuring that they are not infected." Shenlang smiled and said, "May I ask who gave this order?" The guard at the gate said, "It was a joint order from the Secretariat, the Privy Council, and the Governor's office. I am just following the rules, please don't blame me, Lord Shen." Then, he ordered loudly, "Send Lord Shen's team to the quarantined compound. They must not be allowed to leave the quarantined area." The people behind Shenlang were furious. "We fought hard in the White Knight County and made such a great contribution, almost saving the entire state of you from danger. When we returned to the capital, not only did we not receive the treatment of heroes, but we were also locked up. It was really infuriating." Shenlang said, "May I ask who you are?" The general said, Tianyue Commandant's office, Yuji General Wang Dong. Tianyue City was the capital, even the names of several provinces were named after the capital. Tiannan Province, Tiannan Province, Tiannan Province, Tiannan Province, Tiannan Province. Although the capital was just a city, its status was equal to that of a province. Not only was there a Tianyue Commandant's office, but there was also a Tianyue Commandant's office. The Tianyue Commandant's office was responsible for all military and political affairs, while the Commandant's office was responsible for city defense. Yuji General's position in the Commandant's office was not low. Normally, a Qianhu was enough to guard the Xuanwu Gate. The other party actually sent a Yuji General. The other party was really generous. Xinlang said, our group has been vaccinated in advance, completely eliminating the risk of infection. Also, I can bring them into the third princess's residence to quarantine themselves. The Commandant's office will send a doctor to check and make sure they are fine before leaving. No. Yuji General Wang Dong said, Lord Xinlang, this is a joint document from the Secretariat, the Privy Council, and the Commandant's office. Please take a look. Xinlang glanced at it. It was clearly written that anyone who entered the capital from the Western Heaven province, no matter how high their official rank was, had to be quarantined. And those who returned from Day-Night Prefecture were not allowed to have private contact with anyone. The smallpox epidemic had to be nipped in the bud. Anyone who disobeyed this order would be arrested immediately. If they dared to resist, they would be killed without question. This decree was written with a murderous aura, and there were 4 bright red seals on it. The Secretariat, the Privy Council, the Tianyue Commandant's office, and the Tianyue Commandant's office. Of course, because the Tianyue Commandant's office could not be compared to the 3 above, General Yuji had always said that this was a joint order from the 3 parties. This decree was second only to the monarch's decree. It looked completely reasonable. But Xinlang knew that this decree was completely targeted at him. Aren't you, Xinlang, awesome? He had just killed Sunan and Jingtua, he had accomplished a great deed. Now I'll ruthlessly kill your prestige. Even give you a slap in the face. However, we did it justifiably and reasonably. With the endorsement of the 4 top yamen, even if the monarch came in person, he would not veto it. Not to mention that the monarch was still in the palace in the north and had not returned to the capital. Isn't it important to prevent the smallpox epidemic? Isn't the safety of the millions of people in the capital important, don't you, Xinlang? Just be the governor of Xianxia City, even if you were the commandant of Tianyue Province, you would have to undergo quarantine and inspection. You can do whatever you want after making a great merit, can you ignore the safety of millions of people in the capital? And once Xinlang agreed to be quarantined, it would be tantamount to being arrested, locked alive in an abandoned courtyard, and put under house arrest for a few days and nights. This was tantamount to putting his face forward and letting the other party slap him in the face. In this way, the prestige that Xinlang brought by killing Sunan would be instantly wiped out. Everyone would be able to see that Xinlang was just a small worm in the capital. The other party really had a good method. The political knife could kill people without spilling blood. Xinlang said slowly, General Wang Dong, if we don't want to be quarantined and put under house arrest, then what will happen? General Yuji Wang Dong said, Sir Shen, I am also carrying out a military order, please don't make it difficult for me. Xinlang said, I just want to ask you, if I disobey, then what will happen? Wang Dong held the hilt of his sword and said coldly, I have said it clearly, and the official document also states it clearly. Anyone from the White Knight County, if they don't accept the quarantine, or even have armed resistance, for the safety of millions of people in the capital, they will be killed. Kill without mercy. Hundreds of people shouted, and suddenly the surrounding people retreated. But after retreating a few hundred meters, they began to crowd around again. Everyone in the capital, this is Sir Xinlang. General Yuji Wang Dong said loudly. Instantly, the gazes of countless people turned towards Xinlang. Their gazes were filled with fear and faint hostility. This was because the previous rumor had blown up the entire capital. Xinlang had led the Chang Kingdom's cavalry into the White Knight County and killed over 10,000 people. 9 out of 10 houses were emptied, and every family held a funeral. At that time, Xinlang was completely condemned by everyone and became the enemy of the state of Yu. Moreover, Xianxia and Liang Yongyan became the great heroes who destroyed the Sunan rebel army and turned the tide in the state of Yu. Then, Shenlang publicly killed Liang Yongyan, the governor of Tianqi province, and publicly led the Chang kingdom's cavalry to slaughter the state of Yu's soldiers. This caused the entire state of Yu to explode. Of course, after the incident, the government quickly came out to refute the rumor. They announced that Liang Yongyan was a Su clan rebel, and that Pingxi general Xianxia disobeyed the imperial decree, which was tantamount to rebellion. Not only that, the monarch ordered the execution of Liang Yongyan's entire family. Capture Xianxia's entire family. Moreover, the monarch's decree clearly stated that Shenlang and Zhang Chong were the greatest heroes in destroying the Su clan rebel army. But it was useless to refute the rumors. After the people vented their anger, they didn't care about the truth anymore. In the public opinion of later generations, there were countless examples like this. Who cared about the truth? Once they were angry, they could just spit it out. Moreover, the first impression was the strongest. Bad people were bad people, so if I changed my opinion just because I refuted the rumors, wouldn't that make me look stupid? Yuji General Wang Dong shouted again. As everyone knows, the Dainite prefecture has experienced an unprecedented smallpox epidemic. Corpses are everywhere, and it's like hell on earth. In order to protect the millions of people in the capital, the Imperial Cabinet, the Privy Council, and the Governor's Office issued this decree. Anyone who comes from the Dainite prefecture must undergo quarantine and inspection. Citizens of the capital, is there anything wrong with what we're doing? No. All the people said in unison. And they instinctively moved further away from Shenlang and his party. Smallpox, how terrifying was it? What if it was infected? That could kill people. General, quickly arrest them and lock them up. General, quickly do it, don't let the smallpox spread to the capital. Countless people were shouting. What a joke. Shenlang saved the lives of countless smallpox patients in the Dainite prefecture. His plan even saved the entire Dainite prefecture, completely isolating the smallpox within the Dainite prefecture and preventing it from spreading to the outside world. He used thousands of troops to seal off the entire Dainite prefecture, and it was unknown how many people were cursing him. To put it bluntly, the fact that no one in the capital had been infected with smallpox was almost entirely due to Shenlang. The fact that these people were not shrouded in the shadow of smallpox was also entirely due to Shenlang. But now, they wanted to isolate Shenlang and his party and put them under house arrest. Yuji General Wang Dong said, Castellan Shenlang, as you can see, this is not only the decree of the Imperial Cabinet, but also the voice of the people in the capital. Then, he suddenly bowed down and said loudly, Lord Shen, for the safety of the people in the capital, please accept quarantine and inspection. Please put down your weapons and go to the isolation passageway. Shenlang sneered in his heart. If you were worried about smallpox, why would you dare to be so close to me? You know better than anyone else that we are completely immune to smallpox, and there is no risk. And even if we are quarantined, we don't need to disarm. We can go to the third princess's residence, close the door and isolate ourselves, and you can supervise. Why do we need to disarm? Why do we have to go to the abandoned isolation passageway and put them under house arrest? Do you think we are beggars? If this is not a slap in the face, what is? If this is not a trap, what is? Seeing that Shenlang was indifferent, the capital's Yuji General Wang Dong directly knelt down and said sadly, Castellan Shenlang, I know you have made a great contribution. In terms of official rank, I am 2 or 3 ranks higher than you, but for the sake of the people in the capital, I kneel down to you, I kneel down to you. In an instant, the surrounding people were moved. This general is really a good official. This general is called Wang Dong, I will remember it. Really a good official, for the sake of the people, he actually knelt down to Shenlang. Shenlang is really too domineering. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he has meritorious service and does not care about the lives of the people? That's right, he is too domineering and unreasonable. What they said before was right, this person will become a scourge sooner or later. Yuji General Wang Dong said, Lord Shenlang, please disarm and accept the quarantine. For the sake of the people in the capital, for the sake of the people, please disarm and isolate yourself. For the sake of the people again. Why was the moral high ground always occupied by someone else? Shenlang shouted, General Wang Dong, what if I don't accept? Yuji General Wang Dong shouted, Castellan Shenlang, are you really going to disregard the safety of the people in the capital? Do you not care about the lives of the people in the capital? The moment these words came out, countless people in the distance started to cheer. Disarm, disarm. Isolate, isolate. Shenlang disarm, Shenlang disarm. In an instant, Wu Lai and Xian Nu, who were behind Shenlang, were about to explode from anger. Sword King Li Xianxia also sighed. It was said that the people in the world were innocent. However, there were no innocent people in the world. Just like that avalanche in the Great Calamity Palace, not a single snowflake was innocent. Shenlang slowly said, General Wang Dong, I will still say the same thing. If I don't disarm and isolate myself, what are you going to do? A trace of pride flashed across Wang Dong's eyes. Then, he said with grief and indignation, Castellan Shenlang, I'm sorry. For the sake of the safety of the people in the capital, I can only carry out military orders. I hope you won't take offense. Then, General Wang Dong stood up and shouted, Citizens of the capital, you have to be my witness. I have already treated Castellan Shenlang with utmost benevolence. If he does anything unreasonable, it will be because I have no other choice. Countless people waved their fists and shouted, We will bear witness, we will bear witness. Yuji General Wang Dong shouted, All troops, get ready. Bang, 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 in an instant, his 1,000 troops surrounded Shenlang's 200 men. Yuji General Wang Dong said, Castellan Shenlang, please disarm and follow us to the courtyard. Disarm, isolate. Disarm, isolate. Tens of thousands of people shouted. Shenlang waved his hand. Immediately, the 200 warriors behind him entered battle mode. Yuji General Wang Dong's voice was stern as he shouted, Castellan Shenlang, are you going to start armed resistance? Are you going to disobey the official's order? I will count down from 5. If you don't disarm by then, we will treat it as armed resistance. According to the official's order, you will be killed. 5. 4. 3. Ready. Yuji General Wang Dong gave the order. The 1,000 elites of the capital drew their swords in unison. Their fighting spirit soared. Yuji General Wang Dong continued to count down, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. General Shenlang, I've already given you a chance. You're stubborn. Don't blame us for being merciless. All the people in the city can be my witness. I am doing this for the people, for the safety of the capital. Do it. Immediately, the 2,000 elites of the capital raised their swords and approached step by step. Under the cover of the crowd, Yuji General Wang Dong laughed sinisterly, City Lord Shenlang, you asked for this yourself. We have 1,000 people. You only have 200. If you dare to make a move, it will be a rebellion. Castellan Shenlang, if you dare to make a move, it will be a rebellion. This is the capital, not your Xuanwu City, not White Knight County. Even if it's a dragon, you have to coil up. Shenlang glanced at Wang Dong and said indifferently, Idiot. Big fool, close your eyes and kill. Following Shenlang's order. Big fool closed his eyes, raised the black iron rod in his hand and smashed it down. Yuji General Wang Dong was startled and shouted, Shenlang, you dare? Are you trying to rebel? Kill them all. Kill them all. Bang. The moment Big Fool's black iron rod smashed down, Wang Dong hurriedly raised his sword to block. Instantly, his sword shattered. Then, the black iron rod smashed into his head and body. Bang. Yuji General Wang Dong's head exploded. His body exploded. Completely and utterly dead, too horrible to look at, Shenlang's mouth curled up in disdain and said indifferently, Idiot. Everyone was shocked. Note, the first update has been sent. I'll go to Dragon TV immediately. The second update will really have to be written on my phone. Sob sob sob. Brothers and sisters, please support me and give me your monthly votes. I need it so badly, thank you Muxingchen, smiling Dinessa Sexy's 10,000 yuan tip. Shenlang continued to order, I have an important military mission. Kill anyone who tries to stop me from entering the city. The big fool closed his eyes and started a massacre with his black iron rod, bodies flew everywhere, the warriors under Shenlang's command fired their crossbows. The elite soldiers at the Xuanwu city gate fell to the ground. They should have fought back. But after General Yu Ji Wangdong died, everyone was leaderless and didn't know what to do. And even if Wang Dong received the order, it was only to disarm the Shenlang army and escort them to quarantine. After all, Shenlang had just made a great contribution. How could they dare to kill him? But they didn't expect that they didn't dare. Yet, Shenlang dared to do so. Instead, he killed them without mercy. Shenlang looked at Wang Dong's body on the ground and said lightly, "The person behind you actually wanted me to lose my mind and kill you. Now you got what you asked for. Let's go." Under Shenlang's order, the 200 warriors under his command sped up, tore through the city guard's encirclement, and rushed into the city. Dozens of corpses were left behind. And the horrified people. After a while, the countless people shouted, "Shenlang is rebelling, Shenlang is rebelling." Shenlang smiled disdainfully. "Just this little situation, I dared to slaughter tens of thousands in Day-Night Prefecture, but I don't dare to do it in the capital." He directly went along Xuanwu Avenue to the residence of King Wu Ningxing. Because he knew it wasn't over yet. The scene at the Xuanwu Gate was just an appetizer. And after Shenlang killed people, no army chased after him. The enemy's goal was very simple. They wanted to create the fact that Shenlang openly killed people in Xuanwu Gate and wanted to rebel. After entering the residence of King Ningxing, the fifth prince's wife, Lady Zhua, and the old eunuch who took care of Ningxing since he was a child quickly came to greet him. "Shen, you're finally here, finally here." Both of their expressions were filled with joy, but also filled with panic. Sure enough, something had happened. "Shenlang, what happened?" The old eunuch said, "The Fifth Highness has been captured by the Imperial Clan Temple." Shenlang's face twitched. "Clan Principal Temple? House arrest?" The Imperial Clan Temple was in charge of the affairs of the royal family. Sometimes, it was in charge of the affairs of the nobles as well. The old eunuch said, "No, imprison him." He was thrown into the Zongjing Temple's prison. Shenlang's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. Princess Ning Yan was also locked up in a courtyard by the Imperial Clan Temple, but that was just a formality. But if he were to be locked up in the Imperial Clan Temple's prison, then he would be in deep trouble. Princess Ning Yan might only be placed under house arrest for 2 months, but once she was locked up in the Imperial Clan Temple's prison, she might be locked up for a few years, just like a normal prisoner, except that one was in the Supreme Court and the other in the Imperial Clan Temple. Entering the Imperial Clan Temple's prison was worse than being confined. Basically, one's life was over. Why? What crime did His Highness commit? The old eunuch said, "Murder?" Shenlang was stunned. Prince Ningxing committed murder? How was that possible? Although he was introverted, he was kind and steady. How could he kill someone? Shenlang asked. Who did he kill? The old eunuch said, the Vice Minister of the Supreme Court, the Minister of the Supreme Court, the Registrar of the Supreme Court, and 2 warriors. Immediately, Shenlang's scalp went numb. Such a big deal? Such a big crime, a Vice Minister of the Supreme Court was dead. This was a 4th-rank official, not something a mere UG general could compare to. Not to mention, there was a 6th-rank Minister of the Supreme Court and a 7th-rank Registrar of the Supreme Court. This was a big deal. No wonder Ningxing was captured and thrown into the Imperial Clan Temple's prison. This crime was something that even a favored prince could not bear, let alone a prince like Ningxing who was not valued at all, and even the county magistrate looked down on him. The other party's ruthlessness was extraordinary. Shenlang took a deep breath and said, "It's impossible for the Fifth Highness to kill anyone." What exactly happened? At this moment, Bing'er ran out and threw herself into Shenlang's arms. This girl was almost 6 months pregnant, and her belly was already very big. At this moment, her pretty face was haggard and filled with fear and uneasiness. She was like a shivering little beast. "Son-in-law, I killed them. I killed them." Xiao Bing cried, "His Highness took the blame for me." Shenlang looked at Bing'er. This girl's eyes were red, and he did not know how long she had not slept. She still had Shenlang's child in her belly. Shenlang comforted her and said gently, "Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly, how did you kill them?" Bing'er said, "I used the pear blossom storm hidden weapon that you gave me." With a press of my finger, the 5 bad guys were all dead. To protect me, His Highness said that he killed them, and now he has been captured. Son-in-law, quickly go and save His Highness. Shenlang's scalp went numb. Bing-er, are you so fierce? You used the pear blossom storm to kill people in Xianwu Mansion, and you still dare to do it in the capital? No, unless it was absolutely necessary, Bing-er would not do it. This girl was very smart. She knew what she should do and what she shouldn't do. Since she killed people, it must be because the other party threatened her life, and even the baby in her belly. Bing-er, I believe that you will not kill people randomly. What happened? Xiaobing lied in Shenlang's arms, and finally found a sense of security. Then she told him the whole story. It was because of the two daughters of Yu Fangzhou from Tianfeng bookstore. Yu Fangzhou and his wife framed Jin Muzong, and were killed by Shenlang. The two little girls were adopted, and after the new year, they were 3 and 4 years old. After nearly half a year, they were very close to Shenlang, and even closer to Xiaobing. But according to the laws of Great Yu, Yu Fangzhou's family was executed, and the two little girls were taken to the Court of Great Grace. The Court of Great Grace was filled with the children of criminals and officials. Because they were too young, they were not killed, but they were raised as criminals. That place was hell. All the boys would be castrated when they grew up, and sent to be eunuchs or military slaves. The girls were even worse, and all of them were sent to be the lowest female slaves. Moreover, 30% of the children there did not live to see adulthood. Of course, Shenlang and the fifth prince could not bear to send the two little girls to the Court of Great Grace. Especially the fifth prince, Ningjing, who already saw the two little girls as his own. That was because these two little girls were really beautiful. Their makeup was as fair as jade. The older girl was very smart and clever, while the younger girl was innocent and pure. Not to mention Ningjing, even Shenlang liked them very much, and often played with them. Previously, when Shenlang was on a diplomatic mission to the Chang Kingdom, the Supreme Court had come to the fifth prince's residence several times to send the two little girls to the Court of Great Grace, but Ningjing had rejected them all. It was also at that time that Ningjing felt greatly humiliated, and felt the sorrow of not having power. He could not even protect the two little girls. Later, when Shenlang returned from the Chang Kingdom, the Supreme Court temporarily quieted down. Who would have thought that they would make a comeback this time? 3 days ago, the newly appointed Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court brought a group of people into the fifth prince's residence. While Ningjing was not around, he wanted to forcefully take the two little girls away. Of course, Bing-er and the Zhua madam did not allow it, and they went forward to stop them, blocking the two little girls. In the end, a warrior of the Supreme Court actually wanted to kill Bing-er's stomach. The children in her stomach were all of Bing-er's hope, and they were her lifeblood. How could anything happen to them? Thus, Bing-er instinctively fired the storm of rose flowers. The 5 people from the Supreme Court were all shot to death. After killing these people, Bing-er was extremely terrified. She felt that she had caused great trouble for her son-in-law and for the Kim family. But she did not regret it, because someone wanted to hurt her baby. When the fifth prince Ningjing returned, he was furious and punched the wall. Once again, he hated the fact that he had no power and was being bullied like this. They were just 2 little girls, but the Supreme Court had come to arrest them while he was not around. Bing-er was living in his house, so he had a responsibility to protect her, not to mention that she was already more than 5 months pregnant. Thus, he took the initiative to bear the crime of murder for Bing-er, and was then arrested by the Supreme Court and the Clan Justice Temple, and imprisoned in the Clan Justice Temple's prison. The 2 little girls were also forcibly taken away and sent to the hellish Court of Great Grace. After hearing this, Shenlang was filled with rage. The other party had no bottom line. Now, not only had Ningjing committed the crime of killing a court official, but Shenlang had also killed a Yuji general. Without a doubt, this was the work of the Crown Prince. Who was the mastermind? Shuo Zhaoyan. Yes, it had to be this woman. Extremely vicious. Son-in-law, it's all my fault, Bing-er sobbed. Bing-er sobbed, it's all my fault. If I hadn't killed someone, the fifth prince wouldn't have been imprisoned. Shenlang said gently, Bing-er, you did not do anything wrong. You were very brave. If someone dared to harm our child, we had to act decisively. No matter who they were, we had to kill them all. Even without the two little girls, they would have found other reasons to do it. Then, Shenlang asked the old eunuch, "Elder, why didn't you send someone to inform me?" The old eunuch replied, "We knew that the other party's target was young Master Shenlang. If we had sent someone to inform you, we were afraid that it would mess up your plan." Shenlang nodded. The old eunuch was right. The Crown Prince's faction was completely focused on Duke Pei. Their target was him. "Shenlang, Shenlang, didn't you make a great contribution, but now you killed a military officer of the imperial court and broke into the gates of Xuanwu. And Ningjing killed a few officials of the Supreme Court. You can't even protect yourself, let alone save people. Don't think that you've become strong just because you made such a great contribution. You, Shenlang, are still weak and insignificant. Now I'll let you see your true face of weakness. Do you have the qualifications to be enemies with the Crown Prince?" And at this time, there was the sound of dense footsteps outside, as well as the sound of armor and weapons clashing. There was also the sound of hurried hooves. An army had arrived. A total of 2,000 soldiers had surrounded the small residence of the fifth Prince Ningjing. After that, a general roared, "Where is Shenlang?" Shenlang walked out. The fourth-ranked general said coldly, "You are Shenlang?" Shenlang said, "Sir, you are?" The general said, "General of the Tianyue Commandery, Su Siming." "General?" He could already be considered a high-ranking general. Shenlang said, "What's the matter?" The capital commandery general Su Siming said, "Shenlang, just now at the gates of Xuanwu, you trampled on the decree jointly issued by the Bureau of Military Affairs, the Bureau of Military Affairs, and the Central Commandery Office, and publicly executed a military officer of the commandery. This is tantamount to treason. Come with us to the commandery office. Men, take Shenlang away." "How interesting. Just now when I broke into Xuanwu, you didn't chase after me, but now you're chasing after me. Is this to let me know that something has happened to the fifth Prince Ningjing?" Shenlang glanced at him and said, "Scram." Then, he returned to the fifth prince's residence. "Big fool, you guard the gate. If anyone dares to come in, smash them." "Okay." Big Fool stood at the gate of Ningjing's residence, wielding his black iron cudgel like a door god. The commandery general Su Siming sneered and shouted, "Surround the entire residence. Don't let the traitor Shenlang escape. Wait for orders from the higher-ups." Instantly, 2,000 soldiers from the commandery office surrounded the fifth prince's residence, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Shu Xiaoyan glanced coldly at Shenlang from a few hundred meters away, letting out a disdainful laugh. "Shenlang, do you really think you're so strong after killing Sunan? Do you still want to make an enemy of the Crown Prince? Do you dare humiliate me like this? Now, you should know how weak and incompetent you are." Not far from her was Xue Pan, the Crown Prince of the Wuan Count House, the confidant of the third Prince Ningqi. He was also looking at Shenlang from afar. This pretty boy who boasted shamelessly didn't want face when given it, and he actually refused the Xue clan's good intentions. How could he still be so determined to seek revenge? Ridiculous and laughable, now that a woman under the Crown Prince's command has made a move. You, Shenlang, almost met with disaster. You, a mere Shenlang, offended both the Crown Prince and the third prince at the same time. Even if you're courting death, you shouldn't be courting death like this. Let's see how you get past this. Just you wait to be done for." After being surrounded by the commandery office, everyone in the fifth prince's residence was terrified. The fifth prince had yet to be rescued, and Prince Shenlang had committed a crime. Misfortunes never come singly. The old eunuch said anxiously, "What should we do? What should we do?" Shenlang didn't care at all. "Don't worry, Ah Weng. This situation looks dangerous, but it's more of a bluff." Then, Shenlang closed his eyes and began to think. He wasn't thinking about how to deal with the crisis before him. In fact, the crisis before him didn't require him to do anything at all. Everything depended on the will of the monarch. The key was how to rescue Ningjing. No, it wasn't just to rescue Ningjing. It was to push Ningjing up. There was no time like the present. As soon as he entered the capital, he immediately started a war with the Crown Prince and the third prince. Monarch Ning Yuanxian was still entertaining King Wu in the northern palace. Why hadn't he returned to the capital? Because he still had to wait for the Chu envoy. Ning Yuanxian couldn't invite King Wu to the capital of the state of Yu, But he wanted to use King Wu to intimidate the Chu envoy, so he could only stay in the northern palace. In the past few days, Ning Yuanxian hosted banquets every day and was extremely warm to King Wu. Not only that, the two often recited poems and played chess. They even hunted on horseback. In short, not only did the two kings become friends, but they were also as close as brothers. On this day, the two kings were playing chess again. Now, Ning Yuanxian won more than he lost. According to him, it was because he had figured out King Wu's chess style. In the last border hunting competition, he lost to King Wu, but he had always believed that his chess skills were far better than King Wu's. It was just that his chess style had been thoroughly studied by others, and he knew nothing about King Wu's chess style, so he lost. In this game, Ning Yuanxian won again, although only by half a chess piece. It's rare for King Wu to be so good at chess at such a young age, Ning Yuanxian said. I haven't played to my heart's content for a long time. King Wu shook his head. I can't. Brother King's chess skills are just too high. I've racked my brains and am exhausted. I can only play one game a day in the future. Otherwise, my brain won't be able to take it. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuanxian laughed and said, King Wu is too modest. Following that, he said in a sarcastic tone, playing chess with King Wu is a true match. The last time I played chess with Xianxia, I was so tired that I almost fell asleep. His chess skills are simply unsightly. I will never play a second game with him in my life, how shameful. King Wu smiled apologetically. He clicked his tongue in wonder. In the past few days, Ning Yuanxian had mentioned Xianxia's name many times. Even more than his son. Although every time he mentioned Xianxia, Ning Yuanxian's tone was sarcastic. But who couldn't hear the favoritism in his voice, King Wu said, Brother Wang's subordinates are really full of talents. I'm so envious. Ning Yuanxian said, there are indeed a few talents in the state of Yu, but Xianxia is not among them. He is talented, but too frivolous. Not worth mentioning. King Wu cursed in his heart. Not worth mentioning, you've mentioned it to me dozens of times in the past few days. And at this time, the great eunuch Li Sun rushed in and handed over a secret memorial. Ning Yuanxian opened it. There were two things written on it. First, Ning Jing killed 5 officials of the Supreme Court. Second, Xianxia returned to the capital, publicly beheaded General Yu Ji Wangdong, and rushed into the Xuanwu Gate. In an instant, monarch Ning Yuanxian's expression completely changed. King Wu stood up and said, I'm a bit tired, so I'll go rest now. Brother Wang, rest early too. Ning Yuanxian enthusiastically sent King Wu out of the door. Then, his expression turned cold and gloomy. Did the capital's military governor's office capture Xianxia? Great eunuch Li Sun said, no, but send 2,000 warriors to surround Xianxia in the 5th prince's residence. Ning Yuanxian's gaze became colder and colder. He suddenly kicked the table in front of him away. I'm not dead yet, why are they in such a hurry? Do they really think I'm stupid? Do they really think I'm a fatuous ruler? Monarch was furious. Tomorrow, send King Wu back to the state of Wu. At noon tomorrow, I'll immediately return to the capital. I'd like to see what these people want to do. They're courting death. The next day, monarch Ning Yuanxian held a grand ceremony to send King Wu back to the state of Wu. Then, an army of 10,000 escorted King Wu back to the capital. The monarch was furious. Note, the second update is here. Today's update is 12,000. Tears for support, tears for monthly votes. The second update has been released. Welcome to read it. Today's update was still 12,000. On the 5th, 6th, and 7th, I attended the reading conference. On the 5th, I rushed to Shanghai. After running around for half a day, I completed 14,000 updates. Last night, I didn't sleep well in the hotel. I only slept for 4 to 5 hours. Today was the 6th. There were activities for the whole day. I only had 3 hours left to write in the afternoon. I was really making use of every opportunity to write. Tonight at Dragon TV, I wanted to write on my phone, but I realized that it was impossible. I couldn't concentrate at all. By the time I left, it was already past 11. I was extremely tired. But I still rushed back to the hotel without stopping. I gritted my teeth and wrote. Finally, I finished writing the second update at 2 a.m. I've finally completed today's 12,000 updates. I've done what I promised my brothers the day before yesterday. I've finally fulfilled my promise. I'm really tired to the extreme. My limbs are weak, I'm going to sleep. I'll go home tomorrow. I hope I can sleep better tonight. Sob sob sob, the 7th is the last day. I'll get double the monthly votes. My brothers rummaged through their pockets. If you still have monthly votes, you must vote for me. These 2 days, I've really used all my willpower to write. Brothers, farewell to the pastries. History's Strongest Son-in-Law's latest chapter. History's Strongest Son-in-Law's latest chapter. /103962/ History's Strongest Son-in-Law's TXT download. History's Strongest Son-in-Law's mobile reading. /103962/ For convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorite button below to record this. I did it. Sob sob sob. Read the record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like History's Strongest Son-in-Law, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Dealing with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince was completely different from the previous battles. Previously, he only needed to destroy the enemy. But this time, he couldn't. To destroy the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, he had to establish the Fifth Prince first. Establishing the Fifth Prince was fundamental. Otherwise, if Xianxia were to charge and break through enemy lines and fight against the Crown Prince and the Third Prince alone, that wouldn't work. Whether it was the Chong Kingdom or Sunan, Xianxia had made contributions. The one who benefited the most was the monarch. It was precisely because the monarch valued him more and more that Xianxia became more and more arrogant in the state of Yu. Anyway, as long as he didn't go against the monarch's interests or step on his bottom line, he would be fine. But the Crown Prince and the Third Prince were not only the monarch's sons, but also the possible heirs of the state of Yu. If they were destroyed, the state of Yu and the monarch Ning Yuanxian would suffer the greatest loss. Of course, Xianxia didn't care too much about the state of Yu's interests. But at least he was Ning Yuanxian's son-in-law. Although Ning Yuanxian and Xianxia didn't acknowledge it. Therefore, the most important thing in this battle was to support the Fifth Prince, Ningjing. The first step was to normalize his status. Ningjing's current status was completely abnormal. He was the monarch's son, but he didn't have any titles or servants. He was married to a merchant's daughter. Not only that, every time there was a celebration in the palace, Ningjing would be absent. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but the monarch wouldn't let him. He stuttered and was seen as an inauspicious person. The monarch despised him and felt that he was a disgrace. Therefore, to normalize his status, he had to be conferred a title. Normally, the monarch's son would be conferred a title. For Ningjing, conferring a title was fine too. At least he could open a mansion and have a force of his own. After conferring a title and opening a mansion, the second step would be to build a force of his own. Then there was the third step. Leading Ningjing's team to shock everyone, continuously creating miracles, continuously establishing meritorious deeds, and letting the whole world know how powerful Ningjing was. This made Ning Yuanxian, the monarch, look at him in a new light and change his perception of him. The fourth step was to eliminate the Crown Prince and the Third Prince and replace Ningjing as the new Crown Prince. After this quest was completed, Xianxia could be considered to have no enmity with the world. He could retire and return to the Marquis Xuanwu mansion to live a luxurious life. He would build an advanced ship and take Mulan around the world. Then, he would sleep every day and give birth to the baby. However, this mission was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Why was it so difficult to ascend to the heavens again? The first time, Xuanwu City completely got rid of the crisis of the new policy, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The second time, it was also as difficult as ascending to heaven to destroy the Su family. Still, it was true. He wanted to eliminate the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, and at the same time make the Fifth Prince Ningjing the Crown Prince. Ningjing became the Crown Prince? How was this possible? But once it was successful, the sense of accomplishment would be much stronger. The key was that it could really be done once and for all, and there would be no enmity in the world, the 2,000 troops of the Tianyue commander-in-chief's office still surrounded the fifth prince's mansion, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. After Shenlang returned home, Binger calmed down and fell asleep. Jin Muzong wasn't at home. He went to the Zongjing temple to see Ningyu, the Grand Chancellor. Jin Muzong knew that he was very weak and couldn't save the fifth prince Ningjing at all. But he couldn't give up just because he couldn't do it. So, for the past 3 days, he had been spending time in the Zongjing temple. Shenlang checked the fetus for Xiaobing. It was still very healthy, but because of the mother's panic, the fetus was also a little affected. Binger was pregnant with a girl. Most of the time, she was very quiet, but sometimes she was very lively and would punch and kick her mother's belly. Shenlang gently pacified the baby in her belly through her belly. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, Binger woke up. She went to wash up first. Then, she burrowed into Shenlong's arms again. Son-in-law, after we rescue the fifth prince, let's go home, okay? I don't like the capital at all. Shenlang didn't like it either. He had wanted to send Binger back to Xuanwu City, but her belly was too big now, and it wasn't good to travel. He might as well wait for the baby to be born, and when it was almost 1 year old, he would send it back to the family in Xuanwu City. The baby was too small, and it wasn't suitable for long-distance travel. I wonder how Kiki and Cici are doing. The Great Grace Court is a very scary place, Binger said uneasily. Shenlang said, Binger, don't worry. Once we rescue the fifth prince Ningjing, we will immediately bring the 2 little girls home. Inside the Zongjing temple, Jin Muzong stood motionless in the courtyard. But the Grand Elder Ningyu didn't want to see him at all. Jin Muzong's status was too low, and he wasn't in Ningyu's eyes at all. Although he was the crown prince of the Xuanwu Marquis mansion, everyone knew that the Kim family's representative in the capital was Shenlang. Jin Muzong was really a lowly person, and no one would pay attention to a word he said. But he just stood here like this. At night, he was too tired, so he sat on the ground and slept, and then someone brought him a blanket. The next morning, he stood here again, blocking the Grand Chancellor Ningyu. This stubborn character was very similar to Jin Zhua. Finally, one day, the Grand Chancellor Ningyu said, Jin Muzong, go back, your words don't count. Wait for Shenlang to come. Following that, Great Justice Ningyu continued, however, even if Shenlang came, it would be useless. He wouldn't be able to save Ningjing. Killing 3 officials of the Imperial Court, 2 officials of the Imperial Court, and a junior minister of the Supreme Court in front of everyone was simply sensational. The news had already spread throughout the eastern countries, and all the foreign envoys expressed their shock. I can't believe that there is such a cruel person in the royal family of the state of Yu. This matter was true. The news that Ningjing killed several court officials in his home had indeed caused an uproar in the capital. It was really shocking. So was the consequence serious? Extremely serious. In the Manchurian dynasty, the eldest son of the Daoguang Emperor, Yi Wei, and his teacher said that if I become the emperor, the first person I will kill is you. In the end, the Daoguang Emperor kicked his family jewels, and he died instantly. This eldest son of the emperor, who was almost the crown prince, Yi Wei, just said such disrespectful words to his teacher, and he was kicked to death by the emperor. But you say it was not serious? When the Han Jing Emperor, Lu Qi, was still the crown prince, because of a dispute over chess, he used a chessboard to smash the Wu crown prince, Lu Xian, to death. And the result? Nothing happened. His position as the crown prince was not affected at all. Of course, this matter later became the fuse for the Wu king, Lu Gu's rebellion. So in the eyes of many, Shenlang publicly killed General Yu Ji, Wang Dong, which was a heinous crime. The fifth prince, Ningjing, publicly killed 5 officials of the Supreme Court, which was also a matter that shook the entire country. It looked as if the sky had been pierced. But in the eyes of Shenlang, this was not a big deal. Inside the crown prince's residence, Ning Yi had already lost the statue of Jin Mulan, but he always had something in his hand. At this moment, he was playing with a jade ornament. The 6th prince, Ning Jing, looked at the crown prince with incomparable flattery. The Su clan was exterminated, and Su Fei's soul was completely scattered. Every day, she closed the palace gates, and did not see anyone, waiting for the monarch to return. She did not even see her own son, Ningjing. And Ningjing came to the crown prince's residence every day to curry favor. The Su clan was exterminated, but he, Ningjing, would not die. But it was impossible for him to return to his previous position, so he hurried to curry favor with the crown prince. Shui Zhaoyan said, "His Majesty has already gone south. He will return in 4 days." Ningjing said, "Shenlang has really gone mad. He actually publicly killed a general of the imperial court at the Xuanwu Gate and attacked the city guards. If this isn't rebellion, what is? It's not easy to make a great contribution and let him forget himself. He's just a little son-in-law. Don't think that just because he slept with Ning Yan once makes him a son-in-law of the Ning clan. He's not worthy." The person who hated Shenlang the most was definitely the 6th prince, Ningjing. How transcendent had his position been, with the Su clan behind him, he had enjoyed endless glory and wealth. Both the crown prince and the 3rd prince had come to rope him in. But now, he had almost nothing. Shui Zhaoyan said, "There is a kind of false strength, a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Shenlang is like that. Now, he should be able to see the truth of his weakness." Ningjing said, "But it's too late. Only death awaits those who offend Brother Crown Prince. Brother Crown Prince, why don't you have Commander Zhang lead the army to break into Ningjing's house and capture Shenlang?" Crown Prince Ningyi didn't reply. He was still playing with the jade in his hand. Shui Zhaoyan said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. His Majesty is the clearest about what he likes and dislikes. Although Shenlang has performed meritorious deeds, killing a military officer of the imperial court in front of the capital and breaking into the gates is a complete rebellion. It's a slap to His Majesty's face. It will make people think of Sunan." Back then, Sunan had openly killed his way out of the Vermilion Bird Gate and completely ripped off the mask of the state of Yu's might. Now that Shenlang had led the army to break into the Xuanwu Gate, it did seem similar to Sunan's situation. Ningjing said, "Royal Father is a person who cares about his face. Whoever dares to embarrass him will die without a doubt, even if they have performed meritorious deeds. Shenlang is dead for sure this time." Ningjing's words were actually a bit of a criticism of his father for being harsh and ungrateful. The crown prince still didn't speak. Ningjing said fawningly, "Miss Xue is truly brilliant. Ningjing is killing people, and Shenlang is killing people. Both of them can't be saved. Misfortune never comes alone for Shenlang." The crown prince finally put down the jade in his hand and looked at Shui Zhaoyan. "Twice now." Shui Zhaoyan trembled and immediately knelt down. The crown prince often spoke in such a way, baffling and incomprehensible. Only those who understood him the best would know what he was talking about. This was the 2nd time he'd said that he was happy to suffer. The first time he'd been sent to kill Su Qianxian, he'd been happy to suffer, but he hadn't acted. This time, he'd been sent to assassinate Jin Xue, but he still hadn't acted. Not only had he not acted, but he'd even vanished without a trace. That was why Wu had misjudged and lost the Battle of Raging Tide. The consequences were dire. The Inyuan Society's losses were shocking. "Your Highness, he's still useful. I hope you can give him a few more chances. There are people stronger than him in the world, but they're hard to order around. Talent is hard to come by." Shui Zhaoyan begged. Crown Prince Ningyi said, "Let him come out, then capture him and punish him." Shui Zhaoyan's body trembled at these words. "Your Royal Highness, please give him another chance. It's really impossible to find another lackey with such high martial arts skills." The crown prince didn't say anything else. Usually, he wouldn't go back on his words. Bitterjoy's martial arts were high, and he was useful at times. But he had too much personality. He even had to differentiate between good and evil. That was too laughable. People could have personalities, but dogs couldn't. It was understandable if he disobeyed the first time. But if he didn't listen a second time, he'd be beaten to death. "Yes." Shui Zhaoyan said, "I'll have him meet me as soon as possible and take him down." Princess Ningyan was still under house arrest in a small courtyard in the clan temple. After eldest Princess Ningjia returned to the capital, she immediately handed Jingtua over to Yenny of the Blackwater platform and retreated to the Serene Hut. What happened in Ningjing's residence? She knew. She also knew what happened to Shenlang at Xuanwu's gates. But he still pretended not to know. He didn't come out at all. One of her trusted eunuchs had mentioned it once. This might be a good chance to ease her relationship with young Master Shenlang. But Princess Xianxia said, "Why should I ease my relationship with him? This matter was related to the crown prince and the third prince, Ningqi. She would never interfere." The entire capital was holding its breath, waiting for the monarch's arrival. Too many things had happened recently. The state of Yu encountered a fatal crisis, followed by Shenlang and Zhang Chong's efforts to turn the tide. The monarch Ning Yuanxian had once again put on a shocking adventure, allowing Bian Shao to slaughter the state of Wu into a river of blood. In less than 2 months, several battles had erupted around the state of Yu. Moreover, the state of Yu had won all of them. Because of the failure of the border hunting and Su Nan's killing in and out of the capital, Ning Yuanxian's reputation had suffered great damage, almost falling to the bottom of the valley. However, in just 2 months, everything was reversed. The monarch Ning Yuanxian's reputation had reached its peak. Especially after the Wuyue covenant was signed, it shocked the entire Eastern world. Ning Yuanxian was already very domineering before. After such a great success, he would definitely be more arbitrary and have power over life and death. All the officials should pray for their own luck. At this time, they should quietly wait for the monarch to return to the capital, and then everyone would celebrate this great victory together. They didn't expect that someone would stir up a storm. First of all, Ningxing had gone crazy, publicly killing 5 officials of the imperial court in his home. Second, Shenlang had killed a military officer of the imperial court at the gate of Xuanwu, which was tantamount to treason. At this time, the army of the Tianyue commander-in-chief was still surrounding Shenlang. As soon as the monarch gave the order, they would immediately rush in and arrest Shenlang, either throwing him into the Supreme Court prison or Blackwater prison. Shenlang's move was completely equivalent to slapping the monarch in the face. His Majesty would never let him go easily. Moreover, the monarch had planned to show off his power in the northern palace. As soon as the Chu envoy arrived, he immediately saw that King Wu had been subdued by King Yu and was very obedient. What a blow to the Chu kingdom! How exhilarating was this for Ning Yuanxian. The vain Ning Yuanxian had been looking forward to it for a long time. But now, it was ruined. Everyone was sure that the monarch Ning Yuanxian was furious at this time. Once he returned to the capital, he would definitely be like a thunderstorm with terrifying power. Therefore, all the officials in the capital shrank their necks and held their breath, waiting for the monarch to show his power. They were waiting for Shenlang and Ningxing to be unlucky. They were waiting for many people to be beheaded, inside the Prime Minister's residence. Tiannan Province Governor Zhu Yong said, "Father, His Majesty is only 100 miles away from the capital. It is faster than expected. It can be seen that he is in a hurry and is very angry." Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu was writing at the secretariat. This was a true calligraphy master. Zhu Yong said, "What about the crown prince?" Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu said, "Let him be." Zhu Yong said, "Everyone in Dainite County must be quarantined before entering the capital." This decree was issued by the secretariat after all. Zhu Hongzhu said, "It was not issued by me." The status of this prime minister was truly extraordinary. There were a total of 4 prime ministers in the secretariat, and he was definitely ranked first. He was the absolute pillar of support for Ning Yuanxian among the civil officials. But in his eyes, the secretariat was the secretariat, and he was Zhu Hongzhu. It was not very relevant. Zhu Yong said, "But the decree issued by the secretariat, everyone will instinctively feel that it has something to do with you." Zhu Hongzhu said, "It doesn't matter, as long as His Majesty knows that it has nothing to do with me." This prime minister was old, and most of the time he did not attend the court. Only at the most critical moment, he would appear in the court, like a stabilizing force. Since he is a bodhisattva, it is inevitable that he will be used. It is not a problem. Zhu Hongzhu said, "There are many things that we should not get involved in. Our Zhu clan supports the crown prince, but at this moment, we do not need to show up at all." Zhu Yong said, "What about Shenlang?" Zhu Hongzhu said, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." The monarch returned faster than anyone expected. He appeared in the north of the capital a day earlier. Immediately, the crown prince led the officials to welcome the monarch's triumphant return with the grandest ceremony. To celebrate this great victory, the monarch did not even go directly to the palace, but to the newly built temple to pay respects to the saint. Then he went to the ancestral altar to comfort the ancestors. Finally, when he entered the palace, it was already nightfall. He first went to see concubine Bien, and excitedly stuck to her belly, listening to the heartbeat of the fetus. After staying with concubine Bien for an hour, Xianxia of the Tianyue admiral entered the palace. Reporting to your majesty, 5 days ago, Shenlang led the army back to the capital. According to the decree of the Minister of State and the Privy Council, anyone who returns from the White Knight County must first be quarantined, and after a physical examination, the quarantine can be lifted. However, Shenlang thought highly of himself and trampled on the minister's decree. He publicly beheaded General Wang Dong of the military governor's office, as well as 83 city guards. Such behavior is appalling. And these people came from the White Knight County. I was afraid that they would have smallpox, so I sent 2,000 troops to surround Shenlang's residence, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Now how should we deal with Shenlang, your majesty, please decide. Zhang Zhao of the Tianyue admiral was also considered a member of the monarch, but his position was biased towards the crown prince. This was also permitted by the monarch. After all, third Prince Ning Qi, the military governor of Tianyue City, controlled almost all the military power around Tianyue City. It was only natural that the crown prince would be in charge of the city guards. Moreover, the royal army was the most elite and they were completely loyal to Ning Yuanxian. Therefore, the situation was still balanced. After hearing Admiral Zhang Zhao's words, the monarch flew into a rage. Shenlang is audacious, audacious. What is he doing in front of Xuanwu? Is it his front door? How dare you trespass and kill a general of our imperial court? Does he think that he can do whatever he wants just because he made some contributions in Western Heaven province? Presumptuous, presumptuous. Li Sun, bring some men to the Ning government and bring me Shenlang. Eunuch Li Sun replied, yes. Then, he personally led dozens of warriors to Ning Zheng's residence to capture Shenlang. An hour later, Shenlang appeared in front of the monarch, Ning Yuanxian. Shenlang bowed. Greetings, your majesty. The monarch looked at Shenlang for a long time, as if he wanted to see if he looked haggard and if he had lost some weight. But there was none. He was still as dazzling as ever. The monarch was instantly displeased. These past 2 months, I've worked my heart out and my soul is haggard. I feel like I've aged a few years. You haven't changed at all, how could this be? The monarch wanted to vent his anger. But he decided against it. There was no point in acting all the time. Bastard, can't you endure it? The monarch said helplessly. Must you be so violent? You knew that someone would frame you when you entered the city, so why didn't you sneak in? You killed a military officer, isn't that a slap to my face? You barged into Xuanwu's gate like that. Where do you want the dignity of the country? Shenlang was about to explain. Forget it, forget it. Your explanation is bullshit. You're just twisting words and forcing logic. You're not a good person at all. The monarch waved his hand impatiently. But this is a serious matter. I must punish you. How can you treat the dignity of the country as a joke? But we'll talk about this later. Ning Yuanxian said, you've made such a great contribution. You killed Sunan and Jingtua, and even saved the entire Day-Night County by completely stopping the smallpox epidemic in Day-Night County. What reward do you want? Tell me. Shenlang said, can I tell you anything? Wait. The monarch said, you should shut up. I'll tell you. Okay. Tell me. The monarch said, Dreamy Cloud Lake went to Yan capital to talk to Prince Lian about Ning Yan's separation. I'll set a date for you to marry Ning Yan. How about that? This time, Shenlang didn't know what to say. Because he couldn't hurt Ning Yan's heart. But he definitely didn't want to leave the Kim clan, let alone Jean Mulan. The monarch said, as for Jean Zhua, I'll give him an order to set you free. From now on, you're no longer the son-in-law of the Kim family. As for you and Jean Mulan, I won't force you to separate. You can still have your relationship in secret. But on the surface, you can only have Ning Yan as your wife. On this point, the monarch Ning Yuanxian had really done his best. Not only did he betroth his daughter to you, but he also turned a blind eye to your relationship with Jean Mulan. Shenlang said timidly, Your Majesty, I'm only willing to be the son-in-law of the Kim family. How about this, I'll be the son-in-law of the Kim family and the son-in-law of the Kim family. It might be a good thing to marry into two families at the same time. Ning Yuanxian almost couldn't believe his ears. How could there be such a shameless person in this world, marry into the Kim family at the same time? Only you can think of this. Li Sun, who was standing by the side, was also completely stunned. Wasn't he a lunatic? In an instant, the monarch was trembling with rage. Throw it out, fork it out. Then, Master Lang was lifted by two warriors and thrown out of the room. Throw me in again, after a while. Shen Lang was once again thrown in front of the monarch. Ning Yuanxian roared, Shen Lang, do you know what you just missed? There won't be a chance in the future. There definitely won't be a chance. You don't know what's good for you, you forever missed the chance to become my son-in-law. Bastard. The monarch was so angry that he didn't know how to vent. Is the son-in-law of Ning Yuanxian not as good as the son-in-law of the Kim family? As a son-in-law, are you so happy about it? In order to continue being the son-in-law of the Kim clan, you refused to be my son-in-law and refused to marry Ning Yan, bastard. You took my kindness for granted. I, Ning Yuanxian, have never been treated like this before. If it weren't for my good temper, you would have been beaten to death. Ning Yuanxian was so angry that he took a few deep breaths to calm down. Ning Yuanxian sneered, Shen, you've made a great contribution, and I can't refuse to reward you. Tell me, what do you want? This sentence of Shen was full of sarcasm. Shen Lang asked, Your Majesty, can I really say anything? Ning Yuanxian said, If you want to say it, then say it. If not, then get out. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, please confer the title of Duke on His Highness Ningxing. Note, the first update is here. Because of the delay on the way, this update is a bit late. I'm going to have some dinner and then write the second update. Please support me. Please vote for me. Thank you for the Booksy Rat. Thank you for the reward of 10,000 yuan. As soon as Shen Lang said this, the monarch's expression changed drastically. This was a true upheaval, not just an act like before. Even his pupils shrank abruptly. Because Shen Lang had interfered in his family's affairs. He liked Shen Lang very much. But there must be a limit. No one could touch him beyond this taboo. Bianxia did not interfere in his private affairs. Not even Zhu Hongzhu, the prime minister, or Yan Yi, the governor of the Blackwater platform. They could support a prince, but they couldn't interfere in Ning Yuanxian's private affairs. Shen Lang's words were almost accusing the monarch of being unfair. The monarch was very narrow-minded and couldn't tolerate anyone criticizing him. How could he not be angry when he heard this? You, Shen Lang, want to transfer the credit to Ningxing? Do you think it's a joke? Are you mocking me? A moment later, the monarch said, Shen Lang, are you trying to interfere in my family's affairs? Ning Yuanxian's personality was very distinct. When he was angry, it wasn't really because he was angry. But when his tone was cold, it meant that he was really angry. The calmer his tone was, the more furious he was. Shen Lang also stopped smiling and shook his head. Your Majesty, can I speak the truth? The monarch said, Please. Shen Lang said, I owe the fifth prince a lot. When the Xianwu mansion was in danger, no one helped. It was the fifth prince who did his best. This time, it was my concubine who killed an official of the Supreme Court, but the fifth prince took the blame to protect my family. As soon as he said this, the king's expression changed slightly. He had never cared about Ningxing and didn't really understand him. If he didn't like someone, he would completely ignore them. It would be best if they never appeared in his sight. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, should I return this favor? The monarch said, If you want to return the favor, do it with something of your own. Don't take something of mine. This was very obvious. You, Shen Lang, have performed a meritorious deed. Guaran wants to reward you. But you want to transfer this reward to Ningxing? Impossible. Moreover, this is a great insult to me. You can do whatever you want because of my favor, but you can never look down on me. Otherwise, you will know the consequences. Xianlang nodded and said, "This official understands. In that case, this official really doesn't have anything else that I want." This world was truly a joke. The others dreamed of getting Ning Yuanxian's reward, but Xianlang was not interested at all. Ning Yuanxian had something else to say. He planned to marry Princess Ning Yan to Xianlang first, and then confer the title of Count on Xianlang. Of course, it was the new count, without any fiefdoms or private armies. If Xianlang doesn't want to be an official, then don't be one. But if something happens in the future, you still have to come out and do things. In this way, a kind of kinship was used to tie him down, but it did not hinder his free and easy life. Both sides had the best of both worlds. In the future, the children born by Xianlang and Ning Yan would naturally have a bright future. In just a few decades, a new clan would rise. Monarch was indeed very considerate for Xianlang. However, Xianlang was not interested at all. Therefore, Monarch's flirtatious glance was really thrown to the blind. This was the most infuriating thing. Monarch said, "If you can't get what you want, then you owe me first. You have performed a meritorious deed, I can't not reward you. Guaran isn't such a mean and ungrateful person. You are, it's just that you are special to some people." Xianlang continued, "Your Majesty, what I'm going to say next will be very, very bold. You might want to chop off my head in anger." As soon as he said this, Monarch's heart skipped a beat. Since Xianlang said this, he would really fly into a rage and want to kill someone. Tea. The monarch gave the order. Eunuch Li's son stepped forward and brewed a pot of tea for Monarch. Monarch took a sip to calm himself down and prepare himself so that he wouldn't be caught unprepared. Eunuch Li's son waved his hand and everyone in the shop left. Then Li's son also left, leaving only Xianlang and Monarch in the palace. Monarch said, "If you want to die, I won't stop you. Say it. You said it yourself, I might want to kill you. If I really do kill you, don't complain about it." Then he took another sip from the teacup in his hand. He was about to play with it, but then he put it down. Because if he was too shocked and accidentally broke it, it wouldn't be good. "Xianlang, Your Majesty, you keep saying that this subject has performed a meritorious deed, but this subject doesn't feel like it's anything special. Because I went to take revenge, I said I would exterminate the Su clan to the last man." "Oh. Xianlang, most of the time, this subject is full of lies and can't even believe a single punctuation mark. But this subject and father-in-law Xianxia didn't say a single lie." "Oh. Xianlang, so this subject and Your Majesty didn't say a single lie." "Oh." Monarch slightly narrowed his eyes. These words were very comforting. But why should I feel comforted? Do you think I care? Am I on the same level as Xianxia, Xianlang? I was originally living a carefree and happy life in Xuanwu City and didn't want to come to the capital. But I had no choice. In order to get the title of Marquis of Xuanwu for father-in-law, in order for the Kim family to obtain Raging Tide City, I had to come. For revenge, I had to come too. Sunan was my enemy, and now he's dead. Moreover, the next target I want to annihilate is the Shui clan. You're so damn direct. Do you know that the Shui clan is my absolute confidant? Do you know that Shui Che, Earl of Wuan, has done many secret things for me? Do you know that most of the intelligence forces, secret industries, and so on in the entire state of Yu are all handed over to Shui Che? Do you know how powerful the Shui clan is? The Su clan is powerful on the surface. But the power of the Shui clan is completely hidden under the water, and the surface is just the tip of the iceberg. The power of the Shui clan is far beyond your imagination, Xianlang. Xianlang, Your Majesty is very good to me, and you're good at taking care of your health. Maybe you can be monarch for another 20 years. As soon as these words came out, Ning Yuanxian's eyeballs almost popped out. Little evil creature, do you believe that I'll kill you? I'm only in my 50s now, and you're saying that I can be monarch for another 20 years? What do you mean? Are you cursing me? I, Ning Yuanxian, am so good at taking care of my health. Not to mention living to 100 years old, is it not normal for me to be 80 or 90 years old? I'll endure, I won't argue with a child. Xianlang, but Your Majesty is dozens of years older than me. Once your majesty passes away, will the crown prince let me go? Will the third prince let me go? Of course, I can run away, but will they let the Kim family go? Does your majesty want my Kim family to develop secretly, and then play the trick of forcing me to rebel and forcing me to rebel? Is this forcing the Kim family to rebel? But I've already said that rebellion is too tiring, and I don't want to play it. My father-in-law doesn't want to play it either. Monarch's eyes narrowed again. Xianlang's words had already hit the nail on the head. Of course, Monarch could say that he could order the crown prince and the third prince to treat him well and the Kim family well. But how could that be possible? Ghosts wouldn't believe it. A person's death was like a lamp going out. Once the new emperor succeeded the throne, he wouldn't care about the former king's decree. Take Ning Yuanxian for example. He had feelings for the former king, but after he succeeded the throne, he almost overturned many of the former king's decrees. The former king said that those people couldn't be killed, but he killed most of them. So whether the crown prince succeeded the throne or the third prince succeeded the throne, they wouldn't let Xianlang or the Kim family go. Needless to say, the crown prince was determined to get Jean Mulan. The third prince had no grudge against Xianlang, but the Shui family and the Kim family were already mortal enemies. Of course, Monarch clearly knew that the Shui family had wronged the Kim family. In this hatred, the Shui family had to bear all the responsibility. And more than 100 years ago, the Kim family had done the Shui family a great favor. If it weren't for Jin Zhou's count, the Shui family would have been completely destroyed. But Monarch didn't care about this. Why would he care about what was right or wrong? Xianlang, your majesty, I want to protect myself, and the Kim family wants to protect themselves. What should I do? What to do, of course, oust the crown prince and the third prince. Xianlang, so, I need to oust the third prince and the crown prince. Monarch's body suddenly trembled. You really dare to say that? Xianlang, and, I need to help the fifth prince, Ningjing, to be the crown prince. As soon as these words came out, Ning Yuanxian's eyes almost popped out. His hair stood on end. He seemed to have heard the most ridiculous words in the world. Ningjing to be the crown prince and inherit the throne, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Is there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? Is there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? Ning Yuanxian even wanted to say something. Even if the state of Yu was to be destroyed tomorrow, it would never be handed over to Ningjing tonight. But he really thought so in his heart. This son of Ningjing, he really hated and disregarded him too. Much. Even if the crown prince and the third prince were finished, he was not willing to hand over the throne to Ningjing. But this was undoubtedly not a joke. Since Xianlang could say it on this occasion, he must be extremely serious. Tonight, Xianlang's every word was aimed at the heart. But Ning Yuanxian found that he was indeed not that angry. Because Xianlang did not hide anything from him. This was the most important thing. The most important thing was that he had no ambition at all. He was just trying to protect himself. What was wrong with that? What did it mean that the emperor wanted the subject to die, and the subject had to die? Of course, Ning Yuanxian also wanted to be in this state. He even dreamed of it. But he knew it was almost impossible. It was already very impressive if 1 in 100 subjects thought so. Ning Yuanxian had always been speculating about others with the greatest malice. He always felt that everyone had ulterior motives. That was why he was especially mean and ungrateful. He drank another cup of tea. Monarch Ning Yuanxian said, Xianlang, since you told me the truth, I will tell you the truth too. Yes, your majesty. Ning Yuanxian said, now I know that Kuda Huan went to assassinate your father-in-law, Jin Zhua. Kuda Huan is Shui Chen, Shui Zhaoyan's sworn brother, the crown prince's lackey. Xianlang did not say anything. Ning Yuanxian said, but it was not the crown prince who ordered Kuda Huan to assassinate Jin Zhua, but the Yinyuan Association. Xianlang said, I know. That's why I never wanted to complain to your majesty. Ning Yuanxian said, no matter how crazy the crown prince is, he will not harm the interests of the state of Yu for personal revenge. After all, the future of the state of Yu is in his hands. On the surface, Shui Zhaoyan is the crown prince's mistress, but they are not in a relationship. Xianlang was silent. Ning Yuanxian said, But this time he framed you at the city gate of Xuanwu, and several officials of the Supreme Court died in Ming Zheng's house. Although it was Zhuo Xiaoyan's plot, it was the Crown Prince's tacit consent. I know the Crown Prince is trying to harm you. Shen Lang continued to be silent. Ning Yuanxian said, I know the Crown Prince is trying to harm you. I can protect you, but I can't punish the Crown Prince. Do you understand? Shen Lang said, I can't understand more. The Crown Prince was the young emperor, the foundation of the country. Even the monarch could not easily shake the Crown Prince's authority. A Crown Prince who had lost his authority would be unstable. Even if he inherited the throne in the future, he would not be stable. If the throne was unstable, the country would be unstable. To put it in a more realistic way, the monarch liked Shen Lang, but did he not like the Crown Prince? Of course he liked him. No matter how much he liked Shen Lang, he only saw him as a bosom friend or son-in-law. But could he compare to his favorite son? No. Ning Yuanxian's two favorite sons were the Crown Prince and the third prince, Ning Qi. The Crown Prince was like him. Ning Qi's character was not like his at all, but he had a character that the monarch did not have, so the monarch admired him very much. Both the palm and the back of the hand were meat. In fact, Shen Lang and the Crown Prince did not even have a close relationship. Let's be more explicit. Shouldn't the Crown Prince frame Shen Lang? Of course he should. The Crown Prince had sent Zhuo Xiaoyan to make peace with Shen Lang, but Shen Lang refused. Since peace was not possible, they could only fight. Now that they had started fighting, would they blame the other side for being too despicable? No, people in Jianghu had no choice. The high and mighty monarch could protect Shen Lang, but he could not stop the Crown Prince, let alone punish the Crown Prince. In other words, if Shen Lang refused to make peace, and the Crown Prince still let Shen Lang go, the monarch would be disappointed in him. How could he be the Crown Prince if he was so weak and incompetent? So when the monarch learned that Zhuo Xiaoyan framed Shen Lang, he was furious. I'm not dead yet, so aren't you being a little too hasty? You know that Shen Lang is someone I want to protect, but you still tried to harm him? What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? But when he thought about it calmly, the monarch felt rather gratified. The Crown Prince knew that he might anger his father, but he still did it. That showed his boldness. The emotions were very complicated but also very real. The monarch emphasized again, Shen Lang, I'll repeat myself. You refused the Crown Prince and Ning Qi's request. Of course, they weren't really asking for peace, just that they wouldn't do anything to you while I'm still on the throne. But I can't punish the Crown Prince and Ning Qi because of you. I understand. Shen Lang said. The monarch continued, the Crown Prince and Ning Qi are both my favorite sons. I can't be biased towards you. Shen Lang bowed. I dare not. I've never thought of relying on your majesty to force the Crown Prince and third prince to step down. Your majesty is a high and mighty arbiter, so you can't intervene personally. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the entire state of you. It's good that you know. The monarch sneered. If you can't rely on me to deal with the Crown Prince and Ning Qi, who will you rely on? Ming Jing? Shen Lang said, that's right. I've made it clear before. When I fight Sunan, your majesty will stand on my side. But when I fight the Crown Prince and third prince, your majesty can't stand on my side. Even with my status, I can't fight the Crown Prince and third prince, but Prince Ningxing can. That's why I want to assist the fifth prince and make him the Crown Prince of the state of Yu. Monarch Ning Yuanxian sneered. Then let me tell you, even if the state of Yu is about to fall, I can't hand the throne to Ningxing. Shen Lang said, didn't your majesty hate me to the bone before? Didn't you want to destroy the Kim family? It can be seen that people often don't keep to their words. As soon as he said that, Ning Yuanxian immediately had an impulse to ask someone to come in and kill Shen Lang. Shen Lang, you little bastard, are you addicted to slapping people's faces? Are you saying that I'm fickle? Fine, then I won't change. If I kill you, I'll be loyal to you forever, right? But Ning Yuanxian took a deep breath. I'll endure again. I won't lower myself to the level of a kid. Ning Yuanxian really felt that he had used up all his patience in this life. Little bastard, take it easy, or I'll really run out of patience and chop off your delicate head. Shen Lang said, what I mean is that your majesty has never understood the fifth prince. How can you know that he is not suitable to be the crown prince and the throne? And what I want to do is to assist Prince Ningjing, to make him more outstanding than the crown prince and the third prince, and more suitable to be the king of the state of Yu. Monarch snorted. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, I want to try to prove to your Majesty that there is nothing wrong with this. Monarch sneered, Then prove it, but remember a few things. First, if you are my man, if the crown prince and Ningqi go against you, although I won't punish them, I will protect you. And once you assist Ningjing, you will participate in the fight for the throne. No matter what happens, it will be normal. When the crown prince and Ningjing go against you, even if you die, I won't be able to protect you. Shen Lang was very clear about this point. Once Shen Lang assisted Ningjing in the fight for the throne. Monarch, as a high and mighty arbiter, couldn't participate, otherwise it would bring a disaster. Monarch, if you protect Shen Lang, in the eyes of the outside world, won't it mean that you support Ningjing? This will give the world the wrong signal. So at that time, whether you live or die will depend on your own ability. Second, you, Shen, are too powerful. You actually boasted in front of me that you want to assist Ningjing and help him fight for the throne. Although I find it ridiculous, that is your own game, I won't participate. If you want to play, then play. Don't even think about getting any help from me. Shen Lang, I understand. Monarch said, The 5 officials of the Supreme Court were killed by your concubine, but Ningjing admitted to the crime, so the crime belongs to him. Now that he is locked up in the Imperial Clan jail, I won't let him out. Shen, you are resourceful. If you want to assist Ningjing in the fight for the throne, then you can help him in prison. Monarch's words were full of sarcasm. How could there be a young lord in prison? He didn't like Ningjing in the first place. If Shen Lang did not do this, and if Shen Lang had pleaded for mercy, Ningjing might have been released after being locked up symbolically for a year or so. But now Shen Lang actually boasted that he would help Ningjing fight for the throne. Then Ningjing, you can stay in the Supreme Court jail until you die. Shen Lang, I understand. At the moment when I expressed my stance, the inheritance war had already begun. Your Majesty is already the high and mighty arbiter, you can no longer participate in it personally. From now on, I will do my best to assist His Royal Highness the 5th Prince, so that you can see that he is the most suitable person to inherit your throne. Monarch didn't even bother sneering. Shen Lang's declaration of seizing the throne was like a certain country in Africa declaring that they wanted to start a war with China and send a few hundred soldiers to defeat China. It couldn't even be called a joke, it could only be regarded as the crazy words of a certain psychopath. Shen, then I won't delay you any longer. Go back. Monarch ordered him to leave. Shen Lang bowed and said, I will take my leave. When Shen Lang walked out of the door, the monarch said, Shen Lang, I have already said that I owe you a favor, and it still counts. You can come and cash it out at any time, but remember, you only have one chance. Shen Lang, I understand. Get lost. Shen Lang left the palace. By the time Shen Lang left, it was already late at night. Monarch didn't feel sleepy at all, even the sarcasm on his face had disappeared. Li Sun removed the tea and replaced it with soothing honey water. In fact, he never served tea to Monarch when it was late at night because it was easy to fall asleep. Drinking a sip of honey water, it wasn't very sweet, but had a faint bitter taste. Some honey was like this, Xianxia liked it very much. Li Sun, do you think geniuses are often crazy? Eunuch Li Sun said, yes. Xianxia asked, then tell me, am I a genius? Immediately, Li Sun sweated and tears almost flowed down his cheeks. Your Majesty, don't be like this, okay, don't always give me death questions, okay, if I say no, I'll be looking down on the Emperor. But if I say yes, I'll be lying to the Emperor. Of course, he could also say that Your Majesty is the one who commands geniuses, so you're the master of geniuses. At that time, Consort Bien could say that, but Li Sun couldn't. Old dog. Li Sun cursed angrily, probably knowing the answer in Li Sun's heart. He was a very harsh and ungrateful person, but he was very lenient towards those he liked. As for those he didn't like, it was really, for example, Ningjing, who was clearly his own son, but he planned to be imprisoned in the ancestral temple prison for the rest of his life. Li Sun asked, Old dog, do you know Quafu chasing the sun? Eunuch Li Sun nodded, I do. In ancient myths, there was a man called Quafu who chased after the sun and died. Ugh, the monarch was speechless. It was supposed to be a very meaningful story, but you turned it into a pile of sh*t. Li Sun said, this also proves that the sun can't be chased after or approached. Mortals can just worship it. If one really chased after the sun and got close to it, he would almost become a god. His explanation was truly impressive. The monarch said, Quafu chasing the sun describes a man who chases after an impossible goal, even if he dies of exhaustion, even if he turns into ashes. Now, someone is going to be this Quafu. Of course, Li Sun knew who this person was. In Ning Yuanxian's eyes, Shenlang wanted to help Ningxing fight for the throne, which was tantamount to Quafu chasing the sun. Ning Yuanxian continued, the meaning of Quafu chasing the sun is that the emperor is like the sun, and the subjects can worship it. Don't think about chasing after it, let alone approaching it. It will be very warm at a suitable distance, but once you get too close, you may turn into ashes. Li Sun broke out in a cold sweat again. It was going to be another fatal question. Ning Yuanxian said, Li Sun, do you think I'm like the sun? If I'm like the sun, why are there people who are close to me but not turned into ashes? For example, a little animal. But if I'm not the sun, doesn't that mean I'm not a real emperor? Li Sun's tears fell instantly. Your Majesty, why don't you just kill me? I really can't answer these questions. Shenlang came to the clan temple prison. He saw Jin Mutsong squatting there. The fat otaku was not so fat anymore. He had lost a lot of weight. Seeing Shenlang, Jin Mutsong was so happy that his voice almost trembled. Brother-in-law. For Jin Mutsong, his brother-in-law Shenlang was omnipotent. As long as he came back, then everything would be solved. Shenlang said, go back and have a good sleep. Thank you for your hard work. Jin Mutsong suddenly felt very ashamed. He felt that he was really a good-for-nothing who could do nothing and help nothing. But for Shenlang, it was more important to be sincere. He didn't care about stupid teammates, as long as they were sincere. The beautiful face of Princess Daheng appeared in his mind again. What kind of stupid teammate are you talking about? Tell me clearly. Shenlang met the great Jing, King Ningyu. Greetings, King Ning. Ningyu didn't look good. He didn't like Shenlang at all. Last time, he caught Shenlang and Princess Ningyan in the same bed, but he pretended to be blind and kept saying that there was no adultery. To be honest, he wanted to slap Shenlang to death as soon as he saw him. What's the matter? The great Jing asked coldly. Shenlang said, I'm here to visit the 5th Prince Ningxing at the request of the monarch. If the monarch knew, he would definitely want to strangle Shenlang to death. You've just left the palace and you dare to boast shamelessly. When did I say that? Ningyu said, really? Shenlang said, if you don't believe me, the great Jing can ask. Ask my ass, it's not like I'm releasing him. I'm just going to visit. Do I have to ask His Majesty for such a small matter? It's so late, His Majesty might be asleep already. Go, go. The great Jing waved his hand. The Zongjing Temple's prison was worse than imagined. It was even worse than the Supreme Court's prison. Because there hadn't been anyone locked up here for more than 10 years, the entire prison was damp and moldy. The floor was covered in rat droppings. This was a real prison, not some comfortable single cell. It was also not a prison where one could form a team. This was a gloomy and dark prison. Ningxing sat in the prison, the expression on his face could be described in one sentence. Nothing was more sorrowful than a dead heart. There was no way that his father didn't know the truth about Ningxing's murder. He must know that this was the crown prince's plot. But his father didn't have the slightest intention of upholding justice. He just wanted Ningxing to be locked up in this prison for the rest of his life, so that he wouldn't embarrass himself when he went out. Sometimes, Ningxing even wondered if it was better for him to just die like this. Anyway, his parents didn't like him, and even hated him. But he quickly abandoned this thought. As long as there was one person in this world who cared about you, then you shouldn't die. Although there weren't many people who cared about Ningxing, there was definitely more than one person. During this period of time, even the little soldiers in the Zongjing Temple's prison didn't give him any face. It was really rare for the son of the monarch to do something like this. At this moment, Ningjing suddenly heard a familiar set of footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Shenlang. "Shenlang, you're back?" Ningjing asked with a smile. Shenlang, "Yes, I'm back." Ningjing said, "I'm relieved that you're back. If you help take care of the house, I probably won't be able to leave for the rest of my life." Shenlang, "Your Highness, don't worry, I'll think of a way to get you out. But there's something I need to tell you, so please prepare yourself." Ningjing said, "Is there any bad news?" "But don't worry, I can handle it." Shenlang, "Your Highness, the inheritance war has officially begun. From now on, I will assist you in eliminating the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, so that you can sit on the Crown Prince's throne. Note, today's 2 chapters are more than 14,000. Brothers, please support me, please support me. Thank you Wu Wan Jian for your tens of thousands of coins. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, bookseller's mobile the monarch was scared out of his wits when he heard Shenlang's declaration of succession. And the 5th prince, Ningjing, was scared out of his wits when he heard Shenlang's declaration of succession. He couldn't react for a long time. Ning Yuanxian said that he wouldn't hand over the throne to Ningjing even if the state of Yu was destroyed tomorrow. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Shenlang to help Ningjing win the throne. And Ningjing even felt that Shenlang's words came from beyond the clouds. He didn't even dare to dream of becoming the crown prince. The only thing he wanted was to live with dignity and to be able to protect the people around him. But now, he was in prison. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone protect his family. Not to mention living with dignity. After a quarter of an hour, the 5th prince, Ningjing, calmed down a little, and his eyes became peaceful again. Shenlang felt very gratified in his heart because when Ningjing heard about the fight for the throne, his eyes were filled with bewilderment and fear. His eyes were not bright and filled with ambition. "Your Highness, we have been forced into a dead end." Shenlang said, "No matter the crown prince or the 3rd prince, they will not let me go, nor will they let the Kim family go. In order to protect myself, I can either oust the crown prince and the 3rd prince or prepare to rebel." Ningjing nodded. Shenlang said, "And your Highness, you are also forced into a dead end." Ningjing looked around. Yes, Shenlang was not in a dead end. If he wanted, he could even live comfortably for decades. Father liked him so much, at least during his father's reign, the crown prince and the 3rd prince would not take the initiative to provoke him. But he was in this prison, and he might not be able to get out for the rest of his life. It was not because he had committed any crime, but because he himself was a crime. Father finally found a reason to lock him in such a dark place, and it would be best if he could not get out for the rest of his life. From his point of view, he was already in a dead end. What was there to be afraid of, but he was the prince of the state of Yu. He not only had to consider himself, but also the whole country. If the country was finished while he was satisfied, he would rather not have it. "Shenlang, am I suitable to be a monarch?" Ningjing expressed his strong doubts. Although there was still a long way to go before becoming the crown prince, Ningjing still needed to ask this question. "Shenlang, your Highness, when you asked this question, it already proved that you are suitable." What he said made sense. What emotions do a man need when he inherits the throne? It was fear, not excitement. He was a man of fear, and he was aware of the responsibility he carried. As for the excited person, he was aware of the power that he was about to obtain. As a king, he naturally needed to enjoy power, but he also needed to know how to shoulder responsibility. Shenlang, actually, as a king, you can have many shortcomings, but as long as you have the following characteristics, you can become an outstanding king. Intelligence and willpower, as well as broad-mindedness, would make him a wise ruler. Then, Shenlang asked, "Your Highness, what do you think of your father as king?" This topic was too bold. Shenlang clearly heard a slight cough coming from outside. It was obvious that the monarch had sent someone to monitor the conversation between Shenlang and Ningjing, and recorded it completely. If he was not mistaken, it should be Uniquely Sun's people, which was why he secretly coughed as a reminder to prevent Shenlang and Ningjing from saying anything irreversible. Shenlang was grateful, but he still decided to tell the truth. Ningjing thought for a moment and said, "Father did a good job. Suddenly, the eunuch who was secretly recording the conversation between Xinlang and Ningjing couldn't help but frown. Sigh, he had already reminded them under his godfather's order, but these two people inside were still so bold. What could he do? He could only record everything. You guys are not afraid of death, but I am. Ningjing actually said that the monarch did a good job. This will definitely anger the monarch, because this supreme king thinks that he did a good job and thinks that he is a hero that is rarely seen in 100 years. Now you dare to say that he only did a good job, Xinlang said. Yes, His Majesty did a good job. He has the two characteristics of intelligence and willpower. In other words, His Majesty is not broad-minded, Xinlang said again. His Majesty is a person who clearly distinguishes between love and hate. If he likes someone, he is tolerant, but if he doesn't like someone, he is mean. Of course, I also have such a personality, and I also think that there is nothing wrong with this. I can live a more comfortable life. The little eunuch's scalp tingled, but he obediently recorded it. Ningjing did not say anything, because a son does not talk about his father's faults. Obviously, he tacitly agreed with this. Every time a king encountered a problem, Ning Yuanxian would first consider his own likes and dislikes, rather than the interests of the country. This proved that it was difficult for him to be an absolutely wise king. However, at critical moments, he could still suppress his own likes and dislikes, and proceed from the interests of the country. Therefore, he was not a muddle-headed king, but a shrewd one. Xinlang continued, however, Your Highness is different. Because you've experienced too many trials and tribulations, not only do you possess a persevering disposition, you also possess a magnanimous heart. In this aspect, you're stronger than His Majesty. The little eunuch who was recording in the dark almost cried. Will I be silenced if I submit this book to the crown prince? Xinlang said. If the crown prince succeeds to the throne, the third prince's faction will be purged. If the third prince succeeds to the throne, the crown prince's faction will be purged. But if your highness succeeds to the throne, the third prince and the crown prince's officials will be saved. Hearing this, the little eunuch trembled slightly. He felt that it was reasonable even though he was listening at the side. However, Xinlang's tone changed, and he said, Of course, the Shui family will still be destroyed, because I want to take revenge. If I say I will destroy their whole family, I will destroy their whole family. Xinlang said with a smile, Your Highness, so I am not suitable to be a king, because I only care about my own pleasure. I only want to enjoy power, but not to take responsibility. In this respect, I am not as good as His Majesty. If I were to be the king, I would probably kill everyone. Ningjing was silent for a while, and then said, Xinlang, I am not smart. To sit on the throne, one needs the mind of an emperor. My father's methods are very shrewd and ruthless. I am a dull person. Who said that? Xinlang sneered, These are all lies. You keep on talking about the emperor's heart technique as if it's something extraordinary. It's as if this emperor's heart technique is something that you were born with, something that the heavens taught you. It's complete nonsense. Since the mind of an emperor is a skill, it means that it can be learned. If you don't believe me, you can ask His Majesty. Was he also a novice in power at the beginning? Did he grow up bit by bit in the struggle? The little eunuch in charge of recording paused. Was he really going to record the word novice? He hesitated for a while, but still recorded it. Xinlang said again, Many times, the kind of king will produce the kind of officials. Of course, the king and his officials are always in a game, but the style of the king determines the style of the court's struggle. Your Highness, you have seen the fickleness of the world since you were young. You can almost see through people's hearts at a glance. This is true intelligence. Otherwise, what kind of intelligence do you want? Ningjing said, You are very intelligent. Your intelligence is close to that of a demon. From helping the Kim family get rid of the crisis of the new policy, to eliminating the Su family, step by step, there is no other plan. I am far from being able to compare. Compared to you, I am especially stupid. Xinlang sighed and said, Your Highness, what is a genius? I spend all my time eating and sleeping on how to harm people. When I want to harm people, I will start to plot against you a few hundred days in advance. I am not a genius at all. I just focus all my talent on harming people. If a person like me becomes a king, it will be over. When these words came out, the little eunuch in charge of recording trembled. Did I offend Shen today? I heard him say that in a panic. Shen Lang said again, Your Highness, I like to take risks. This is actually not good. His Majesty also has this problem. As a king, one must follow the way of the king. That is the right way of the world, and you are very suitable. For a king like His Majesty, 1 generation is enough. If there is a second generation, the state of you may not be able to take it. His Majesty is very bold and can take risks at the crucial moment, but this is too much of a gamble. Gambling on the fate of the country should not be done often. Developing the country's strength, cleaning up the bureaucracy, and implementing the new policy is the right way. At this time, the little eunuch in charge of recording had already felt it. Shen Lang's words were for Ningxing, but it was also for the monarch. Of course, he was not advising the monarch. Although Shen Lang was not a treacherous official, he was definitely not a righteous official. His words were telling the monarch. Why did he make Ningxing the crown prince? It was to tell the monarch that Ningxing was more suitable to be a king than him. Shen Lang said, Your Highness, you are smart. If you can see through people's hearts, then you can control them. You have been through hardships since young, so you have a strong heart. You will never retreat or be afraid of setbacks. You are broad-minded, so you can tolerate people you don't like. As long as they are talented, you will put them in important positions. As for the king's heart, it is like the feathers on the king's body, not his skeleton. The so-called king's heart is to not let others see that he is also a normal bird like others. That is why he has gorgeous and sharp feathers, which makes him stand out from the masses. Your Highness, you must not neglect the essentials. The so-called king's heart is the essentials. It had to be said that Shen Lang's ability to fool was too strong. At least the little eunuch in charge of recording was almost convinced. Although he had not seen Prince Ningxing, he already felt that he was very suitable to inherit the throne. After listening to Shen Lang's words, Ningxing's body became slightly hot. Am I really suitable to be a king? After a long time, Ningxing said, I am so ugly, so short. Shen Lang said, Don't worry, I know there is a king who is uglier, shorter, and darker than you. He became a real emperor, unified the Eastern world, and created an immortal chapter in history. Of course, Shen Lang was also fooling Ningxing about this. In the chronicles of the first emperor of Qin, Sima Qian quoted Wei Liao's original words to describe the first emperor of Qin, Yingzheng. Be accurate, long eyes, a bird's eye, a jackal's voice, a tiger and a wolf's heart. To sum it up, he had bulging eyes, chicken breasts, and a throat that often made strange noises. The first emperor of Qin indeed had nothing to do with being heroic, but he was not as short and dark as Shen Lang said. Shen Lang said, In addition, I know that in ancient history, there was a man who was shorter than you. He almost unified the entire Western world. He was the greatest king in the history of the entire Western world for hundreds of years. Napoleon was nearly 1.7 meters, so he was not really short. Ningxing said again, But I am also a stutterer. Shen Lang, have you ever seen a king who stutters? What a coincidence. Shen Lang said, I know that in ancient history, there was a king of the empire where the sun never sets who stuttered. Ningxing was stunned, Really? Shen Lang said, The empire where the sun never sets was extremely powerful. Its territory was 2.5 times that of our great Yan dynasty. When these words came out, Ningxing and the little eunuch who was secretly taking notes were shocked. The size of the great Yan dynasty had exceeded everyone's imagination. Most people had no idea how big the great Yan dynasty was. Shen Lang estimated that the great Yan dynasty should be around 13 to 14 million square kilometers. It was indeed super big. It was also because it was too big that the great Yan Empire could not control such a large territory. That was why there was a system of enfeoffment and dozens of vassal states in the Eastern world. Ningxing did not expect that the empire where the sun never sets was 2.5 times that of the great Yan dynasty. How shocking was that, Ningxing said, Then how did this stuttering king do? Shen Lang said, This king not only stuttered, but also had low self-esteem, was antisocial, and had a serious personality disorder. But at the critical moment, he saved the whole country, saved half the world, and became a great king. Of course, it was an exaggeration to say that George VI saved England and saved half the world. But at the critical moment, George VI did strengthen England's determination to resist Nazi Germany. Although his attitude towards Nazi Germany was somewhat ambiguous, he had meritorious service in the history of the Second World War. Xianxia said, "Your Highness, your character and breadth of mind are better than this stuttering king. And we can cure your stuttering." Xianxia said we, not me. Because curing a stuttering was more important to the internal cause and not external cause. George VI was introverted, antisocial, and even irritable. When he was under pressure, he would beat his wife, so his stuttering was never cured. But Ningxing was different. He was much more tolerant. He was not very good at communicating with people, but he did not completely reject them. It was just because he was introverted that it was difficult for others to enter his heart. Now he and his wife Xianxia were very loving. Not only that, but he had also become very good friends with Jean Mutsong. Of course, he was too mature and steady. Even though he and Kaneki Satoshi were of the same age, he was more like an older brother when the two of them interacted. He was even a little like an elder. What Ningxing lacked was the care and trust of others. Once he was confident, his stuttering would be cured. Ningxing closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and said, "Okay, then let's start the fight for the throne." At this moment, there was no thunder and lightning, no shaking of the earth. There was even the squeaking of the surrounding mice. But the little eunuch who was in charge of secretly recording felt that this moment was very solemn and great. He was in charge of recording and felt a sense of sacredness. He even faintly wanted to add a sentence at the end. The wheel of history had begun. The great journey of a king began from this gloomy prison. Just as he was about to write, he quickly came to his senses. "This can't be written, this can't be written, this is my voice, it will kill me to write it." But he didn't know why. He wanted to raise his hand to vote. I support the fifth prince, however, he was just a nobody. Even if he raised his hand, no one would care. Hearing Ningxing say this, Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. The fifth prince Ningxing was a very patient and resolute person. Once he said it, he would do it, and he would do it to the end. He would go forward and never look back. Xianxia immediately bowed and said, "I will do my best to assist your highness." Ningxing said with a bitter smile, "But I still think it's a bit ridiculous to say that I want to fight for the throne. I'm in prison now, I'm afraid I'm worse than the people outside." Xianxia said, "Your highness, please rest assured, I will find a way to save your highness. Please hold on for a few more days." He didn't have a way to save Ningxing yet, but he would definitely think of one. It might take some time. Ningxing said, "Okay." Xianxia said, "Then I'll take my leave." After that, Xianxia left the room. Even after he left, the little eunuch still didn't leave. Ningxing couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood up and paced around, but he still felt uncomfortable, so he lay on the ground motionless. So much so that the mouse next to him thought he was dead, and even dared to climb on him. More than half an hour later, in the palace, Ning Yuanxian still hadn't slept. He carefully read the conversation records between Xianxia and Ningxing. And there was more than one. He didn't just send one person, but 3 people. But these 3 people didn't know each other's existence. Of course, there was a naive little eunuch who coughed to let people know of his existence. In this conversation record, Xianxia's words were bolder. Even bolder than the previous interview with the monarch. Xianxia said that Ning Yuanxian was just a good monarch, not so wise. He said that he liked taking risks too much, that he couldn't do the right thing, that he gambled on the fate of the country, and that one day there would be big problems. He said that he was smart and strong-willed, but not broad-minded. He said that the art of an emperor was just a beautiful feather, not the root. He said that Ning Yuanxian used to be a political rookie. He also said that Ningxing was more suitable to be a monarch than Ning Yuanxian. These words could no longer be described as bold, they were a bit rebellious. It could be said that if someone else said these words, his whole family would have been killed. Ning Yuanxian trembled all over when he read it, his whole body was cold, and he even felt dizzy and black. It wasn't just because Xianxia's words were unpleasant. It was because some of Shen Lang's words directly hit his heart. Ning Yuanxian was very smart. He knew many things in his heart, but he was unwilling to admit it. He was also clear about his shortcomings, but he couldn't change them. His character was born and couldn't be changed. It was just that Ning Yuanxian had been surrounded by countless compliments, and he was affected by the victories in front of him. He really felt that he was a wise monarch. But now, Shen Lang and Ning Jing directly said that he was just a good monarch. Ning Yuanxian, of course, was trembling with anger. He wanted to kill someone and tear them into pieces. Why did they say the truth? So in the history of China, upright officials in all dynasties didn't have a good ending. For example, Wei Jing and Li Shiming were a wise monarch and a frank official. Their stories were passed down for thousands of years. But not long after Wei Jing died, his grave was dug up by Li Shiming, and his tombstone was pushed down. The official said a lot of unpleasant words, and told the monarch that he was doing it for his own good, and if he didn't obey, he would be a fatuous monarch. As a monarch, should he bear a grudge and be grateful to him? How was that possible? There were no saints in the world. Everyone was a mortal. Of course, Wei Jing, the so-called upright official, also had his own selfish motives. His relationship with Li Shiming was not pure. As one of the leaders of the powerful group in Shandong, Wei Jing was only an upright official. Of course, he could be considered a loyal official, but his intentions were not pure. It could be said that he was playing with power. But after being angry, Ning Yuanxian began to reflect. Firstly, Shen Lang's unpleasant words were not said directly to him. Instead, they were said to him indirectly. What did that prove? Did Shen Lang not have the guts? No, he even said something even more daring. The reason why he didn't say those words to Ning Yuanxian was that he didn't have the heart to hurt Ning Yuanxian's feelings. Ning Yuanxian didn't care about this, but he valued it very much. Even an arrogant person like Shen Lang cared about Ning Yuanxian's feelings. What did that prove? He was a smart man, and of course he could see through it. Second, what Shen Lang said was right. Of course, Ning Yuanxian still didn't care about Shen Lang's judgment of Ning Jing. But after asking himself, Ning Yuanxian knew that Shen Lang's judgment of Ning Yuanxian was right. Generally speaking, Ning Yuanxian couldn't listen to the truth. However, there were two people who he could listen to. One was concubine Bian, and the other was his father-in-law, Zhu Hongzhu. Concubine Bian loved him and cared about him. She was his family, and his real wife. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu was selfish, and he did everything for the Zhu family. But Zhu Xiang watched Ning Yuanxian grow up. In his eyes, Ning Yuanxian was like his child, and also his hope. Ning Yuanxian wasn't close to the late king, but he was very close to Zhu Xiang, and vaguely regarded him as his father. Of course, after Ning Yuanxian ascended the throne. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Hongzhu wouldn't directly admonish the king of Yu. Because he knew that his character couldn't be changed, and it was better to let it go. It was like a parent to a child. Even if the child made trouble, the parent would help to deal with the aftermath. As long as the child didn't make irreparable trouble, it would be fine. At least up to now, Ning Yuanxian could be regarded as outstanding, though he was not very wise. Therefore, the relationship between Prime Minister Zhu and Ning Yuanxian was still very close after decades. And now, Ning Yuanxian actually listened to Shen Lang's words. Of course, there was another important point. Shen Lang was just explaining, and it couldn't even be considered admonishing the king. Because he didn't say that the monarch had to change, and he didn't say that the king should do this or that. That was the wise king. The meaning behind Shen Lang's words was, "Your Majesty, you are such a person. You should continue to be like this and enjoy yourself." He only wanted to admonish the monarch with one sentence, "The next king of the state of Yu can't be like you." His Highness Ning Jing is indeed quite suitable. Ning Yuanxian still scoffed at the second half of the sentence. But he also listened to the first part of Shen Lang's sentence. The next king of Yu can't be as willful and wasteful as him. The reason why Ning Yuanxian could live so freely was that he had eaten the fruit of victory over the state of Wu. That victory was so great that it was enough for him to eat for 20 years. But the situation in the state of Yu wasn't good. First of all, the civil officials were seriously corrupt, and the government was corrupt. Then there was the obstruction of the new policies, and the state treasury was empty. After Ning Yuanxian's 20 years of squandering, how much was the state treasury in deficit? Only he himself knew. He owed an astronomical debt to the Yingyuan society. Every time he thought about it, the monarch couldn't sleep at night. Thus, he simply stopped thinking about it and had a good night's sleep. His personality was exactly the same as Shenlang's. Shenlang also owed a huge debt to the Heavenly Tao Society. But he didn't care at all, and continued to squander money like it was dirt. But the monarch knew that the next monarch couldn't be so wasteful. He had to learn to be diligent and thrifty, and he had to work hard to govern. And because of this, the monarch was slightly hesitant on the matter of appointing a crown prince. Of course, in his heart, he was still leaning towards the crown prince inheriting the throne. The crown prince was like him, just colder. After he ascended the throne, he could stabilize the court and control the officials. But there was one thing: the crown prince paid too much attention to politics. He wasn't straight enough, which meant that it was hard for him to be the king. Using politics to govern the country, not the king. It was too tiring to govern the country with the king. He needed to work hard to develop the country's power. And because of this, Ning Yuanxian gave the third prince, Ning Qi, a chance. Ning Qi was completely different from the crown prince. He was straighter, more ruthless, powerful, and full of confidence. He didn't like fancy things at all. But Ning Qi also had a shortcoming. He paid too much attention to martial arts and the black water platform. That way, he could easily become a tyrant. Even if he wasn't a tyrant, he could easily become a cold-blooded ruler. There was no perfect successor in the world. So, the monarch read Shenlang's words over and over again. He tried to accept Shenlang's deception. But he tried several times, but it still didn't work. He didn't believe it at all. He believed in Shenlang, but he didn't trust or feel close to Ningjing. Whenever he thought of this person and this face, he felt disgusted. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Then he emphasized in his heart again, "Humph, even if the state of you is going to be destroyed tomorrow, I won't pass the throne to Ningjing tonight." At this time, Li Sun knelt down. "What's wrong?" Ning Yuanxian asked. Li Sun said, "I sent this little dog to record the conversation between Shenlang and His Highness Ningjing, but this little dog lied to the ruler." Ning Yuanxian compared the 3 records and found that they were exactly the same. There was no lying at all. But there was one that had a slight change in the handwriting, probably because he was overwhelmed with emotions. Eunuch Li Sun said, "This little dog coughed at a crucial moment to remind Shenlang to be careful when talking to His Highness." Ning Yuanxian's eyes turned cold. "Bring him in." The eunuch was brought in. He really didn't know that there were 3 people monitoring the conversation between Shenlang and Ningjing. He really thought that he was the only one. But after that, he took the initiative to confess to Li Sunday. The monarch asked, "What's your name?" The eunuch replied, "Feng Chen." "Oh, that's a good name. It doesn't sound like it came from a vulgar family." Li Sun said, "He was born in the Court of Great Grace." The Court of Great Grace was full of sinners. Many boys would be castrated and become eunuchs when they were a little older. The monarch Ning Yuanxian said, "Why did you cough to remind Shenlang and Ningjing?" The eunuch Feng Chen cowed out and said, "I deserve to die, I deserve to die, I deserve to die." Ning Yuanxian said, "You deserve to die, but not until you finish talking." The little eunuch Feng Chen said, "This servant heard that His Highness Ningjing took the initiative to stand up and bear all the crimes in order to protect Lord Shenlang's concubine. This servant felt admiration for him, so I instinctively coughed to remind him that this servant deserves to die. This servant deserves to die." In fact, the eunuch remembered his elder brother. When his family was destroyed, Feng Chen was already 11 years old, and he was to be beheaded. But his elder brother rushed out and shouted that he was only 10 years old and couldn't be killed. If he didn't believe it, he could measure his height. Feng Chen, on the other hand, was not tall because of his poor health. It was found that he was only 8 or 9 years old. So he survived and was sent to the Court of Great Grace. His elder brother was also beheaded with his family. Even before his death, his elder brother still wanted to protect him, the son of a concubine. The elder brother was like a father. In order to protect Bing Ning Jing took the blame of murder and was put in the prison of the imperial clan temple. Feng Chen was very touched, and he remembered his elder brother who protected him before his death. That was why he coughed to remind him at the critical moment. You will be flogged 30 times. If you die, you die. If you survive, you will be thrown into the laundry department. The eunuch Li Sun said, Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you for your kindness. The eunuch Feng Chen kowtowed and said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Then he was dragged out. After being flogged 30 times, he was covered with blood, and his life was uncertain. The next day, the monarch slept until noon. Concubine Bian made lunch for him with a big belly. She was almost 5 months pregnant. Seeing this, Ning Yuanxian said softly, My dear, you are pregnant. You should take a rest. Why do you work so hard? Bian Fei said softly, It's boring to lie down. It's good for pregnant people to move a little. I'll just make a few dishes. There's not much smoke. Ning Yuanxian looked at the figure of concubine Bian. Though the queen was the first wife, she was too proud and too dignified. Only concubine Bian in front of him was a considerate wife. He was the kind of person who loved you so much that he couldn't wait to spoil every part of your body. Ning Yuanxian cherished this very much. She was one of the few family members he had in his heart. Looking at the figure of concubine Bian, Ning Yuanxian felt warm and happy, but also a little gloomy. Because the imperial physicians had already reported to him several times. Bian Fei's body was too weak to be pregnant, and the fetus had always been unstable. There were several times when she was in danger of miscarriage. It was concubine Bian who forcefully used medicine to protect the fetus. Moreover, concubine Bian didn't want the monarch to know. However, the imperial physician did not dare to hide anything and told the monarch everything. However, Ning Yuanxian didn't dare to let concubine Bian know that he had already known it. He could only pray in his heart. At this moment, he only hoped that his wife, concubine Bian, would be safe. He almost didn't dare to hope for the child in his belly. It was as if she felt the monarch's gaze. Concubine Bian turned her head slightly and smiled gently. However, this smile seemed to freeze in an instant. Suddenly, her face turned pale and her whole body trembled. Then, a pool of blood suddenly gushed out from under her body. Concubine Bian said sadly, Husband, husband. Then, concubine Bian was about to fall. Ning Yuanxian's hair stood on end. He couldn't move as if he had been struck by lightning. After a long while, he suddenly jumped up and went forward to hug concubine Bian. And concubine Bian directly fell into his arms. Blood gushed out from between her legs. Ning Yuanxian screamed mournfully, Come, come, save her, save her. The monarch had descended into a state of madness. Dozens of imperial physicians went in. But there was still no good news. Ning Yuanxian, who had never prayed before, hid alone at this time, knelt on the ground, and prayed to the gods and Buddhas. God, please don't take my wife away. God, you have already taken my wife away. Please don't take my second wife away. I, Ning Yuanxian, really can't take it anymore. God, please have mercy, please have mercy. I, Ning Yuanxian, am willing to do good deeds in the future. I, Ning Yuanxian, am willing to shorten my life by 10 years. But please don't take my wife away. 7 minutes later, the old imperial physician knelt down and kowtowed, saying, Your Majesty, we have tried our best. In order to protect the fetus, concubine Bian took too many drugs, which damaged her body. This miscarriage caused a hemorrhage. I really can't do anything. A hemorrhage meant a lot of bleeding. These imperial physicians couldn't stop it at all, so she would definitely die. Ning Yuanxian roared hoarsely, If you can't save my concubine Bian, you will die with her. You will die with her. The old imperial physician directly kowtowed and said, I am old and not afraid of death. Even if your majesty kills me, I can't save concubine Bian. This sentence almost sentenced concubine Bian to death directly. Ning Yuanxian staggered and almost fell to the ground. He couldn't even stand straight. Tears gushed out. Have I committed too many killings? Have I committed too many sins? Is the God going to punish me now? God, why did you choose concubine Bian? Why did you choose concubine Bian? Ning Yuanxian was full of despair. the world seemed to have darkened. At this time, the chief eunuch Li Sun said, "Your Majesty, ask Xianlang to come here. He has magical medical skills. He cured Zhang Tsung's incurable disease of intestinal blockage. Maybe he can save concubine Bian." Note, the first update is here. I'm going to eat and then write the second update. Brothers, please continue to support me. Update more than 15,000 today. Please help me. Ning Yuanxian's mind was filled with the moment when Consort Bian turned her head and smiled. His heart seemed to be filled with a sense of destiny. Back then, his wife liked to look back and smile at him. Of course, looking back and smiling wasn't a good phrase. It sounded a little pretentious. But a man and a woman who had a good relationship seemed to have telepathy before. When a woman felt his gaze on her back, she would certainly respond to her husband. What was more suitable than looking back and smiling at him at this moment? Moreover, when his wife was the crown princess, she cooked for him almost every day. It wasn't even to please her, but to take care of her husband. Only she knew what her husband liked to eat, what he should eat, and how to balance it. Because of the engagement between Princess Ning Han and Bian Zhao's unborn son, Ning Yuanxian had to abolish the empress, causing his wife to die of depression. But Ning Yuanxian knew that his wife was very sad at that time, but she didn't blame him. And this time, Consort Bian also looked back and smiled, and then blood suddenly gushed out. Then he lost his unborn child, and he was about to lose Consort Bian. It was really filled with a sense of destiny. As if it was a punishment for Ning Yuanxian. His mind was filled with the people he had killed, and the sins he had committed. It was as if God wanted to take away his beloved wife. At that time, he took away his wife, and this time, he was going to take away his consort Bian. Was it destined that Ning Yuanxian couldn't love anyone? Once he fell in love with a woman, God would take her away. Was Ning Yuanxian really a lonely star? Xianlang, look for Xianlang. After hearing Li Sun's words, the monarch's eyes seemed to light up. That's right, and Xianlang. Because he was too concerned, the monarch really didn't think of it just now. Xianlang had magical medical skills, and the monarch knew that. But at that time, Xianlang cured Zhang Chong and the terminal illness of intestinal obstruction. The monarch decreed that it couldn't be publicized, because it was too magical. The monarch didn't want people to label Xianlang as a miracle doctor. Of course, it was amazing that a divine doctor could save a life. But in this world, doctors were worthless. Even divine doctors were worthless. They would only think of you when their lives were in danger. Once a person was labeled, it would be very difficult to change it. In the future, when people mentioned Xianlang, they would only think of him as a divine doctor and nothing else. It was as if he had no other ability other than treating and saving people. This was also the monarch's protection for Xianlang. Perhaps it was because he had been overprotective that the monarch had almost forgotten that Xianlang had this ability. Or maybe he was so anxious that his mind was blank, and he couldn't remember anything. After being reminded by Li Sun, boundless hope surged in his heart. Quick, bring Xianlang here as soon as possible. Also, call Ning Jia here as well. This was because Ning Jia had worked together with Xianlang to cure Ning Yin. Moreover, Bianfei was a woman, so it was more suitable for Ning Jia to do many things. As soon as the monarch's decree was given, eunuch Xiaoli immediately rushed out with a few warriors. At this moment, it was a race against time, a race with the Grim Reaper. Xianlang, I hope you can create another miracle and save my beloved concubine. 5th Prince Ning Zheng's residence. Xianlang was racking his brains, thinking about how to save the 5th Prince Ning Zheng. Many ideas instantly surged in his mind, but none of them were very good, and they were all a little forced. A really good idea had to be clever, and there couldn't be any traces of scheming. To be precise, he couldn't let the monarch feel that Xianlang was threatening him, and he couldn't hurt his heart. The first thing to fight for in the battle for the throne was the heart of the monarch. At this moment, eunuch Xiaoli came in like lightning, his speed was really like a ghost. For the first time, Xianlang knew that eunuch Xiaoli's martial arts were so high. Bianfei's miscarriage has caused a hemorrhage. It's urgent, hurry. After eunuch Xiaoli came in, it took him less than 2 seconds to finish the story. Xianlang didn't have time to be shocked. He immediately rushed into the room, picked up his medical bag, and rushed out. However, eunuch Xiaoli still felt that he was too slow. Very quickly, 2 warriors rushed in and carried Xianlang into the palace at lightning speed. In just a quarter of an hour, Xianlang had already entered the palace. After entering Bianfei's room, his eyes were filled with blood. On the ground, on the bed, there were dark red bloodstains everywhere. Bianfei's face was as pale as paper, and her breathing was weak and rapid. Because of the large amount of blood loss, yes, she had to breathe very hard to barely provide enough oxygen to her brain. And Princess Xianxia was already here. At this moment, Bianfei was holding the monarch's hand, as if she was telling him about her funeral. The monarch's face was covered in tears. His entire face was covered in tears. After seeing Xianlang, the monarch's eyes lit up like never before. He said in a trembling voice, "Xianlang, can you save her? Can you save her?" Xianlang ignored the monarch for the time being. Instead, he said to the old imperial physician beside him, "Why can't the hemorrhage be stopped?" The old imperial physician said, Bianfei forcefully protected the fetus and took too much medicine, so the abortion was very violent. The wound was relatively large, and it was in the abdomen. It couldn't be stopped at all. Bianfei was thin and weak. She only weighed about 40 kilograms, and the weight of the blood in her body was about 3,000 milliliters. At this time, the blood loss should be around 1,000 milliliters. Although she was trying very hard to breathe, her eyes were already very blurry. It was obvious that there was insufficient blood supply to her brain, and she would soon enter a complete coma. She was completely relying on her willpower to support herself. "Husband, please tell brother that Yanzhou is His Majesty's Yanzhou, not the Bian family's Yanzhou. Don't bring trouble to your descendants." These were Bianfei's last words. The monarch couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. Concubine Xian was still thinking about him even before her death. Her last words were for brother to hand over the power of Yanzhou and not become a warlord. This made the monarch's heart ache even more. After saying her last words, Bianfei's willpower could no longer support her. She closed her eyes and fainted. Even her breathing seemed to have stopped. In an instant, Ning Yuanxian felt like his heart had split open. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. Xianlang said, eunuchly, "Take His Majesty away." At this time, Xianlang's words were like an imperial edict. Li Sun and Lian asked the two of them to come in without hesitation. Regardless of whether Ning Yuanxian was willing or not, they dragged him away. Xianlang immediately used his X-ray vision to check Bianfei's abdomen. The fetus had already come out, but the huge wound was still there. Blood kept gushing out, and there was no way to stop it. Normally, a miscarriage wouldn't cause such a huge bleeding. Xianlang had thought that it was the placenta retention. This was usually the biggest reason for the massive bleeding caused by the miscarriage. However, the imperial doctor still had the ability to do so. The placenta had been completely removed from the palace. Then this massive bleeding was completely due to coagulation dysfunction. He had to stop the bleeding as soon as possible. Otherwise, Bianfei would bleed to death in less than a quarter of an hour. Xianlang tore open Bianfei's clothes, revealing her lower abdomen. He quickly took out a pen and drew a dot on Bianfei's stomach. Here, then, tell me what angle, what strength, and what depth." Grand Princess Ningjia's silver needles quickly pierced in. Dozens of silver needles pierced in, sealing the wound in Bianfei's blood-loss palace. Ningjia was indeed amazing. After these dozens of silver needles pierced in, they immediately blocked most of the blood vessels in the wound. Most of the blood flow stopped in an instant. It was still bleeding, but it wasn't as scary as before. Xianlang heaved a sigh of relief. Bianfei was injured in the past. Was it not easy to stop the bleeding? Xianlang asked. Grand Princess Ningjia nodded. It was indeed a coagulation dysfunction. Bianfei's body was weak, and her qi and blood were both deficient. In modern medical terms, she had a blood disease, thrombocytopenia, or aplastic anemia. Both of these conditions could easily cause coagulation dysfunction. If you had this kind of disease, you definitely couldn't get pregnant. Even if the fetus could grow normally, it would still be extremely dangerous when you gave birth in the future. However, Bianfei was too eager to have a child of her own, so she tried her best to get pregnant. In the end, she encountered such a life and death calamity. Grand Princess Xianxia said, "What do we do next?" Shen Lang had checked once. Coagulation dysfunction was easy to bleed, but it wasn't completely unstoppable. Instead, it would take a longer time. As long as the bleeding stopped, there would be no need for surgery. But at this time, even though most of the bleeding points in Bianfei's palace had been blocked, they were still bleeding. If this continued, she would still die. Moreover, Bianfei was already unconscious. Therefore, she had to transfuse blood into her body immediately. Because she had lost too much blood. "We have to transfuse blood into her body," Shen Lang said. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. Could she still transfuse blood? Whose blood? Xianxia asked. This was the key problem. Blood transfusions couldn't be randomly transfused. They had to match the blood type. Otherwise, it would cause a blood transfusion reaction, causing the blood to coagulate and completely block the blood vessels. That way, she would die even faster, and it would be almost impossible to save her. If Bianfei had the panda blood type, then it would basically be over. Shen Lang had to perform Bianfei's blood type in the shortest time possible. Blood testing was very simple for modern medicine. You didn't even need to go to the hospital. You could just buy the test paper online. But in Shen Lang's world, this was completely impossible. It was impossible to directly test the blood type. However, Shen Lang had a way. He could directly use the method of Lance Tanner, who worked at the University of Vienna's Pathology Research Institute in 1900. He first took a dozen tubes of Bianfei's blood. Then he separated the blood into serum and red blood cell saline suspension. He was very fast and immediately produced a dozen blood samples. Then he extracted the blood from his body and separated it into serum and red blood cell saline suspension. Finally, he dripped his own serum into Bianfei's red blood cell saline suspension. If it could dissolve without any obstacles, it meant that there was no rejection, which meant that Shen Lang's blood could be transfused into Bianfei's body. If there was a coagulation, it meant that Shen Lang couldn't give Bianfei blood transfusion. The results came out very quickly. Shen Lang's serum and Bianfei's red blood cell suspension agglomerated like a ball of cotton wool. Shen Lang then extracted blood from eldest Princess Xianxia's body and separated it. Then, he injected Princess Xianxia's serum into Bianfei's red blood cell saline suspension, which still agglomerated. Shen Lang said loudly, "Let His Majesty come in and find a dozen healthy people." His words were like an imperial edict. Monarch Ning Yuanxian rushed in immediately. Without saying a word, Shen Lang directly pierced the needle into the monarch's vein to extract blood. At this time, if Shen Lang wanted to poison someone, even if there were 10 monarch, they would already be dead. Eunuch Li Sun wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. "Shen Lang, Your Majesty, Bianfei's bleeding has mostly stopped, but it is still oozing blood. It will probably take a while for it to stop. Bianfei has lost too much blood and needs to be transfused into her body in order to save her life." The monarch immediately said, "Transfuse my blood, transfuse my blood. Shen Lang, I need a blood test. If the blood transfusion is wrong, it will cause agglutination. That will be even more dangerous. I've already tried my own blood and Princess Xianxia's blood just now. None of them worked. There was a rejection reaction. Does Bianfei have any relatives in the palace?" As soon as he said this, eunuch Xiaoli ran away. Bianfei had a nephew and 2 nieces in the capital. Shen Lang separated the monarch's blood and injected the serum into Bianfei's red blood cell suspension. However, very quickly, there was a rejection reaction, and the blood coagulated together. Shen Lang frowned in pain. An unexpected situation occurred. Bianfei's blood type was very unique. Human blood types weren't complicated, and the probability of transfusing blood was very high. In theory, type O blood could be transfused to most blood types. And type AB blood was almost an omnipotent blood type. It could basically accept almost all blood types. Of course, it could only be used in emergencies. It was best to transfuse blood of the same type, especially in large amounts. Seeing Shenlang's expression, the monarch couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Shenlang, Bianfei's blood is very rare and will reject most people's blood." The monarch roared, "Go find someone. Go find someone who is healthy and noble." Following the monarch's decree, hundreds of eunuchs rushed out of the palace. A moment later, Crown Prince Ning Yi, the second prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, the sixth prince, and the others all came. Because they all heard that blood needed to be transfused into Bianfei's body. Even though they felt that blood was precious and couldn't bear to give it out. But who was Bianfei? She was the monarch's most beloved person, and behind her stood Bian Shao, the biggest military magnate in the state of Yu. Whether it was the crown prince or the third prince, as long as they had Bianfei's support, the balance of victory would immediately shift. So this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that couldn't be missed. It wasn't as simple as saving Bianfei. Once your blood entered Bianfei's body and saved her life, wouldn't there be a blood connection? Bianfei had no children, and it was impossible for her to have any in the future. So wouldn't the person who saved her through blood transfusion be her child? So the princes were extremely enthusiastic. At this time, Bianfei's nephew and niece came. To avoid arousing suspicion, Shenlang didn't take blood from the crown prince, the third prince, and the others. Instead, he directly took blood from Bianfei's nephew and niece. Although blood connections didn't necessarily mean blood types matched, there was still a little more hope. But the results soon came out, it still didn't work. Bianfei's red blood cells rejected her nephew and niece's serum and agglutinated. At this moment, not to mention the monarch, even Shenlang was about to go crazy. Not even blood-related relatives could do it. This proved that Bianfei really had a rare blood type. Damn it, because Bianfei was still slowly losing blood, her heartbeat and breathing were getting weaker and weaker. Grand Princess Ningjia said, "Shenlang, you have to hurry, Bianfei is about to die." Shenlang, ginseng soup, but just a little, not too much, not too much. Actually, he couldn't feed her ginseng soup at this time because it would easily cause more intense bleeding. But there was no other way. Bianfei's body was extremely weak, and she could die at any time. Grand Princess Ningjia fed Bianfei a little bit of ginseng soup. She didn't see any improvement, but she couldn't feed her anymore. Li Sun quickly took the blood of all the princes and gave it to Shenlang. Everyone's eyes were on Shenlang, afraid that he would cheat. It was clear that a certain prince's blood could save Bianfei, but in order to suppress the crown prince or the third prince, he deliberately said no, or did something during the experiment. Now, not only did the imperial physicians understand, even the king himself understood what was going on. Under everyone's gaze, Shenlang moved quickly, separating the blood of the princes into serum and red blood cell saline suspension. Then, at the same time, he injected the serum of the princes into Bianfei's red blood cell saline suspension. The results came out very quickly. The monarch staggered, and his vision darkened again. There was still a rejection reaction, and there was still a condensation, forming a flocculus. At this moment, everyone understood. Shenlang trembled, "Your Majesty, Bianfei's blood is too special, no one here can transfuse blood for her." The monarch trembled, "I should have thought of it, she was different from others since she was young, and she almost died when she was born. After that, she survived with great difficulty, but her body has always been very weak." The crown prince said, "Shen, there are nearly 1 million people in the capital, how can we find someone who can transfuse blood for Bianfei's mother?" Shenlang shook his head. If there was a general blood type, whether it was A, B, AB, or O, he could find a large number of matches. But now, he had tested a dozen people, and none of them could. This proved that Bianfei had a rare blood type. And if it was a rare blood type, then it might really be 1 in a million. Finding a match was really like looking for a needle in a haystack. The key was that there was no time. Bianfei was already on the verge of death, and she was still slowly losing blood, and could die at any moment. The monarch trembled, Is there really no hope at all?" At this moment, Shenlang and Princess Ningjia's eyes lit up. "Big fool, he has a golden bloodline, so he should be invincible. I was so anxious just now, I didn't think of this. Big fool, come in." The big fool rushed in. Shenlang quickly took his blood, then separated the serum and dripped it into Bianfei's red blood cell saline suspension. Suddenly, everyone held their breaths. Of course, the monarch hoped for a miracle, hoping that the big fool's blood could save Bianfei. And the crown prince and the third prince hoped for failure. Because they absolutely did not want to see Shenlang save Bianfei, that kind of kindness was too great. Shenlang's heart trembled. It should be possible this time, right? The big fool has a golden bloodline, invincible. However, he was disappointed in the end. It still couldn't work. The big fool's serum still agglutinated with Bianfei's red blood cells, like a ball of cotton. The monarch suddenly fell into complete despair. He had to accept the fact that he might lose Bianfei forever, lose the love of his life forever. The monarch painfully closed his eyes and only opened them after a long while. He said, "Shenlang, thank you. I know that you have already tried your best. Perhaps all of this is fate. All of this is my fault. I have committed too many sins and the heavens want to punish me. First, I lost my first wife, then I lost concubine Bian. It's all my fault." At the end of his words, the monarch's voice was cold. Shenlang also closed his eyes in pain. He didn't have much feelings for Bianfei. Bianfei loved the monarch very much, and she was gentle and virtuous, but she didn't have any kindness to Shenlang. Last time when Shenlang was taken away by the Black Water platform, Ningjing came to ask Bianfei for help. At that time, Bianfei wanted to help, but the harem was not allowed to interfere in politics, so she didn't make an exception for Shenlang. The reason why Shenlang felt pain was entirely a doctor's instinctive reaction. Although he hadn't been a doctor for a long time, when he tried his best to save a person, of course, he hoped to succeed. But if he failed, he would be in great pain. Shenlang bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me for my incompetence." The monarch shook his head and said, "As I said, it's not your fault. You are already very outstanding. This is Guaran's fault. This is Guaran's sin, and retribution has fallen on concubine Bian." It could be seen that the monarch was heartbroken at this time. How conceited was he? He had never admitted his mistakes, let alone admitted his guilt. And now, he actually said such words in front of everyone. It could be seen that he had lost his sense of propriety because of despair and pain. But this was the real Ning Yuanxian. He was mean and ungrateful, but from a certain point of view, he had poured his feelings on a few people. The monarch waved his hand and said, "All of you can leave. I will accompany Bianfei for the last time." Shenlang walked out on weak legs. The others also left one after another. Just as Shenlang was about to walk out of the door, the monarch suddenly said, "There is still one person who hasn't tried. There is still one person who hasn't tried." Shenlang was stunned. "Ningjing," the monarch said, "Li Sun, bring Ningjing here. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Shenlang wanted to say something, but stopped. The monarch said, "Bianfei almost died when she was just born, and so did Ningjing. Ningjing seems to have been cursed since he was young. His fate is different from everyone else's. This is similar to Bianfei. That's too far-fetched." Shenlang said, "Your Majesty, His Highness Ningjing's birth abnormality is due to jaundice. Moreover, the meteor that destroyed his house at the time of his birth was a complete coincidence. Of course, I can test His Highness Ningjing's blood, but you shouldn't get your hopes up. There is no scientific basis for this." Then, Shenlang said, "His Highness Ningjing is very healthy, and he's no different from anyone else." The monarch glanced at Shenlang and shook his head, "You don't understand. You are smart, but there are some things you don't understand." Shenlang really felt that the monarch's theory was ridiculous. Fortunately, the Patriarch Temple was very close. In less than half an hour, Eunuch Li Sun brought Ningjing. When he came in, everyone instinctively held their breath. Because Ningjing's body was too smelly. It couldn't be helped. The weather was so hot, and there was no way to bathe in the Patriarch Temple prison. Ningjing had been locked up for several days, so of course his body would stink. Shenlang took out some alcohol and washed the veins on Ningjing's wrist until they were spotless. Then, he extracted his blood. After the blood was extracted, he separated it. Soon, the serum was separated. Most serums were colorless, but some were pale yellow. Of course, this pale yellow wasn't the golden bloodline. And Prince Ningxiang's serum was pale yellow. Xianlang dripped Ningxiang's serum into Bianfei's red blood cell saline suspension. Then, Xianlang held his breath. At this time, he held a bit of hope in his heart, but he didn't dare to hope. Because he understood science, he knew that rare blood types were too difficult to find. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The probability of Bianfei and Ningxiang matching blood types was too low, almost impossible. And yet, the monarch held his breath. Instead, he held great hope in his heart. Ningxiang was an unlucky person, as if he had been cursed by heaven. But very rare. What happened next stunned everyone. Even Xianlang was stunned. There was no rejection, no coagulation reaction. Ningxiang's serum perfectly fused with Bianfei's red blood cells. What did this mean? This meant that the blood in Ningxiang's body could be transfused into Bianfei's body. There would be no rejection. The monarch was ecstatic, his whole body trembling. Xianlang, does this prove that it's possible? Xianlang stared at all of this in disbelief. After which, he nodded his head. This was too unbelievable. It was actually possible. The monarch said, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, hurry." Xianlang nodded. He quickly took out a sterilized glass bottle for Ningxiang to draw blood. First, he took 400 milliliters. Bianfei had lost too much blood, probably more than 1,000 milliliters. Although 400 milliliters was still not enough, it should be enough to save her life. Soon, Xianlang took 2 large bottles of blood from 5th Prince Ningxiang's body. Several people present were dizzy. He actually had to extract so much blood. This must be a huge blow to his vitality. After taking out the first bottle, Xianlang began to transfuse blood for Bianfei. The monarch watched Ningxiang's blood enter Bianfei's body drop by drop. Time passed minute by minute. A quarter of an hour passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Everyone clearly saw. Bianfei's completely pale and colorless face gradually turned red. And her breathing was getting stronger and stronger. Her heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. Although she hadn't woken up yet, her vital signs were getting more and more obvious. The old imperial doctor stepped forward to feel Bianfei's pulse. Then he trembled and knelt down, saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, please breathe, Your Majesty, Bianfei is saved, Bianfei is saved, amazing, Shen is really amazing." Note, second update sent, today's update is nearly 16,000, pastries are really hard, brothers, please support me, please. The old imperial doctor in front of him was not exaggerating at all. He really felt that it was a wonderful skill. It was amazing. Xianlang's method could be said to be a living dead person. He had never seen or heard of it. Concubine Bian was almost dead, but she was still saved by Xianlang. And this blood transfusion skill was amazing. Who else in the world could do this? Not only that, the old imperial doctor was also grateful to Xianlang. Ning Yuanxian was a mean person. If Concubine Bian died this time, how many people would the monarch kill? It was conceivable. At least all the imperial doctors who participated in the treatment would die. Sometimes, a human life was like a blade of grass that could be killed just like that. Of course, the old imperial doctor was very old, so old that he was not afraid of death. But his disciples were still very young. How could they die like this? Now Xianlang not only saved Concubine Bian's life, but also completely saved the lives of the imperial doctors present. Ning Yuanxian took the initiative to feel Concubine Bian's breath and pulse. She was indeed much stronger. Although she had not woken up yet, her life was no longer in danger. Xianlang observed through his eyes and found that the wound in Concubine Bian's uterus had finally stopped bleeding completely. It wouldn't take long to pull out the silver needles. Xianlang couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Coagulation disorder was very dangerous, but at least it would coagulate on its own. Finally, there was no need to remove the uterus. To be honest, once the uterus was removed, even with Xianlang's medical skills, Concubine Bian would definitely die. First of all, there was too much bleeding. Prince Ningxiang's blood transfusion was not enough, and the blood of the others did not match at all. Second, concubine Bian was too weak to support such a major operation under the current conditions. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. Ning Yuanxian said, everyone else goes back. Shen Lang, Ning Jia, Ning Jing, and the old imperial doctor stay. Shen Lang said, Eunuch Shaoli, take His Highness Ning Jing to take a bath. Okay. Eunuch Shaoli didn't even wait for the monarch's words and directly took Ning Jing to take a bath and change clothes. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, we are right outside. Then, Shen Lang withdrew from the room, and the old imperial physician also withdrew from the room. Yunhua thanks Shen for saving my life. The old imperial physician bowed to Shen Lang. Shen Lang hurriedly helped him up. Elder, you flatter me. The old imperial physician sat down at the side and sighed, Shen's medical skills really make this old man gasp in amazement. I can't believe it. I've never seen such a method in ancient medical books. It's really amazing. Shen Lang smiled and said, everyone has their own specialties. In some areas, Shen Lang is far behind the older generation. The old imperial physician said, your family's doctor in Zaishi is a good friend of mine. Even though I'm 20 years older than him, he surpasses me in terms of medical skills. Shen Lang couldn't help but be stunned. The old imperial physician said, Shen, you may not know this, but the truly good medical skills are all outside. Those who are capable are impatient to stay in the palace. There are too many rules and restrictions. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. It's better to have no achievements than to make mistakes. So, even if you have 10% of your skills, you can only use 30% at most. The old imperial physician was old, but he really dared to say anything. Even if he was just a door away from the monarch, he would still say what he wanted. The great eunuch Li's son was also very helpless. The old imperial physician never married, had no family, and was not afraid of death. What else could he not say? Just now, the monarch threatened to kill all the imperial physicians, so the old imperial physician used this as an excuse to vent his anger. At this moment, the monarch was pleasantly surprised. He had regained his beloved. Even if there were some unpleasant words, he would pretend that he didn't hear them. Shen Lang said, isn't that so? A doctor must be pure. Once mixed with power, it will become complicated. The old imperial physician Yunhua was stunned. He was old enough to not be afraid of death, so it was fine for him to complain. He didn't expect that Shen Lang would cater to him. He had no intention of pleasing His Majesty. The old imperial physician said, Shen has such amazing medical skills. What do you plan to do in the future? Shen Lang said, I only save the people I want to save. I'm not a professional doctor. As long as I'm not willing, no one can expect me to save them. Hey, that's right. The old imperial physician Yunhua said, Shen, remember this. Don't be a doctor. It's too lowly. Shen Lang nodded and said, yes, I plan to be the son-in-law of the Kim family. I will eat well, drink well, be rich, and live a happy life. The old imperial physician Yunhua smiled and said, Shen is really a wonderful person. Shen Lang said, Elder, you are old. Why don't you lie down here and take a nap? I will call you if there's anything? Sure. The old imperial physician nodded, then lay down on the couch outside and curled up into a ball. Eunuch Li's son waved his hand. Immediately, a young eunuch came over, found a blanket, and covered the old imperial physician's body. After a while, the old imperial physician fell asleep. He was really selfless. He could even fall asleep in such a place at this time. In fact, the old imperial physician's medical skills were very high. Just now, Bianfei's movements were smooth. He couldn't do it himself, so he directed the female doctor to complete the entire abortion and placenta detachment. As for the massive bleeding, it was because of Bianfei's constitution. She had coagulation disorder, and the bleeding point was inside her body. The old imperial physician had already tried to stop the bleeding. He used the barehanded hemostasis technique, but it didn't work. He didn't have X-ray vision like Shen Lang. Shen Lang lay lazily on the chair, dozing off with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Eunuch Li's son came over and kicked Shen Lang. Then, he walked outside. Shen Lang hurriedly followed. They came to a corner. Eunuch Li Sun said, "Kid, you've done well tonight. But misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Do you understand?" Shenlang nodded. Li Sun said, "When you performed the rescue, everything happened in front of everyone's eyes. There was no cheating at all. But it's still too much of a coincidence. Why didn't anyone else's blood work, but Ning Zheng's? Some people will wonder if you, Shenlang, did something. Obviously, other people's blood could have been used, but in order to save Prince Ningxing and find a backer for him, you cheated during the blood test. You just wanted to give the credit of saving Consort Bian to Prince Ningxing." Shenlang said, "That's not all. Some people might say, how could it be so coincidental? Prince Ningxing had just been imprisoned in the Imperial Clan Temple's prison, and Bian Fei had a miscarriage and a massive bleeding. Did someone frame her? Was he framed by Shenlang? His methods were like a god's. Perhaps in order to save Ningxing, Shenlang first caused concubine Bian to fall into a death trap, and then he lent a hand to save her. This way, he would have done a great favor." Eunuch Li Sun said, "It's good that you understand. Do you have any message for His Majesty?" Shenlang shook his head. Li Sun said, "I will be by His Majesty's side during this period of time. If someone slanders, I will do my best, but I can't stop them." "All right." Shenlang said, "Thank you, Eunuch Li Sun sighed, "The human heart is sinister." Then, he returned to his original position and stood outside the door. Shenlang also returned to his chair and sat down. A moment later, he fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already dawn. Eunuch Li Sun said, "His Majesty wants you to go in and take a look at Bian Fei." Shenlang walked in. Eldest Princess Xianxia said, "Can you pull out the silver needles?" Shenlang nodded and said, "Yes, but pull them out one by one. Don't pull them out all at once." Eldest Princess Xianxia followed Shenlang's words and slowly pulled out the silver needles one by one. The wound in Bian Fei's palace had completely stopped bleeding. Next, Shenlang was going to prescribe anti-inflammatory medicine. Of course, there was also the need to drain the blood in the palace. The old imperial Dr. Yun Hua was more experienced in this area, so there was no need for Shenlang. "Why hasn't Bian Fei woken up yet?" Ning Yuanxian asked. He looked very tired. His eyes were red and sunken. Shenlang slept for a few hours, but Ning Yuanxian didn't even close his eyes for a moment. Shenlang said, "She fainted because of the lack of oxygen in her brain. She needs a long time to rest. But Your Majesty, don't worry. Bian Fei will wake up in 2 or 3 days." Ning Yuanxian said, "Bian Fei lost a lot of blood. I heard from you that the blood transfusion into her body is only half of the blood loss. Is it necessary to transfuse more blood?" Shenlang shook his head and said, "No need. His Highness Ningxing has already transfused half a kilogram of blood. If he transfuses more blood, it will hurt his body. Moreover, half a kilogram of blood is enough for Bian Fei's body. Her body will produce new blood on its own." Ning Yuanxian originally wanted to say that Ning Zheng's body was injured. But Shenlang flatly refused, so he couldn't say anything more. Since last night, Shenlang had been very powerful. What he said was like an imperial edict. No one could refute it. To be precise, in the ward, the words of Shenlang, the doctor who saved people, were like an imperial edict. Ning Yuanxian said, "Are you sure that Bian Fei doesn't need more blood transfusion?" Shenlang nodded and said, "Yes." Ning Yuanxian said, "Li Sun, send someone to send Ningxing back to the prison of the Imperial Clan Temple." Li Sun bowed and said, "Yes." Logically speaking, this decree was completely unreasonable. Ningxing had just transfused blood to Bian Fei and saved her life. How could he still send him back to prison? But Shenlang didn't say anything. Ning Yuanxian said, "Find a room for Shenlang nearby. Let him rest in the palace." Eunuch Xiaoli nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." So, Shenlang stayed in the palace. Anyway, it was not the first time for him to stay in the palace. Today, the monarch didn't stop the court session. However, the court session was very short. Only less than 2 hours. In fact, there were many affairs in the court. After all, the state of Yu had just survived a crisis and won a great victory. And the envoy of Chu state would come soon. How should they negotiate, and how should the war in the South Kingdom continue, and what should they do about Cho Hao, the traitor of Liuzhou Islands? There were many things to do in Western Heaven Province. What should they send officials? All these affairs needed to be discussed. But the monarch quickly ended the court session and returned to the imperial harem to accompany Bianfei. At least he wanted to see her wake up. This was a way to make up for the debt he owed to his deceased wife and a kind of gratitude to God. God finally showed mercy to him and didn't take Bianfei away. Around evening, Bianfei, you woke up. The monarch Ning Yuanxian's eyes turned red, and then he smiled. Bianfei's tears rolled down her cheeks. She also smiled gently, but she looked very bitter. She finally had a child, but she couldn't keep it. Of course, she felt like a knife was twisting in her heart. But she was also a little shy. Because she thought she was dead yesterday, she said her last words. Many of those last words were things she usually couldn't say. Now that she was not dead, thinking of those last words she said, they seemed especially pretentious, so she felt shy. Then the two of them didn't say anything. Ning Yuanxian held Bianfei's hand tightly. After a long time, Bianfei said softly, I'm sorry to Shenlang. The monarch shook his head hard and said, you didn't owe him at that time. You didn't want the imperial harem to interfere in politics, so it was right to refuse. Bianfei didn't say anything else. The monarch said, Shenlang is a very proud person. When you see him later, don't say anything to thank him. He doesn't care. Bianfei just smiled slightly. After a while, Shenlang and the old imperial physician Yunhua came in. After Shenlang felt her pulse, he carefully examined her body and felt her temperature. I'm generally fine. I just need to rest and recuperate. Shenlang said, recuperate and recuperate. Old Master Yun is better than me. I don't need to do anything else. Ning Yuanxian said, well, you can go back. Shenlang bowed and said, Your Majesty, Bianfei, I'll take my leave. Bianfei smiled gently at him and said, Shenlang, thank you. Shenlang returned home. He immediately heard the chatter of two little girls. They were crying while talking, and then they were laughing. They were Ucici and Yukiki. They were sent back from the Court of Great Grace. The elder sister was talking vividly about how terrible the Court of Great Grace was. She even stretched out her hand to show Binger. Sure enough, the palms of the two little girls and their bodies had traces of being beaten. This was how the Court of Great Grace operated. They had to make all the children as obedient as slaves in the shortest time possible. Therefore, they adopted high-pressure control and beat the children severely if they disobeyed. It was like training animals. They even trained these children to have conditioned reflexes. Anyway, even if they were beaten to death, they would not be guilty. Ucici and Yukiki were beaten several times just a few days after they were sent there. It was really a lingering fear. As soon as Shenlang walked in, the two little girls immediately rushed out and hugged Shenlang's legs. Uncle, I promise to be obedient in the future. I will be good in the future. Please don't send us away again. The little girl begged with tears in her eyes. Shenlang picked them up and touched their noses intimately. The psychological shadow brought about by the past few days could only be diluted with time. Madame Zhue and Binger looked at Shenlang eagerly. They had already heard the news that His Highness Ningjing gave Bianfei a blood transfusion and saved her life. But why did Prince Ningjing not come back when Shenlang came back? Shenlang said with a smile, Don't worry, don't worry. Indeed, there was no need to worry. Some storms had yet to come. The great eunuch Li Sun was right. Misfortune and fortune depended on each other, and fortune lurked within misfortune. As expected, following that, a rumor appeared in the capital. It was said that Shenlang had tampered with the blood transfusion in order to find a backer for His Highness Ningjing. It was obvious that other people's blood would have worked, but Shenlang used a trick to prevent other people's blood from fusing with Bianfei's. Only Ningjing's blood could. This was to find a way to get Ningjing off the hook. Many people shouted that it was unfair. Ningjing killed an official of the Supreme Court. How could he get off the hook so easily? This was a different matter. A prince who broke the law would be punished the same as a commoner. Could it be that just because he had given Bianfei a blood transfusion, he could be exempted from the crime of murder? Isn't this a little too absurd? Then, an even more terrifying rumor appeared. It was said that Bianfei would not have had a miscarriage, nor would she have bled. This was all Shenlang's plot. It was said that Shenlang had killed someone to save someone. Otherwise, why would Bianfei have a miscarriage at this time instead of earlier or later? Why did she have a miscarriage when Shenlang had returned to the capital and when Ningjing was locked up, and the source of this rumor was a completely unexpected person? Bianfei's nephew, Bian Yin. He did not care at all and was filled with indignation. It must be Shenlang who caused my aunt to have a miscarriage and bleed profusely. This person is extremely vicious. You don't know how powerful Shenlang is. Do you know King Chong, Aragang? He died in the hands of Shenlang. My aunt was fine before, and the child in her belly was also fine. But as soon as Shenlang returned, my aunt had a miscarriage. How could there be such a coincidence? Do you know what the funniest thing is? I am my aunt's nephew. We are related by blood, but my blood cannot fuse with my aunt's, while Ningjing can. Isn't this ridiculous? It seemed that no one cared about this rumor. No one came out to stop it. So the rumor spread more and more widely, and the lie became a reality after being told thousands of times. At this point, many people in the capital firmly believed it. They believed that the reason why Bianfei had a miscarriage and bled profusely was all Shenlang's plot. Inside the palace, Bianfei's body was recovering every day. But 5th Prince Ningjing was still locked up in the Imperial Clan Temple's prison, and Shenlang was still in the 5th Prince's residence, never appearing in public again. It was as if he had never saved Bianfei. As if nothing had happened. On this day, Bianfei's nephew rushed into the 5th Prince's residence angrily. Where is Shenlang? Let him come out to see me, let him come out to see me. A moment later, Shenlang appeared in front of him. Young Master Bian, what can I do for you? Bian Yin, Bianfei's nephew, pointed at Shenlang and said in a cold voice, Shenlang, what plot did you play? Tell me the truth? Shenlang frowned. Bian Yin said sternly, Shenlang, don't play dumb. What did you do during the blood transfusion? I am clearly my aunt's nephew. How could my blood not mix with my aunt's? You obviously did something. Why don't you tell me the truth? Also, how did you cause my aunt to miscarry? How did you cause her to bleed profusely? You should tell me the truth. Good trick. Shenlang, you really have a good trick. First you harm, then you save. Don't you want my Bian family to owe you a favor? Don't be delusional. Do you think no one can see through your plot? Not only me, but everyone can see through it. I have written to my uncle, and I will tell my aunt about your plot. I will tell my uncle, His Majesty. I will not let you off easy. Shenlang, you will soon be out of luck. Can't you see it? On the surface, you seem to have saved my aunt, but why didn't His Majesty reward you? Why didn't my aunt reward you? Why is Ningjing still in prison? Why is your beloved Princess Ning Yen still imprisoned in the Imperial Clan Temple? It's just that my aunt and uncle have already seen through your plot. Shenlang, you are about to be finished. The Black Water Group will soon come to investigate the matter of you murdering my aunt. Shenlang looked at Bian Yin. Bian Xiao ruled Yanzhou alone and had 100,000 soldiers. But the Bian family had no hostages in the capital. All the outstanding descendants of the Bian family were in the army. Bian Yan was Bian Zhao's nephew. His parents died in the hands of King Wu. Bian Xiao felt guilty and treated this nephew well. But this nephew was so useless that he couldn't endure hardship in the army. So he was sent to the capital to enjoy glory and splendor. Although he was only Bian Zhao's nephew, the monarch had already conferred him the title of Viscount and arranged for him to be a 5th-rank dignitary. But Bian Yan was not satisfied. He only wanted to climb up. This time, Consort Bian's miscarriage had caused a lot of bleeding and required a large blood transfusion. Bian Yan was overjoyed. He felt that it was time for him to make a contribution. As long as his blood could save his aunt, he could be promoted and make a fortune. Even though he was a little afraid of bleeding, his desire for a meteoric rise still surpassed his fear. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. His aunt was the monarch's favorite concubine and his uncle was the most powerful official in the state of Yu. Why was he only a viscount and a fifth-rank dignitary? Saving his aunt, concubine Bien, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But it was ruined by Shenlang. After being instigated to expose him, he was even more certain that this was Shenlang's plot. Therefore, he shouted all over the world in the capital. He was the nephew of the Duke of Might, Bien Shao. Of course he had nothing to fear. Who would dare to arrest him if he shouted everywhere? Who would dare to stop him? He shouted everywhere for several days and found that no one stopped him. And when he found that Ning Jing and Ning Yan were still locked up, he was even more overjoyed. He felt that he had hit the nail on the head. So he felt that he had to go one step further and rush into Shenlang's house to expose him. Shenlang let him say whatever he wanted. He looked at him with a smile and didn't refute him. No refute. I was right, wasn't I? Ha ha ha. Bien Yen was ecstatic. He pointed at Shenlang and said, "Just you wait, I'm going to the palace right now, I'm going to complain to His Majesty, I'm going to complain to Gu, I'm going to expose your conspiracy right now." Seeing that Shenlang was speechless, Bien Yen was overjoyed. He felt that he had hit the nail on the head. Then, he entered the palace in high spirits. After nearly 10 days of rest, Consort Bien could barely sit up. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian was feeding her chicken soup. "My dear, this is a blessing in disguise. You look much better. Maybe you'll recover in the future," Ning Yuanxian said with a smile. Consort Bien said, "Your Majesty, let me do it myself. Or let the maids do it. You're busy with state affairs. How can you feed me?" Ning Yuanxian said, "I've owed you a lot. Now, I can only make up for it." At this moment, there was a burst of shouting outside. "Your Majesty, my aunt, I'm going to expose Shenlang's plot. I'm going to expose the big plot." Bien Yan rushed outside and knelt down. Since he was blocked from entering, he shouted from outside. "Your Majesty, my aunt, this must be Shenlang's plot. I'm my aunt's nephew. How can my blood not be compatible with my aunt's? How could it be so coincidental? As soon as Shenlang came back, my aunt miscarried and lost a lot of blood? It must be Shenlang's fault. This is all his plot. I've just gone to see Shenlang. I've exposed his plot. He's very guilty and speechless." Monarch and Consort Bien looked at each other. They couldn't help but sigh. These days, Monarch let the rumors ferment and become more and more intense. He just wanted to see who would jump out. Because Monarch also suspected that Consort Bien's miscarriage was caused by someone. Of course, he didn't suspect Shenlang, but someone else in the palace. Therefore, he wanted to see who would show up with the help of this rumor. But he didn't expect that only Bien Yen, the big idiot, would jump out from the beginning. Outside, Bien Yen almost shouted, "Your Majesty, please send the black water platform to catch Shenlang. The truth will come out after torture. This must be his plot. My aunt miscarried and lost a lot of blood. It must be Shenlang's fault." Monarch's face twitched violently. "As Consort Bien's nephew, how could you say that miscarried and lost a lot of blood so happily? Did you care about it at all?" Ning Yuanxian said lightly. "Li Sun, call the black water platform's people here." The eunuch Li Sun said, "Yes, Your Majesty." A moment later, the black water platform's warriors came to the door. Bien Yen said, "Your Majesty is wise, Your Majesty is wise. Get the people from the black water platform to capture Shenlang and torture him, torture him." Monarch Ning Yuanxian said coldly, "Black water platform, capture Bien Yen and interrogate him. Find out who instigated him to make trouble. Torture him if necessary." "Yes, Your Majesty." A few black water platform's warriors dragged Bien Yen away. Bien Yen was shocked and shouted, "Your Majesty, you've captured the wrong person, the wrong person. The person you want to capture is Shenlang. I won't go to the black water platform. I won't go to the black water platform. Aunt, save me. Aunt, save me. Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me." Bien Yen's voice faded away. Soon, it couldn't be heard anymore. Monarch said, "These people have become cunning. No one will jump out again." Concubine Bien said, "Your Majesty, how about leaving the rest to me?" Monarch looked at concubine Bien and said, "Beloved, are you sure you want to get involved?" Concubine Bien said, "It's good to be alone, but sometimes it's too selfish and selfish. Besides, this is fate between us. I won't have any more children. Although he has a mother, it's the same as not having one. I still have his blood in me. Maybe this is fate between us." Monarch sighed and said, "As you say, my beloved." At night, 5th Prince Ningjing was brought out of the clan temple prison. "Greetings, Imperial Concubine Bien." Ningjing bowed respectfully. Concubine Bien looked at Ningjing with a gentleness she had never shown before. This was the first time she looked at Ningjing seriously. He was indeed not handsome. He was short and fat, and his skin was very dark. The birthmark on his chin was too obvious. From the moment he was born, he was regarded as an unlucky person. Since he was a child, he had never received any maternal love or affection. He was a pitiful child. After a long while, Concubine Bien said softly, "Zheng'er, are you willing to recognize me as your mother? From now on, I am your mother. Are you willing to be adopted by me?" Ningjing was stunned and looked at Concubine Bien in disbelief. Note, the first night watch has been sent. I had a bad sleep yesterday. I'm going to lie down for a while and write the second night watch. Everyone, please support me. In an instant, Ningjing's heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down at all. His whole heart trembled slightly, and even his whole body was trembling, and then he felt a burst of heat. This was probably the moment he had dreamed of. From the moment he was born, he had never received any love except for the eunuch who had taken care of him as he grew up. His father hated him, and his mother, Su Fei, did not say anything. He had fantasized countless times about having a mother who loved him. For a long time, his aunt, Su Peipei, was a mother in his heart. Because his aunt saved him, otherwise he would have drowned as soon as he was born. But he had never seen Su Peipei since he was a child, let alone spent time with her, so he could not imagine Su Peipei's role as a mother. When he was a little older, about 6 or 7 years old, there was a celebration in the palace, and he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and attended it. As a result, he was given an unprecedented cold reception. His father, the Empress Dowager, his biological mother, Su Fei, and his brothers acted as if he did not exist at all. They did not even prepare a seat for him, and they looked at him with extreme disgust and disgust. How could a child of 6 or 7 years old suffer such a cold reception? At that time, Ningjing was extremely sad. He completely felt the malice of the whole world towards him, and felt that the whole world was extremely cold, without any warmth. It was also at that time that Bien Fei waved to him and said, "Child, come to me." Then the eunuch added a seat next to Bien Fei. At that time, Ningjing's heart was extremely warm, as if his whole heart had been saved in an instant. At that time, he thought that it would be good if Mother Bien was his mother. He had thought about this for a long time. However, from that day on, he never had contact with Bien Fei again. And he never went to the annual celebration in the palace again. As he gradually grew up, Ningjing knew in his heart. Bien Fei did not really like him. At that time, she was kind and could not bear to see a child of 6 or 7 years old receive such a cold reception. In fact, Bien Fei had almost forgotten about it. But Bien Fei's gentle call was forever engraved in the depths of Ningjing's heart. And at this time, finally, his dream came true. This gentle and virtuous woman agreed to be his mother. Ningjing felt that he was enveloped in happiness. His heart was about to jump out, and he could not wait to agree immediately. Seeing the excited Ningjing blushing, Consort Bien said gently, "Child, what are you waiting for?" What he meant was that he should hurry up and acknowledge his mother. Ningjing's heart was still burning, but his mind was gradually clearing up. He did not acknowledge his mother. Concubine Bien was stunned. "What, you don't want to? Are you blaming me for being indifferent when you begged me to save Shenlang?" Ningjing shook his head and said, "No, no. He really didn't think that way. He was very clear in his heart. In this world, no one owes you anything. If someone is willing to help you, it's a favor. If they aren't willing to help you, it's their duty." What was wrong with Concubine Bien not wanting the harem to interfere in politics? Moreover, Shenlang did not have any kindness to Bien Fei at that time. What was wrong with her not wanting to help? Bianfei said, then why are you not willing? Ningjing immediately said nervously, I, he stuttered when he was nervous. Consort Bian said softly, don't rush, speak slowly. Ningjing took a deep breath, took out a stone from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Trying to calm himself down, Ningjing slowly said word by word, Mother Bian, if it was before, I would have dreamed of having a mother like you. Consort Bian said, then why not now? Ningjing said, because I plan to fight for the throne. As soon as this was said, Consort Bian was shocked. She really didn't know about this, because the monarch had never told her about it. How could Ning Yuanxian say it? Because in his opinion, it was more like a dream talk. If he said it, he would be laughed at. And before he could say it, Consort Bian had already met with an accident. Consort Bian looked at Ningjing in disbelief. Did this child have such great ambition? She couldn't tell at all. And how could he fight for the throne like this? His Majesty didn't like him at all, and his personal image was so bad. The key was that he stuttered and had no power behind him. How could he fight for the throne? Was the fight for the throne a child's play? Consort Bian's face became serious and said, Ningjing, tell me, why do you want to fight for the throne? Ningjing thought for a while and said, to protect the people I want to protect. If I don't fight for the throne, no matter whether my eldest brother or third brother ascends to the throne, they will not let go of Shenlang and the Kim family. As soon as this was said, Consort Bian's heart suddenly became soft. He was a good child, but it was too childish. Consort Bian asked, is it because Shenlang asked you to fight for the throne that you want to fight for the throne? Ningjing thought for a while and said, yes and no. Consort Bian said, tell me slowly. Ningjing held the stone in his mouth, so that every word he said was very difficult, but it was not easy for him to stutter. I have never thought about fighting for the throne before, not even in my dreams. But after talking with Shenlang, I think I can give it a try. Consort Bian still felt it was ridiculous, but she still asked, since you have decided to fight for the throne, don't you need more support? Why do you refuse to recognize me as your mother? Ningjing said, if I don't fight for the throne, then recognizing you as my mother is a private matter. If I want to fight for the throne, then recognizing you as my mother is a national matter. I can't ignore the public for personal reasons. Consort Bian said, don't you want to get my support? Ningjing said, of course I want to, but I haven't shown any talent now. It's too opportunistic to ask you to support me just because I transfused blood to Mother Bian. I am eager to get the support of the Bian family, but that is because Bian sees my ability and potential, and sees that I am a qualified heir, so they support me. It's not just me transfusing blood to Mother Bian. If I recognize you as my mother, it is tantamount to forcibly pulling Bian onto my chariot and letting Bian bear the responsibility that she should not bear. This is not right. Consort Bian was stunned. She looked at Ningjing carefully for a long time. She had to admit that the reason why she wanted to recognize Ningjing as her mother was first because he saved her life, second because he was pitiful, and third because he was kind. But she didn't expect that this child would be so responsible. Most people in this world will be blinded by greed. Who can resist such a great temptation in front of them? And Ningjing suppressed his desires in the face of such great benefits. Instead, he chose to be calm and make a choice. Of course, he looked somewhat childish, but he was really virtuous and strong-willed. Shenlang was very, very smart, but also very arrogant. Perhaps his judgment of people was not bad. Since he was able to choose Ningjing, it proved that Ningjing definitely had something outstanding about him. But Consort Bian also calmed down. Just as Ningjing said, if he didn't choose to fight for the throne, then Consort Bian would have no problem adopting him as her son. At most, she would protect Ningjing from being bullied and get the treatment he deserved. But if Ningjing decided to fight for the throne, then she couldn't randomly recognize a son. That would send a wrong signal to the world and make people think that the Bian family supported Ningjing in the fight for the throne. The consequences were very serious. At least until now, the Bian family didn't take sides in the fight for the throne. And Consort Bian was not qualified to represent the Bian family in supporting any side in the fight for the throne. The harem was not allowed to interfere in politics. She really wouldn't interfere in any government affairs. There was only one person who could make decisions on behalf of the Bian family, and that was his elder brother, Bian Shao. After looking at Ningjing for a long time, Consort Bian said, "Zheng, you are not only a good boy, but you also make me look at you in a different light. You are very responsible and have good moral character, which makes me very happy." Ningjing lowered his head and said nothing. Consort Bian said, "But as you said, since you have decided to fight for the throne, then I can't express my position." "But..." She paused a little. "But I like you even more." Ningjing bowed and said, "Thank you, Consort Bian." Consort Bian said, "Well, you can go now." Hearing Consort Bian's retelling, the monarch was a little shocked. Ningjing actually refused. How could he be so responsible? As an emperor, of course, he had to be greedy. But he also had to learn to refuse temptation. Because the temptation of benefits was likely to be a trap. Did Xianlang teach him to say that? Ning Yuanxian asked. Consort Bian said, "Impossible." The monarch soon realized that it was indeed impossible. That night, when Xianlang and Ningjing met, 3 people were monitoring and recording. Since then, Xianlang had never met Ningjing again, so how could he have a chance to teach him? Consort Bian said softly, "The harem is not allowed to interfere in politics, and I will never participate in the fight for the throne. But if anyone dares to bully Zheng, I will not agree." After leaving the palace, Ningjing returned to the prison of the imperial clan temple again. But the next day, the monarch summoned him. This was probably the first time that the monarch had summoned him officially. Ning Yuanxian said, "Ningjing, what do you think about killing those officials of the Supreme Judiciary?" Ningjing said, "If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner." Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian immediately frowned. He disliked this kind of righteous words the most. Who didn't know how to shout empty words? Instantly, Ning Yuanxian sneered and said, "In that case, should I behead you?" Ningjing said, "But I killed the officials of the Supreme Judiciary to save people." The monarch said, "What do you mean?" Ningjing said, "At that time, the officials of the Supreme Judiciary went to kidnap 2 little girls from the Yu family. Bing'er, the concubine of Xianlang, was not willing to let them go, so she blocked the 2 girls behind her. The officials of the Supreme Judiciary intended to attack the child in her belly. In order to protect themselves and the fetus, it was justified to kill them. At most, it was excessive self-defense." The monarch said, "Did you kill them or Xianlang's concubine?" Ningjing hesitated for a while and said, "I killed them." Ning Yuanxian looked at his son for a long time and then nodded and said, "I see. Come and take Ningjing back to the prison of the Imperial Clan Temple. Tell the Imperial Clan Temple and the Supreme Judiciary to jointly investigate this case." The next day, the Supreme Judiciary and the Imperial Clan Temple officially tried the murder case of the 5th Prince Ningjing. After 6 hours of trial, the truth was revealed. The officials of the Supreme Judiciary intended to kill the child in the belly of Xianlang's concubine. Ningjing killed them to save people. Although it was pardonable, his means were too violent, so he was sentenced to 30 lashes. Then, the 5th Prince Ningjing was publicly executed. He was whipped 30 times. His skin and flesh were torn open, and he was dripping with blood. When he was carried home, he had already fainted. 3 days later, the monarch decreed that Ningjing was conferred the title of Marquis of Chongping. He was allowed to open a government office and recruit 1,000 private soldiers. He also conferred the title of the former Marquis of Zhenyuan's mansion in the capital to Ningjing. After receiving this decree, Ningjing sobbed uncontrollably. It was not easy. It had been 3 years since he came of age. His other brothers had been conferred the title of Duke or Marquis. Now it was finally his turn. Compared to his other brothers, his title of Duke was still 1 level lower. But he was already satisfied. Of course, this decree did not cause too much shock. Because everyone thought it was a reward from the monarch for Ningjing's blood transfusion for concubine Bian. He was still the least favored son, and even hated by the monarch. Moreover, the monarch had conferred the Marquis of Zhenyuan's mansion to Ningjing, but half of the mansion had been burned down. Without choosing an auspicious day, Ningjing directly moved into the new Marquis of Chongping's mansion the next day. Although the Marquis of Zhenyuan's mansion had been burned down, the remaining half was still very large. It was more than 300 acres, many times larger than Ning Zheng's original mansion. When moving, only one family came to congratulate them. It was Zhang Chang's son, Zhang Sun. Concubine Bian sent a large number of gifts and furniture. Ning Zheng's entire family, including Shenlang's entire family, only added up to a mere 100 people. It was extremely spacious. Shenlang officially resigned from the monarch as the lord of Jinyuan City and became the chief clerk of the Marquis of Chongping's mansion. This time, some people were finally a little stunned. What did this mean? Shenlang was actually completely tied to Ningxing. At this point, the first step of Shenlang's plan to support the fifth prince Ningxing, the opening of a government office and building a government office, was completed. But at this time, the Marquis of Chongping's mansion was an empty shell. It needed to build a structure of civil officials and a structure of military generals. Most importantly, it needed to recruit 1,000 private soldiers. To put it bluntly, Ningxing's Marquis' mansion needed to recruit 3 registrars, 1,000 households, and 1,000 households. Generally speaking, this was what the monarch was equipped with. But the monarch did not give Ning Yuanxian a single soldier, nor did he give any officials. Everything had to be done by Ningxing and Shenlang themselves. So, Shenlang personally went to the Martial Arts Academy and the Imperial College to recruit. But nothing. Then, he went to the Xuanwu Avenue to recruit. Still nothing. For 3 whole days, no one was willing to join Ningxing's Marquis of Chongping's mansion. There were people who would do such a thing. But Ningxing's place was more than a cold stove, it was simply an ice hole. Not to mention charcoal, even kerosene could not be burned here. Whoever jumped into this pit was guaranteed to have no future. You, Shenlang, are the son-in-law of the Xuanwu Marquis' mansion and do not lack wealth, but we can't. Talented people have long gone to the crown prince or the third prince. Come to the fifth prince's mansion. Do you want to sit on a cold bench until you die? 8 whole days. Shenlang still did not succeed in recruiting a single person. Because he had requirements. The fifth prince's Marquis' mansion recruited 3 registrars. They needed to be a high scholar or the equivalent of a high scholar, such as an Imperial College student. And the 1,000 households recruited needed to be a high scholar, and the 1,000 households needed to be a high scholar. Who would be willing to come with a high scholar? Not to mention a high scholar, even a high scholar wouldn't be willing to come, but Shenlang became famous. Because he set up a stall every day to recruit people. On the 9th day, as for Shenlang, he gave everyone a huge fright. Because he opened a banner. Recruiting dragon followers. Recruiting hidden officials. Not only did he write big words, but he also made the big fool shout these 2 sentences. Everyone in the capital was struck by lightning. You, Shenlang, are ignorant and incompetent. Do you know what it means to be a high scholar? Do you know what it means to be a hidden official? Only the residents of the crown prince could be called a hidden official. Of course, this was not correct. To be precise, only the residents of the emperor before he ascended to the throne could be called a hidden official, because the crown prince might not be able to become the emperor. On this day, Shenlang openly recruited people at the Imperial College. But a supervisor sneered, Shenlang, do you know what a hidden official is? Is the fifth prince planning to fight for the throne? Shenlang immediately smiled and said, Eh? How did you know? Our fifth prince is planning to fight for the throne. Hearing this, the supervisor was so scared that he peed his pants, and then he burst into laughter. Then, a group of Imperial College students swarmed out and surrounded Shenlang. Shenlang, the fifth prince really wants to fight for the throne? Shenlang, yes, the fifth prince really wants to fight for the throne. Then, everyone burst into laughter and looked at Shenlang as if he was an idiot. Not only the Imperial College students, but even the teachers laughed until their stomachs hurt. It was really too funny. Ningxing wanted to fight for the throne, the short, fat, ugly, and stuttering Ningxing, the Ningxing that the monarch hated the most, the Ningxing who had no foundation, actually wanted to fight for the throne. What a huge joke. This could not be described as a toad wanting to eat swan meat. If the throne was said to be swan meat, then Ningxing was not even comparable to a toad. Shenlang, what does the fifth prince rely on to fight for the throne? Is it because of you, Shenlang? Someone asked. Shenlang said seriously, yes, it's because of me. Immediately, there was another burst of laughter. Xianlang, you've lost your mind. Xianlang, was it you who successfully went to the Chang kingdom? Was it you who successfully eliminated the Su clan's main force? Are you, Xianlang, crazy? Or a fool? Even if the world was destroyed and the state of you was destroyed, Ningjing could not fight for the throne. All of a sudden, Xianlang and the fifth prince Ningjing became the laughingstock of the entire country. More and more people were making fun of Xianlang and Ningjing. In this kind of mockery and ridicule, Xianlang's previous halo faded day by day. Over time, almost everyone forgot about the miracle he had created, forgot that he had gone to the Chang kingdom, and forgot that he had eliminated the Su clan's main force. This world judged heroes based on success and failure. No matter how successful you had been, as long as you failed, you would become an idiot. For example, Shi Yuzhu after his first bankruptcy, or Mao Qizhong, who had created a miracle and became the richest man in the country but ended up in prison. And now, Xianlang had become this big fool. He had become a frog in a well, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. After seeing enough of his joke, the Imperial College chased him out and forbade him from going in to recruit talents. Then, the Imperial College also put up a sign. They did not allow Xianlang to enter. Finally, a few martial arts schools in the country also put up signs, forbidding Xianlang to enter. And the Imperial College said that they did not recognize Xianlang as a student. There was no other way. Xianlang was on Xuanwu Avenue, Vermilion Bird Avenue, and he even started to recruit talents on the bustling streets. Recruiting officials who follow the emperor, recruiting officials who hide in the mansion. Recruiting 3 registrars, minimum requirement is a provincial official. Recruiting 1 Qianhu, minimum requirement is a provincial official. Recruiting 3 Baihu, minimum requirement is a provincial official. Xianlang came out every day to set up his stall, and the big fool followed him every day. Others might feel embarrassed, but the big fool did not. He thought it was quite fun. Xianlang became famous, very famous. Of course, his popularity was similar to Sister Feng and Sister Furong's. He was laughed at by countless people. He became famous because he made a fool of himself. His reputation seemed to have grown wings, flying out of the capital, to the whole state of Yu, and finally to the whole eastern world. Soon, people in the surrounding countries knew that a strange person, Xianlang, had appeared in the state of Yu. He wanted to fight for the throne for Ningjing, and set up a stall every day to recruit talents. So some people asked, which Xianlang? It can't be Xianlang, right? Yes, that Xianlang? How is that possible? He must be crazy. Isn't that right? He must be crazy. More than 20 days passed. Xianlang still did not recruit a single talent, and the fifth prince's marquee mansion was still an empty shell. Not even a ghost was willing to join Ningjing. To be honest, if Ningjing was just recruiting people normally, there might be a few high scholars who were doing extremely poorly who would come to join him and do nothing. But Xianlang said that he wanted to fight for the throne. This scared people to the point of peeing. This time, they would not have anything to do, and they might even lose their lives. You may talk about fighting for the throne, but when the crown prince or the third prince ascends to the throne, they will kill you. When that time comes, everyone who follows Ningjing will die. And the funniest thing was, who would say that he wanted to fight for the throne? Wasn't the third prince Ningqi awesome? With the support of the Shui and Zhong families, he could already compete with the crown prince. However, he did not dare to openly say that he wanted to fight for the throne, and only dared to say that he wanted to share his father's burden. You, Xianlang, are so awesome. The fifth prince Ningjing did not even have a single subordinate, and he dared to say that he wanted to fight for the throne. Did he know how to write ugly? Did he know how to write stupid? Every day, when Xianlang set up a stall on the street to recruit talents, there was a sea of people around. They were all rogues who came to watch the show. Xianlang, when will the fifth prince fight for the throne? Xianlang replied, today, today. Xianlang, when will the fifth prince become a young prince? Xianlang replied, tomorrow, tomorrow. Immediately, the crowd roared with laughter, looking at Xianlang as if he was a clown. Inside the palace, the monarch was about to explode in anger. Do you have no shame? Do you have any dignity? You, Shenlang, are not afraid of losing face. Ningjing is not afraid of losing face, but I am afraid of losing face. And you keep saying that you want to fight for the throne. Are you looking for death? Can you shout the words fight for the throne? You can do it, but you can't say it. You, on the other hand, shout it so that the whole world knows. Are you afraid that the whole world does not know that there is a fight for the throne in the state of you? There were many times that the monarch wanted to send people to smash Shenlang's stall, and then drag Shenlang into the palace and beat him with dozens of boards. But, he still endured it. Because he owed Shenlang 2 favors. The first favor, Shenlang destroyed the main force of the Su clan's rebel army. The second favor, Shenlang saved Bian Fei's life. Therefore, Ning Yuanxian could only turn a blind eye to it. However, this would also hurt his reputation. Now, people from several countries around him were laughing at Ning Yuanxian. Not only would Shenlang become a laughingstock, but Ning Yuanxian would also become a laughingstock. Therefore, His Majesty really had a hard time tolerating it. These days, the sentence that the monarch said the most in his heart was, "Fortunately, Shenlang is not my son, or else I would really beat him to death." All the bastards in the world are the same. The more powerful you are, the more headaches you will cause. The audience looked at Crayon Shinchan and thought that he was very cute. But if a parent really had a son like Shinchan, they would probably only want to stuff him back into their stomach and give birth to another one. In the end, even the great eunuch Li Sun could not stand it anymore. "Your Majesty, why don't I send people to smash Shenlang's stall and drag him in?" Li Sun was someone who liked Shenlang very much, and even he could not stand it anymore. "This is too embarrassing. Are you looking for talent or a fortune teller, setting up a stall?" Concubine Bian could not stand it anymore. She had never been involved in politics, but one day, she could not help but say something. "Your Majesty, why don't you arrange all the servants for Zheng'er? Let him build the framework of the Marquis mansion, so that Shenlang will not embarrass himself outside every day?" Look, even a gentle and virtuous person like Concubine Bian could not stand it. Monarch Ning Yuanxian said, "If it were before, I could secretly arrange all the servants for Ningjing, but now I can't." Now he really couldn't. Shenlang and Ningjing had almost become a laughingstock, and the 5th prince's mansion had also become a fire pit. Even if the monarch issued an edict, it would be useless. After these people went there, they would immediately claim that they were sick or even run away. After they went there, they might even lose their lives, not to mention their futures. In the end, the monarch said something harsh. "Let him be. Let him be. This little bastard, don't ever fall into my hands, or I will beat him to death." Hearing this, Concubine Bian couldn't help but laugh. The fate between His Majesty and Shenlang was really interesting. His Majesty had no patience at all, nor did he have a forgiving heart. Now he had to endure Shenlang so hard that he was reduced to the point of saying harsh words. In the following time, Shenlang still set up a stall every day to recruit talents. In the beginning, there was a sea of people around every day. Later, there were fewer and fewer people. Because people would also get tired of watching ugly dramas, and people would also get tired of seeing ugly people do more mischief. Gradually, even the scoundrels and idlers were unwilling to pay attention to Shenlang. It was quite interesting to watch a fool for a few days, but it was boring to watch it every day. Because of the wind and the sun every day, the 2 banners hung by Shenlang were a little faded. Recruiting dragon followers, recruiting hidden officials. The big fool was still the best. He had shouted this sentence tens of thousands of times, and he was still not tired of it. How could he be tired of it? He was the future #1 in the world. He was someone who had been ambushed millions of times by 2 great grandmasters, and he was someone who had blocked millions of swords. But the people of the capital were already tired of listening to it, and they were even obsessed and going crazy. The big fool's voice was like thunder, and when he shouted, it could be heard within a radius of 2 miles. Recruiting dragon followers, recruiting hidden officials. Countless people in the capital had to listen to it countless times every day, and they were really about to get sick of it. And this incomparably sacred sentence had also become the one that would be heard on the streets and alleys of the future. Buying fridges, color TVs, washing machines at a high price, now, when Shenlang took the big fool to recruit talents and shout. The people around would even roar. Don't fucking shout, I'm sick of hearing it. Don't fucking shout, I can't shit because of it. Don't fucking shout, I can't even get hard because of it. A whole month had passed, Xianxia still hadn't recruited a single ghost. He and Ningxing had completely fallen from clowns to clowns that no one cared about. Ningxing's Marquis Chomping's residence was still an empty shell. Apart from Xianxia, there wasn't even a cat. On the 31st day, suddenly, a person appeared in front of Xianxia's stall. You're recruiting, right? Xianxia, yes. Who are you recruiting? Xianxia, future court officials who follow the dragon. The person said, that's right. I originally didn't plan on leaving the mountain for the rest of my life, but seeing your sincerity, I came out. I already said that my price is very high. Xianxia, what price? The person said, future prime minister. Damn, this person was even better at bragging than Xianxia. It had been a month since Shu Zhaoyan's message. Finally, she contacted the Bitter Joy again, and they agreed to meet at the old place. The Crown Prince's patience with the Bitter Joy had run out. Shu Zhaoyan looked at the wine flask in her hand. It was poisonous wine. If she drank it, she would die without a doubt. Although she was unwilling, she still had to listen to the Crown Prince's orders. The Bitter Joy was useful, but martial arts were rare. But his natural sense of justice was too laughable. And he was still just a bootlicker. A figure flashed. The peerless expert Bitter Joy appeared. The 18-year-old martial arts champion who had become a legend had appeared once again. Shu Zhaoyan smiled and poured a glass of wine, handing it over. Brother, the weather is hot. Have a glass of wine to quench your thirst. The Bitter Joy was still extremely infatuated, looking at Shu Zhaoyan passionately. Then he took the wine from her hand and drank it in one gulp. Note, today's 2 chapters cost 15,000. Brothers, give me your monthly votes and support. Thank you everyone. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, bookseller's mobile Xianxia looked at the person in front of him. He was really out of this world, unrestrained, and loved freedom. Alright, let's talk like a normal person. The person in front of him should be unrestrained, unfettered by the world. Because he hadn't bathed for several months, and the summer was almost over. The clothes he was wearing should be from last year, and were already shiny. His hair should have been washed a few times. To be more accurate, he had washed his hair a few times when it rained. So his hairstyle could be compared to the beggar sex king, fierce and tough. There was also his face. He didn't have a face anymore, because it was all covered with dirt. This image reminded Xianxia of the old man in Stephen Chow's movie, Kung Fu. He looked like a beggar who picked up trash to eat. He also seemed like an otherworldly expert. Xianxia covered his nose with a handkerchief that had been sprayed with perfume. May I ask, where is your hometown? The master replied, my hometown is where my heart is at peace. Xianxia asked again, may I ask what is your scholarly title? The master replied, fame and fortune are all fleeting clouds. Xianxia asked again, then may I ask if you have any other family members? The master replied, to be alone in this world, without any worries, isn't that great? Oh, Xianxia understood. This person in front of him didn't have any scholarly title, not even half an elementary scholar. He had no fixed abode, and was an unmarried vagabond. Xianxia waved his hand and was about to throw him out. Young master, you picked me out of the sea of people, isn't this some kind of fate? Horses of 1,000 li are common, but Bolu is rare. My peerless talent has to have a place to go. Xianxia gritted his teeth, then what do you know? The master replied, knowing astronomy, looking down at geography, understanding people and harmony, understanding yin and yang. Understanding the 8 trigrams, knowing the Qimeng, knowing the art of concealment, strategizing in a tent, and winning a battle from 1,000 li away. You are better than Guanzhong, sitting with your knees crossed, and roaring proudly in the wind and moon, Xianxia grinned. Then he asked, Sir, is there anything you can't do? I don't know how to do small things. The expert said, in this life, I can only do big things. Xianxia finally saw it. This person's greatest talent was bragging. Damn it, he was too good at bragging, even better than Master Lang. Yo, isn't this lunatic Lon? Someone pointed at the expert and said. This is going to be interesting. Two lunatics have come together. No, it's a madman, a fool. From what Xianxia heard, this expert in front of him was quite famous. Very quickly, he could tell from the conversations of the people around him that this lunatic Lon was not just famous, he was practically famous. He was a beggar, but he also had a part-time job as a fortune teller. Of course, it had never been accurate. Some places in the state of Yu were close to the barbarian tribe and were more open-minded. There were even some women who knew how to read fortunes. This lunatic Lon took advantage of the fortune-telling to grope a woman's breasts and ended up having his hand broken. When he couldn't survive as a fortune-teller, he became a beggar. He ate his meals intermittently. Within 10 years, he had traveled all over the Wu Kingdom, the Chu Kingdom, the state of Yu, and so on. Of course, ordinary vagrants and fortune-tellers weren't famous. Most importantly, he wanted people to take off their clothes when he read fortunes. At first, he looked like an immortal, and some people actually fell for it. In the end, when they realized they had been tricked, they went back and beat him half to death. Of course, some people pitied him and gave him some money. But as soon as he got the money, he went to visit prostitutes. And it was the cheapest kind, the kind that cost about $50 to $60 a session. But in the end, even the most lowly prostitutes didn't want to do business with him because it was too dirty. Of course, if it was dirty, it could be washed. At most, it would just waste some water. The problem was that this scumbag kept debts and didn't pay them back. Now, he owed money to the cheapest prostitutes in the entire capital, and he had no intention of paying them back. Of course, these women weren't willing, so they got gangsters to beat him up a few times. Every time, he was beaten up like a dead dog, curled up in a ditch. Many times, everyone thought he should be dead. In the end, he didn't die every time. Over time, he became a famous person in the capital. Madman Lon. He was probably the lowest, scummiest, and lowest piece of trash in the entire capital. After his identity was exposed, this Madman Lon didn't care. He still looked at Xianxia with the look of an expert. Shen, if you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. If you miss me, you'll never be able to succeed in your hegemony. At this moment, a muscular woman walked over. She was about 40 years old, weighed more than 100 pounds, and was covered in fat. This was a female butcher. Her body was even more muscular than a man's, and she even had a beard on her lips. Pa. This female butcher walked up and slapped Madman Lon to the ground. Where's the 5 silver coins you owe me? If you don't pay me back, I'll kill you. This female butcher, who weighed more than 100 pounds, sat on Madman Lon's chest. Xianxia only heard a crack, and he instantly shuddered. I wonder if the master's ribs were broken by the impact of the seat. Madman Lon sighed. Jiao Jiao, we agreed that we were in love, why are we talking about money now? Who's in love with you? If you don't pay, I'll kill you. The female butcher slapped him left and right, causing his face to bleed. If you don't pay me back in 10 days, I'll castrate you. The female butcher walked away majestically. A female butcher also had a half-closed door business, she really did. This female butcher was probably a slave in the past, specializing in sumo wrestling. After she got older, she couldn't fight anymore, so she was hired to slaughter pigs and sheep. Her income was still very low, so she also did the flesh business. Of course, the price was extremely low, 1 silver coin for 10 times. Madman Lon stood up nonchalantly and patted his chest. This time, his ribs didn't break, that was great. Then, he looked at Xianxia. Young master, if you hire me, I'll need to pay you 5 silver coins in advance, so that I can compensate you for the emotional damage. F***ck, don't talk about emotional damages. Prostitution fees are prostitution fees. Xianxia asked directly, what's 3,895 times 15,243? Madman Lon was stunned, 593 times 145. Xianxia said, congratulations, you're hired. Madman Lon wiped the blood off his face, stood up, and said in a carefree and unrestrained manner, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, a virtuous minister chooses a master to serve, a scholar dies for his bosom friend. From today onwards, I, Lon, will do my utmost until the day I die. About the advance payment. Shenlang counted out 5 silver coins and gave it to him. Madman Lan took the silver coins and ran towards the female butcher. Jiao Jiao, I have money now, when can we continue our relationship? The female butcher took the money and said in disdain, Madman, don't waste money. Every time, it's not even half the time to pee, it's troublesome for me to take off my pants. I won't feel at ease earning your money. Madman Lan didn't feel embarrassed at all. He went in front of Shenlang and said, Greetings, Chief Clerk. Shenlang said seriously, From now on, you are the Chief Clerk of Marquis Chongping, a 7th rank official. F***ck, everyone felt like they were going crazy. A beggar could be an official, and a 7th rank official? Was Shenlang crazy? Yeah, someone like Madman Lan can be a 7th rank official? I can even be a prime minister. Shenlang, you must be crazy. You're completely crazy. The eunuchs around the 5th prince were stunned, and so was 13, who was next to Shenlang. The old eunuch said, Shen, although it's not easy to recruit people, this person isn't even a good for nothing. Shenlang said, Ah Weng, we want to recruit people without sticking to one pattern. The old eunuch grinned. But you're too unconventional. It was like a horse race. If you really didn't have a horse, you could pick a mule, or even a donkey, or even a wild dog. But you'd just caught a dung beetle. Shen, didn't you say it before? This chief clerk has to at least be a Jiren. Shenlang said, I did say I want to be a Jiren, but I didn't say when. Passing the previous imperial examinations counts, the next one counts, or even 10 years from now. Ugh, Shenlang said, beggars can have dreams too. Tramps can have dreams too. Then, he looked at Madman Lan and said, Registrar official, someone as talented as you must know other talented people, right? Can you introduce a few to me? Madman Lan said, Young Master Shen, you found the right person. I've been a wanderer all my life, laughing proudly in Jianghu. The talented people I've met are like fish crossing the river. Each one of them is a great talent to rule the country, a talent to command the world. But it can't be helped. They're unrestrained and not understood by the world. No one can recognize them. Shenlang said, I have a discerning eye. Chief Clerk, go and find these talented people. I'll recruit them based on merit. Madman Lan said, Sure. But I'll say this first. Talented people are hard to come by. Some lords can't find a talented person even if they search the whole world. And it's not easy for me to introduce 10 of them to you at once, so I want an introduction fee. Hearing this, the 5th prince's eunuchs and 13 were going crazy. Shenlang said, Sure, how much do you want? Madman Lan gritted his teeth and asked for an exorbitant amount, 1 silver coin per person. Shenlang said, Sure. In an instant, Madman Lan took the money and ran away. Soon, he entered a rundown temple. There were hundreds of homeless and beggars lying on the ground. Let me introduce you to a good job. Do you want to be an official in the Marquis' mansion? You'll start as a Baihu official. After a few years, you'll be promoted to 10 ranks. You'll all be generals, and you'll all be given high positions. But it's not easy for me to find this job for you. Everyone has to give me a silver coin as a commission. If you don't have money, you can owe me. Monthly interest is 10%. More than an hour later, there was a sea of people around Shenlang. There were at least tens of thousands of people watching. This was because the climax of Shenlang's recruitment was about to begin. They're coming, suddenly, someone shouted. Then, the entire street was filled with a stench. Madman Lan led 10 geniuses in a grandiose manner. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they strode into the crowd. After leading the 10 geniuses to Shenlang, Madman Lan said, Sir Censor, what do you think of the 10 geniuses I've chosen for you? They're more than enough to be a Baihu official. Shenlang looked at the 10 geniuses. They were all homeless and beggars. None of them looked normal. Their faces were distorted, their legs were lame, and their backs were bent. There was not even a single person who could stand straight. They could not even stand steadily. This time, the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Shenlang pinched his nose and carefully looked at them one by one. He looked very carefully and even used X-rays. Tisk. TSK, tisk. TSK, TSK, tisk. TSK, 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 tisk. After a full 10 minutes, he finally checked every one of them. Madman Lon said, Sir Censor, what do you think of the geniuses I've introduced? Are they all 1 in 10,000? Shenlang shook his head and said, no, not only 1 in 10,000, but 1 in 100,000. Madman Lon said, then tell me, are they qualified to be the 5th prince's residences by Hu officials? Yes, they're very qualified. Shenlang waved his hand and said, brothers, from now on, we're all in the same pot. From now on, you're all by Hu officials of Marquis Chomping's residence. As soon as he said that, the onlookers felt their scalps go numb. The old eunuch next to the 5th prince could not hold it in anymore. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lunatic Lon shouted, by Hu, why haven't you paid your respects to Master Censorate? Instantly, the 10 beggars knelt down. Greetings, Sir Censor. Ah. 3 of them were too weak, and 2 of them were lame. As soon as they knelt down, they fell over. The old eunuch next to the 5th prince was pinned down, and Yu woke up. After seeing this, his eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Shenlang said heroically, everyone, today's genius has succeeded. The recruitment of the 5th prince's residence has officially ended. Everyone, follow me to build your career. Then, Shenlang waved his hand and returned to the residence. The big fool raised 2 flags. Recruitment of dragon followers, recruitment of hidden officials. Madman Lan's face was covered in blood. He looked heroic, carefree, and unrestrained as he followed behind. Behind him, the 10 beggars walked crookedly and majestically towards the 5th prince's Marquis Chomping's residence. The onlookers did not even have the slightest bit of mockery or abuse. Too crazy. Too subversive. Too scary. There was only one question in their minds. Who am I, where am I, what just happened, have I gone crazy? Or has the whole world gone crazy? 11 beggars became officials just now. And they all had flat noses and crooked mouths. Beggars who could not even walk and could only lie down and eat lice became officials too, inside the 5th prince's Marquis Chomping's residence. Madman Lon led the 10 beggars and bowed to Ningjing. Greetings, my lord. Ningjing looked at the ugly beggar army. He was completely stunned. What was going on? Fortunately, he was broad-minded. Otherwise, he would have thought that Shenlang was humiliating him. Am I, Ningjing, only worthy of these half-disabled beggars? He had absolute trust in Shenlang. He felt that Shenlang's actions must have a deeper meaning. So even though his scalp was numb, he still nodded. Everyone, since you are here, take it easy and rest well. Madman Lon and the other beggars were stunned by the splendor of the Marquis's residence. It was too luxurious. They had never entered a residence like this before. They slept by the gutter and in a rundown temple every day. Entering this Marquis's residence was like entering a paradise. Madman Lon said, my lord, may I ask where we will be staying? Can we sleep on the floor? Ningjing's scalp was even more numb. He said, you can all stay in that house. If you need anything, just let me know. As soon as he said this, the 10 beggars cheered and immediately rushed towards the courtyard. Take the house. Take the room. I must pick a room without urine and feces. Then, before they could rush through the door, they all stopped. Because Xiaobing had appeared. She put her hands on her hips and covered her nose. The lioness roared, all of you, stop. Madman Lon and the other beggars immediately trembled. Binger said angrily, everyone, take a bath and shave your body with a bamboo brush. If there is even the slightest bit of dirt on your body, you are not allowed to enter the courtyard. Everyone, shave all your hair. If you bring a louse in, I will skin you alive. Burn all the clothes for me. Everyone, brush your teeth 30 times. If you have even the slightest breath, I will pull out all your teeth. Xian Nu, bring out the boiling water. If anyone dares to not bathe, beat them half to death. The female warrior, Xian Nu, shouted, yes. Then, dozens of female warriors rushed out. Like catching chickens, they carried the 11 beggars into the courtyard next door, stripped them clean, and threw them into the vat of hot water. The temperature of the water was so high that it was enough to shed a pig's hair. Suddenly, the 10 beggars wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, extremely mournful. However, this was only the beginning. These female warriors took out scissors and cut off every beggar's hair. Then, they used a bamboo brush to desperately scrape the dirt off their bodies. The whole process was exactly the same as shedding a pig's hair. Spare me, madam, be gentle, I don't want to be an official anymore, okay? These mournful screams were simply hair-raising. Ningjing looked at Shenlang. You have a deeper meaning, right? Shenlang shook his head and said, no. Ningjing said, You really want to recruit them? You want that madman Lan to be the registrar and those 10 beggars to be by who? Shenlang nodded. Ningjing could not believe it. Did you randomly choose them, or did you carefully select them? Shenlang replied, I carefully selected them. It took me an entire month to find these people. Ningjing grinned. It took more than a month to pick out these repulsive gourds. However, this group of weirdos was indeed difficult to find. It was not easy to find even one, let alone 10 of them at once. Ningjing asked carefully, Can I ask why? Shenlang said, because they are all talented people. Ningjing really wanted to ask, Shenlang, are you serious? But that would be too impolite. But please forgive me. Are these people talented people? Each of them was ugly and abnormal, and each of them was half disabled. These people were clearly the most trashy beggars and vagrants. Not to mention talented people, they could not even support themselves, let alone do the most ordinary work. Of course, Ningjing was not that harsh. But he felt that these 10 people were really cursed by the heavens. They were completely abnormal people who were swept into the garbage heap. Shenlang said, Your Highness, do you trust me? Ningjing said, I trust you more than I trust myself. Shenlang said, Then I will tell you seriously, Your Highness, they are really talented people, 1 in 100,000 talents. The person who made them was destroyed before they could use them. So this group of people became useless, and became the lowest of the lowest in the world. For more than a month, I set up a stall to recruit people and became the laughingstock of the whole world. In fact, to a large extent, I was waiting for these people. Now that I have waited for them, and 11 of them came at once, I am ecstatic. Ningjing trembled. He said that he had absolute trust in Shenlang, even more than he trusted himself. Since he said they were talented people, then they must be talented people. Ningjing said, Then do these people know that they are talented people? Shenlang said, Only one person knows. He spent more than 10 years to gather these people together. He is a very amazing person. The others don't know, they really think of themselves as beggars and vagabonds. Ningjing said, That person is Lunatic Lan? Shenlang nodded, Yes, that's him. Your Highness still lacks a commander, an invincible commander. At this time, in the courtyard next door, Lunatic Lan cried bitterly, kneeling on the ground and begging. Miss, please have mercy, it's not easy for me to keep my long hair, please don't shave my head. I will become a prime minister in the future, without hair, I can't be seen in public. Madam, as long as you keep my hair, you will be my savior in the future. Madam, keep your hair, keep your hair. Xianxia said coldly, You are a weed, who knows how many lice you have. I can't keep you, what if they jump onto Madam Bing? What if they jump onto Shen? He is a godlike person. Lunatic Lan said, How about we use boiling water to kill these lice? Xianxia said, Can your scalp take boiling water? Madam Lan gritted his teeth, Let's try. A moment later. Lunatic Lan let out an unprecedented scream of pain. It's cooked. This scream caused the stalls passing by outside to fall to the ground in fright. It caused the beggars who were changing to wet their pants in fright. A full quarter of an hour later. Hundreds of lice corpses floated on the basin of hot water. Lunatic Lan's scalp was almost cooked. This was the first time his hair was so clean. He gently flicked his long hair and used his hand to stroke his beard. He leaned against the pillar and said with a gentle gaze, Lady Xianxia, has anyone ever told you that you are very charming? Where is this lady from? Are you married? If one were to say that Shenlang had become the laughing stock of the world when he set up a stall to recruit people. In that case, his actions today were like a boulder smashing into a lake, setting off a monstrous wave. Shen Lang had recruited the trash lunatic Lan to become the 7th-rank registrar of the 5th Prince's marquee residence. This was already shocking enough. More importantly, Shen Lang had also recruited 10 half-disabled beggars and vagrants to become 10 by who. This news instantly blew up the entire capital. Almost everyone was talking about it. Shen Lang had completely turned from a laughingstock to a lunatic. He had become someone who despised the emperor and harbored evil intentions. Finally, monarch Ning Yuanxian could not bear it anymore. He directly sent Li Sun to bring Shen Lang into the palace. Then, he flew into a thunderous rage. Shen Lang, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Are you provoking me? Are you humiliating me? Are you blaming me? Are you blaming me for not having enough men for Ningxing, so you sent 11 beggars to slap my face? You are going to humiliate me like this? You really disappoint me. Previously, when you set up a stall to recruit people, you had already made me a laughingstock. I tolerated it, but now you are stepping on me. Give me an explanation. Give me an explanation. Monarch trembled with anger and his face turned pale. I, Ning Yuanxian, may not be good enough to Ningxing, but how much do I favor you, Shen Lang? I let you do whatever you want. Is this how you humiliate me? Ning Yuanxian once again felt that he had been betrayed. After taking a sip of the tea, Ning Yuanxian said in a cold voice, Shen Lang, you have to give me an explanation today. I've already sent some highly skilled martial artists from the Blackwater Tower to the outside of Ningxing's mansion. Within an hour, if you don't give an order to stop them, they will rush in and kill all the 11 beggars you brought here. Shen, get the hell back to Xuanwu City. I, Ning Yuanxian, can't afford to use a talent like you. In the night, hundreds of experts from the Blackwater platform were outside Marquis Ningxing's mansion. When the time was up, as long as there was no new decree, they would rush in and kill all the beggars. That way, the monarch would not become a laughingstock in the world. Well, maybe he had already become a laughingstock, but at least he could stop his losses. Shen Lang said seriously, Your Majesty, I am serious. Ning Yuanxian roared, You are serious about humiliating me. How can I, Ning Yuanxian, mistreat you? Do you hate me so much? The more monarch thought about it, the angrier he got. He waved his hand and said, Li Sun, give the decree. Tell the Blackwater platform to move ahead of time and kill all the 11 beggars. Send Shen Lang back to Xuanwu City overnight and return him to Jinshui. This man is too great. I can't afford to use him. He was really sad. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, I heard that Anka will be added this year? The general examination had been held last year, and the next one should be the year after next. But too many things had happened in the state of Yu this year, and they had achieved an unprecedented victory. So, to boost the morale of the country, Ning Yuanxian decided to add Anka. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, this lunatic Lan and these 10 beggars are all talents, and they are 1 in a million. Ha ha ha. The monarch laughed angrily. Shen Lang said, This lunatic Lan is in his 30s and has been wandering the world since he was a teenager. Although he has never gone to school or participated in any imperial examinations, there is still more than a month before the Anka's examinations. If Your Majesty can grant him the title of Imperial College Supervisor and let him participate in this year's examinations, I can guarantee that he will pass the examinations. The monarch snorted. This lunatic Lan has been wandering the world since he was a child, relying on scams to survive. He has never gone to school or taken any imperial examinations. He can't even pass the imperial examinations, let alone become a scholar. There was only a month before the Anka's examinations. Shen Lang said again, Your Majesty, these 10 beggars are martial arts talents. Although they have never practiced martial arts and have been beggars since they were young, and they are all half-crippled and have zero martial arts foundation, they are truly 1 in a million. There is only a month before the military examinations. I only need this month to train them, and they will all pass the military examinations. The moment these words came out, the monarch looked at Shen Lang like a madman. This person must be crazy, or else he is just pretending to be crazy in front of me. Ordinary talents need to train hard for more than 10 years before they can pass the military examinations. Look at Zhang Jin, look at Lin Zhua, which one of them didn't go through all kinds of hardships to pass the military examinations? Which one of them didn't train hard for 10 years? This world's martial arts were far more prosperous than ancient China's. Therefore, the status of the military examinations was far higher than ancient China's. Almost all the generals had passed the military examinations and were born as martial scholars. In this world, the martial scholars and martial scholars were not inferior to the literary scholars and scholars. Therefore, this world's military examinations were like thousands of soldiers and horses crossing a single log bridge. Especially since Tianjua City was the capital, it was full of talents. Every military examination was a group of death. To put it bluntly, an expert like Xianxia had a very low chance of passing the military examinations. Jin Cheng's level could probably pass it. But these 10 beggars were half-crippled and had no martial arts foundation. How could they pass the military examinations after a month of training? It was a fool's dream, it was the ravings of a madman. Shen Lang said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to make a military pledge. In a month's time, Madman Rulin will not pass the imperial examinations. If these 10 beggars don't pass the military examinations, I will return to Xuanwu City with my tail between my legs and leave the capital forever. I will never mention His Highness Ningxing's fight for the throne again." Inside the pavilion, after drinking the wine, Kudu Huan looked at Xue Zhaoyan with mixed feelings and shame. "Sister Yan, I'm sorry." Xue Zhaoyan said, "Why? Do you know that not only did you fail to kill Jin Zhua, you even left me in such a passive position?" Kudu Huan said, I couldn't do it. Marquis Jin Zhua is an upright and virtuous man." Xue Zhaoyan sneered, "Virtuous? Then I, Xue Zhaoyan, am a despicable person?" Kudu Huan said anxiously, "Sister Yan, I can make it up to you, I can make it up to you. I've done it for the past month. Didn't you want to know why the Zhua clan was destroyed? I've already investigated it for you. Sister Yan, I'll avenge you right now. I'll kill all your enemies right now. That person may be powerful and skilled, but I'm not afraid. At most, I'll just die. Sister Yan, I'm willing to do anything for you. I'm not even afraid of death. The enemy who destroyed the Zhua clan is very skilled, perhaps on par with a grandmaster, but I'm not afraid." Xue Zhaoyan sighed softly, "No need. I know who that person is. But I don't need revenge. I have no use for you anymore." Kudu Huan trembled, "Sister Yan, don't be angry, don't be angry. How can you forgive me? Tell me, I'll definitely do it for you, I'll definitely do it for you." And then, Kudu Huan found something gushing out of his mouth and nostrils. He touched it, only to find it covered in black blood. "Sister Yan, you poisoned the wine?" Kudu Huan trembled. "Yes," Xue Zhaoyan said coldly. Kudu Huan was in disbelief. I've done so much for you, I've killed so many people for you, I'm willing to give up everything for you. You poisoned me? You said that you love me is fake?" Xue Zhaoyan sneered, "Of course it's fake. You're just a lowly war refugee. My father adopted you as his son, but you really think of yourself as my brother. In my eyes, you're just a slave." Kudu Huan was struck by lightning. Mouthful after mouthful of black blood gushed out. After a long while, tears of blood flowed from his eyes. "Xue Zhaoyan, if you want to kill me, why use poison? Why use poison? You can kill me with your sword. Kill me with your sword." Kudu Huan tore open his clothes, revealing his muscular chest. "Kill me with your own hands, kill me with your own hands. I won't dodge, I won't dodge." Xue Zhaoyan's face froze. She drew her sword and stabbed it into Kudu Huan's chest. Kudu Huan's chest was pierced. Although he'd been poisoned, and Xue Zhaoyan was very skilled. But in front of Kudu Huan, several Xue Zhaoyan were useless. Now, Bitterhead Joy could crush him to death with a single finger. But he didn't. He let Xue Zhaoyan stab his chest. "Trash, die," Xue Zhaoyan said coldly. Then, she abruptly pulled out her sword and kicked. Kudu Huan bled from all his orifices. His body fell backward into the raging river. Note, first update. My neck hurts so much I can't take it anymore. I need a massage, but there's no time. Everyone, please support me and give me strength. The provincial examinations were usually held in autumn, so they were called the autumn examinations. The general examinations were held in spring. Whenever there was a large-scale celebration, the Xianxia would be added. The previous king had been on the throne for more than 20 years, but he had not added an Xianxia even once. Xianxia had been on the throne for more than 20 years. Including this time, he had already added an Xianxia 3 times. The first time was to celebrate his ascension to the throne. The second time was to celebrate his 10 years on the throne. And this time, the third Xianxia was to celebrate his 20 years on the throne. Originally, many people thought that the Xianxia this year was over. Everyone had seen the situation this year. The state of Yu was surrounded by danger. The north had conflicts with Wu Kingdom, the northwest had conflicts with Chu Kingdom, the west had Su clan rebellion, and the south had the South Kingdom. This spring, the monarch had been slapped in the face time and time again. How could he be in the mood to celebrate? He wanted everyone to forget about his 20 years on the throne, and the Xianxia had been pushed back again and again. Who knew that the situation would develop so quickly? In less than half a year, the situation had been reversed. The state of Yu had once again obtained a glorious victory. They had wiped out Su Nan's rebellion and formed an alliance with Chang Kingdom. The Wu Kingdom in the north had admitted defeat and formed an alliance. The Chu Kingdom in the west had retreated dejectedly and were now in the midst of negotiations. Xianxia's reputation had instantly risen to a whole new level. This monarch was so capricious. When the good news came 50 days ago, he immediately announced that the Xianxia would be carried out as usual. And once the Xianxia was added, not only would there be a civil examination, there would also be a military examination. The provincial examinations would be held in autumn, and the general examinations would be held in spring next year. And these scholars could not be more happy. Adding an Xianxia was equivalent to having an additional chance, and they could wait 2 years less. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. The Xianxia should be held in 1.5 months, not the general examinations. It has been corrected. After hearing Xianlang's words, the monarch could not help but frown. This little bastard in front of him had once again stepped on his bottom line. Who was this lunatic Lan? He was just a beggar, someone with an extremely bad reputation. It was fine that you recruited him as the registrar of Marquis Ningxing's residence, but you actually want him to participate in the Xianxia. What would the world think of me then? The provincial examination required qualifications. Although the Imperial College students and the Imperial College students were not worth much, many merchants had them. Were they going to be given to a beggar now? No, not one beggar, but more than a dozen beggars. The capital of the Tianyue Kingdom, together with the several cities under its jurisdiction, had a population of several million. It could be said that there were many talented people. Every provincial examination was a land of death. The liberal arts examination was difficult, but the martial arts examination was even more difficult. But now, Xianlang actually wanted to let all 11 of them succeed at once. That was insane. Are you serious? The monarch looked at Xianlang. Xianlang nodded and said, of course, your subject is unprecedentedly serious. The monarch still felt that it was extremely unreliable. Xianlang said, Your Majesty, from last year until now, everything I have said, although it sounded like I was bragging at first, in the end, everything I said came true. That was true, but this matter was still too absurd. Xianlang said, moreover, your subject is willing to make a military pledge. The monarch looked at Xianlang for a long time and said, It's a deal. Write it down. Xianlang waved his pen. He wrote down the military pledge. In this provincial examination, Madman Lan would participate in the literary examination, and the other 10 would participate in the martial examination. If Madman Lan could not be in the top 3, and the other 10 could not pass, Xianlang would officially return to Xuanwu City. The matter of helping the 5th prince to seize the throne would be dropped. Then, Xianlang signed his name. The monarch said that Madman Lan does not need to be in the top 3. His name is enough. After reading Xianlang's military pledge, the monarch still felt that it was a joke. Yes, it did seem like a joke. But Ning Zhang's bid for the throne looked extremely absurd. Moreover, if Madman Lan and the other 10 did not pass in the civil and military examinations, then Ning Zheng's bid for the throne would be completely hopeless. This was a miracle that defied the heavens. Passing the civil and military examinations was only the first step to creating a miracle. The monarch said, "The candle flame is right in front of me. If you give up now, I can burn it and pretend that nothing happened. Then you can drive away those beggars, and I will send people to the Ning government to assume the position of registrar and official." Shen Lang said, "Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness. But I am a person who likes to create miracles, especially impossible miracles." The monarch still felt that it was crazy. There was only a little more than a month left, and he wanted to let 11 beggars pass the imperial examinations. Was the civil and military examinations of the state of Yu that easy? How many elite scholars failed every year? The imperial examinations of the state of Yu, Chu, and Wu were all very difficult. As for the provincial examinations, there were about 3,000 people participating every year. How many of them passed? At most, there were no more than 130 people, and the probability of passing was less than 5%. Moreover, these 3,000 people were all elites, except for a few playboys from the Imperial College and the Imperial College. The provincial examinations were a little better. The state of Yu had a population of nearly 20 million. About 1,000 people participated in the provincial examinations every year, and about 100 were admitted to the provincial examinations every year. The acceptance rate was 10%. The provincial examinations of the state of Yu had 5 regions: Tiannan Province, Tiannan Province, Tiannan Province, the capital, and Yenzhou. Tiannan Province was the easiest, while the capital was the most difficult. There were too many talents in the capital. It was even more difficult to pass the provincial examinations than to become a provincial scholar. People who studied for decades and practiced martial arts for decades still couldn't pass the high school examinations. The monarch said, "One more thing. If they fail the provincial examinations, I will execute them secretly. Because you are the one making trouble, and I am the one losing face." Shen Lang's mouth twitched. "That's settled." Ning Yuanxian said, "Li Sun, bestow this orchid." Ning Yuanxian said, "Bestow this orchid with the title of Imperial College Supervisor. She is allowed to participate in the provincial examinations at the end of autumn. Bestow another 10 people with the title of Imperial College Supervisor. They are allowed to participate in the provincial examinations at the end of autumn. In addition, ask those people at the Black Water platform to leave and spare the lives of these beggars for now." Eunuch Li Sun said, "Yes." Shen Lang bowed and said, "Your Majesty, what if I succeed and create a miracle?" The monarch thought for a while and said, "What do you want?" Shen Lang said, "His Highness Ningxing, expand the number of private soldiers to 2,000. 2,000 private soldiers was not a lot, but it was not a small number either." The monarch's eyebrows twitched. Only Shen Lang dared to ask for conditions. If it were someone else, he would have been beaten to death. Ning Yuanxian frowned and said, "Fine. And you can choose the source of soldiers. But if you fail, remember the consequences. I won't repeat them." As soon as Shen Lang left, the monarch regretted it. He even slapped his head hard. I must have been out of my mind to agree to Shen Lang's ridiculous conditions. To grant the 11 beggars the title of Imperial College Supervisor and let them participate in the provincial examinations. I'm going to make a fool of myself this time. Bastard, Shen Lang, Ning Zheng's Marquis Chongping's mansion. The experts at the Black Water platform had left. The 11 beggars were temporarily out of danger. Moreover, the palace had sent someone to deliver the identity documents of the 11 beggars, granting Lunatic Lan and the 10 beggars the title of Imperial College Supervisor. The one who came was a small eunuch. The big eunuch Li Sun could not afford to lose face. It was not an imperial decree, not even an oral order. Lunatic Lan and the 11 beggars were completely clean. How could they not be clean? It was a complete pig-shedding bath. They almost bled. In fact, they were already bleeding. Except for Lunatic Lan, the remaining 10 beggars had their hair shaved clean. After bathing, they brushed their teeth, washed their hair, and changed into new clothes. The 11 beggars looked brand new. They were still so ugly. Except for Lunatic Lan. Lunatic Lon looked ugly when he was dirty. Now that he was clean, he looked like a handsome middle-aged man, and a super handsome one at that. Unfortunately, his gaze was too wretched and his expression too despicable. The other 10 beggars were almost all half-disabled. Even if they were clean and changed into new clothes, they would still be unsteady. Lunatic Lon, stay. The rest of you go to sleep. Only Ningjing, Shenlang, and Lunatic Lon were left in the study. Shenlang said, I made a military pledge to His Majesty. In a month and a half, Lunatic Lon will participate in the Imperial College exam, and the other 10 will participate in the Imperial College exam. All 11 of you will graduate, and Lunatic Lon will be ranked in the top 3. If we succeed, your official positions will be decided. His Majesty will also give us 2,000 soldiers. If we fail, the 5th prince's fight for the throne will be over. I will return to Xuanwu with my tail between my legs. All 11 of you will be executed in secret. Ningjing was shocked when he heard this. Lunatic Lan's body trembled as he stared at Shenlang in disbelief. How could this be, Shen? Am I a lunatic or am I? Or are you a lunatic? Shenlang said. Lunatic Lon, aren't you proud of your talent? Why can't you even get into the top 3? Lunatic Lon said, I'm definitely fine. I'm talented and unparalleled in the world. But those 10 beggars can't do it. It takes 10 years to train in martial arts. With only a month and a half, it will be harder than reaching the heavens for all of them to graduate in the Imperial College exam. Ningjing said sternly, Mr. Lon, don't joke around. Can you do it or not? Lunatic Lon patted his chest and said, I can, why can't I? If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Good night, 5th Prince. Good night, Shen. Then, Lunatic Lon left. After he left, Ningjing said, Shenlang, I don't think this person is reliable. Shenlang said, just wait. 2 hours later, Lunatic Lon led the 10 beggars to escape over the wall. They were caught by Xian Nu and Wu Lai and thrown in front of Shenlang. Lunatic Lon hugged Shenlang's leg and cried, Shen, I can't do it, I really can't do it. I just wanted to make a living, but I didn't expect people to die. We are all men and women of the pugilistic world. Let me go today. I will never forget Shen's great kindness, never. A handsome middle-aged man like him hugging Shenlang and crying was even more wretched, which made Xian Nu look down on him even more. Ningjing was furious. Today, you were the one who boasted about your talent, and now you're the one running away with the beggars. What do you take me, Ningjing? You're a homeless beggar. Shenlang and I took a liking to you, but not only did you not cherish us, you took us for fools. Originally, Ningjing still had some hope in Shenlang, but seeing Lunatic Lon like this, he didn't dare to have any hope. Moreover, he didn't want these 11 people to lose their lives for no reason. A melon that's forcibly picked won't be sweet. If you're not willing, I won't force you. I can plead with my father. Ningjing said coldly. Lunatic Lon immediately cowed out and said, Thank you, Your Highness. I will repay your kindness in the future. Farewell, farewell. Then he slipped away like a wisp of smoke. But the next second, he was brought in by Xian Nu and thrown on the ground again. Shenlang looked at Lunatic Lon and said, You can play the fool if you want, but you're already in your 30s. How many years do you have left? Who else can you count on? Lunatic Lon shuddered. But in next to no time, he once again hugged Shenlang's thigh and wailed loudly as he begged, and he seemed completely shameless. Shen, let me go. I really can't do it. I'm just bragging, I'm a liar. I've never been accurate in my fortune-telling. I've read a lot of books, but I've never gone to school, and I've never participated in any imperial examinations. This imperial examination is a group of deaf. I can't even pass the elementary scholar exams, not to mention the top 3. Even if you kill me, I won't be able to do it. And those 10 people are all half-crippled. They've never practiced martial arts. How is it possible to pass the martial examinations in a month and a half? Shen, are you dreaming? Ningjing said, Shenlang, forget it. Why should we force others? Looking at Lunatic Lan's despicable appearance, he really wanted to slap him to death. Shenlang didn't say a word and tossed an extremely obscure article at him. The two articles were a few thousand words long. Light the incense. A stick of incense was lit. Lunatic Lon, you only have 5 minutes to memorize these 5,000 words. If you can't, I'll castrate you. Wu Lai, knife. Without another word, Wu Lai pulled out his curved knife and placed it on Lunatic Lan's penis. At that moment, Lunatic Lon almost peed his pants. He wanted to hide his penis in his stomach. Shen, stop fooling around. I'll die. Lunatic Lon begged. Shen Lang said, you don't have much time. You only have 5 minutes. If you can't memorize it, I'll castrate you. I mean what I say. At that moment, Lunatic Lon took over Shen Lang's essay and read it quickly. A total of 5,000 words, about 20 pages. It was a thick stack, and it was an obscure essay. The time it took to burn a stick of incense was less than half an hour. A normal person would have a hard time finishing it, let alone memorize it. Even a genius would need at least a day to memorize it. At that moment, Lunatic Lon seemed to have entered a completely different state. He chanted silently, his eyes darting around. Wu Lai's knife was on his penis, causing him to tremble. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the time it took to burn a stick of incense was over. Time's up. Shen Lang snatched the 20-page essay and said, memorize it all. If you can't, you'll be castrated. Lunatic Lon closed his eyes and quickly recited, therefore, it is a small matter. If there is, it is not certain. If there is, it must not be. Body, if there's an end. Great reason, not necessarily, if there's a prejudice. Body, if there's one, the end of a ruler. Knowledge, those who know, therefore know, and must know, if there's an understanding. Worry, those who worry, because there's a desire, but don't need it, if there's a disdain. He spoke quickly, but his articulation was clear. In about 15 minutes, he had memorized all 5,000 words. Not a single word wrong. Instantly, Ningjing was stunned. Was there such a genius in this world? He memorized all 5,000 words in 5 minutes. Next, Shen Lang asked a few math problems. No matter if it was addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division, no matter how many digits there were. No matter how difficult it was, as soon as Shen Lang asked the questions, he answered within 4 or 5 seconds. And it was completely accurate. Ningjing was stunned. This Lunatic Lan's talent was simply too shocking. Shen Lang was even more impressive. He actually found a genius like Lunatic Lan among a bunch of beggars. Not only Ningjing, but Shen Lang was also amazed. Memorizing 5,000 words in half an hour, Shen Lang could also do it, but he relied on his AI. On the other hand, Madman Lan relied entirely on his gift of photographic memory. He was too amazing. Even Shen Lang felt ashamed. After memorizing, Lunatic Lan said pitifully, Shen, can I go pee and change my pants? I'm so scared. Shen Lang waved his hand. Xian Nu carried Lunatic Lan to wash his bird and change his pants. As Lunatic Lan peed, he said, Miss Xian Nu, you can't just look at a man's size or stamina. The key is still technique. Do you understand? Miss Xian Nu, I know you've heard many rumors about me. I can tell you that they're all true. But that's just a facade. Do you want to know my true self? At midnight, welcome to my courtyard. We can discuss the first half of our lives and look forward to the second half. Xian Nu glanced at him in disdain, don't waste your energy. You probably can't reach my insides. Madman Lan once again appeared before Shen Lang, once again hugging his thigh and bawling his eyes out. Shen, although I have photographic memory and am a genius, I have never gone to school. But I really haven't been to school. The books I've read are very miscellaneous, and none of them are about the imperial examinations. I really can't participate in the imperial examinations. I really can't pass. Shen Lang said, the imperial examinations mainly rely on essays and poems. I prepared thousands of essays and poems. You can memorize them in a month. Lunatic Lan said, there's no point in memorizing them. The probability of success is too low. Shen Lang said, you are a genius. You're not Jin Mutsong. Memorizing thousands of essays, can't you write them? You've read 300 poems. Even if you can't compose them, you can recite them. At that moment, Jean Mutsong, who was furiously copying the essays, looked up at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you're lecturing others. Why did you mention me? He had tried this trick before but failed shamefully. But he only memorized a few dozen essays. Now, his brother-in-law had prepared 1,000 essays for this lunatic. This is crazy. Xianxia said, Lunatic Lon, let me ask you, can you memorize 1,000 policy theses in a month? Lunatic Lon nodded, yes. Xianxia said, then after memorizing 1,000 essays, can you use them to write an excellent essay on any topic? Lunatic Lon said, I can't write essays that are rarely seen in a century. But I should be able to handle the imperial examinations. Xianxia said, isn't that enough? Lunatic Lon knelt down again and hugged Xianxia's leg, benefactor, I can do it. But my brothers can't. Martial arts cannot be learned by rote. Without 10 years of hard work, it's impossible. The state of Yu's military examinations mainly tested 4 things: weightlifting, riding, archery, and saber. Without 10 years of hard work, it was impossible to succeed. Xianxia asked, Big Fool, have you learned archery? Big Fool shook his head, no. Xianxia said, Wu Lai, light a candle 200 steps away. Wu Lai went out and lit a candle 200 steps away. Fortunately, this was the former residence of Marquis Jin Yuan. Half of it had been razed to the ground. That was why there was so much space. Xianxia said, Big Fool, extinguish that candle. Okay. Big Fool nodded. Then, he casually raised his bow, not even aiming. Knocking the arrow. Shoot, whoosh. A moment later, the flame of the candle 200 steps away was extinguished. This time, it was Lunatic Lan's turn to be stunned. How could he be so good without learning archery? Xianxia said, within a certain level, bloodline talent can crush everything. Lunatic Lan, don't you know what bloodline your 10 brothers have? Lunatic Lan looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Then, he shook his head, Shen, I really don't know. Xianxia said, you don't know that you spent more than 10 years to find them and gather them to your side to protect them? Lunatic Lan shook his head, I don't know anything. Xianxia said, how many people are there in your batch? I don't know, but they are all geniuses. Lan Bao, bitter joy, and so on. But these people were adopted by the rich and powerful, while the people around you became beggars and tramps. Their lives were wasted. Lunatic Lan cried, it's too late, Shen, it's too late now. They're all crippled. His bloodline caused their bodies to mutate. They're all half-crippled now. Xianxia said, it might not be too late. I'll think of something. Then, he patted Lunatic Lan's shoulder, just mind your own business. Memorize the strategy and prepare for the exams in a month and a half. Leave your 10 brothers to me, I'll think of a way to activate their bloodlines. Trust me, in a month and a half, I'll let you create an unprecedented miracle. I'll let you shock the entire state of you. I'll let you shine. Lunatic Lan looked at Xianxia, his eyes burning with passion, what about the last one? We have 10 by who, what about a Qianhu? Xianxia said, he's facing an unprecedented crisis. If he can survive it, he'll become an invincible general. If he can't, then he'll be a cripple. Shui Zhaoyan poked her head out to take a look. All she saw was Bitterhead Joy's corpse bobbing in the river, rolling downstream. Moments later, it had already disappeared. A cruel smile appeared on Shui Zhaoyan's face. The most worthless thing in this world is a brainless martial artist. Then, she turned and left. For top-notch experts, 2 at the front and 2 at the back, were protecting her. They were true top-notch experts, and their identities were extremely mysterious. They weren't just from the Inyuan Association. Xianxia had said that Shui Zhaoyan wasn't just a member of the Inyuan Association. She might also have a mysterious mission. 20 li downstream of the furious river, Bitterhead Joy's corpse continued to sink, about to be buried in the river. Suddenly, a figure darted across the river like a hawk. He picked up Bitterhead Joy from the river and quickly returned to the riverbank. This person was the Sword King, Li Qianxiu. By the riverbank, Li Qianxiu placed Bitterhead Joy on flat ground. Listen to his heartbeat. There was nothing else. Listen to his breathing. There was nothing else either. He seemed to be completely dead. However, he had to see him, dead or alive. Sword King Xianxia picked up Bitterhead Joy's corpse and sprinted toward the capital. Note, the second chapter will be delivered. Today's 2 chapters cost 15,000. Please support me, please vote for me, thank you, boss. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse's mobile version. The Chu envoys had been in the capital for more than a month, and the negotiations between the two countries had also been going on for a month. The representatives of the two countries had been bickering every day for more than a month, but there was no result at all. Of course, Chu was the strategic loser this time. But it was precisely because of this that the state of Chu appeared so overbearing, putting on an appearance of wanting to suppress the state of Yu. In this conflict between the three countries, Wu lost the most. They lost more than 40,000 troops on the two battlefields. As for the casualties, it was not announced at all. Moreover, the amount of money and food lost was an astronomical figure. On the surface, Chu did not seem to lose much, but in reality, it was enough for the king of Chu to vomit blood. First, in response to Sun Nan's rebellion, Chu really fought with Xianxia at the border. As the attacking side, they suffered huge losses. Although they took down several fortresses and pushed the border 4 to 5 miles towards the state of Yu, the casualties were definitely more than 10,000. Most importantly, the fortresses within these 4 to 5 miles had to be spat back. Now that Wu and Yu had formed an alliance on the surface, Chu had to temporarily enter a strategic defensive state. Tens of thousands of casualties were enough, but compared to the strategic passivity brought about by Sun Nan's death, it was nothing. All these years, Sun Nan had colluded with Chu. In order to make Sun Nan rebel and dismember the state of Yu, how much did Chu export to Sun Nan and Chang? Almost 10 years of profit from trading in the dark was an astronomical figure. Now that Sun Nan's rebel army was destroyed, this investment was completely wasted. Therefore, the real loss to Chu was probably greater than Wu. Most importantly, Chang had also become an ally of the state of Yu, which put a lot of pressure on Chu. Because of this, the Chu envoys did not give an inch at the negotiation table. Chu retreated and returned all the fortresses they occupied. This had been agreed upon. But the next two conditions were not agreed upon. First, King Yu demanded that Chu publicly apologize and admit that this war was initiated by Chu. Second, King Yu demanded that Chu pay compensation of 3 million gold coins. Hearing this condition, Shenlang was about to spit. Monarch, you are really asking for an exorbitant price. For this war, the state of Yu had borrowed more than 2 million gold coins from the Yingyuan Association. Because the war was much smoother and ended earlier than expected, the money had not been spent yet. What Ningyuan Xian meant was that he wanted to extort the money from Chu state and even make a profit from it. How was this possible? The king of Chu would not agree even if he was out of his mind. In fact, he would rather fight again than pay compensation. Of course, there were ways. As long as the Chang kingdom's cavalry charged into the state of Yu's territory to pillage and harass the Chu kingdom would feel pressured, and the Chu kingdom would back down at the negotiation table. However, Ningyuan Xian didn't do that. Although he was a vain, adventurous, and mean monarch. However, he wasn't lacking in foresight. The Chang kingdom had finally become an ally of the state of Yu, so they had to work hard to strengthen their relationship. Furthermore, the Chang kingdom had to be used at critical moments. They could not be treated like underlings and sent out to fight when needed. If they were ordered around for a few days, they would fall out with them sooner or later. He also understood that the current king of Chang, Nana, was a sentimental person who focused more on improving the lives of the Chang kingdom's citizens. Thus, in the past month, the king of Chang had already sent 2 diplomatic missions to the Chang kingdom. The first mission was to formally congratulate Nana on becoming the queen of the Chang kingdom and exchange letters. The second mission brought along countless people, as well as large quantities of tea, silk, and rations. They also agreed to purchase sheepskin, cowhide, wool, and cheese from the Chang kingdom. The third mission was also ready to set off. They planned to send out countless skilled craftsmen to help the Chang kingdom build a reservoir and build several cities. In short, they kept giving away profits and barely made any demands. Ningyuan Xian was very shrewd. If the current ruler was someone as greedy as Aragang or Aruda, then it would be useless no matter how much they gave away profits. However, Arunana was very receptive to this. As the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian took the initiative to befriend the state of Yu, the Chang kingdom and the state of Yu gradually became closer. Of course, when the negotiations between the Wu and Chu kingdoms reached the climax, someone from the palace came to ask Shenlang if he was willing to join the negotiation team. In the end, Shenlang replied that he was not free and was not willing to go. Monarch Ning Yuanxian was instantly infuriated. "You little wretch, it's none of your business, but you're not willing to get involved at all. If I ever find you again, Shenlang, Ning Yuanxian, will." Ning Yuanxian had no choice but to say some harsh words in his heart, and then he gave up angrily. What else could he do? Should he bring Shenlang in and whip him a few more times? Shenlang was not going to care about the Wu and Chu kingdoms negotiations for now. It was obvious that there would be no results even after a long time. The monarch was too complicated. He was very generous to the Chang kingdom, and his decisions were all very wise. On the other hand, he was full of fantasies about the Chu kingdom's negotiations. He always wanted to extort as much as he could from the Chu kingdom. He was very generous, but he was also very greedy. Furthermore, he was too arrogant. Of course, Master Lang was not much better. Both of them were about the same, they were all the same. To Shenlang, the most important thing now was the civil and military examinations in a month's time. This was what it meant to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. If he really succeeded, all 11 beggars would be able to pass the examinations. Then the fifth prince's power would be built up almost immediately. Although it would not skyrocket, it would not be far from it. And if he failed, then Shenlang and Ningjing would become complete laughingstocks. There would be no need to fantasize about the so-called fight for the throne. Master Lang was very popular in the capital, and even in the entire state of Yu. In the words of the future, he was a super trending internet celebrity. And a negative one at that. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Although the military agreement between him and the monarch was not revealed, others could guess. Now, almost everyone in the capital knew that Shenlang had not only recruited 11 beggars, but he was also going to let them take the examinations at the end of autumn and pass the examinations. If they could not do it, Shenlang would have to go home, and the fifth prince, Ningjing, would have his marquis title taken back. Of course, the so-called marquis title being taken back was completely fabricated by those who spread the rumors. It was like adding fuel to the fire. But the whole bet was probably correct. After the news spread, everyone was shocked again. "Shenlang, you lunatic, you clown, can you stop for a while? Is it fun to keep making your presence known like this? We're really tired of seeing your clown act of pretending to be crazy and acting stupid." These were 11 beggars. The people who were participating in the capital's Anka examinations this time around were all absolute elites, 1 in 1,000. A lunatic trash who had never gone to school, and had never participated in any imperial examinations. You want him to directly participate in the capital's Anka examinations? And you want him to pass high school? 10 half-disabled people who had never practiced martial arts, and you want all of them to pass the martial arts examination? This could no longer be described as a fool or a lunatic. This was an ulterior motive. This was completely tarnishing the dignity of the state of Yu's imperial examinations. And no casino opened a bet on this matter. Even the homeless people on the streets were not willing to open a bet. But one day, a certain ruffian accidentally said something. If Lunatic Lon could pass the examinations, he would eat 10 kilograms of sh*t. Then, this was probably the only bet in the capital because of this matter. Then, more and more people joined in. Many local ruffians, homeless people, beggars, and even ordinary people joined in. If Shenlang could succeed, if Lunatic Lon and the 10 beggars could pass the examinations, they would eat 10 kilograms of sh*t. Many ruffians even openly said that if Shenlang lost, they did not need to eat sh*t, just a mouthful of saliva from him. Then, more and more people wanted to spit. In the end, thousands of people claimed to join in the bet. If Shenlang won, each of them would eat 10 kilograms of sh*t. If Shenlang lost, each of them would spit on Shenlang's face. What else could Shenlang say? The people were too forgetful. Only a short time had passed, and the people in the capital had already forgotten how many people Xianlang had killed. In these 2 months, they had really treated Xianlang like a clown. Were they not afraid of him anymore? Not only the people, but the court was also restless. Every day, there would be censors impeaching Xianlang and Ningxing. Xianlang's recruitment of beggars into the Marquis Ningxing's residence was treason and an insult to the dignity of the state of Yu. Now, he even wanted 11 beggars to participate in the examinations. That was an insult to the dignity of the saints. Countless officials petitioned the monarch to punish Xianlang. They wanted the 11 beggars to be chased out of Marquis Chongping's residence, stripped of their status as supervisors of the Civil and Martial Arts Academy, and stripped of their qualifications to participate in the examinations. This topic had already become a fixed topic in the court every day. Every day, there would be impeachments. Not only that, even during the negotiations between Wu and Chu, the Chu diplomatic mission would bring it up several times a day, mocking the state of Yu's absurd policies and the muddle-headed king of Yu. The monarch Ning Yuanxian was also annoyed. But he had no choice. He was in the wrong in this matter. If Xianlang went crazy, would the monarch also go crazy, letting 11 beggars participate in the examinations? This matter sounded extremely absurd. Now that the officials were impeaching him, could it be that the monarch would punish him for this matter? There was no choice. Ning Yuanxian pretended to be stupid every day. If you want to spit, then spit. In any case, I only have one sentence, we'll discuss it later. Of course, the monarch had the ability to act stupid now. After all, the state of Yu had just won a great victory. His reputation was at its peak. So occasionally acting shamelessly and trampling on the officials' bottom line didn't hurt his reputation too much. But the monarch was scolded by the censors every day, and he couldn't refute them. It was really uncomfortable. So, Ning Yuanxian hated Xianlang to the extreme. Little evil creature, look at what you've done. Now that you're hiding and enjoying your leisure time, I have to be scolded every day, and I can't even refute them. How infuriating. You better not fall into my hands, or else. The matter continued to ferment and ferment. Finally, it exploded one day. The Imperial College students, and the scholars of the capital gathered together to besiege Marquis Chongping's residence. They forced Xianlang to let 11 beggars withdraw from the examinations. How preposterous. We studied hard for more than 10 years and practiced martial arts for more than 10 years before we were qualified to participate in the civil and military examinations. The 11 of you beggars were able to participate in the Inca Association just by relying on Xianlang. Based on what? Where was the dignity of such scholars? Where was the dignity of martial arts practitioners? Where was the dignity of civil and military examinations? Where was the dignity of a sage? This group of scholars and martial arts practitioners carried the statues of the 2 sages here and surrounded Ningxing's residence. Ningxing, come out. Ningxing, come out. Xianlang, come out. Xianlang, come out. Ningxing was an upright person. He wanted to go out the moment he heard it. But he was stopped by Xianlang. Your Highness, you don't have to interfere in this matter. After that, Xianlang walked out of the door and met with these scholars and martial artists. Seeing Xianlang appear, these people were instantly enraged. Xianlang, you opportunistic person, you're finally here. Xianlang, you clown, you're finally here. Xianlang, don't go overboard. You didn't participate in any examinations, but His Majesty bestowed you with the title of High Scholar. Now, you want to let 11 beggars participate in the examinations. Where is the dignity of a sage? Xianlang, hurry up and withdraw all 11 beggars from the examinations. Chase them out of Marquis Chongping's residence and send them to the Supreme Court prison. Then, beg for forgiveness from the world. Only then will this matter be over. How can these beggars become officials? Do you treat the laws of the country as child's play? Do you treat the court of the state of Yu as a pigsty? You're a disgrace and a disgrace to your dignity. Xianlang spread his hands and said, Gentlemen, when I set up my stall to recruit talents, I was thirsty for talent. You could have applied for the recruitment and become the officials under His Highness Ningxing. Why didn't you come back then? Sarcastic remarks could be heard from the crowd. There's no future in following Prince Ningxing. I wouldn't even want the position in Marquis Chongping's residence. Isn't that so? Not to mention the official registrar, even if you, Xianlang, were to give it to me, I wouldn't want it. Xianlang said, that's interesting. You don't want these positions and don't want them, but you don't allow me to give them to others? A scholar replied, how can that be the same? By giving these positions to these beggars, you're looking down on the court, the emperor, and the way of a sage. In fact, these 11 people, including lunatic Lan, had yet to obtain an actual official position. They needed to pass the Anka examinations in a month's time before they could truly be promoted and hold official positions. Wu Lai said in a low voice, young master, there's no reason to reason with these people. Xianlang said, I'm not trying to reason with them. Wu Lai said, then do you want me to bring some people to chase them away? Xianlang said, no, the more the better. The more the hype, the better. This is a heaven-defying miracle, and it needs to be set off like this. The more they besieged us today, the greater the impact when the results are released in a month's time. If all 11 beggars pass, the more dazzling the miracle will be, and the more advantageous it will be for the 5th prince in his fight for the throne. Wu Lai said, young master, didn't they say that the fight for the throne needs to be low-key? High accumulation of grain, slow to become king. Xianlang said, that depends on whether or not they have the qualifications to be low-key. The hardest thing in this world is to be low-key, understand, why pretend to be low-key when you don't have the strength? You will only be unknown and completely forgotten. And at this moment, a group of scholars and martial artists suddenly became restless. Charge in, beat all 11 beggars to death. Yes, beat them to death, restore the dignity of the court of the state of you, restore the way of the sage to holiness. Charge in and beat these 11 beggars to death. Then, these hundreds of people planned to charge into Ning Zheng's residence and take violent action. Xianlang gave the order. 100 majestic female warriors charged out. Xianlang ordered, Xian Wu Lai, these people can surround the outside, but if they dare to get close to the wall or the door, you will act decisively and crush their balls. Yes. 100 female warriors shouted. Instantly, the scholars and martial artists outside felt a chill down their spines, they shrunk back. Crush their balls, that was too scary, not only would they wither, they might even die from the pain. Moreover, women crushing their balls probably couldn't be considered as martial suppression, it could only be considered a personal fight. These few days, Xianlang was extremely busy. Every day, he would conduct experiments in the underground secret room. Blood, goo worm and other related experiments. This was already the 1,000th experiment. He had already succeeded 99% of the time. He was just one step away from the door. And Madman Lan, every day, he would memorize policy theories and poems. This was the first brain genius that Xianlang had seen since he came to this world. It made everyone feel inferior. He really had an eidetic memory for all the articles. He could memorize them just by reading them once. This made Jin Muzong want to vomit blood from jealousy. Even Xianlang was jealous. He had thought that in a month, Madman Lan would memorize over 1,000 policy theories and thousands of poems. He would be very busy, working day and night. In the end, he only memorized for 6 hours a day, and spent the rest of the time playing. He would either flirt with Xian, read books, write with Jin Muzong, or read people's fortunes. Comparisons were odious. However, his taste was a bit heavy. Ning Yan's guards, although they were all female warriors, there were still a few who were good-looking. But he took a liking to Xian. His waist was 8 feet, and his height was also 8 feet. To be honest, Madman Lan might not even be able to reach Xian. How could he do anything? Xian was on top. In less than a minute, Madman Lan's bones would shatter, and he would die. The weight of a salted slave was much larger than that butcher. One day, Jin Muzong could not take it anymore and asked, Madman, why did you take a liking to Xian? Aren't your tastes a little too heavy? Do you have a preference for gigantic women? Madman Lan shook his head. Of course not. Jin Muzong asked, then why were the women you slept with over 100 kilograms? Madman Lan sighed. Because they were cheap. For the same price, a skinny woman can sleep with 100 kilograms woman 10 times. Crown Prince, you won't understand the world of the poor. You were surrounded by beauties the moment you were born. You can sleep with any beauty you want. To us poor people, it's the same even if we close our eyes. Jin Mutsung wanted to cry. He was almost 20 years old, but he had only slept with one woman, and he was slept with by someone else. However, he would not admit it. Instead, he shamelessly nodded his head and admitted it, acting like he was an experienced operator. Of course, Madman Lan already knew about Jin Mutsung's background and was just playing with him. Jin Mutsung said, "Since your taste is normal, why did you take a liking to Xian Nu?" Madman Lan said, "You see Xian Nu who weighs 280 kilograms, but I see Xian Nu who will only be 130 kilograms after she loses weight. She's definitely a beauty, and she's still a virgin. I'm investing in her in advance, understand?" Immediately, Kaneki Satoshi was stunned and said, "Sister Xian Nu shouldn't be willing to lose weight, right? Once she loses weight, her battle prowess will decrease. With her current weight, she can even crush her enemies to death on the battlefield." Madman Lan said, "A woman will dress for the man she likes. When she falls in love with me, she will be willing to lose weight for me." At this moment, Xian Nu said, "Stop dreaming. I won't take a liking to you. You're too young." Madman Lan's face turned red. "Lady Xian Nu, you must not believe those rumors. They're all slander." Xian Nu said, "I saw it with my own eyes." 2 days later, at night, Shen Lang was sleeping with Binger in his arms when he was suddenly woken up. Wu Lai's voice was very soft. However, when Shen Lang moved slightly, Binger still woke up. "What's the matter, husband?" Binger murmured. She would only call husband when she was in a deep sleep. Usually, when she was awake, she would call him son-in-law. "It's nothing. You can continue sleeping," Shen Lang said gently. He then kissed her on the cheek. "Oh." Binger continued to close her eyes, maintaining her original position. It was as if Shen Lang was still hugging her. After walking out of the room, Shen Lang asked, "You're here?" Wu Lai said, "Yes." Here, Sword King Li Xianxia brought Bitterhead Joy's corpse back to the capital. In the basement, Bitterhead Joy's corpse lay motionlessly on the table. "There's no breathing, no heartbeat, but it's not rotting either," Li Xianxia said. "It's extremely rare and bizarre." Shen Lang carefully examined the corpse. Bitterhead Joy had first been poisoned, and it was a blood poison. Shen Lang pierced a silver needle into Bitterhead Joy's body, dipped it in its blood, and dissolved it in water. "Bring a living creature here." A moment later, a large roe deer was brought in. Shen Lang fed the bowl of water to the roe deer's mouth. After drinking 2 mouthfuls, the roe deer died a few seconds later with blood oozing out of its mouth and nose. It was indeed a lethal poison. Just a little bit of it was enough to kill a roe deer that weighed several dozen kilograms. Bitterhead Joy had almost finished the entire flask of poisoned wine. He then observed the sword wound on his chest. In a normal person's eyes, this wound was aimed right at the center of his heart. Shui Zhaoyan was truly ruthless. She had acted decisively, directly stabbing his heart. She wanted to kill Bitterhead Joy with a single blow. However, Bitterhead Joy's heart wasn't in that position. Furthermore, this situation wasn't innate. Rather, due to some special reason, his internal organs had actually shifted positions. Of course, this included his face. As soon as Shen Lang uncovered it, he immediately cried at the ugliness. This face was even more horrifying than if it had been corroded by acid. Not only did it look like it had been burned by fire, but its facial features were also completely distorted. Shen Lang knew that Bitterhead Joy was Zhui Chen. He had become the martial champion at the age of 18, and then was sent to the Skycea Pavilion for treatment due to the drastic changes to his body. Because his bloodline talent was too outstanding, he was accepted as an in-name disciple by the head of the pavilion. These drastic changes were all due to his bloodline. At the time, he had almost been cured by the Skycea Pavilion, but in order to avenge the Zhou clan, he had left the pavilion, which was why he had become like this. All these years, he hadn't lived for himself at all, but for the Zhou clan, for that vicious woman, Shui Zhaoyan. That was why bootlickers didn't have a good ending. It wasn't just Bitterhead Joy. The 10 beggars that Lunatic Lon had brought had their bodies mutated due to their bloodlines. Their facial features were distorted, their bodies hunched, or their limbs twisted. They looked like they were disabled. "Young master, is he Bitterhead Joy?" Wu Lai asked. "Yes." Shen Lang asked, "You admire him a lot?" Wu Lai replied, "Yes." Whether it was Zhui Yichen or Bitterhead Joy, they both had countless admirers. Because whether it was the martial champion or the great thief, Bitterhead Joy had reached the pinnacle. He had become a legend in the entire state of Yu, and even in the south of the great Yan dynasty. Wu Lai asked, "Young master, is he dead?" Shen Lang replied, "I don't know." Shen Lang wasn't sure if Bitterhead Joy was dead or not. If he wasn't dead, his heartbeat was gone, and he wasn't breathing. But if he was dead, Shen Lang could still see through the X-ray that there were still subtle energy fluctuations in his body. Generally speaking, true death was brain death. When the blood couldn't deliver enough oxygen to the brain, it would result in brain death. The brain needed large amounts of energy at all times. Bitterhead Joy hadn't breathed, and he hadn't had a heartbeat for many days. Logically speaking, his brain should have died. But there seemed to be a very special energy in his blood that could still maintain the minimum survival of his brain. So to a certain extent, he wasn't dead. Bitterhead Joy's bloodline was really heaven-defying, only slightly inferior to that of the Big Fool. No wonder he could become the martial champion at the age of 18. All these years, he had been held up by Zhuo Xiaoyan. Otherwise, if he had stayed in the Sky Sea Pavilion, his martial arts would have been even more heaven-defying. It was at this moment that Shen Lang felt a little bit of a mysterious aura. "Can he be saved?" Li Qianqiu asked. After hearing this, Wu Lai retreated. She felt that it was better not to know some secrets. Shen Lang replied, "Senior Sword King, I'm not completely sure." He had been doing this experiment for half a year. At first, he had used the energy of the Big Fool's golden bloodline to save Goddess Shuiyin. But later, he discovered that the Futu Mountain parasites in Shuiyin's body were very mysterious. They had a crazy desire for the golden bloodline energy in the Big Fool's body and continuously devoured it. After these parasites devoured the Big Fool's golden bloodline energy, they continuously secreted new bloodline energy. This was a bloodline energy that was 1 grade lower than the Big Fool's golden bloodline. But the number was more than 10 times higher. How powerful was the Big Fool's golden bloodline, how heaven-defying was it, even if it was a few grades lower, it was still extremely astonishing. However, these miracles were only the beginning. After these mysterious parasites devoured the Big Fool's golden bloodline energy, they entered a crazy explosive period. They constantly multiplied and split, their numbers increasing. Now, Shen Lang had already cultivated the 10th generation. Originally, this 10th generation parasite would still secrete neurotoxins. But by chance, Shen Lang experimented with the parasite in the Sword King's wife's blood. After being poisoned by his adopted daughter, Shui, the Sword King's wife lost her mind and became as terrifying as a toad. After Shen Lang examined her, he discovered that she had also been poisoned by a type of parasite. Shen Lang mixed the two parasites together. He had thought that they couldn't mate with each other, but he didn't expect that they could. The new parasites produced in this way were completely devoid of toxins. The neurotoxins in Shuiyin's body were also gone. The toxins in the Sword King's wife's body were also gone. These parasites only had one kind of energy in their bodies, that was the Big Fool's golden bloodline energy. Moreover, they continued to multiply and split. As long as there was enough blood and energy, they could continue to do so. This was very scary. This meant that they could carry out bloodline transformation. These parasites were already non-toxic. As long as they were injected into the human body, these parasites would constantly devour the human's blood energy and then release it. And the bloodline energy they released had the Big Fool's golden bloodline energy, although it was a few grades lower. But it was still very heaven-defying. Of course, Shen Lang was ecstatic, so he found a few death row prisoners to experiment with. The result was very tragic. These people's bodies couldn't withstand the Big Fool's golden bloodline energy at all. After the parasites entered their bodies, they were sucked into dregs almost instantly and then exploded. Whether it was using death row prisoners or animals for experiments, none could survive for more than a quarter of an hour. This proved that even if you wanted to transform the bloodline, you needed a strong foundation. An ordinary person's body couldn't withstand it at all. Of course, if only a very small number of parasites were injected into the body, then the experimental body would become stronger and live longer. But it would still be difficult to survive for more than half a month. Therefore, Xianxia said that his experiment was 99% successful. And the 10 beggars brought by Lunatic Lawn all had amazing bloodline energy in their bodies, but before they could become strong, they had already become war refugees and were homeless. The oldest of these people was about 30 years old. In other words, when they became war refugees, they were no more than 10 years old. They were also unlucky and weren't adopted by the rich and noble families, so the bloodline energy in their bodies couldn't be guided and dispersed in time. Over time, this energy couldn't be activated because it couldn't be released, turning them into twisted people, like disabled people. And they were the best experimental subjects for Xianxia. Because their bloodline energy was very strong, the new goo worms that Xianxia created had Huangjin bloodline energy goo worms. They could activate the bloodline energy in their bodies, and they would not be devoured by the goo worms, nor would they explode to death. But Xianxia couldn't bear to use them to transform and activate them. Right now, Bitter Joy was almost dead, thus, he became the best experimental subject. If Xianxia's golden bloodline goo worms could save Bitter Joy, then it could probably save the lives of the 10 beggars and activate the bloodline energy in their bodies. Bitter Joy, my bloodline activation experiment is at the final step. I'll leave the last 0.001% to you. If it succeeds, you'll live. If it fails, you'll die. Xianxia took a deep breath and took out a syringe. There were about 3 milliliters of pale yellow liquid in it. It was filled with golden bloodline goo worms, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Sword King Xianxia was also very nervous. This was because if Xianxia could save Bitter Head Joy, it would mean that he could probably cure his wife. Although I'm 80% sure, I'll leave it to fate. Xianxia laughed. Then, he pierced the needle into Ku Tu Huan's blood vessels, injecting this 3 milliliters of golden bloodline goo worm into Ku Tu Huan's body. 2 minutes later. The injection was complete, Sword King Xianxia asked, "That's it?" Xianxia, "Yeah." Then, the two of them held their breath and stared at Bitter Head Joy. He didn't even dare to blink for fear that he would miss the slightest detail. However, a few minutes passed. Bitter Head Joy remained motionless. Still no breathing, still no heartbeat. Sword King Xianxia's heart sank. Could it have failed? Please don't. Seeing that Xianxia's expression was getting more and more solemn and serious, Sword King Xianxia said, "Xianxia, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. It shouldn't be that fast. I think it's better to come back tomorrow. I think it will succeed, but it will take at least a few hours to see any reaction." Although Sword King Xianxia's heart was getting colder and colder, he still continued to console himself. Xianxia couldn't help but feel anxious. Because he could clearly see through his X-ray vision that after these golden energy goo worms entered Bitter Head Joy's body, they entered a frenzied and excited state. They spread crazily, devoured crazily, and released crazily. Hundreds of millions of golden goo worms were rampaging in Bitter Head Joy's body. In just a short while, they had filled every corner of his body. However, Bitter Head Joy still didn't breathe, nor did he have a heartbeat. What was going on? Could it be that the experiment had failed? Please don't. There was an 80 to 90% chance of success. How could it have failed? Once it failed, not only would they not be able to save Bitter Head Joy, they would also lose a powerful ally, and most importantly, their future plans would be ruined. Many experiments would have to be restarted. But there wasn't enough time. If they missed this Anka examination, who knew when they would be able to produce a miracle again? However, at this moment, ba-dump, 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 a fierce heartbeat could be heard. All of a sudden, Bitter Head Joy's heart started beating violently. He was alive. Note, the first update has been sent, it's already 10 minutes early. I will continue to work hard tonight. Brothers, support me, please. Thank you Sob Heaven Carrot Samsara's tens of thousands of coins. Thank you Chin Ashui, Vinegar Stupid's tens of thousands of coins. He's alive, he's alive. Sword King Xianxia was ecstatic. Xianxia had really saved Bitter Head Huan. This was simply unimaginable. But didn't this mean that the poison in his wife's body could be cured? Xianlang asked. Senior Sword King, which is more powerful, Stupa Mountain or Xianxia Pavilion? The Sword King shook his head. Not comparable. It was indeed not comparable. Xianxia Pavilion was like a holy land of knowledge. It was extremely sacred and revered by the world. However, it was not scary. Stupa Mountain represented mystery and terror. There was a saying in the world, it was better to offend the king than the Stupa Mountain. This sentence was enough to prove everything. According to Xianlang's impression of Stupa Mountain, it was a professional poison dealer. But that was not the case. More accurately, Stupa Mountain dabbled in mysticism. Alchemy, poison, and internal cultivation techniques were all covered by Stupa Mountain. It was rare to see Stupa Mountain disciples roaming the outside world. It was always outsiders who went to Stupa Mountain to pay their respects. However, this organization had no bottom line. Stupa Mountain's poison was so powerful that it should not be circulated outside. However, there were still some powerful organizations that could obtain all kinds of poisons from Stupa Mountain. Grandmaster Xianxia had been to Stupa Mountain for several months, and Goddess Shuiyin had been there for 3 to 4 months. There was still no news of them. It was truly worrying. It seems that Stupa Mountain's goo worm is some kind of carrier, Sword King Xianxia said. It will constantly release this substance after devouring anything. Xianlang nodded. Stupa Mountain's goo worm seemed to be omnipotent. After coming to this world, everything Xianlang had seen was very normal. There was not much of a mysterious aura, and it was even 99% the same as the species on Earth. However, this goo worm was indeed not found on Earth. In fact, it had never been seen or heard of before. Xianlang asked, Senior Sword King, where do you think Stupa Mountain got this goo worm? Did they cultivate it themselves? Sword King Xianxia shook his head. No, it should have been excavated from the ancient world. Ancient world? No wonder Pavilion Masters with CI abandoned Xianxia Pavilion and went overseas to excavate ancient ruins. No wonder the Great Tribulation Temple would spend so much manpower and resources to search for the ancient civilization. Once they found it, it would mean the rise of a force. Of course, Pavilion Master's Wetzi might not have done it for the sake of rising to power. He was probably obsessed with the ancient civilization. Sword King Xianxia asked, when will he wake up? Xianlang, it should take 2 or 3 days. At this moment, Ku Tuhuan's heartbeat returned to normal, and so did his breathing. But he didn't wake up. Xianlang used the X-ray to look at his blood. The golden bloodline goo worms were running around tirelessly, modifying, replicating, reproducing, and splitting. Young master, can you control that lunatic Guanlan? Xiannu said, tell him to stop staring at me. Xianlang, what's wrong? Is it because his gaze is too lewd? Xiannu shook his head, no. Actually, she was not afraid of perverted gazes because she had seen it too many times. This was because most of the time, women didn't wear anything when they performed sumo wrestling. Of course, every sumo girl's body was very fat, and there was nothing good to look at. But there were many men with strong tastes. Even if they didn't have strong tastes, they could still hunt for novelty. Xianlang laughed, then why don't you let him look at you? Xiannu said, because he looks at me like I'm a great beauty, but I'm really ugly. It's too strange. There was actually such a saying, Xianlang, alright, I'll try my best, but I can't control him too much when it comes to small matters. Xiannu wanted to say something but hesitated. Xianlang, you want to ask Ningyan? Xiannu nodded. Her Highness has already been locked up by the clan temple for several months. She should have been released long ago, so why hasn't she been released yet? Moreover, His Majesty dotes on you so much. As long as you plead for her, he will definitely release the third princess. Xianlang, it's not that His Majesty doesn't want to release Ningyan. The dreamy Cloud Lake Crown Prince went to the Yan Empire to find Prince Lian to cancel the marriage and return Princess Ningyan's freedom. He hasn't returned yet, which means that things aren't going smoothly, so we can't provoke the Yan Empire now. Ningyan has already moved to a different courtyard in the clan temple. This is completely different from when Prince Ningxing was in prison. His Majesty is locking Princess Ningyan up now for her own good. He wants her to regain her freedom. I understand. Thank you, princess. Xianxia was overjoyed. Even Shenlang couldn't bear to watch Lunatic Lan's talent. He continued to memorize the policy treatise Shenlang prepared for him every day. His speed was getting faster and faster. But that was nothing. More importantly, he could read battle through the heavens while memorizing the policy treatise. Most of the ancient scrolls were about the Book of Changes. Moreover, it didn't take up any of his time. Shenlang had tested him. Not only did he have no problem memorizing the policy treatise, he could even memorize battle through the heavens. The only thing he struggled with was reading the ancient scrolls about the Book of Changes. Of course, this was his favorite. Lunatic Lan was already 13 when he became a refugee in the war. Ever since then, he had wandered from country to country. He did everything he could to find books to read. Almost all of his knowledge was self-taught. Shenlang was constantly providing him with all sorts of books. He was intoxicated by them. While he was multitasking, he often used his gaze to tease Xianxia. Such talent was truly astonishing. Comparisons were odious. Consort Bian's body had completely recovered. She would summon Ningjing to the palace every 4 to 5 days. But he never talked about politics. The harem was not allowed to interfere with politics. Ningjing only came to the palace to eat with her. On this day, Consort Bian couldn't take it anymore. Zhong'er, there are only 35 days left until the Anka theory examinations and 39 days until the military selections. Ningjing replied, yes. Concubine Bian said, do you want me to find a great scholar to teach that Lani? It's better to cram at the last minute than nothing. She had already heard that Lunatic Lan was either reading Battle Through the Heavens or other novels. He was reading fortune-telling books. He didn't read the 4 books and 5 classics at all. There was only a little more than a month until the Anka theory examinations. It was definitely too late to start learning about the imperial examinations. But he should at least show an attitude. Although cramming at the last minute wasn't very useful, it would prevent him from being too embarrassed during the examinations. Ningjing said, thank you, Consort Bian, but there's no need. Shenlang will teach Lani personally. Consort Bian was speechless. Shenlang, that lousy child, isn't even reliable in the imperial examinations. He didn't even pass the imperial examinations. His title of High Scholar was obtained by cheating His Majesty. Now he wants to teach others in the imperial examinations? These were Ning Yuanxian's original words. No, the monarch's original words were blackmail. It was a level higher than cheating. He really didn't accuse Shenlang unjustly. When Shenlang was sent to the Chong Kingdom, his rank couldn't be too low. An imperial college supervisor's certificate definitely wouldn't be enough. So Shenlang kept asking the monarch for a certificate. He wanted a Jinshi title, but Ning Yuanxian couldn't give it to him. Reluctantly, he asked for a high scholar. Therefore, Shenlang was the shame of the imperial examinations. Consort Bian said, I heard that these days, the 10 people who are going to participate in the military examination didn't hire any martial arts teachers. They didn't learn archery and horse riding either. They still eat, drink, and brag at home every day? Ningjing didn't know how to answer. Because Consort Bian was right. These 10 beggars had been in the mansion for more than 10 days, but they hadn't practiced martial arts or ridden a horse for a day. Of course, Shenlang had tested it once. The result was very tragic. Not to mention riding and archery, none of the 10 people could even mount a horse. The war horses stood there obediently, and they couldn't even climb up. Because each of them had a twisted body and were half disabled. As for drawing a bow, it was even more tragic. Not to mention a 1-stone bow, even a half-stone bow couldn't be drawn. These days, these 10 beggars ate and slept as usual, and ate after sleeping. Then, they lied there every day and bragged. They bragged until the sky was dark. An upright person like Ningjing couldn't bear to listen to their bragging. Each of them acted like they were omnipotent. And each of them bragged about how they had some kind of relationship with some beautiful woman. In some country, in some city, a rich young lady took a fancy to him and wanted him to be her son-in-law. But in the end, because of their pride, they refused to go. They acted like they were willing to give up glory and wealth for freedom. But in reality, among these 11 people, Madman Lan did the best. At the very least, he slept with countless women who were worth 10 times a silver coin. As for the other 10 people, they were all virgins, but each of them bragged about themselves as peerless old drivers. If you did it in bed for less than 2 hours, you wouldn't even dare to speak in this group of people. Of course, there was no way to brag about things like size, because everyone was too familiar with each other and had seen each other more than 1,000 times. Madman Lan never slept with a woman for more than 5 minutes, but in the end, he forcefully bragged that he lasted for 4 hours. Consort Bien said, "Doesn't Xianlang care?" How could Xianlang care? He still spent 2 hours every day bragging with the 10 beggars. And Xianlang's bragging was even more unbearable. This person even said that he had been to the sky, to the bottom of the sea, and that he traveled tens of thousands of miles in a year. Did he think he was Sun Wukong? That's right, Journey to the West was also written by the guru Jin Mutsong, and it became very popular. Ningjing felt his scalp go numb. Xianlang still cares about it. Xianlang only cared about one thing for these beggars: personal hygiene. Every day, he let female warriors press them to bathe and use bamboo brushes to scrape them. Everyone had to brush their teeth twice a day. If anyone dared to urinate anywhere, he would use the shockingly elastic beast tendon to flick his balls 30 times. If anyone dared to defecate anywhere, that was even simpler, just directly block the back of their eyes for 3 days. Ningjing thought of the scene of the flick on his balls and immediately shuddered. It was really too tragic. Those 2 people's mournful wails could be heard clearly from 2 miles away. Sigh. What does that stupid child Xianlang want to do? Consort Bien said. There was definitely no hope for him to pass the Anka exam in more than a month. Then Consort Bien comforted him softly, "Zheng'er, it's good not to fight for the throne. Living a peaceful life and doing what you like is better than anything else." It could be seen that Consort Bien was desperate for Xianlang. Suddenly, Ningjing didn't know how to answer. Consort Bien asked, "Where is His Majesty?" "Still not here?" The eunuch outside said, "His Majesty is still reading the memorials." Consort Bien sighed helplessly in her heart. The monarch still didn't like Ningjing. Every time Consort Bien wanted to create opportunities for the father and son to eat and talk together. But as long as Ningjing was here, the monarch wouldn't come. Even if he was hungry, he would spend his time in his study. Reading the memorials? What the hell was that? Ningjing was not a diligent monarch at all. Most of the memorials were just glanced at and then sent to the Xianxia for them to read carefully. Finally, they would pick out the important ones and give their opinions before handing them to Ning Yuanxian. He just didn't want to be with Ningjing. After eating, Ningjing got up and said goodbye. A few days later, "I'll come to see Mother Bien again." "Okay." Consort Bien didn't see him off. She just saw him off with a gentle look. In her opinion, there was no need to be so polite between mother and son. Sure enough, less than a quarter of an hour after Ningjing left, the monarch came. Consort Bien glanced at the monarch with a reproachful look. Ningjing said, "I'm sorry, I'm so busy. I just read the memorials for a few hours." "Don't you know whether you're busy or not? You've been holding the memorials in your hand for more than an hour. Haven't you finished reading those 200 words? Consort Bien had no choice but to go over a few dishes for the monarch. He realized that his husband's roguish personality was exactly the same as Xianlang's. After recovering his heartbeat, Kutuhuan was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. Although he was in a coma. But he was not unconscious. To be exact, he seemed to be in a dream. Everything that had happened earlier replayed in his mind, scene by scene. Even the fragmented memories of his childhood surged into his mind. Of course, the more detailed ones were after he fled to the State of Yu and was adopted by the Zhou family. His days in the Zhou family were not happy. At first, he was just a lowly servant. Zhou Guangbua only took him in as a son after he distinguished himself in martial arts. But he could tell that his godfather didn't really like him. Instead, he squeezed him dry. He forced him to practice martial arts every day, but didn't allow him to read. He brainwashed him every day, telling him that everything he had was given to him by the Zhou family. That was why he had to be loyal to the Zhou family for the rest of his life, and shed his blood for the family. At the time, Zhuyi-chen didn't know why his godfather didn't allow him to study. He thought it was just as his godfather said, that studying was useless, and that he shouldn't waste his time on it. He should focus on martial arts instead. Later, Zhuyi-chen found out that his godfather wanted him to continue being a fool. His godfather felt that one would overthink when they read too much, and it would be hard to stay naive. And there was one scene that Zhuyi-chen remembered clearly. Originally, Zhuo Xiaoyan's attitude towards him was very cold and disdainful, as if he were a servant. But he was especially depressed at that time. His martial arts progress wasn't as fast. Zhuo Guangbo tried everything, but he still couldn't improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoyan appeared in front of him like a little angel. She smiled sweetly, incomparably affectionate and playful. From then on, Zhuyi-chen began to fall. Now, he could see clearly that Zhuo Xiaoyan's intimacy that day had been deliberate. From start to finish, she had never truly liked him, or even thought highly of him. Zhuo Xiaoyan had always treated him as a servant, not a brother. When the dream entered Xianxia Pavilion, some parts became clear, while others became blurry. Pavilion Master's Ci was his teacher. But in the dream, Bitter Joy's impression of him was very blurry. It was as if he couldn't remember what he looked like. Pavilion Master's Ci had two disciples, Princess Ninghan and Zhu Hongxue. He had only seen Zhu Hongxue, not Ninghan. But the days at Xianxia Pavilion became very clear. Especially the scenes of being scolded and beaten by teacher Zhang Yuan. Every scene was so clear. They were all so happy. Yes, the days at Xianxia Pavilion were so warm and blissful. There was no utilitarianism, no hypocrisy. Even though his grades in arithmetic and national studies were very poor, and he was scolded every day. But the pure learning time was really too happy. Every quarter of an hour at Xianxia Pavilion seemed to be free. Moreover, during his time at the Xianxia Pavilion, he had only practiced for less than 4 hours a day, but his martial arts level had improved by leaps and bounds. It was much faster than when he was in the Zhuo clan. But suddenly, one day, these happy days came to an abrupt end. The Zhuo family was exterminated. Zhuyi-chen had no choice but to stop these happy days. He fled Xianxia Pavilion. He felt that he had a responsibility to take revenge, to protect Zhuo Xiaoyan. Then came the memories of the great thief Bitter Joy. His brain seemed to instinctively reject all of this. These memories were too recent, and there was no need to go back in detail. The memories moved faster and faster. Finally, they stopped at the last scene. Zhuo Xiaoyan poisoned him. Zhuo Xiaoyan pierced his chest with a sword and kicked him into Nujiang. Idiot, after going through all the memories in his mind, there were only these 3 words in Bitter Joy's mind. Thank you, Shen Lang, for inventing such a despicable word. Otherwise, he really couldn't find a suitable word to describe himself. Idiot, too despicable, all of this was because of his deep-rooted infatuation with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Love really made people brainless. Bitter Joy felt like he had a long dream, as if the past 20 years were all a dream. Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword had completely awakened him. Idiot, idiot, Bitter Joy couldn't help but slap his head. Bam, 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 then, he suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He found himself lying in an unfamiliar room, with no one around. He felt so light. Before, he felt like his whole body was enveloped by a gray energy. But now, he felt like his body was filled with light. That familiar feeling came again, the feeling of studying at Xianxia Pavilion. So comfortable, Bitterhead Joy jumped up. Then he found that it didn't hurt anymore. These few years, he had been constantly tortured by pain. The pain from his internal organs, the pain from his distorted face, and the pain from the depths of his blood vessels. This pain was simply uncontrollable. But because he was in pain all the time, it was like breathing, so he didn't feel the pain anymore. Now that the pain was gone, he felt like he could fly. Bitter Joy was about to go out. Then he found a big mirror in the room. He couldn't help but go up to look at it. Then he was completely stunned. Who was this handsome guy? Of course, Zhuyi-chen was just okay, not very handsome. But after his face was distorted, he was so ugly that even ghosts and gods would weep. Now that his face had suddenly returned to normal, it was as if he had seen a peerlessly handsome man. Then, bitter joy fell into ecstasy. My face has returned to normal, my body has returned to normal. What about the distorted skin? What about the skin that looked like it had been burned? Everything has recovered. What the hell is going on? What did Xianxia do to my body? What kind of magic does he have? He knew that Xianxia saved him. After recovering his heartbeat and breathing, although he was still unconscious, he could still hear. Ow, ow, ow. Bitter joy let out a series of screams. He looked in front of the mirror for a full 15 minutes. All these years, his face had been distorted. He wore a distorted mask and said that he didn't care. But in his heart, he felt extremely inferior. That was why he gave himself the nickname Bitter Joy. Now his face was back. He had a new life. The past 20 years were really like a nightmare. Now he broke free. I don't owe the Zhou family anything anymore. I don't owe Zhou Xiaoyan anything anymore. He happily pushed the door and walked out. It was already autumn. The sun was warm but not scorching, and the golden light was brilliant. Some trees had already begun to shed their leaves. Some trees were already full of fruit. How beautiful this scenery was, except for those years in the Sky-Sea Pavilion. Zhou Yichen had no time or energy to pay attention to the scenery around him. Only now did he feel that the world was so beautiful. But, after coming to the courtyard, the scene was a bit tragic. 10 bald men were practicing martial arts. Moreover, every body was more or less twisted and deformed. After playing for more than 10 days, did they finally remember to practice martial arts? But, are you guys practicing martial arts? Does each of you have a bow that weighs 15 kilograms? This is a bow for children to practice with. And even so, no one could pull it apart. And to pull the bow, you have to stand straight and straighten your back. All of them wanted to lie on the ground and pull the bow. They finally practiced for half a quarter of an hour. Time to rest, it's really hard today. It's not easy. Yes, practicing martial arts is really too difficult. Nowadays, there are really not many people as diligent as us. I think we should change our rules in the future. How about practicing for 15 minutes and resting for 3.5 hours? 3.5 hours? What's wrong with that? Let's round it up and rest for 4 hours. Okay, that's settled. Practice for 15 minutes and rest for 4 hours. We really worked too hard. The 10 beggars practiced for less than 15 minutes and then prepared to lie down and rest for 4 hours. They just lay in the yard and began to brag again. Bitter joy was about to explode. This group of people was too incompetent. He was used to leading a team. After all, he was once a martial arts champion. That was really dancing at the sound of the rooster. How could this group of people be so lazy? Under my command, your corpses would have long been cold. Every one of Bitter Joy's brothers was personally trained by him, and each of them could fight against more than 10 people. Although he only had 200 people under his command, they came and went like the wind and were invincible. Bitter Joy could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. He immediately wanted to find a whip and whip this group of people. With your looks, you can't go to the battlefield even if you practice for 100 years. At this moment, Xianxia and Ningjing walked out. The 10 beggars did not care and still lied on the ground and bragged without any fear. Because all along, Xianxia's attitude towards them was too good. Other than not allowing them to urinate and defecate anywhere, he did not care much about them and even bragged with them every day. The point was that he bragged so much that it was hilarious. And although His Highness Ningjing did not smile, he was dark and short and did not get angry, so they did not need to be afraid at all. This group of people had been wandering for 20 years and each of them was extremely lazy. After losing their fear, it was impossible to get them to stand up and salute. They were too lazy to even stand up. Shen is here. His Highness Fifth is here. Greetings, my lords. Where is General Fierce of Martial Arts? Yes, I haven't seen her for more than 2 hours. General Fierce of Martial Arts is so round, superb. Bitter Joy walked in front of Xianxia with a strange expression. He was very grateful to him for saving his life. Not only did he save his life, but he also gave him a new life. But Bitter Joy was not willing to kneel to others, nor was he willing to show a gesture of gratitude. Perhaps this was a kind of rebellion. Previously, the Zhou family asked him to do this and that every day. They would say dozens of times a day for the adoption of the Zhou family. Zhou Yichen was loyal to the Zhou family every day. In fact, Zhou Yichen was more loyal than anyone else. When the Zhou family was destroyed, no one could force him, but he still left the Sky Sea Pavilion to protect Zhou Xiaoyan. He did everything he could to avenge the Zhou family, sacrificing his freedom and even his life. But he was not willing to act like a loyal dog. He had his pride. "You're awake?" Shen Lang stepped forward and punched him on the shoulder. "You spared Su Qianqian's life, so I owe you one. But then you tried to assassinate my father-in-law, so I punched you. Have you slept with Zhou Xiaoyan?" Was the question so unimaginable? Bitter Joy shook his head. "No. That's good, that's good." Shen Lang said, "Let me tell you, this woman might be poisonous. If you really slept with her, you might rot." Bitter Joy was dumbfounded. This person was the legendary Shen Lang, whose intelligence was close to that of a demon. Why was he acting like a busybody? "What do you want me to do?" Bitter Joy asked directly. Shen Lang said, "From now on, we'll eat from the same pot. What do you think?" Bitter Joy nodded. "Sure." Shen Lang said, "This is His Highness, Ningjing." Bitter Joy cupped his hands. "Greetings, Your Highness." Ningjing became even more humble. He cupped his hands at a 90-degree angle. "Greetings, Brother Zhua." Immediately, Bitter Joy bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Shen." That was how he was. He was arrogant at first, but if others treated him with respect, he would return it tenfold. Shen Lang said, "Zhou Yichen, are you willing to become a Qianhu in His Highness's residence?" Zhou Yichen was a legend in the state of Yu, an 18-year-old martial arts champion. If he had been a normal official, he would have been a 4th-rank general, maybe even higher. A Qianhu was a small position to him. "Sure." Bitter Joy said. Shen Lang said, "Brother Zhua, are you willing to assist the 5th prince to ascend the throne with me and establish a career?" Bitter Joy was stunned. His Highness fighting for the throne? How was that possible? Even if he lost his head, he wouldn't succeed. But, since Shen Lang gave him a new life, then, he would use his life to repay him. Immediately, Bitter Joy knelt on one knee. "Your subject, Zhou Yichen, greets His Highness. As long as he doesn't betray me, I will never betray him." This was Bitter Joy's promise. Once he pledged his loyalty, it would be for life, unless the person he pledged his loyalty to betrayed him. "I, Bitter Joy, will never betray," Shen Lang said. "Congratulations, Your Highness, you've gained an invincible commander." Note, today's 2 chapters cost 16,000 yuan. Brothers, please support me, please give me monthly votes. Thank you Invincible 2322 for your 10,000 yuan tip. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version, Thank you, Leader Tinyu, for your reward of 10,000. What was an invincible commander? Did the big fool count? No, he was an invincible vanguard. Qiu Yaoer, this person was too awesome to be considered. We are only talking about normal people, not bugs. The so-called invincible commander was not someone who had read many military books, nor was he extremely smart. Zhou Yu was awesome, extremely awesome. But he was a general. An invincible commander was probably someone like Han Xian or Hua Xubing. This kind of person could not only command, but also fight in the battlefield. This kind of commander seemed to be born with a natural sense of smell. They were born for the battlefield. They were born to inspire morale, train troops, smell where the enemy was, and smell the enemy's weaknesses. And the scariest thing was that this kind of person did not even train. Champion Hua Xubing, did he train? Not at all. After learning from his uncle Wei Qing for a while, he led 800 cavalry deep into enemy territory at the age of 17, killing and capturing more than 2,000 Xiongnu people. Among them were the Xiongnu Chanyu's uncle Ji Ruaho, Chanyu's uncle Luo Gubi, and a bunch of other important people. At the age of 19, Hua Xubing was appointed as the general of the White Cavalry. He led the army to attack Heshi, annihilating 40,000 enemies and capturing more than 100 people, including the king of the Hun, the queen mother, the Chanyu Khan, the prince, the prime minister, and generals. At the age of 19, he was only 19, Kudu Huan Shuichen was probably this kind of genius. He had been learning battlefield martial arts and the art of war in the Zhou family since he was young. At the age of 18, he was the top scholar. At the age of 19, he went to the Xianxia pavilion to learn martial arts, Chinese history, arithmetic, and philosophy. After becoming a bandit, he led more than 200 people to the eastern part of the state of Yu and the southeastern part of the state of Wu. He came and went without a trace. In the state of Yu, the governor of the Tiannam province did not seriously encircle and suppress him. But in the Tiannam province, in the southern part of the state of Wu, the government encircled and suppressed Kudu Huan more than a dozen times. In the end, they did not catch a single hair. The 200 cavalry under his command were completely unstoppable in the Wu and Yu countries. Although he was a bandit on the surface, he never robbed civilians, nor did he harm places. He only attacked the rich and heartless Jusher. Moreover, the 200 riders under his command were clearly bandits, but they obeyed his orders and had an extremely high sense of honor. In fact, they treated money like dirt just like him. This was no longer a group of bandits, but an army with spiritual beliefs, even though their belief was only to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Your Highness, I still have 200 troops under me, I want to recruit all of them. Kutu Huan said. Ningjing said, all right. Furthermore, these 200 cavalrymen will all be your bodyguards. I will not move a single one. Kutu Huan said, wait for me to write a secret letter. Shen will send someone to Daluo Island in the northeastern sea of the state of Yu. After receiving the token and the secret letter, they will immediately set off for the capital. Great Luo Island, Shen Lang knew that this place was indeed an uninhabited island. Moreover, it was no longer within the territorial waters of the state of Yu, nor was it within the territorial waters of the state of Wu. In the words of modern Earth, it belonged to the international waters. So Kutu Huan's base was there. No wonder the Wu and Yu countries couldn't find it even after using so much manpower. Kutu Huan decided to do something, and he couldn't wait for even a minute. He began to write the secret letter. Shen Lang didn't recognize any of the words written on it. In short, they were very strange words, words that didn't exist in this world. Did you make these words yourself? Shen Lang asked. Kutu Huan said, what a joke. He really made them himself, that's amazing. Kutu Huan said, the secret letters between us are not only used to communicate with words that we created. Moreover, these words are only codes. After receiving the secret letter, we still need to decipher it. Shen Lang and Ningjing couldn't help but be surprised. This was a state-level method of secrecy. You're just a mere 200-man bandit, is there a need to be so sophisticated? You're killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. I heard from scholar Zhang Yuan that you're a slacker. Shen Lang said. Kutu Huan sighed and said, I went to Xianxia Pavilion when I was 19, but I've never studied before, nor have I learned arithmetic. As soon as I went there, I was forced to study with 18 and 19-year-old classmates, so that's how it is. That is really too tragic. This was equivalent to someone who didn't even go to elementary school directly entering university and starting from the first year. No wonder Kutu Huan was beaten and scolded every day. He was practically doubting his life. But he actually managed to learn it. It was clear how talented he was. Then Kutu Huan said, Your Highness, do we only have the establishment of 1,000 households? Shen Lang said, For now, we only have the establishment of 1,000 households. Kutu Huan said, Then what about the 1,000 households under my command? There, over there? Shen Lang pursed his lips and pointed at the 10 beggars who were lying in the courtyard and bragging. All of a sudden, Kutu Huan felt his scalp tighten and chills run down his back. It was clearly the end of autumn, and the sun was warm, but for some reason, he felt that the air was very cold. Just these 10 beggars, Shen, is a genius like you so unscrupulous? Or do you have a special hobby? Do you have a preference for making things as difficult as hell? Why create difficulties when there aren't any? These 10 beggars are completely hopeless. Even if I closed my eyes and went to the streets to pull people, I would be better than these 10 beggars. It's too outrageous. It's fine if these 10 beggars are half disabled. The key is that they have been wandering for too long, and their entire temperament has become lazy. Their entire person is almost crippled. Just now, when they practiced drawing bows, none of them could draw a small bow that was less than 15 kilograms. And after practicing for less than 15 minutes, they had to rest for 4 hours. If they wanted to rest, they could stand. At most, they could sit and rest. And this group of people was completely paralyzed on the ground. He completely ignored Shenlang and Ningjing, and continued to brag to the point that the entire world seemed to darken. Look at what these people were doing now. One was picking his feet, and then he put it under his nose and sniffed it. He was still regretting that he had bathed too often recently, and the accumulated old smell was gone. Another one was holding in his fart. After holding it in to the extreme, he suddenly let it out, and then he said regretfully, "I failed again. I couldn't make a flower of shit come out again. I have eaten too much recently." This group of people could no longer be described as trash. They were simply dregs. Ku Tuhuan said, "Shen, do you have any goals for these 10 people?" Shenlang said, "Yes, there are 38 days left before the military selection. I hope that all of them will pass." All of a sudden, Ku Tuhuan was completely stunned. His scalp was so numb that his entire skull was about to be opened. After a long while, Ku Tuhuan said in a trembling voice, "Shen? Why don't you give me some poison, and I will return my life to you?" He had to repay the life-saving grace. "But even if you kill me 100 times, I can't do it. You want me to lead people into battle, even if I don't have a sword, you should at least give me a wooden stick." "Why did you give me 10 piles of shit?" Shenlang said. "Brother Zhua, go and carefully observe each of them. See what you can find." Ku Tuhuan stepped forward and carefully observed each beggar. The 10 beggars immediately stopped bragging. They were scared by Ku Tuhuan's stare. "What are you looking at? Even when I was at my poorest, I didn't sell my ass. Now that I have been an official for hundreds of households, I can't sell my ass." Not only did Ku Tuhuan look, but he also pinched and sniffed. Immediately, the 10 beggars were frightened. "What is he doing? Don't touch me. It's broad daylight. Even if you want to do something, at least wait until it's dark." A beggar struggled desperately, not letting Ku Tuhuan touch him. "Pa!" Ku Tuhuan slapped him. Immediately, the beggar was slapped to the ground. He couldn't move at all, like a trembling frog. After watching for a quarter of an hour, Ku Tuhuan returned to Shenlang. Shenlang said, "Can you see it?" Ku Tuhuan nodded. "I can see it. I smell a familiar aura from them." The aura of this kind of bloodline power was very mysterious. Probably only people of the same kind could sense a little bit of it. Shenlang said, "Then do you know why they are like this? Everyone's body is twisted and deformed." Ku Tuhuan said, "Their bloodline power is very powerful. They naturally absorb the world's spiritual energy every day, but they can't activate it. Therefore, it will rebound inside their bodies, causing their bodies to be twisted. I've encountered this before." Shenlang said, "If I can successfully activate their bloodline, or even take it to the next level, what will happen?" Ku Tuhuan said, "Each of them is almost 30 years old. Their bloodline has been absorbing the world's spiritual energy for at least 20 years and has accumulated a lot of energy. As long as it can be successfully activated, they will instantly have great strength and energy. Just like Big Fool. Up until now, he had never practiced martial arts. All he did was block swords every day. How powerful was he? On the battlefield, his power even surpassed that of Sword King Xianxia. Even in a one-on-one fight, he could block 99% of experts. Why? It was because Grandmaster Zhong Chuk had activated the golden bloodline power in Big Fool's body. This power had already existed in Big Fool's body for more than 10 years. It was just that he hadn't been able to guide it. Once it was activated, it would instantly become very powerful. The bloodline power of these 10 beggars had been accumulating for 20 to 30 years. Once it was activated, although it wouldn't be as powerful as Big Fool's, it would still be very shocking. Shenlang said, "There are too many eyes around the capital. Tomorrow, I will take them out of the city to a remote place where there are no people. I will activate their bloodlines and then train them in secret." Ku Tuhuan suddenly said, Shen, I agree to go to a remote place, but can we delay the activation of their bloodlines for 2 days? Shen Lang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Why was this so? Ku Tuhuan said, once their bloodlines are activated, they will become normal people, and they will be powerful people at that. Their mentality will completely change. And a person's suffering is very precious. They are now disabled. Although they are happy every day, their hearts have long been cold and filled with despair. I want to take advantage of these 2 days when they are cold and filled with despair to train their discipline. Only then will they be remembered. Shen Lang asked, how do you want to train them? Ku Tuhuan said, beat them to death. Following this, Ku Tuhuan turned around and went into his room. He found a whip and hid it in his sleeve. Walking out of the courtyard, he cupped his hands and bowed to the 10 beggars. Brothers, my name is Kui Chen. From today onwards, I am 1,000 households. We will all be eating under the same pot, so please take care of me. The 10 beggars were a little impatient as they lay on the ground, but they still cupped their hands and said, well said, well said. We will definitely take care of you. Although you are 1,000 households, without our help, you can't be 1,000 households. So you have to be more obedient in the future. Yes, yes, yes. First come, first served. Although you are 1,000 households, you came later after all. You are not as experienced as us. Little Ku, do you know what is the most important thing to be an official? You have to learn how to be a person. Ku Tuhuan smiled. Of course, of course. I will remember your teachings. Then, his face suddenly turned cold. He took out a whip from his sleeve, rushed up, and whipped the 10 beggars. Pa, 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 stand up, all of you stand up. He whipped each and every one of them. The pain was so excruciating that it made them wet their pants. In an instant, the 10 beggars were completely dumbfounded. They were all wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, making a scene. But Ku Tuhuan's strategy was to hit whoever cried the loudest. He would hit them until they rolled on the ground. They were really beaten until they wet their pants. The 10 beggars first howled, then cursed, then complained. Young Master Shen, please save us. Fifth Highness, save us. We are going to die. We are going to die. We are done. We are done. We are done. We are done. Seeing this, Ku Tuhuan stared at the beggar who said to disband. You want to disband? His gaze was as if he was about to devour someone. The beggar shivered and said in a trembling voice, we are here to be officials, not to suffer. His Royal Highness and young Master Shen did not care about us. You are just a Qianhu, what can you do? Ku Tuhuan said coldly, you want to disband? The beggar shivered and said, why are you showing off your authority? A new official has to be cautious. Don't think we don't know. We have seen this many times in the beggar sect. Do you think you can scare us? Ku Tuhuan said coldly, you want to disband? His voice became colder and colder, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger. Immediately, the beggar shivered in fear. However, this group of people were all troublemakers and had lost everything. No matter what, he couldn't lose. Hearing Bitterhead Joy's question, he immediately said coldly, so what if I do? Disband then. Ku Tuhuan said coldly, if you say you want to disband, then you are a deserter. According to the military order, deserters are to be hanged. Without another word, he found a rope, climbed on a tree, and tied a knot. Then, he grabbed the beggar by the neck and put his head on the rope. Since you are a deserter, then we are no longer brothers. Don't blame me when we get to hell. Ku Tuhuan kicked the bench. The beggar's body immediately fell and hung in midair. From the beginning to the end, Ku Tuhuan did not hesitate. When he said he wanted to be hanged, he hung him. The beggar struggled with all his might. His face was red, his eyes bulged, and his tongue stuck out. The remaining 9 beggars were completely stunned. They were scared out of their wits. This was a king of hell. He killed people when he said he wanted to. He hanged them when he said he wanted to. How dare you kill people? Brothers, fight it out with him. These 10 beggars spent every day together, so of course they were filled with affection. someone egged them on. Instantly, the remaining 9 beggars rushed forward to save the beggar who was about to be hanged. However, Ku Tu Huan stood in front of them. Thus, the 9 beggars rushed towards Ku Tu Huan, wanting to perish together with him. However, Ku Tu Huan kicked them one by one. He kicked them all away. Each of them flew more than 10 meters away, slammed into the wall, and spat out half a mouthful of blood. Their heads hit the ground, dripping with blood. And the beggar hanging on the tree struggled with all his might. Then, the strength of his struggle became weaker and weaker. His tongue stuck out for a long time, his eyes were bloodshot, and his feces and urine flowed out. Ningjing couldn't bear it and stepped forward, saying, "General Ku, seeing that this is his first offense, spare his life." Instantly, the remaining 9 beggars knelt on the ground and wailed, "That's right, General, spare my brother's life." Ku Tu Huan said coldly, "Military law is merciless." Ningjing bowed and said, "They were recruited by me, but I didn't discipline them before, so I said that we should disband. As the saying goes, education doesn't discriminate, we can't just punish them for teaching." Ku Tu Huan said, "Your Highness, since you're in the army, you should understand military law. You can't stop learning just because you didn't teach them. Since I'm a Qianhu, leave the training to me. Even if your Highness is the king, you shouldn't interfere too much." "Yes." Ningjing bowed even more humbly, "General Ku, this is all your authority. But I didn't teach them well, so I'm also guilty." Shenlang said, "General Ku, how about this? Your Highness, use your hair in exchange for this Qianhu's life?" Without a word, Ningjing pulled out a dagger and cut off his long hair. Unlike Cao Cao, who symbolically cut off a strand of his hair, he cut it off completely, leaving only a head of short hair. At this time, the beggar hanging on the tree was no longer moving, as if he was already dead. Ku Tu Huan stepped forward and put the beggar down. Listening to his heartbeat, he was no longer breathing. Shenlang said, "Do artificial respiration and CPR." Then, he told Ku Tu Huan how to do artificial respiration and CPR. Without a word, Ku Tu Huan performed artificial respiration on the beggar. Then, he pressed on his chest. The beggar's mouth was full of saliva, his tongue sticking out, and his breath stank. But Ku Tu Huan didn't seem to feel it at all. He kept performing artificial respiration and pressing on the heart. After a full 10 minutes, finally, the person's breathing and heartbeat resumed. The remaining 9 beggars collapsed to the ground, crying tears of joy. He really came back to life. Someone who was clearly dead was actually saved. It was amazing. After saving the beggar, Ku Tu Huan stood up with a cold expression and said word by word, "This time, His Highness Ningjing used his hair, but His Highness only has 1 head of hair. Next time, do you want His Highness to cut off his head and replace it? This is the only time and the last time. If there's a next time, I'll kill without mercy. Do you hear me?" Immediately, the 9 beggars said obediently, "Yes." Ku Tu Huan said, "Now, everyone, stand up straight and don't move for 2 hours. Even if you fall down, stand up immediately. If anyone moves, don't blame me for being merciless. I'm a ruthless person. If you're willing to die, I'm willing to bury you. If you don't listen, I'll keep beating you until you're obedient or dead." Then, the remaining 9 beggars stood there in a crooked manner, not daring to move. But how could they hold on? In less than a few minutes, they moved. Ku Tu Huan rushed forward, the whip in his hand wildly lashing down. He looked like he was really going to beat him to death. A beggar at the side was so frightened that he trembled violently. He was filled with the urge to pee and wanted to raise his hand to pee. Ku Tu Huan suddenly turned around, his eyes shooting towards him like lightning. That beggar suddenly trembled. He didn't need to go to the toilet because he had already peed. Ku Tu Huan didn't care at all, he just stared at him. It didn't matter if you peed, but you couldn't move either. Although the military examination was getting closer and closer, it was a race against time to immediately activate the bloodlines of these 10 beggars. But Ku Tu Huan wasn't in a hurry, so naturally, Shenlang couldn't be in a hurry either. In the 5th prince's residence, everyone had to respect Ku Tu Huan's absolute authority. In terms of military and martial arts matters, as long as he decided, no one could question it, and no one would deny it. Know the right people, use the right people, don't use the right people, use the right people without suspicion. Give money if you want money, give whatever you want. Ningjing had no money, Shenlang also had no money, but Tiandao had it. After Ningjing decided to fight for the throne, Tiandao immediately set up a special office in the capital. This office was only responsible for one thing, and that was to give money. They would give however much money Shenlang wanted. As long as it was a note personally written by Shenlang, they would give money whenever they saw a note. Not just money, but also any supplies. Tiandao didn't dare to believe that Ningjing could fight for the throne, but they believed in Shenlang. If Shenlang said he wanted to invest, then they would invest. Because from the beginning to the end, all the miracles that Shenlang had created, as a strategic ally, the Tiandao saw it the most clearly, even more clearly than Zhang Chong. And if Ningjing succeeded in fighting for the throne, then, the trade rights of the entire state of Yu would instantly change. Tiandao could directly reverse the situation and suppress the Yingyuan Association. Even Tiandao had begun to settle the debt. They wanted to see how much the state of Yu owed the Yingyuan Association. If Ningjing succeeded to the throne and wanted to suppress the Yingyuan Association, Tiandao had to be ready to take over the debt at any time. What did it mean to take over the debt? It meant to first pay for the state of Yu's national treasury, and then the state of Yu owed the Tiandao Association this debt. After roughly settling the debt, Tiandao's expression changed. Ning Yuan Xian, how good are you at squandering? Can you sleep at night when you owe so much money? So, Tiandao set up another organization. This organization had only one function, which was to save money and be ready to take over the state of Yu's debt to the Yingyuan Association at any time. This debt was too big, and Tiandao was in a period of rapid expansion and strategic recovery, which required an astronomical amount of gold coins. So, to save this amount of gold coins, even with Tiandao's power, it would take many years. But now Ningjing's fight for the throne had just begun, and he didn't need much money. For example, this time, Shenlang asked for 20 horses, which was only 20,000 gold coins. Tiandao didn't say anything, and within a few days, they sent 25 horses, which were 1 in 1,000, to the Ning government. After 5 days of training, these 10 beggars were completely new, absolutely obedient. Even if their bodies were twisted and disabled, and they stood crookedly. But everyone was able to stand still for 2 hours without moving. And as long as Bitter Joy gave the order, they had to do everything. They had to fall down, even if there was a pile of shit in front of them and it happened to hit their faces. When he said to stand still, he meant it, even if a snake was drilling into their chests. And when it was time to sleep, they absolutely didn't dare to say a word. Because if they talked while sleeping, they would directly sew their mouths. They were really sewn up with a needle and thread, and it took a whole 3 days. During these 3 days, they could only use a tube to wash and eat liquid food, so they wouldn't starve to death. Bitter Joy's ruthlessness in training soldiers made even Shenlang's hair stand on end. When the 10 beggars saw Bitter Joy, it was as if they had seen the king of hell, or a ghost. Even when they had nightmares, Bitter Joy was the only content. Shenlang had secretly found Bitter Joy to talk to. Brother Zhua, don't training soldiers pay attention to using both kindness and power? You have to make people revere you, and now these people fear you like a ghost, but they also hate you to the bone. Shenlang was confused, not questioning. Bitter Joy said, Young master, the so-called kindness and respect can only be truly exchanged after going through life and death on the battlefield. Usually, I can only simply buy people's hearts by undressing and pushing food, and it's not deep and shocking enough. Now, it's enough to make them fear me. Shenlang said, everything is up to you, so how's the progress now? Bitter Joy said, this group of people is already disciplined, they can leave the capital and go to a remote place for secret training, and also activate their bloodline. The next day, Shenlang, Bitter Joy, Wu Lai led 100 female warriors and 10 beggars out of Marquis Chumping's mansion, and left the capital. Bitter Joy wore a silver mask. The people of the capital once again saw an incomparably strange scene. A total of 25 fine horses, 1 in 1,000 super good horses, it made people drool. But, 10 beggars, riding 10 good horses, it was unbearable to look at. Because they weren't riding on it, they were tied up with ropes. These people didn't even know how to ride a horse, and their bodies were twisted and disabled, so they couldn't ride it at all. They could only be tied up with ropes. The horses galloped. These beggars originally wanted to cry like ghosts and howl like wolves, but when they thought of how terrifying bitter joy was, they instantly shut their mouths. Even if they were scared to the point of peeing, they definitely wouldn't scream, or else their mouths would be sewed up, or even worse. But bitter joy ordered, "You can scream now." Thus, the 10 beggars screamed again and again. It was extremely tragic. "Go, go, go, help, 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 it's falling, falling." On Xuanwu Avenue, countless people stopped to watch the show. This was too ridiculous. This was too ridiculous. There was only about a month left until the military examination. "Xianlang, isn't it a little too late for you to start training these people's horsemanship now? And this is how you train your horsemanship? Tying people like dumplings on the back of a horse? What an eye-opener." There were many clowns this year, but none of them could surpass you, Xianlang. They were really good horses. It was a pity they were ridden by a bunch of trash. In short, the scene of Xianlang leading people out of the city was simply unbearable to watch. It was too tragic, too embarrassing. 10 trash like you still want to participate in the military examination in a month's time, that was simply crazy. Not to mention a month, even 10 years would be useless. Just a pile of trash like you still want to participate in secret training. Then, the censors, who had already calmed down a little, started to impeach him again. They asked the monarch to strip these people of their status as invigilators, to deprive them of the right to participate in the Inca examination. Once again, they wanted to make Xianlang apologize to the world. They knelt in front of the sacred temple for 3 days and 3 nights. The scene of the 10 beggars tied to the back of horses was also seen by the monarch. He saw it from the highest point of the palace. Then, he was about to go mad with anger. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. What right did he have? "You, Xianlang, do whatever you want, but you want me, Ning Yuanxian, to be embarrassed?" It took him a lot of effort to not send people to charge out and kill all 10 beggars. The court meeting in the next few days could not be stopped. The censors were going to criticize him every day again. Ning Yuanxian could only bite the bullet and pretend that nothing had happened. But he had already made an oath in his heart. When the Inca examination was over and the 11 beggars that Xianlang found all failed, he would definitely order for these 11 people to be beheaded into a dozen pieces. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. The secret place that Xianlang found was more than 100 miles away from the capital. It was a huge lake with an island in the middle. There was an abandoned manor on it. This manor was also provided by the Heavenly Society. Here, the secret training could be kept absolutely secret. Because the manor was surrounded by walls and surrounded by the lake, no one could spy on it. Of course, Xianlang was also thinking too much. Only a bunch of trash beggars like you would dare to pry into your secret training. It was as ridiculous as the Somali football team worrying about the Brazilian team peeping on their training. If you want us to spy on your tactics, at least wait until the World Cup. The Somali football team had not even participated in the African Cup. In the secret underground room of the manor on the island in the lake, the 10 beggars were terrified. They were neatly lying on the stone bed and their bodies were all tied up. Next, Xianlang was going to inject them with the golden bloodline goo worm to activate their bloodline power and even upgrade their bloodline level. He had succeeded on Bitterhead Joy before. But could he succeed on these 10 beggars? He was confident, but not sure. But he could only succeed, he could not fail. Once he failed, everything would go down the drain. A month later, Inca's examination was ruined. The so-called 5th prince's fight for the throne was completely reduced to a joke. The bet between Xianlang and Monarch was also a complete failure. Huff, Xianlang let out a long breath. Then he was ready to start. Bitterhead Joy said coldly, "Next, no matter what happens, no one is allowed to make a sound, or else their tongues will be cut off." Immediately, the 10 beggars gritted their teeth and clamped their butts, afraid to make even the slightest sound. This bitter Yama would do what he said. If he said he would cut off their tongues, he would definitely do it. Xianlang took out 10 syringes, each containing about 1 milliliter of the golden bloodline goo worm. It was the beginning. Xianlang's movements were lightning fast. He injected them one by one. In a short 2 minutes, all the injections were completed. 1 milliliter of the golden bloodline goo worm was injected into the bodies of the 10 beggars. Then, there was complete silence. then there was the sound of heartbeats like war drums. These people's heartbeats were at least 2 to 3 times faster, and it was very loud. In this secret room, the heartbeats of the 10 people were really like the sound of a drum. Then, puff puff puff. Everyone started to spurt out blood. Blood spurted out from their mouths like a fountain. Then, their skin started to crack. Blood kept gushing out. "You can shout," Bitterhead Joy ordered. Instantly, incomparably mournful screams came from the underground secret room. Heart-tearing. It made one's blood run cold. Then, Xianxia saw a horrifying scene. The twisted bodies of these beggars were whipped straight. Not only that, the blood vessels of this group of people started to bulge, as if they would explode at any time. Boundless pain. Bang 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 bang, then the strong ropes that tied them broke one by one. It was either succeed or die, or harvest 10 corpses, or he could obtain 10 super experts and create an unprecedented miracle, shocking everyone. Note, the first chapter is up, I'll go eat and write the second chapter. Dear bosses, please support me and ask for monthly votes. Thank you, call me officer, for your 10,000 yuan tips. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. These 10 beggars swore that the pain and torture they had suffered in these 2 days and nights was more than the sum of the previous half of their lives. Almost every minute and every second was immersed in hellish pain. And there seemed to be no end in sight. This kind of pain gushed out from the bones, from the blood vessels, completely unable to resist, unable to be suppressed. It was simply enough to make one's soul fly away. It really felt as if they were completely broken and then put back together again. They really wanted to die immediately. Or maybe he fainted. But they didn't, the pain still surged like an avalanche. And Xianxia also saw a scene that he had never seen before. It was also a scene that did not conform to modern science and modern medicine. These 10 twisted and disabled beggars seemed to have been completely stretched out and straightened. From a crooked melon to a cracked date, they became normal people. This could not help but remind Xianxia of the fat monk and the thin monk in The Deer and the Cauldron. One was a tall person who was pressed down and fat, the other was a dwarf who was pulled out and grown. He only stayed in the basement for an hour and then left. Because these screams were really too sad. And these 10 people kept screaming like this for 2 days and 2 nights. When Xianxia was changing the blood meridians of these 10 beggars, Lunatic Lon, for the first time, did not tease Xianxia. Instead, he picked up a Buddhist scripture and read it carefully. The lowly look on his face also disappeared a lot, and his gaze was especially complicated. Xianxia said, "Madman Lon, you seem to not want to see this scene?" Madman Lon said, how dare I, he really did not want to see this scene. He spent more than 10 years and finally found these homeless companions. But after finding them, he did not know what to do. But in his heart, he was still thinking of hiding. How long to hide, he had no idea at all, and had no answer. When the upheaval happened, he was still too young and had no sense of mission in his heart at all. He just wanted to find these companions and then protect them. He came to the Ning government more to live under someone else's roof and find a place for his brothers to stay. But he really was not mentally prepared to stand out like this. Xianxia, do you still remember what happened when you were young? Lunatic Lon said, we actually don't have many memories when we were young. We grew up on a mountain and lived a carefree life. Carefree? Xianxia asked. Lunatic Lon said, that's right. Carefree and have fun. Of course, I'm learning, but learning is playing, and playing is learning. Xianxia, where are your parents? Madman Lon said, my parents are also on the mountain. Some teach reading, some teach martial arts, some sew clothes, some cook, and some farm. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. It sounded like a utopia, but to the noble, it was indeed a wonderful place. Xianxia, and then? Madman Lon said, then something happened. His Excellency took us and ran away. We ran all the way to the east, wanting to go out to sea. But after running for a few hundred li, we were pursued many times. Xianxia asked, who's after you? Madman Lon said, I don't know. They were all top-notch martial arts experts. Xianxia, and then? Madman Lon said, to protect us, my parents rushed out to fight with the enemy. Uncle Blind took us and ran away. All the way, we were chased. Moreover, there was chaos everywhere, and there were refugees who had lost their homes. We were completely separated from each other. Shenlang, and then you spent more than 10 years to find them? Madman Lon said, there were more than 30 of us, but I only found 10. I couldn't find the rest. Shenlang asked, were you the eldest at that time? Lunatic Lon shook his head, no, brother Lon Mo is the oldest. Back then, he was already 13 years old, and there was also sister Lon Mi. However, both of them disappeared, and I became the oldest, so I have the obligation to protect these younger brothers. Shenlang closed his eyes and thought. Bitter joy, Lon Bao was also a war refugee with an outstanding bloodline. Are they your brothers? Madman Lon shook his head. No. Shenlang, then what about the big fool? Madman Lon, even more so. Shenlang's research on martial arts bloodlines was very deep. The more he knew, the more shocked he was. The golden bloodlines of the Big Fool and Cho Yaoer were absolutely unique and unparalleled. Bitter Joy and Goddess Shuiyin were very talented, but there was still a long way to go before the Big Fool and Cho Yaoer. The bloodlines of the Big Fool and Cho Yaoer were really high up, looking down on all living things. Shenlang, these 10 people are all your younger brothers, right? Madman Lon nodded. Shenlang, you don't want to see them succeed? Madman Lon, it's too dangerous. Shenlang, no, the fatal danger of the bloodline is over. Lon Bao and Zhui Chen are both safe and sound. Sky Sea Pavilion has already guaranteed for you people with extremely high bloodlines. You can rest assured and build your career. Then Shenlang, is Xian Nu one of you? Madman Lon shook his head. No. Shenlang, then why do you keep staring at her? Madman Lon, we have been homeless since we were young, wandering from place to place. We instinctively want to find people of the same kind. Xian Nu has a tragic past like me, so our hearts are close together. And at this time, Xian Nu rushed in angrily, pointing at Madman Lon. Young master, this lowly person is peeking at me bathing. Madman Lon, no, Lady Xian Nu, I am not peeking at you bathing. I just want to remember how you look now, because every day from now on, you will become incomparably beautiful, so your appearance every day is worth remembering. He really knew how to speak sweet words to the extreme. But it was useless. Without another word, Xian Nu rushed up and slapped him to the ground. Picking up a small bamboo, he slapped Madman Lon's crotch. Madman Lon let out an incomparably shrill scream. Shenlang's scalp went numb as he watched, and he quickly retreated. This was a muddled account. Xian Nu was really precise, ensuring that Madman Lon would be in so much pain, but not to the extent of breaking him. This sense of propriety was too difficult. But his 10 brothers were currently suffering from hellish torture, and Madman Lon had to share their joys and sorrows. 2 days and 2 nights passed. The screams in the basement finally ended. These 10 beggars had fallen into a deep sleep. Wu Lai walked in with a dozen female warriors, and cleaned everyone's body, then applied ointment and poured ginseng soup into their mouths. Just like that, this group of people slept, and slept. After sleeping for a full 50 hours, they woke up one by one. Open your eyes, instantly, they felt a sense of wonder that they had never felt before. It was as if there was a wind blowing in their bodies, and their entire bodies seemed to be floating. That strong feeling of power, that feeling of health. That feeling of freedom to do as they pleased. He exerted a little force. His entire body immediately bounced up, and then fell to the ground. These beggars were instantly stunned. Previously, their bodies were all twisted and bent, as if they were disabled. Not to mention standing, even sitting was very difficult, so most of the time they lay down. Walking was even more abhorrent to him. Because they had no strength, and their bodies were unbalanced and crooked, it was too painful and uncomfortable. Their bodies were clearly more than 100 kilograms, but they seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms, and they felt like they were about to fall to the ground after a few steps. And now, their entire bodies were light, as if they were about to fly. At this moment, Ku Tuhuan said, "There are mirrors in front of you, each of you take a good look at your new selves." These people raised their heads. Indeed, there were several mirrors that were taller than people. With just a glance, these people were stunned. Where was the ugly and twisted body from before? Where was the half-disabled body from before? All of them were gone. Everyone's body had returned to normal, and they became incomparably straight. They were even straighter than a normal person, like a spear. And their faces had also changed. Previously, everyone's face had more or less been deformed. They were completely ugly. And now, everything had returned to normal. Instantly, tears gushed out of the 10 of them. At first, they could still suppress it, but then they started to cry. It had been more than 10 years. Almost since they could remember, their bodies had gradually become abnormal, and then it became more and more serious, more and more serious. In the end, they became deformed. They had thought that this was the end of their lives, that they would be completely crippled. A life without hope was destined to be decadent and degenerate. That was why they would lie on the ground and brag all the time. Because that was the only way to be happy, and they didn't need to face reality. But now, everyone had obtained a new life. Ku Tuhuan said, "From now on, from this moment onwards, you have obtained a new life. From today onwards, you are no longer beggars, no longer vagrants, but Baihu officers under the 5th prince. I hope that you will always remember this moment, and always remember who gave you a new life. From today onwards, if anyone dares to betray, they will be destroyed by the heavens. If anyone dares to be lazy, they will be destroyed by the heavens. If anyone dares to be greedy, they will be destroyed by the heavens." At this moment, Shenlang and Ningjing walked in. Ku Tuhuan said coldly, "Before, your bodies weren't good, so you couldn't kneel. Now that you see His Majesty, are you not going to kneel?" Then he knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Your Highness, greetings, Shen." The 10 beggars knelt down in unison. "Greetings, Your Highness, greetings, Shen." Shenlang carefully looked at the 10 people, then slowly said, "Before, you were all beggars, all vagrants, so you didn't have names. From today onwards, you will be Baihu officers under His Highness Ningjing. In the future, you will be promoted to Qianhu, UG generals, staff generals, and even admiral of a region. You will be awarded the title of nobility. Lunatic Lon is your big brother, so you will all follow his surname Lon. You will be Lon 1, Lon 2, Lon 3, until Lon 10. Ningjing couldn't help but look at Shenlang. Was such a simple name good? Wasn't it a little too casual? It was a little like a cat or dog. There was nothing bad about it. With such a name, it would always remind them that they were brothers. They would always be one, never betray each other. Shenlang said, "I won't say anything else. In 29 days, the Anka military selection will begin. If you pass, then you will soar to the sky, and His Highness Ningjing will officially have the capital to fight for the throne. If you don't pass, His Majesty will kill you all, and His Highness Ningjing's fight for the throne will become a joke, and I will return to Xuanwu with my tail between my legs. I hope that doesn't happen. From today onwards, we will live and die together. We will prosper together, and we will suffer together. General Zhua, the rest is up to you." Ku Tuhuan cowed out and said, "Yes. Everyone, put on your clothes and go out to eat. Training will begin in an hour." The military selection is divided into 4 parts: weightlifting, archery, mounted archery, and fighting on horseback. Others have to train for more than 10 years before they can participate in the military selection. And you only have 28 days. Only 28 days. If you can complete it, you will make a name for yourself and bring honor to your ancestors. If you can't complete it, you will all die. Stand, let's go." Next, the 10 beggars began their crazy training. No, they could no longer be called beggars. They should be called Lon brothers, or Lon bloodline, or Lon family geniuses. Ku Tuhuan trained the 10 of them alone. Training for 18 hours a day, there were 12 hours in a day, and they had to train for 18 hours. Eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping only added up to 6 hours. It was simply training to death. And the results of the training, Shenlang simply couldn't bear to look at it. It wasn't because it was too bad. It was because it was too awesome. It made a weakling like Xianxia completely unable to look at it, and he began to doubt life. The martial arts in this world was too unfair. People with high bloodline talent could simply do whatever they wanted. It was too scary. The first part of the military selection was weightlifting. These 10 people didn't need to train at all. After Xianxia used the golden bloodline goo to activate the power of their bloodline, their bodies directly erupted with powerful strength. The weight of the first lift far exceeded the number required for the military selection. They didn't need to train for 15 minutes and passed directly. Next was archery. From Xianxia's point of view, archery had little to do with bloodline talent. However, it was not like that at all. Archery relied on strength, stability, eyesight, and spirit. Of course, modern archery still relied on stillness and feeling. But for these people with extremely high bloodline talent, it didn't exist at all. First of all, they were extremely strong, and the military selection standard was a stone bow. But for experts, choosing a stronger bow would allow them to be more accurate. Therefore, Ku Tu Huan directly trained with a stone and a half, which was equivalent to a modern super strong bow of about 200 pounds. There were very few people who could pull such a strong bow. Back then, Henry VIII bow was only 180 pounds. However, bloodline experts like the Long brothers were able to pull it apart effortlessly. After pulling it, they could still stably stand there without moving. Of course, a strong bow without shooting for such a long time would cause great damage to the bow. But it didn't matter. There was the Heavenly Law Assembly. They had prepared a few hundred strong bows of a stone and a half for the Long brothers to practice with. It wasn't a problem for one person to waste 10 of them. This kind of strong bow could shoot over 250 meters, but the real effective killing range was only about 100 meters. The distance required for the martial examination was 120 steps, which was about 85 meters. But Ku Tu Huan had higher requirements for these 10 people, starting from 150 steps. How to describe their progress? It was simply a huge improvement. Normal people with bloodlines could practice 100 arrows a day. Because such a strong bow consumed a lot of physical strength. And this group of people kept pulling the bow and shooting. In half a day, they had to shoot about 500 arrows. This number was simply heaven-defying. If normal people trained with such high intensity, their bones would probably be twisted, and their lumbar vertebrae would be completely deformed. But to them, it was just some soreness. After soaking in medicine at night, they would be full of energy the next day. There seemed to be endless energy in their bodies and meridians. Archery in the morning, horseback riding in the afternoon. Archery was a little difficult for them. Horseback riding was almost effortless for them. Having activated their bloodlines, they had great strength, strong limbs, and sharp senses. Very quickly, they found the feeling of being one with the horse. In just 2 to 3 days, these people could not only move freely on the back of the horse, but they could also get on and off the horse freely, and even ride upside down. Could riding a horse also depend on martial arts talent? On the 4th day, they didn't need their hands at all. They could easily ride these 1,000-mile horses with their legs and feet. With their empty hands, they could easily shoot arrows. The progress of archery was slightly slower. But it was still extremely shocking. On the first day, basically everyone could hit the target. On the second day, basically everyone had a score. On the third day, they could basically hit the center of the circle. On the 10th day, the progress of these people's archery seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Ku Tu Huan reduced the time of crazy training. He began to impart inner force cultivation. Of course, the so-called inner force was completely to improve the spirit and the realm of the heart of still water. After learning these 2 secret manuals, the archery of these people had once again improved by leaps and bounds. The female warriors under Wu Lai's command and the warriors of Jin clan under Xianxia's command were all dumbfounded. Xianxia, in particular, once again fell into self-doubt. Do I still need to practice martial arts? Wasn't this world a little too unfair? With the bloodline talent, I can really do whatever I want like this. You geniuses advance by leaps and bounds, but have you ever considered the feelings of us ordinary geniuses? The big fool had made him doubt his life. Now 10 geniuses had appeared all at once. Of course, they were still far from the level of the big fool, but compared to ordinary people, they were simply superior. It was like ordinary people were running on a turtle. Those with great talent could only ride a small donkey. And this group of people were running wildly on 1,000-mile horses. People like the big fool were even more outrageous. He was simply flying on a rock. With geniuses like you, ordinary people have no way to survive. The fifth prince, Ningxing, was also completely stunned. Are there so many geniuses in this world? This progress is too terrifying. Archery was something that could be accumulated over a period of 10 years, day after day. But these people were making visible progress. It was like a tree growing leaves. It was so slow and silent that it would take several days to see them grow out. It was like feeding pigs. It would take at least a month or two to see obvious changes. And this group of geniuses was like a high-speed movie that was directly accelerated by dozens of times. The leaves grew out in an instant, and the petals suddenly opened. For ordinary people, they were really flying. Originally, Ningxing had thought that it would be a fantasy to start from scratch and pass the martial arts examination within a month. After all, there were countless strong people and elites in the martial arts examination in the capital. However, the so-called elites were completely like floating clouds in front of geniuses. The 4 martial arts examinations only had 1 month to study. Originally, he thought it was as difficult as climbing to the sky, and he couldn't even finish one of them. Now it seemed that there was more than enough time. It's terrifying. This world is crazy. Then, Ningxing sighed in his heart. What did I, Ningxing, do to deserve the loyalty of these 11 geniuses? These 11 people had only been wandering the world for more than 10 years, and none of them had noticed. But Xianlang actually dug them out in an instant. From the looks of it, Xianlang was even more amazing. As the saying went, horses of 1,000 li were common, but Bolu was rare. Moreover, Xianlang activated their bloodline power, which was even more heaven-defying. What did I, Ningxing, do to deserve the help of Xianlang? In his heart, he said help, not assist. This world is too unfair, too unfair. Xianxia sighed. Because the 10 geniuses of the Lan family had already surpassed him in archery. Not only did they surpass him, but they also surpassed everyone under Wu Lai. Ordinary people can't live anymore. Wu Lai said, why must you keep an eye on these geniuses? You can totally compete with others. Xianxia asked, compete with who? Wu Lai said, compared to your young master, you, Xianxia, are also a top genius. Xianxia's heart wildly agreed, but he didn't dare to nod. Master, this super weak chicken, his martial arts talent was practically the best in the world. Picking anyone from the crowd, you probably wouldn't be able to find someone worse than Master. Winning against a good-for-nothing like Master was an unfair victory, Wu Lai said. Shin's talent should have gone awry, all concentrated on wisdom and beauty. Slave Xian nodded at the side and said, yes, 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 although our young master is the best in the world in martial arts, his looks are the most handsome in the world. Wu Lai, you've seen many people, but have you seen anyone as handsome as Master? Wu Lai didn't say anything. Xianxia said, the dreamy Cloud Lake Crown Prince should be as handsome as Master. Slave Xian shook his head and said, no, no, the dreamy Cloud Lake is too lowly. Xianxia said in his heart, but, Master is also very lowly. Of course, he only dared to say it in his heart, not even half a word out of his mouth. He didn't even dare to reveal any of it in his expression or gaze. If he did, he would really be half dead. Wu Lai said, Zhu Hongxue. Slave Xian said, I've never seen Zhu Hongxue, is he actually as handsome as Master? Wu Lai nodded. Zhu Hongxue was indeed one of the most handsome men in the world. Moreover, the most handsome men relied more on their temperament and not purely on their looks. Suddenly, Xianxia said, Slave Xian, you've lost some weight. Slave Xian's face instantly turned red, he shook his head furiously and said, no, no, don't talk nonsense. Then, she ran away quickly. Xianxia was stunned. Why was she unwilling to admit that she had lost weight? She had clearly lost a lot of weight, about 20 pounds. Time flowed like water, the years flew by. The days of not being able to act pretentious flew by, unknowingly, more than 20 days had passed. There were only 2 days left until the Anka literary examination. There were only 6 days left until the martial selection exam. Then, how were the 11 Lon brothers' preparations? Lunatic Lon had memorized all the policy essays and poems prepared by Xianxia 13 days in advance. He could recite them backwards. Not only that, he also wrote 10 policy essays and 20 poems every day. It was too terrifying. Such a high yield, it was comparable to a perfect old man. A certain perfect old man relied on his shamelessness to write poems. Lunatic Lon relied on his shamelessness and heart. The policy essays he recited were all famous works from the 2,000 years of Chinese history, immortal works. He used them freely, without any trace of piling them up. All the famous quotes were at his fingertips. Let's put it this way, if he did not cheat, Lunatic Lon's policy essay level had far surpassed Xianxia's. Xianxia had already lost the ability to correct his policy essays. First, it was because Lunatic Xian's writing was too good. Second, it was because he wrote shamelessly. Almost every sentence could be traced back to the source, all of which were quotes from famous works that he had memorized. To put it bluntly, Lunatic Xian's policy essays did not have a soul. It was just a perfect shell. But, how many policy essays in this world had a soul? It was just a thesis essay. Who could write something that touched the soul in such a short period of time? It was like the androids in the American TV series Westworld. They looked exactly like real people, and they were beautiful. Such a beauty was placed in front of you, but you did not tell the clones you created. Would you be lucky or not? Lunatic Xian's policy essays were just like that, breathtaking. Just like the beauty in front of the camera, it was fine as long as she was good-looking, hard, and had no soul. Furthermore, the imperial examination was just a business. Ningjing had studied for more than 10 years and was quite knowledgeable. He had read Lunatic Lon's policy essays and said, reading 10 essays consecutively makes me feel numb. But I only read one, and it's absolutely brilliant. Xianxia asked, can he get into the top 3? Ningjing thought for a while and said, I've read all the top 3 policy theses of the capital's imperial examinations. None of them are as stunning as Lan Yi's. The sentences he uses are too beautiful, and the allusions he uses are too accurate. How could he not be accurate? Every sentence written by Lunatic Lon was extracted from thousands of famous works, and he used them in real life. Of course, policy essays and poems were more idealistic. Unless it was a true classic, only then would it be fatal. However, Madman Lon had used his techniques to their fullest potential. Hence, even if he was not 90% sure of getting into the top 3, he was at least 70% sure. Moreover, the monarch had said that it was fine as long as he could get into the top 3. Based on Lunatic Lon's poems, it was certain that he would be able to get into the top 3. Such amazing sentences, such accurate ancient quotes, it would be strange if he could not get into the top 3. There were no problems with Lunatic Lon. Then would there be any problems with the other 10 Lon geniuses? Bitter Joy was still training these 10 geniuses. Young master, bring Lunatic Lon back to the capital for the examination. The examination will be delayed by 4 days. We will return to the capital in 3 days. Xianxia asked, is it because they are not skilled enough? Bitter Joy asked, what do you mean by good enough? Xianxia said, they will be on the list, the martial examination. Bitter Joy said, how is that possible? I don't just want to get into the top 3. I want them to crush everyone, I want them to amaze everyone. If they can't get into the martial examination with such talent, they might as well commit suicide. You guys are amazing. You bunch of geniuses speak so arrogantly and arrogantly. Can't offend you, can't offend you. Then, Bitter Joy didn't waste a single minute. They continued to train crazily. 10 Lon geniuses rode on horses. 100 meters away, 10 rats were running away. Bitter Joy shouted, shoot, shoot, shoot. If I can't hit these rats and one escapes, I will beat you to death. Are you all trash? You've been training for a month and you can't even hit a rat 150 steps away? If I were you, I would kill myself. What face do you have to live in this world? What face do you have to take the Lord's salary? 3 of them didn't hit the rats and let them escape. Bitter Joy charged forward, the whip in his hand raining down like a storm. Disgraceful, disgraceful, disgraceful. trash, trash, trash. Have you been sleepwalking for the past month? The lake is right there. Jump into the lake and kill yourselves. After saying that, Bitter Joy really grabbed the three of them and threw them into the lake. He pressed the three of them in the water for a few minutes and didn't let them get up, letting them enjoy the feeling of suffocation. Calm your mind, calm down. A bunch of trash, a bunch of trash. Shenlang and the others felt their scalps go numb. Xianxia trembled. Sister Wu Lai, is General Bitter's training so scary? According to his training method, all his subordinates should be dead by now. Wu Lai said, teaching depends on the person. These people are all geniuses, so General Bitter Joy used the standards of geniuses to push them to the limit. Then Wu Lai said, we are going to shock the entire country in the martial examination in a few days. The next day, Shenlang left with Lunatic Lan and returned to the capital to take part in the Inca examination. Monarch, Concubine Bien, Crown Prince, Third Prince, and everyone in the capital. Just you wait. I, Shenlang, am about to perform an even more stunning miracle. Just wait for your eyeballs to explode. And all the idiots in the capital. Remember your bet. If I, Shenlang, succeed, if these 11 people pass the Inca examination, you will have to eat 10 kilograms of shit. I've already bought a cesspool. If you don't eat it, I'll force it down your throat. Note, today's 2 chapters cost more than 16,000. I'm begging for support and monthly votes. Thank you. Thank you, Innocent Sword Heart, QTT, Ding Dang Tea Shop, and the others for your 10,000 coins. Zhang Chong entered the capital. This didn't cause much commotion among the commoners, but it caused a huge commotion among the officials. Compared to Shenlang's obscurity when he entered the capital, Zhang Chong's arrival was glorious. The Crown Prince personally came to the Vermilion Bird Gate to welcome him. Zhang Chong's extravagance was not great, and he only had a few dozen followers. Crown Prince Ning Yi personally poured a cup of wine and handed it to Zhang Chong. This cup of wine is to welcome Sir Zhang. Zhang Chong knelt down and received it. If it was someone else, they might have spilled the wine on the ground and said with tears on their faces that this cup of wine was for their brothers who were sleeping underground. But Zhang Chong didn't do that. He received it and drank it in one gulp. The Crown Prince said, "You've worked hard, Sir Zhang." Zhang Chong said, "I don't dare." The Crown Prince gently said, "Sir Zhang, follow me to the capital. His Majesty is waiting to see you." Then, the Crown Prince led the way and Zhang Chong followed behind him. They entered the Vermilion Bird Gate. They walked on Vermilion Bird Avenue for a while. The Crown Prince warmly invited Zhang Chong to his carriage. Zhang Chong didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. He chose to return to his simple carriage and followed the Crown Prince's carriage into the palace. This was Zhang Chong's first time walking on Vermilion Bird Avenue. He wasn't like Shenlang. Shenlang ignored the rules and swaggered in the middle of the avenue. He didn't care that only nobles above count could walk on the avenue. Of course, the prefectural governor could also walk on it. It was just that Zhang Chong was especially careful and never walked on it. This time, it was the monarch's order, so he walked to the center of Vermilion Bird Avenue. After entering the palace, Zhang Chong first followed the eunuch to bathe and change his clothes. Then, he went to the monarch's study and knelt there. About 2 hours later, the monarch arrived. He angrily entered the study and sat down. He took a sip of tea and slammed it on the table. Of course, he wasn't angry at Zhang Chong. Tomorrow was the Inca examination. Today, this group of imperial censors were impeaching Shenlang like crazy, and they were even mocking the monarch, saying that such a ridiculous thing had never happened in 100 years. Does it mean that I, Ning Yuanxian, am a fatuous ruler? You even said it was shocking. He said that he regarded the saints as nothing and the holiness of the imperial examinations as nothing. In short, he wanted to strip the 11 beggars under Shenlang of their qualifications to take the exam and throw them into the Supreme Court's prison. Previously, they only wanted Shenlang to kneel in front of the sacred temple and ask for forgiveness. This time, they directly asked for Shenlang to be thrown into the Supreme Court for punishment. It could be seen that this person was definitely someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Previously, when the censors were impeaching Ning Yuanxian, they were cautious. But when they saw that Ning Yuanxian did not get angry and pretended to be ignorant, they gradually became bolder. Not only did they want Shen Lang to be severely punished, but they also wanted the monarch to publicly admit his mistake. Ning Yuanxian really wanted to punish these imperial censors. But the Inca exam was about to begin, so it was better not to cause any trouble. Most importantly, he was indeed in the wrong in this matter, and he felt a little guilty. In addition, the negotiations with the Chu state were getting deadlocked. Ning Yuanxian seemed to have a nest of anger in his heart that he could not vent. Zhang Chong is here? You have worked hard. Zhang Chong meticulously kowtowed and said, I dare not. Ning Yuanxian said, how is Day-Night County now? Zhang Chong said, very good. Monarch Ning Yuanxian could not help but be stunned. Zhang Chong was a very conservative person. If he said the word very good, it could be seen that it was really very good. In fact, the situation in Day-Night County was really very good. Shen Lang was the bad guy, and Zhang Chong was the saint. The two worked together to suppress the smallpox epidemic in Day-Night County, reducing the death rate to a minimum, and completely sealing the smallpox in Day-Night County to prevent it from spreading. Now that Zhang Chong was in Day-Night County, he was really a Buddha. Even the people of Day-Night County were full of an absolute sense of belonging to the state of Yu. Not only that, after several battles, the three-eyed evil horse gang was destroyed, the other bandits were all killed by Shen Lang, and the wandering warriors of the western region were all killed by Shen Lang, so the corrupt officials who were loyal to the Su family were also killed by Shen Lang. At this time, Day-Night County was completely clean, and it could even be said that no one closed their doors at night, and no one picked up their belongings on the road. Zhang Chong said, among them, young Master Shen Lang contributed the most. Without him, Day-Night County would not be so clean. Monarch said sarcastically, with a butcher's knife, he killed all the corrupt people. How can it not be clean? Then, Monarch picked up his teacup and said, the negotiations with the state of Chu are very troublesome, more troublesome than expected. They promised before, but now they are going back on their word. Not only did the king of Chu not apologize or compensate, but he is also not willing to return the fortress that he occupied. Zhang Chong said, this has something to do with Prince Jin of the South Kingdom. Monarch said, is the situation in the south not good? Zhang Chong said, Prince Jin's ambition is not small, Your Majesty, please plan ahead. Monarch said, don't beat around the bush, just say it. Zhang Chong said, I feel that the South Kingdom needs to send more troops. Monarch frowned. Now that the South Kingdom has gathered 40 to 50,000 troops on the battlefield, they still need to send more troops. However, the Wu and Chu kingdoms have already formed an alliance. Even if this alliance is fake, the king of Wu can't even take care of himself, so there will not be another war in the short term. Therefore, sending 20,000 troops from the north to the South Kingdom is not a big problem. Monarch said, how many troops do you think we need? Zhang Chong thought for a while and said, 150,000. The moment he said that, the monarch jumped in fright. Is Zhang Chong crazy? 150,000. In the war between the Wu and Chu kingdoms, the total number of troops used was only about 200,000. Now, to fight a small kingdom from the south, they actually need to send 150,000 troops, Zhang Chong said. The opponent we have to face in the south is not only Prince Jin's rebel army, but also the entire Sand Barbarian tribe. There is a need to throw everything away and wipe them out in one fell swoop. 150,000 troops is even a little too little. Monarch frowned but did not say anything. He knew his own situation well. He really could not fight a big war, he really did not have money. How much did the national treasury owe in yuan? He did not know, but it was definitely an astronomical figure. Therefore, even though he knew that Yin Yuan was colluding with Wu to seize the Liuzhou Islands, Monarch could only pretend not to know. Last time, in order to deal with a fatal crisis, he borrowed more than 2 million gold coins from Yin Yuan, although he had not spent it all. But if according to what Zhang Chong said, to send 150,000 troops to the South Kingdom battlefield, how much money would that cost? Only God knew. Immediately, Monarch put this topic aside. You did well in Western Heaven Province. Although you are the governor of Day-Night, you are also the provincial commander of Western Heaven Province. After Liang Yongnian died, in these 2 months, you have actually done the job of provincial commander of Western Heaven Province. Monarch said, "The Crown Prince recommended you as provincial commander of Western Heaven Province. What do you think?" This position was more or less decided. Zhang Chong was completely in line with the expectations of the public. In the world, there was no one more suitable for this position than him. Therefore, Zhang Chong entering the capital did not cause too much of a stir among the commoners, but it caused waves in the officialdom. Because a giant had already risen, this was no longer a new star. At this time, no one could stop the momentum of Zhang Chong's rise. It was true that the person who made the first contribution in eliminating Sunan's rebel army was Xianxia. But that scum completely threw away this contribution like a worn-out shoe, and did not care at all. Moreover, everyone could see that this evil creature was good at harming people, but not at civil affairs. It was not that he did not have the ability, but he did not have the patience. Therefore, the first contribution naturally fell on the head of Zhang Chong. Now, the Crown Prince and the Zhu clan's first recommendation was Zhang Chong, completely becoming the flag of the faction. Although the provincial commander of Western Heaven Province was not as good as the provincial commander of Northern Heaven Province, nor the provincial commander of Southern Heaven Province, it was still one of the 4 high-ranking officials of the state of Yu. After a few years, he would return to the capital and enter the imperial cabinet to become the prime minister. Even many people could see the future of the imperial cabinet. Zhu Yong would be the first prime minister, and Zhang Chong would at least be the third prime minister. A future giant. Things like fate were really hard to predict. A few months ago, Zhang Chong was still waiting for death in the Supreme Court's prison. Moreover, he had an intestinal blockage and was almost certain to die. In the end, not only did he survive, but he also obtained such a great fortune. How could this not make people sigh with emotion? Although Zhang Chong had not yet returned home, at this moment, his house was already crowded with people. Hundreds of officials came to pay their respects, and all of them gave him generous gifts. After listening to the monarch's words, Zhang Chong immediately bowed and said, "The position of provincial commander of Western Heaven Province is important. I am afraid I am not qualified." The monarch said, "Zhang Chong, do you also want to say these empty words to me?" Zhang Chong said bluntly, "If your majesty wants me to go, then of course I will obey. But if your majesty does not have absolute will, then I do not want to go to Western Heaven Province to take the position of provincial commander." The monarch could not help but be stunned. In his opinion, Zhang Chong should be an official fanatic. Provincial commander of Western Heaven Province, one of the 4 great feudal officials. The governor of Tianyue City was Ning Qi. He was a prince, so he did not count. Therefore, once Zhang Chong took this position, he would be one of the 3 great feudal officials of the state of Yu. He actually refused. The monarch frowned. "Why?" Zhang Chong said, "I do not want to be enemies with Shen." The monarch was surprised, so this was the reason? He really did not expect Zhang Chong to refuse. The crown prince recommended Zhang Chong, and once Zhang Chong agreed to be provincial commander of Western Heaven Province, then he would naturally become the crown prince's loyal follower. Moreover, the position of provincial commander of Western Heaven Province could only be held by the crown prince. Because in the north of Western Heaven Province, there was a provincial commander, Zhong Yao, who was the third prince's follower. Even if it was for balance, the provincial commander had to be on the crown prince's side. The monarch sneered, "Shen Lang is just messing around, he did not even help Ningxing to seize the throne. Even if you want to be his enemy, you will not have the chance." Zhang Chong's forehead was on the ground, he did not say anything. The monarch said, "Every carrot has its own pit. If you do not want this provincial commander position, then there is no equivalent position for you." "Yes," Zhang Chong said. The monarch waved his hand, "Then go home first, I am afraid there are many people waiting for you." This was actually a bit sarcastic, saying that Zhang Chong's house was crowded. Zhang Chong kowtowed, "This subject will take his leave." At this time, he sighed in his heart. The fate between people really can't be forced. He, Zhang Chong, had made such a great contribution. Although the monarch thought highly of him, he did not have the slightest intention of getting close. However, Zhang Chong did not care. He also hoped to keep a certain distance from the monarch, so as to not separate public and private matters. Like Shen Lang, who mingled with the monarch, he really could not learn. After leaving the palace, the old servant said, "Master, are you going home?" Zhang Chong thought of the crowded house, then thought of the time when he had intestinal blockage, when there were sparrows at the door. Even if everyone thought he was going to die, no one came to see him off. It was a great irony. I am not going home, I am going to Prince Ningzheng's residence, Zhang Chong said. The old servant was startled. Master, that will offend His Highness the Crown Prince. Zhang Chong said, since the decision has been made, there is no need to be afraid of offending anyone. The old servant said, young Master Shenlang is not back yet. Zhang Chong said, then wait at his house, I heard that he has a lot of good books there. Just like this, Zhang Chong drove to Marquis Chomping's residence. From afar, Zhang Chong saw a sea of people outside Ningzheng's residence, at least 1,000 people. What is going on? The old servant said, young Master Shen recruited 11 beggars to be his officials, and he even had to participate in the Anka examination. Therefore, these scholars and martial artists were not happy. Every day, there would be imperial censors accusing young Master Shen, and every day, there would be people besieging His Highness Ningzheng's mansion. They wanted to force young Master Shenlang to confess, and send those 11 beggars to the Supreme Court prison. Go through the back door. But when he reached the back door, he was still surrounded by a lot of people. Sir Zhang, it is Lord Zhang Chong. After seeing Zhang Chong, the crowd suddenly became excited. Lord Zhang Chong, you are an important minister of the imperial court, are you also here to condemn Shenlang? Lord Zhang Chong, you are also a member of a famous sect, you must seek justice for the saint. If Shenlang is not eliminated, the heavens will not tolerate it. Zhang Chong couldn't help but look at that person. Are the people of this world so forgetful? How many people did Shenlang kill in West Heaven province? Have they forgotten already? Zhang Chong knocked on the door expressionlessly. A female warrior opened the door and saw Zhang Chong. She couldn't help but say in surprise, Sir Zhang. Zhang Chong said, I am here to visit His Highness Ningzheng and young Master Shenlang. The female warrior said, His Highness Ningzheng and young Master Ningzheng are not here. Zhang Chong said, then I will wait for them at home, is that okay? The female warrior nodded and said, of course you can. Then, they welcomed Zhang Chong into the mansion. Because in the White Knight County battlefield, they also fought side by side with Zhang Chong, they admired him very much and knew that he was a good friend of young Master. The scholars outside wanted to take the opportunity to rush in. Suddenly, dozens of female warriors rushed out and shouted, whoever dares to rush into this door, I will crush his balls. She grabbed 2 hard walnuts in her hand and squeezed them. The walnuts were completely crushed. You have to see clearly, which is harder, the walnuts or your balls? Suddenly, many scholars shuddered. Shenlang entered the capital. Suddenly, a storm was set off. Countless people swarmed out to watch. Shenlang led a few dozen cavalrymen and swaggered through the center of the Black Tortoise Avenue. He didn't care about overstepping his boundaries at all. Of course, he still had Ningzheng by his side, so he was qualified to walk on Xuanwu Avenue. More and more people gathered on both sides of the avenue. Shenlang, you clown, you still dare to come back? The day after tomorrow is the Anka exam, you didn't escape back to Xuanwu City, you actually dared to come back to the capital. During this month, Shenlang was not in the capital, so many people said that he had already run back to Xuanwu City and left dejectedly. Shenlang, where are your 10 beggars? Young Master Shenlang, we have a bet, do you know? Someone in the crowd shouted. At this time, Shenlang didn't need to pay attention. But when he waved his hand, the whole group stopped. Shenlang walked out of the carriage and said, is it a bet to eat shit? Yes. Shenlang, I heard that a lot of ruffians in the capital made a bet with me. If Madman Sualan and the other 10 beggars can pass the exam, you will eat 10 pounds of shit. If they can't pass, you will spit on me? Yes. Shenlang, okay, I accept this bet. Bring it here. Wu Lai brought over a long scroll. It was clearly written that if Madman Sualan, Lan 1, Lan 2, and the others could pass the exam, the loser would eat 10 pounds of shit. Otherwise, each of them would spit on Shenlang. Shenlang, a man cannot stand without trust. Those who are willing to bet with me can come forward and sign and put your fingerprint on it. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Shenlang, you are too much. What difference is there between your behavior and that of a shameless scoundrel? Where is the slightest bit of politeness? Ningjing was also very helpless. He was an upright and conservative person, and the thing he hated the most was playing to the gallery. And Shen Lang's behavior was simply playing to the gallery without any bottom line. But Shen Lang seemed to have a temperament that no matter how ridiculous the other party was, he could accept it and feel that it was amazing. Of course, this phrase was also learned from Shen Lang. When Shen Lang suddenly showed the words on the paper, the scoundrels in the capital flinched. Shen Lang, are you afraid? Are you afraid? Who doesn't dare? A bold scoundrel stepped forward and signed his name. Then a second, a third, a fourth, in the end, countless people swarmed forward. There were hundreds and thousands of people. Is anyone else coming forward to sign? Anyone else? No more. Those who came to sign the bet were only scoundrels. Ordinary decent people would not come to join in the fun. They would just watch the fun. They would not dare to get involved. After receiving the big piece of paper with thousands of signatures, Shen Lang returned to Ningzhang's Marquis Chumping's mansion. He had just arrived at the door. Wow, there was a sea of people. All the scholars and martial artists in the capital were here, right? Shen Lang is back. Shen Lang is back. Shen Lang, immediately go to the sacred temple and admit your guilt. Shen Lang, immediately send these 11 beggars to the Supreme Court of Justice's prison. Shen Lang, the disciples of our famous sect will not coexist with you. The 1,000 or 2,000 people crowded forward, shouting and wanting to kill him. Shen Lang, get out here and give us an explanation. Shen Lang, how dare you humiliate the saint? How dare you let beggars take the Anka exam with us? You sinner of the world. Shen Lang walked out of the carriage and said loudly, everyone, you shouldn't have besieged me. You should go to the Ministry of Rights and the Bureau of Military Affairs. You should refuse to take the exam. You can raise conditions to the Ministry of Rights and the Bureau of Military Affairs. If they don't disqualify Madman Lon and the others from taking the Anka exam, you will officially refuse to take the exam. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Then, they thought that it made sense. In order to protect the dignity of the saint, in order to protect the sanctity of the imperial examination, even if there were millions of people, they would still go forward. We can refuse to take the exam. We have thousands of people, and Shen Lang only has 11 beggars. As long as we threaten to refuse to take the exam, the Ministry of Rights and the Bureau of Military Affairs will definitely compromise. Let's go to the Ministry of Rights and the Bureau of Military Affairs. If they don't disqualify the 11 beggars under Shen Lang from taking the exam, we will immediately refuse to take the exam. Then, the 1,000 or 2,000 people shouted and headed toward the Ministry of Rights and the Bureau of Military Affairs. Shen Lang and the others successfully entered Marquis Chomping's residence. Eunuch Zhang, why are you here? Shen Lang couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong said, my house is full of people. I don't dare to go back. Shen Lang said, you came at the right time. Help me read an article. Shen Lang chose a policy article and handed it over. It was the work of Madman Lon. Zhang Chong read the first paragraph and was instantly stunned. Good article. It's peerless and enlightening. Then, he continued reading. 15 minutes later, he finished the article and read it a second time, then a third time. Shen Lang asked, how is it? Zhang Chong said, this is not Shen's work, right? Shen Lang asked, how did you know? Zhang Chong said, Shen's works are not very formal. They are bold and unconstrained, but they have a deep meaning. This policy article, the opening paragraph is stunning, but there is something missing towards the end. But there are no flaws or mistakes in the entire article. The words and sentences are stunning, and the use of allusions is ingenious. But, there is something missing. Zhang Chong was an expert in Chinese studies and could see the flaw in Madman Lan's policy article. Shen Lang asked, based on the standard of this policy article, can it pass the exam? Zhang Chong said, it's more than enough. It will definitely pass. This kind of policy article with no mistakes, stunning sentences, and accurate analysis is the least risky. If Zhang Chong said it will pass, then it will definitely pass. Shen Lang asked, can it enter the top 3? Zhang Chong thought for a while and said, there is a 60% chance of entering the top 3, but there is no hope of getting first place. I have read many of Zhu Hongping's articles, and they are of a higher standard. Zhu Hongping, the 5th son of Zhu Yong, is the most talented youth in the capital. He is only 17 this year. Of course, if not for his grandfather and father suppressing him, he would have passed the provincial examinations a few years ago. He was truly brimming with talent. Whether it is policy or poetry, he is outstanding. It could be said that the Zhu clan was full of talented people. It was unknown how many scholars had come out of the Zhu clan. In the last 100 years, there were 3 Zhuangyuan. One is the Deqian Kingdom's Zhuangyuan, one is the state of Yu's Zhuangyuan, and the last one is the Great Yan Empire's Zhuangyuan. This family has influence across many countries, and can be considered as a giant in the Great Yan dynasty. I will definitely enter high school, but whether I can enter the top 3 depends on luck. Zhang Chong asked again, is this the work of that crazy Lan? Shen Lang nodded. Zhang Chong said, unbelievable. To be able to write such an article in just a month, he is really a genius. Then, Zhang Chong asked, where is Prince Ningxing? Shen Lang said, I was afraid that you would be put in a difficult position, so I did not come to see you. From Ningxing's point of view, Zhang Chong is here to see Shen Lang, not him. Ningxing claimed to be fighting for the throne, but Zhang Chong is an important official of the Crown Prince's faction. If Ningxing comes to see Zhang Chong, the Crown Prince will be suspicious, and Zhang Chong will be put in a difficult position. Zhang Chong said, Your 5th Highness is really a gentleman. Then, Zhang Chong said, I have just rejected His Majesty, and did not accept the position of Western Heaven Province's central governor. Shen Lang said, It must be difficult for Sir Zhang, I am afraid that you will suffer from a perilous situation. The Crown Prince's recommendation, but Zhang Chong rejected. This is a slap in the face, a betrayal of the Crown Prince's faction. How can the Crown Prince and the Zhu clan tolerate this? Traitors, of course, must be eliminated and toppled. Therefore, Zhang Chong will definitely suffer from the Crown Prince's faction's fierce counterattack. He will suffer from another calamity. Last time, he was imprisoned. This time, even if he won't be imprisoned, he will definitely be slandered. As for what kind of calamity he will suffer, it will completely depend on the will of a monarch. Shen Lang said, Don't worry, Sir Zhang, I will speak up for you. Although His Majesty is very annoyed with me, he will probably listen to my words. Zhang Chong said, Then I will thank Shen first. Shen Lang smiled and said, Of course, my weight is still too light. Duke Bian Shao is the one who can decide everything with a single word. As long as he speaks, the Crown Prince's counterattack will immediately stop. Zhang Chong smiled and said, It depends on fate. In short, once I, Zhang Chong, make a decision, I will not regret it. Tomorrow is the Anka examination. More than 1,000 scholars rushed to the Yamen of the Ministry of Rites, and more than 1,000 martial artists rushed to the Privy Council. Immediately, the Ministry of Rites and the Privy Council were in chaos. And more people gathered, more and more. Cancel the qualifications of Shen Lang's beggars to take the examination, or else we will not take the examination. Cancel the qualifications of Shen Lang's beggars to take the examination, or else we will not take the examination. Thousands of people shouted in unison. And the slogans became more and more unified. The voices grew louder and louder, and could be heard from several miles away. Seeing this situation, the scholars and martial artists who did not participate in this year's Anka examination also joined in. They felt that they were also scholars and martial artists, and that they also had to protect the sanctity of the civil and military examinations. In the end, the total number of people gathered in the 2 yamen exceeded 10,000. This was a major event. A super event. Scholars and martial artists surrounded the yamen of the imperial court together. And the law does not punish the masses. The minister of the Ministry of Rites and the vice-envoy of the Privy Council could not make the decision. But these 2 important figures were also very disdainful of Shen Lang's actions and could not bear to see it. Shen Lang, you little bastard, you actually used His Majesty's favor to let 11 beggars participate in the Anka examination. You are not only humiliating the examinees who participated in the Anka examination, you are also humiliating us. The minister of the Ministry of Rights was ranked second in the past. The vice-envoy of the Privy Council, Xianxia, was also ranked second in the martial hall examination. The two of them personally appeared to appease the scholars and martial artists. "Don't worry, I will enter the palace right now and report your will to His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty will definitely have a fair judgment. It is my duty to protect the dignity of the imperial examinations and the sage." The minister of the Ministry of Rights officially expressed that he was on the side of the examinees. The scholars who came to besiege the yamen of the Ministry of Rights were overjoyed. "Your Excellency is righteous. Justice is in the hearts of the people." Then, the leading scholar presented a copy of the Register of the People. It was densely packed with the signatures of tens of thousands of scholars, as well as bloody handprints. This was a letter written in blood, impassioned and full of 1,000 words. The content was very simple. If the 11 beggars under Xianxia were not disqualified from the Xianxia examination, the country would not be a country, the sacred imperial examinations would be disgraced, and the monarch would be disgraced. Not only did the scholars have the blood letters signed by tens of thousands of people, but the martial arts supervisors also had them. The minister of the Ministry of Rights and the vice-envoy of the Privy Council brought these two letters into the palace and presented them to the monarch Xianxia. "Your Majesty, there are already tens of thousands of people besieging the Ministry of Rights and the Privy Council. If we don't give these people an explanation, I'm afraid there will be a huge mess. If we don't give them an explanation, I'm afraid they will boycott the examinations. Once thousands of people boycott the examinations, it will become a scandal for the ages. Your Majesty, for the sake of the reputation of the state of you, for the sacred imperial examinations, please punish Xianxia severely, and cancel the qualifications of those 11 people. We can't disappoint people, Your Majesty." The monarch Xianxia looked at the two long letters written in blood. They were densely packed with the signatures of tens of thousands of people. This was an attempt to force him to abdicate. This group of scholars, this group of martial arts supervisors, dared to force him to abdicate. I, Xianxia, had just won a great victory, and I opened the Xianxia examination in order to celebrate. "But you dared to force me to abdicate." Originally, Xianxia was very angry with Xianxia. He could only bite the bullet and pretend that he didn't know anything when the censors impeached him every day. But now, tens of thousands of people were forcing him to abdicate. He was instantly enraged, and he immediately joined forces with Xianxia against a common enemy. All his anger was directed at the candidates. "Ha ha ha ha," Xianxia laughed. "Boycott the examinations? That's good, very good. Do as you please, if you don't want to take the examinations. Issue a decree that the Xianxia examination will continue. Even if there is only one person taking the examinations, I will accept it. Issue a decree that those who boycott the examinations this time will be stripped of all scholarly titles, and will never be able to participate in the imperial examinations again. Mobilize the imperial guards. Those who dare to besiege the Ministry of Rights and the Privy Council will be treated as fools. Regardless of their status or scholarly titles, beat them all out. Those who are stubborn will all be arrested and imprisoned." The monarch issued a forceful decree. Instantly, all the scholars and the invigilators of the Martial Arts Academy were terrified. They fled back home dejectedly. The next day, the Xianxia examination officially began. Note, the first update has been sent. Please support me, please vote for me. I will try to make the second update earlier. Boo-hoo. Everyone, please support me. The news that Xianxia refused the Crown Prince's recommendation and declined the position of governor of Western Heaven Province was leaked. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The Crown Prince was furious. Zhu was shocked. He stayed in the Crown Prince's residence for 2 hours and finally managed to persuade the Crown Prince. Then Zhu came to see Xianxia in person. Why? Why? Zhu voice was almost trembling. He didn't expect Xianxia to refuse. There was no reason at all. Xianxia was discovered by Zhu and was considered a member of the Zhu faction. Although there was a slight delay before, the position of governor of Western Heaven Province was far beyond what Xianxia had sought before. After sitting in this position, it could be regarded as a real high position. Zhu said, Xianxia, Are you holding a grudge against His Royal Highness for not rescuing you in time? Zhang Chong shook his head and said, no. He really didn't hold a grudge against the crown prince. The monarch was ruthless and the crown prince was also ruthless. He could see it clearly. The king was a monarch and the crown prince was a young monarch. But the young monarch was also a monarch. As a subject, he wanted to have feelings for the monarch? This was incomparably childish. Zhu Yung said, then why? Zhang Chong said, Shen saved my life and we fought side by side in White Knight Province. I don't want to be enemies with him. Zhu Yung was stunned. Was this the reason? When did you, Zhang Chong, become so childish? Do you still need feelings in the political arena? You, Zhang Chong, used to be so ruthless that you could even kill your engaged in-laws. How did you become so sentimental now? Zhu Yung said coldly, you, Zhang Chong, are not such a sentimental person. Zhang Chong was indeed not. This was especially true for Zhang Chong, who was as sharp as a sword and was seen as a ruthless official. However, the human heart was not made of cold iron. The death of his son, Zhang Jin, had left a hole in Zhang Chong's heart. After that, Zhang Chong suffered from intestinal blockage and made a trip to hell. Then, he was saved by Shen Lang. In the end, he went through 15 days of hell battles in the day-night region. His entire person had changed. In the words of a poem by Lu Sun, a heartless man may not necessarily be a true hero. How can a man who takes pity on his son not be a good man? Do you know that the one who raises the wind and howls wildly, when he turns his head to look at little you? After experiencing life and death, Zhang Chong went from being as hard as cold iron to being able to overcome hardness with softness. His entire person had risen to a higher realm. In the past, he could become a powerful minister, but now, he could become an important minister of a country. A person who was always cold and callous would not be able to become an important minister. Just like how no matter how strong Ji Do was, he would never be able to become a pillar of the nation like Xiao He, Chao Kan, and Hu Guang. Zhang Chong was silent and did not explain. Zhu Yung said slowly, you know the crown prince's character. Of course, Zhang Chong knew. The crown prince's character was most similar to the monarch, but he was not romantic like the monarch. He was much colder. Moreover, the crown prince was very proud and could even be said to be condescending. At critical moments, he even dared to challenge the monarch for his dignity. For example, the last time, even though he knew that Shen Lang had made a great contribution in the day-night region and knew that the monarch liked Shen Lang very much, he still made a move. First, he sent troops to surround Shen Lang at the Vermilion Bird Gate to disarm Shen Lang's troops and imprison them. Then, he sent troops to surround Shen Lang's troops. Even if the monarch knew, he only pretended not to know. Because Shen Lang had actively rejected the crown prince's request for peace, he could not blame the crown prince for suppressing Shen Lang. Zhu Yung said, just now, I persuaded him for a full 4 hours before the crown prince was willing to give you a chance. Do you want the position of governor of the Western Heaven Province? Think about it carefully before you answer me. Zhang Chong bowed and said, Duke Zhu, I have thought about it carefully. Zhu Yung suddenly trembled with anger. He pointed at Zhang Chong and said sternly, Zhang Chong, do you know that you have made me very sad? He was indeed very sad. The crown prince had let Zhang Chong down, but Zhu Yung had never done so. All along, Zhu Yung had almost unreservedly supported Zhang Chong. Even when Zhang Chong was imprisoned, Zhu Yung did not stop running around. Most importantly, Zhang Chong was a talent that he had unearthed. Of course, after Zhang Chong destroyed Dongjiang Count House, he had already entered the eyes of the monarch. But it was precisely because of Zhu Yung's nurturing that he had avoided many detours. Zhang Chong bowed again and said, my apologies, Duke Ming. Zhu Yung stared at Shen Lang for a long time. He did not make any threats and directly turned to leave. He did not need to make any threats at all. Everyone knew that the next blow from the crown prince's faction would be fierce. Traitors were more detestable than enemies. Although Zhang Chong did not feel that he was a traitor, in the eyes of the crown prince's faction, Zhang Chong was a traitor. They had to use a thunderous method to show their authority. Moreover, you, Zhang Chong, have no backing. You and Shen Lang are different. Shen Lang has the Xuanwu Marquis mansion and the monarch's protection. You, Zhang Chong, have no one backing you. The Crown Prince's faction was your only backing, but now you don't even want your only backing. How childish, how absurd. When he reached the door, Zhu Yong still said one sentence. Zhang Chong, it's best that you do so. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial examination was divided into the state examination and the province examination. In the Song dynasty, it was divided into the state examination, the province examination, and the court examination. The Yuan dynasty almost followed the Song dynasty. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was divided into the provincial examination, the provincial examination, and the court examination. In the Great Yan dynasty, the provincial examination and the provincial examination were the same concept and could be called together. The provincial examination of the Ming dynasty had a total of 3 sessions, each lasting 3 days. It was simply inhumane torture. Moreover, Zhu Yuanzhang, who was crazy about rules, wanted to set up rules for everything, including the imperial examination. The 8-legged essay had its embryonic form in the Yuan dynasty. During the Qinghua period of the Ming dynasty, the 8-legged essay officially took shape. From then on, the freedom of the imperial examination became extremely low, and it was very restrictive. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial examination was not only much more difficult, but it was also much more detailed. There was the Ming Classics examination, the Jinshi examination, the Ming Law examination, the Dao examination, and so on. The imperial examination of the Great Yan dynasty was not as restrictive as the Ming and Qing dynasties of China, nor was it as free and detailed as the Tang dynasty. For example, the Anka examination this time lasted a total of 2.5 days. The first day tested the scripture and Ming divination. The second day tested the current affairs examination. The third day tested the poetry examination. Looking at the imperial examination of this world, Shenlang was amazed. It was not as trivial as the Tang dynasty imperial examination, nor as restrictive as the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even the content of the examination was more comprehensive than the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was not dogmatic, and there was no need to study rigidly. There were 3,000 people in the capital who participated in the Anka examination. Yesterday, these people said that if lunatic Lan was not stripped of his right to take the examination, they would boycott the examination. The monarch was furious and did not care if he took the examination. In the end, this group of people were terrified. Before the imperial army could move, these people returned home with their tails between their legs. In their hearts, they thought, so what if lunatic Lan participated in the Anka examination? He was just asking to be humiliated. We have studied for more than 10 years, and have been to the examination countless times. Lunatic Lan is just a beggar. How many books can you read? You have never been to school, and you have never gone through the training of the imperial examination. I thought that Shenlang would find a great scholar for you. In the end, there was none. I heard that lunatic Lan is at home every day. You want to compete with us with this kind of conduct? The greatest absurdity in the world. Just wait for us to crush you into dregs in the examination. We will let you know what it means to gradually lose your dignity. Then, these people ate and drank well at home. As for whether they could sleep well, it depended on the individual. Those with a good mentality slept soundly, while those with a bad mentality tossed and turned. The examination was tomorrow. How could they not sleep well? How could they fall asleep peacefully? They could drink a little, but not too much, in case they had a hangover. Those with money could find a prostitute to relax, but they also had to know how to control themselves, so as not to damage their waists. Those who had no money, then they had to do it themselves. Lunatic Lan was rich now. He hesitated for a long time and wanted to go out and relax. He had already chosen the location. Less than 3 li away from Marquis Chongping's residence, there was a spring flower brothel. Of course. Once you heard the name, you would know that it was a low-end place. But for Lunatic Lan, this was already a high-end club. Before, he could not even afford to go to the small shops on the street, and could only visit the cheapest fat women on the street. 1 silver coin per visit, this was the highest expenditure that Lunatic Lan could afford. After hesitating for 2 hours, he decided not to go. Xian Nu had already started to lose weight. If he, Lunatic Lan, went to a brothel, wouldn't he be letting her down, do it himself, and have enough food and clothing? Lunatic Lan happily opened the special edition of Boundless Romance of the Golden Plum. The next morning, Shenlang sent Xiannu to send Lunatic Lan to the examination venue. He would not do it, and it was so early, he did not even get up. But Ningxing got up and personally sent Lunatic Lan out. "My lord, please stay, I will not disappoint you." Lunatic Lan bowed. He was still carefree in front of Shenlang, but in front of Ningxing, he was serious. Ningxing said, "Just do your best, there is no need to be demanding for the results." Then, Xiannu drove the carriage of Marquis Chomping's residence towards the examination venue. Along the way, the lanterns were like stars. Because there were 3,000 people participating in the Inquan examination. Seeing the carriage of Marquis Chomping's residence, the crowd seemed to have found a target. Lunatic Lan is in this carriage. It is that ignorant and incompetent beggar. Immediately, the people at the side said, "Please do not use ignorance and incompetence on Lunatic Lan." "Why? He is ignorant and incompetent." The people at the side said, "The ignorant and incompetent person is Shenlang. This Lunatic Lan is not even ignorant and incompetent. He's just a piece of trash, not worthy of being human." Yes, 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 that is a good word. Just a piece of trash, not worthy of being human. We are well educated, yet we are participating in the imperial examinations with this kind of trash. The heavens are really unfair. It is not that the heavens are unfair, it is a man-made disaster. The scourge of the world, Shenlang's son-in-law. Why don't we rush over and beat Lunatic Shen to death? It is so dark here, if we attack together and then scatter, they will not be able to catch us at all. Good idea, you go first. Suddenly, the candidates of the Inquan examination looked at Lunatic Shen's carriage with a crazed and dangerous gaze. It was really hard to resist this temptation. Now was the best chance to kill Lunatic Shen. Hundreds of people could not help but approach Lunatic Shen's carriage. Then, Xiannu's voice came. "You want to kill Lunatic Lan? Sure, go ahead. Sisters, if anyone dares to come within 3 feet of you, crush their balls." "Yes." The 20 female warriors shouted in unison. Instantly, hundreds of scholars quickly retreated. Crush their balls. These few days, they had heard too much about it. Just hearing it made their balls hurt. Lunatic Lan was extremely touched. "Xiannu, I know you care about me. I will not let you down in this life." Xiannu said, "Shut up, if you say another word, I will crush your balls too." Lunatic Lan's heart was beating wildly, he shouted in his heart, "Sister Xiannu, come and crush it, since he could not take the opportunity to kill Lunatic Lan. The group of candidates all moved away, as if being near Lunatic Lan's carriage was a great humiliation. Pooey! Pooey! Walking with this kind of trash that is not worthy of being human is really a great humiliation. Trash that is not worthy of being human. The scourge of the world, Shen's son-in-law. Along the way, Lunatic Lan's carriage was not only isolated, it was also insanely humiliated. After the first person spat. Next, almost everyone spat in the direction of Lunatic Lan's carriage. Just like that, Lunatic Shen was spat on thousands of times along the way. At daybreak, he finally arrived outside the huge examination hall. He walked out of the carriage, carrying a basket, and began to queue up to enter. Everywhere he passed was like a plague, all the candidates avoided him. Trash that is not worthy of being human, Shen's son-in-law. He walked to the back of a queue. In the end, all the people in front of him dispersed. Lunatic Lan directly went from the last person to the first. Then, the search officially began. In short, it was a very shameful process, but Lunatic Lan did not care at all. He had experienced even more shameful things. Not only did he not feel ashamed, he felt that it was very exciting. Unfortunately, the people who searched him were men, not women. After the search, everyone entered the examination hall, all the candidates entered. 4 examiners entered. Hundreds of imperial guards entered. All the doors of the examination hall were closed, the examiners lectured. A gong sounded. The examination papers were officially handed out. The examination for the 20th anniversary of King Ning Yuanxian's ascension to the throne had officially begun. The first day's examination was on the scripture of calligraphy and calculation. There were a few examination papers, and it looked like a mountain of pressure. What was the scripture of calligraphy? In the Tang dynasty, it was to cover a paragraph of the 4 books and 5 classics with 3 words, and then the candidates would be considered to have passed if they wrote these 3 words out. For every 10 paragraphs, as long as you answered 5 correctly, you would be considered to have passed. As for the imperial examination scripture of the state of Yu, it was not that simple. Not only did it have to fill in the blanks, but it also had to be annotated and so on. But in general, it could not be separated from rote memorization. Even if it was rare, it still came from the 4 books and 5 classics. Then how many questions were there in the state of Yu's scripture of calligraphy? A crazy 90 questions. Looking at the densely packed questions, it was really suffocating. The 4 books and 5 classics added up to hundreds of thousands of words. If one was not a pervert, who could memorize all of them? Therefore, the scripture of calligraphy examination was the simplest, but also the most deadly. Later on, China's imperial examination even formed a school of thought. Some people extensively searched for those obscure scriptures and compiled them into dozens of ballads for easier memorization. This type of work was known as the scripture of calligraphy. This way, there was no need to familiarize yourself with it. All one had to do was memorize it. The state of Yu had not formed such a school of thought. And the examiners were more normal. Among these 90 questions, 50% were relatively common, 30% were relatively rare, and the last 20% were perverted and extremely rare. Especially the last 10 questions, it felt like a suicide question. After looking at these questions, almost all the examinees would think, what the hell is this? There's such content in the 4 books and 5 classics? I don't believe it. In fact, if these examiners were not here to set the questions, they might not even know the content. If they did not flip through the books, they would not be able to answer the questions themselves. But, Lunatic Lon was a complete pervert. A pervert with a photographic memory. Almost no one could memorize the 4 books and 5 classics. But to his embarrassment, he had already memorized them. Therefore, these 90 questions were answered effortlessly by him. For most examinees, completing these 90 questions would take at least 6 hours. And the last 10 questions were completely based on luck. However, Lunatic Lon had only used less than half an hour to finish writing everything down. His accuracy was 100%. Then, he began to answer the Ming Sui. What was Ming Sui? It looked like arithmetic, but it was not exactly arithmetic. In modern terms, it should be called natural science. He took questions from books such as Sui Jing, Zhou, Ge, 3 classes of numbers, Shuishu, Jigu. There were a total of 30 questions. Actually, when Xianxia saw these books, he was very surprised. Because most of these books were not from the same period as the 4 books and 5 classics. Many of them were written after the Han Dynasty. He did not expect them to become ancient classics here. In the imperial examinations of the Great Yan Dynasty, Ming Sui was the least important. At the very least, it was not part of the state examinations. Many scholars also placed Ming Sui as the lowest level. After all, it was the least important in the examinations, but it required the most effort to learn. But, Lunatic Lon was a pervert. His talent in arithmetic far surpassed Xianxia's. If he did not rely on cheating, Xianxia would not be his match in normal arithmetic questions. Normal addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and even quadratic equations could be quickly solved by Lunatic Lon's mental arithmetic. In short, this talent caused Xianxia to gasp in amazement. He had no idea how Lunatic Lon's brain worked. These 30 Ming Sui questions were the most torturous, especially the last 3. Most of the examinees could not even understand them, let alone solve them. So, according to convention, most of the smart examinees would choose to give up on some questions. Wouldn't it be better to conserve energy for tomorrow's examination? The second day of the imperial examinations was the policy section, and the third day of the poetry section was the most important. However, Lunatic Lon used less than a quarter of an hour to solve all the 30 clear calculation problems. They were too easy. Lunatic Lon even felt that these questions were an insult to his intelligence. Shin's questions were more interesting and awesome. Many of the questions could not be solved by Lunatic Lon. So in Lunatic Lon's heart, Xianxia was a peerless scholar. What he did not know was that Xianlang was standing on the shoulders of giants. In terms of talent in arithmetic, Xianlang was no match for lunatic Lan. Normally, examinees would spend the entire day on the first day of the examination. They would even light candles at night to continue the examination. However, Madman Lan only used less than an hour to answer all the questions. And he did not even need to check them. Sigh, so boring. How am I going to spend the rest of my time, now? Lunatic Lan was regretting going to bed so early last night. My body is still weak. I feel drowsy after doing it twice. Maybe I should go back to sleep. Thus, Lunatic Lan flipped the paper over and covered it, then sprawled on the table and slept soundly. 15 minutes after he fell asleep, a deputy examiner walked past him. So this is Lunatic Lan, the unworthy scum Lan. As expected, he was a scum. The examination had just begun and he was already asleep. There was no hope for him. Why did such a useless person come to the examination? To embarrass Xianlang, to embarrass Ningxing. However, these two people were not afraid of embarrassment. One was extremely thick-skinned and did not know what it meant to be embarrassed. The other had no status and was an unlucky person. There was no room for embarrassment. The surrounding examinees saw lunatic Xian sleeping and laughed in disdain. This beggar is really useless. The examination has just begun and he's already asleep. The scourge of the world, son-in-law Xian, is going to lose. He's waiting for everyone to spit on him. The bet was supposed to be 1 piss per person. These people's voices were very low. It could be said that they were talking to themselves. But when the voices of hundreds of people were added together, it became a little noisy. The examiner said angrily, "Silence. Anyone who makes a sound will be kicked out of the examination hall." Then, the examiner left Lunatic Lan's side and let him sleep soundly. After all, sleeping was not prohibited in the examination hall. Not to mention sleeping, even if you had a wet dream, it would not be a problem. Only I know who was the first to wake up from my dream. After sleeping for a long time, Lunatic Lan woke up. He realized that it was only noon when the sun was up in the sky. He had slept for so long, but it had not even been 4 hours. This time was too hard to bear. Let's eat. As he ate the delicious meat buns, another hour passed. Lunatic Lan could not sleep anymore. He did not know what to do. He could not scribble on the examination paper, or he would be dismissed. So, Lunatic Lan closed his eyes and read in his mind. He had completely memorized battle through the heavens, boundless wind and moon. Now, he pretended that he had not seen it and read it again in his mind. It was wonderful. Luckily, he had battle through the heavens and journey to the west in his mind. Otherwise, he would have been bored to death in the examination hall. Of course, he also had endless romance of the golden plum blossoms in his mind. But it was not good to read it in the examination hall. What if he could not control his excitement? It was not good to take the examination in the middle. While everyone else was racking their brains for the examination, Lunatic Lan was killing time in boredom. Finally, the first day had passed. Lunatic Lan prayed in his heart that tomorrow's examination would be slightly more difficult. Let me spend more time and use my brain. The second day of the Inquan examination. Today's examination was about strategy. The Great Yan Empire's examination focused on strategy. Hence, the second day's examination was about most importance. Or perhaps a ratio could be given. For example, in this examination, the second day's strategy was 50%, the third day's poetry was 30%, and the first day's scriptures and calculations were only 20%. If the strategy was successful, then there was hope for the entire examination. If the strategy was a failure, then no matter how well one wrote in the other 2 days, there was no hope. It was also because of this reason that Xianlang had forced Lunatic Lan to memorize more than 1,000 policy theses in the past month. The Ming and Qing dynasties' questions were usually taken from the 4 books and 5 classics. However, the Great Yan Empire's strategies were not necessarily taken from the 4 books and 5 classics. Sometimes, they were not. Rulers who followed the rules liked to take questions from the 4 books and 5 classics. Conversely, they did not. Was Xianxia a ruler who followed the rules? Of course not. Hence, the State of Yu's advanced examinations rarely took questions from the 4 books and 5 classics. Most importantly, Ning Yuanxian had a good sense of self. He did not trust the examiners and always liked to take his own questions. For example, in this year's Enka examinations, 3 out of the 5 examination areas had questions for policy theory and poetry, and they were all personally chosen by the king. This made everyone go crazy. This was because the monarch's questions were usually very bold. "But your majesty, you can be bold, but we do not dare. Usually, we would be afraid to write like this." Dong. The gong sounded. The examination papers were officially handed out. Everyone could not wait to see the questions. Then, almost everyone wailed. This question was not obscure at all. In fact, it was not even considered difficult. But it was too bold. The question was on the feudal system. "Your Majesty, Sunan has just been eliminated. Are you so eager to announce the victory of the new policies? It would not be surprising if this was the Great Yan Empire's examination." The new policies were coming to an end. But in the state of Yu, the new policies were only halfway through, and it was considered a failure. Although Sunan was eliminated, it was not because of the new policies. It was because of a rebellion. Most importantly, the Great Yan Empire did not test this question. Is it appropriate for the state of Yu to test it first? Also, how should we, as examinees, control the scale? The final goal of the new policies was not only to strip the old nobles of their fiefdoms and private armies. They also wanted to separate the civil and military officials. They also wanted to change counties into states and cities into counties. To put it bluntly, it was a centralized system. Just look at how the Great Yan Empire did it. We dare to discuss such a radical question in private, but we are still uneasy when it comes to writing about it. When Lunatic Lon read the policy paper, he was overjoyed and wailed. He was wailing because he had originally wanted a more difficult question that would make him rack his brains and waste an entire day so that he wouldn't have to do nothing. He was overjoyed because he knew his own standard. He knew that his policy paper only knew how to quote from the classics. He only knew how to compose paragraphs and perfect sentences. It lacked soul. Ningjing, Shenlang, and Zhang Chong all judged that his policy paper would definitely pass, but it would be difficult for him to make it into the top 3. Especially Zhang Chong. He was an imperial scholar, and his words were authoritative. He had memorized the topic of this policy paper. Shenlang had forced him to memorize more than 1,000 policy papers. All of them were famous. As for Lu Zongyuan's Theory of Feudalism, it was an absolute classic among all the famous works. Let's put it this way. Of all the policy papers in China in the past 1,000 years, Lu Zongyuan's Feudalism was in the top 5. It was a true treasure of literature. It was also in line with the current politics of the Great Yan Empire. The new policies of the Great Yan Empire were in full swing. The civil and military officials were separated, and the prefectures and counties were established. This feudalism could be quoted in its entirety with some modifications. Of course, this world did not have the Han dynasty or the Tang dynasty. However, there were similar dynasties. There were also some characters in feudalism that did not exist in this world. However, there was no lack of heroes in every world. There was no lack of heroes. He just needed to replace the historical figures in feudalism with the heroes of this world. The roots and souls of the articles were similar. Previously, Lunatic Lan's policy paper lacked a soul. Now, this soul was ingrained into his bones. However, Lunatic Lan did not get carried away. He began to ponder the thoughts of monarch Ning Yuanxian. He represented the 5th prince, Ningzheng. His thoughts also represented Ningzheng's thoughts. That was why he had to scratch the itch in the heart of the China emperor. The monarch must have gotten carried away. He could not wait for this great victory. What would happen to Ningzheng, who was the weakest candidate? Of course, he would have to agree with the monarch in the depths of his heart. They would have the same political direction. Although an emperor would choose his successor based on his own preferences, the most important thing was the direction of governance. What they feared the most was that the death of a person was like the extinguishing of a lamp, the death of a person and the death of the government. That was what Ning Yuanxian feared the most. He was worried that after his death, his son would inherit the throne and overthrow his policies. Yes, that was the direction. He had to accept this test and let His Majesty see His Highness Ningzheng's thoughts. His Majesty, although the Crown Prince misses you and the third Prince Ningqi is outstanding, they may not be of the same mind as you in terms of politics. Only His Highness Ningzheng can inherit all of your policies. After having a direction, Lunatic Lan's thoughts flowed like a spring. He did not completely copy Lu Zongyuan's feudalism. Of course, he did not know that this was written by Lu Zongyuan. He thought it was written by Shenlang. Actually, it was written by Shenlang. Because Shenlang had already modified Lu Zongyuan's feudalism to make it more in line with the politics and history of this world. But Lunatic Lan still did not copy it. He used feudalism as the framework, then modified the words himself, quoting from the classics and reality. He wanted to write every word into the monarch's heart. She wished that the monarch would slap the table and exclaim in admiration when he read every paragraph and call him a bosom friend. Lunatic Lan began to write. Is there no beginning? I do not know. Is there a beginning in life? I do not know. But which is near? Says, there is a beginning is near. Who is clear? From feudalism comes clarity. The feudalists, the ancient saints Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen and Wu, could not go. It was not that they did not want to go, but that they could not. Is the origin of power the beginning of life? Without beginning, there is no feudalism. Feudalism is not the will of the saints. This paragraph was perfect. He just had to copy the original, there was no need to make any extra edits. Lunatic Lan was extremely excited. Breathtaking words and phrases flowed out of his mind endlessly. Once he started writing, he couldn't stop. In a short hour, Lunatic Lan finished writing. A total of 2,000 words, written in one go. Not a single word, it was perfect, it was definitely an eternal masterpiece. After finishing, Lunatic Lan's blood was boiling. He knew it was done, he did not believe that there was anyone in this examination who could surpass his. Definitely not, top 3 was already in the bag. If his luck was good tomorrow, first place was in the bag. Ha ha ha, I've done it, I've done it. Shen, Your Highness Ningzheng, I did not disappoint you. Note, the second chapter is here. This chapter is hard to write. Today's 2 chapters cost 16,000. Please support me, please vote. I'm bowing and kowtowing. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. Com in just 2 hours, Madman Lan had finished writing the entire enfeefment system. Not a single word was easy. Then, he flipped the paper over and slept soundly on the table. Because he had expended a lot of energy and thought, he quickly fell asleep and even started snoring. The surrounding candidates were disturbed by his snoring and looked up. This piece of trash Lan, who wasn't fit to be a human, was still sleeping, crazy, completely crazy. The first day's exam wasn't very important, so he slept. But the second day's exam was of utmost importance, and he slept soundly too. Ningzheng, Shenlang, and even the monarch would become the laughingstock of the world. Especially the monarch. It was because of his trust in Shenlang that he granted Madman Lan the status of an imperial college supervisor, allowing him to participate in the enfeefment. Yesterday, the civil and military candidates besieged the Ministry of Rights and the Privy Council, and the monarch suppressed all the candidates for your sake. How much public anger did this incite, and you slept soundly for every exam? This was a slap to the monarch's face. Just you wait. Once the Anka's examination is over, you, Lunatic Lan, will definitely be sliced into 1,000 pieces and sentenced to death. Even Shenlang will be implicated. You're finished, completely finished. One of the examiners patrolled over once more, and once again saw Lunatic Lan sleeping on his stomach. He couldn't help but frown. Shenlang was finished, and so was Ningzheng. Hearing his loud snoring, the examiner walked up and knocked on the table. Immediately, Madman Lan changed his sleeping position and stopped snoring. The examiner laughed coldly in his heart and left. Sleep, continue sleeping. You don't have much time left to sleep. Your head will roll soon, and Shenlang will probably be thrown into prison. The monarch's furious reaction after being slapped in the face could be imagined even with one's toes. Madman Lan slept until noon once again. After waking up, he ate lunch and then happily read Journey to the West in his mind. Even though he preferred Battle Through the Heavens, he had no choice. He had finished the first book yesterday. It was night time again. Countless candles were lit in the examination hall. Although there was only one question in today's policy discussion, it would take a long time to revise and rewrite every word. Because it was too important, almost every examinee would revise it many times to ensure that it was perfect in their hearts. There were still no candles lit in Lunatic Land's examination booth. Early in the morning, he wrapped himself in a blanket and lay on the ground to sleep. For the past few years, he had been sleeping on the ground almost every day. It was only after he sought refuge with Ningjing that he finally had a bed to sleep on. Now that he was back on the ground, it felt so familiar. However, he had slept too much during the day, so he couldn't fall asleep at night. Should he read some more books? Therefore, he started reading Boundless Romance of Golden Plum Blossoms in his mind. As he read, his interest was piqued. What should he do? They were in the examination hall. Although there was a water bucket, it was not convenient to clean it. Otherwise, he would have to endure it. It wasn't a good idea to molest oneself in the examination hall. Madman Lon should have broken the exam record and illuminated some unspeakable achievement. The third day of the exam officially began. Today's examination was on poetry, which was also very important. After all, poetry accounted for 30% of the total score. More accurately, it was poetry and prose. In other words, not only did he have to write a poem, he also had to write a prose. What was prose? According to the Wenxin carving the dragon, prose was to spread out the talent of writing, to express one's will. According to the Book of Han, to recite without singing was called prose. Prose was a style different from poetry and prose. It was somewhere in between. There were 6 meanings in poetry. The first was feng, the second was fu, the third was bai, the fourth was xing, the fifth was ye, and the sixth was song. Feng, ye, and song were 3 types of poetry. Fu, bai, and xing were 3 writing techniques. According to Shen Lang, poems were relatively short, and fu was relatively long. Furthermore, it wasn't very neat. However, as you read it, you might not be able to resist singing it. After the sound of the gong, the examination papers were handed out. There were only 6 hours for today's examination, which was half a day's time. The topic of the poem was even more unconstrained. The one who came up with the question this time was still the monarch, Ning Yuanxian. He would never give up on any opportunity to show off his talent. Madman Lon opened the paper. The topic was very short: autumn had arrived. Wild geese flew south. Looking into the distance, the eyes were wild geese, but the heart was a rock. Using the geese and the rock as the topic, write a poem and a prose respectively. There was no specific details. In other words, if you used wild geese to write a poem, you had to use a rock to write a prose. On the other hand, if you used a rock to write a poem, you had to use a wild geese to write a prose. Actually, when the monarch came up with this question, he was in a very complicated mood. He had asked Li Sun before. An emperor was like a blazing sun. The sun shone brightly, but it was unapproachable. Was he, Ning Yuanxian, the sun? If he was, how could someone be so close to him? If he wasn't, didn't that mean he wasn't a great emperor? Of course, this was a fatal question. It almost made the eunuch, Li Sun, cry. Ning Yuanxian had always been conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to be a wise emperor that would last for thousands of generations. His idol was Emperor Jiangli, who could swallow the world and sweep across thousands of miles. However, he knew his own characteristics. He was sensitive, narrow-minded, sentimental, and a little romantic. Deep in his heart, he probably knew that he couldn't become an eternal emperor. It was one thing to yearn for it, but it was another thing to actually do it. Wild geese existed in reality, but the rock was indeed a product of fantasy, a product of ancient legends. Then, was the so-called eternal emperor also a product of fantasy? Did it not exist in reality? The so-called rock was only an ideal that existed in people's hearts. Only wild geese were real. The monarch, Ning Yuanxian, knew that he was just a wild geese, not a rock. Then he said that the rock shouldn't exist in this world. To put it more bluntly, he said that all the emperors in the world were wild geese, so they shouldn't act cool. Everyone was about the same, so no one should pretend to be an eternal emperor. Wild geese were ordinary birds. They could get hurt, cry, and feel joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. The roc was a divine bird. It was perfect and powerful. It would not get hurt, nor would it feel sad. All the emperors in the world were mortals with flaws. Only the legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were as perfect as gods. From this question, monarch Ming Yuanxian's personality was on full display. Narcissistic and pessimistic at the same time. Romantic and narrow-minded at the same time. Mean and emotional at the same time. Madman Lan looked at the question and couldn't help but be stunned. Shen was really a god. Did he get both the poem and the composition questions correct? Then was Shen Lang too godly? Yes, and no. This time, Shen Lang didn't deliberately choose the questions. However, he already had a deep understanding of monarch Ming Yuanxian. Therefore, he chose the essays and poems for Madman Lan to memorize. But from another perspective, Shen Lang gave over 1,000 essays and a few thousand poems. The probability of getting it right was very high. Madman Lan wasn't Jin Muzong. Jin Muzong relied on his pen. He wasn't a genius, and his memorization efficiency was too low. Especially for essays, it would be impressive if he could memorize a few dozen. But Madman Lan memorized over 1,000 essays and a few thousand poems. Almost all the classics of China over the millennia were covered in one fell swoop. Therefore, it was not easy to come up with a question that surpassed this category, given that the civilization of words was almost the same. Especially the poems. They weren't like the 8-legged essays of the future. They were tightly attached to a certain phrase in the 4 books and 5 classics, leaving no room for interpretation. As long as you wanted to, you could do anything. Soon, Madman Lan's pen was like a god. First, he used the autumn geese as a poem. He wrote, "Those who abandon me, yesterday's day can't be kept, those who disturb my heart, today's day is full of worries." The autumn geese are sent away by the wind from 10,000 miles away. Punlai, the bones of the golden city, a small banquet in the middle. Full of joy and excitement, they want to go up to the blue sky to look at the bright moon. Cut water with a knife, water will flow. Drink to drown your sorrows. Life isn't satisfactory. Loose hair and small boats in the morning. Isn't this poem awesome? It doesn't tell you the name of the poem or who the author is, but you can't help but feel your hair stand on end and your scalp go numb. Just one look and you can tell that it's an immortal masterpiece. That's the charm of a 1,000-year-old classic. There's no need for hype or packaging. Just one look and it will hit the depths of your soul. This poem is Li Bai's work. Of course, there are 2 sentences that need to be slightly modified. That's because there's no Jian and city or Xianxia in this world. The small banquet here refers to the banquet of the world's top literary figures. He had written countless famous poems in his life. Of course, his representative work will always be Legend of the East, which wrote the story of the Emperor Zhongli. Of course, in terms of literary attainments and artistic achievements, Legend of the East was not as good as his other works. However, it was the most popular work in history. Countless people in the Eastern world, and even the Western world, have read this book. The sales volume of this book was probably the highest in this world in 1,000 years. This person originally lived in the capital of the Deqian Kingdom, Jin capital. He was once an official of the Deqian Kingdom and made many suggestions to Zhongli, but they were all rejected. In a rage, this great scholar Yan Lin left the Deqian Kingdom and traveled the world. He specialized in writing books for a living and became a literary figure in the Eastern world. After the Emperor Zhongli died, the great Yan Kingdom conscripted Yan Lin to be an official and asked him to write a book that belittled Zhongli. Yan Lin refused and even set fire to the mountain, burning himself to death. He was never put in an important position by Zhongli in his life and even fell out with him in a rage. However, he still died for Zhongli. This contributed to his immortal reputation. When lunatic Lan recited this poem, he was shocked. Tears streamed down his face and his soul almost left his body. Because, he had a vague feeling in his heart. This great scholar Yan Lin seemed to be his teacher when he was young. To be more precise, he was the teacher of more than 30 children. This was just a feeling. Lunatic Lon couldn't be sure. This poem by the great god Li Bai may not be as famous as his other works, but its quality was not bad. Especially to the monarch Ning Yuanxian, it was definitely a killer. The person Ning Yuanxian admired the most was Jiang Li. To a certain extent, Jiang Li's death also broke Ning Yuanxian's wings. He clearly saw that there were no great rocks in this world, only wild geese. The melancholy of this poem could directly hit the depths of Ning Yuanxian's soul. Not only for Ning Yuanxian, but also for all the scholars, this poem was a must-kill. All competitors would feel ashamed when they read it, and all examiners would feel their souls go numb. It was too awesome. A classic poem that had not been spoken for 100 years. Using wild geese as a poem, the next step would be to use the great rocks as an ode. If the wild geese were to be pessimistic, helpless, and melancholy, the great rocks would have to break away from this kind of melancholy and melancholy. They would still have to be melancholic. However, they had to be filled with philosophy and majestic. Thus, the great god Jia Yi's Ode to the Rock was the most suitable. Purely in terms of artistic achievement, Jia Yi's Ode to the Rock and Li Bai's Xianzhou Xia Wang Lu were definitely on par. Look at the words inside these sentences. All things change, and there is no rest. Mediate the flow and move, or push and return. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, blessings and misfortune lurk within. Sorrow and joy gather at the same door, good and bad in the same domain. Heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the work, yin and yang as the charcoal, all things as the copper. Aren't you awesome or not, regardless of whether you can understand it, regardless of whether you know who the author is, or what the background of the composition was? Just looking at these words would cause one's heart to tremble. This was the power of words, this was the power of classics. After thousands of years, the waves would wash away the sand. Writings that could be passed down for generations to come were truly awesome. When Madman Lon recited these poems, he felt his hair stand on end. He was so shocked that he wanted to piss his pants. In his excitement, he wanted to take a dump. Just how high of a standard was this? What was even more frightening was that Madman Lon felt that these writings were all written by Shenlang himself. Because he searched through all his memories, he had no recollection of these writings at all. Then, he was so shocked that he wanted to take a dump again. He originally thought that he was already a top-notch genius, but in front of Shenlang, he was like the stars and the moon, completely dim. He really could not imagine that there was someone like Shenlang in this world. This was more than just overflowing with talent. A normal person's talent would at most be like a peak collapse, 4 or 5 times a day at most. As for Shenlang's talent, it was like a torrential downpour, like a raging wave, never ending. In just a short 15 minutes, a majestic and profound ode to the rock appeared on the paper. Even though he still made some slight changes to fit the history of this world, it did not affect the standard of the entire poem at all. Madman Lon read it over and over again in his heart. His entire heart was once again shaken, and his soul once again felt a strong impact. He felt waves of numbness, and his abdomen felt like it was being twisted. No, I have to go to the toilet. This poem was too awesome. Every time he read it, he would be so excited that his stomach would churn, wanting to gush out. Madman Lon flipped the exam paper over and pressed it down, holding his stomach as he ran towards the washroom. And at this time, less than half an hour had passed since the 3rd day of the exam began. After Madman Lon returned, he once again sprawled on the table and slept. The examiner once again passed by him, but this time, he did not even look at him. Because it was meaningless. This trash had been sleeping for the past 3 days, and there was no need to pay attention to him. He could totally be treated as a dead person. The surrounding examinees no longer looked at Madman Lon. Because there was only 6 hours for today's exam, to write a poem or an essay was still very difficult. Time was also very tight. Everyone was racking their brains, so how could they have the time to pay attention to a person who was bound to die? More than 4 hours had passed. It was already afternoon. More than 10 soldiers shuttled through the examination hall, banging on the gong and shouting, "Examination time is over, everyone stop writing, everyone stop writing." All the examinees put down their pens. Because if they did not stop writing at this time, the exam paper would be thrown out. Paste the name. following the examiner's order. More than 100 soldiers came forward and pasted the name on every exam paper. This way, the examiner would not know whose exam paper it was when he marked it. Moreover, they were not allowed to make any marks on the exam paper, otherwise, they would be dismissed immediately. Of course, in the ancient times of China, the imperial examinations became stricter in the later period. Even all the exam papers had to be copied, so that the handwriting would not be recognized. The state of Yu's imperial examinations had not reached such a stage yet. Seal the papers. After pasting the name, the soldiers put every exam paper into a large paper envelope and sealed it with wax. Collect the papers. Finally, all 3,000 exam papers were collected and immediately sent to be marked. There were only 6 or 7 examiners participating in the marking, but they had to mark 3,000 exam papers in just a few days. This was a very heavy workload. In the next 3 days and 3 nights, these examiners were not allowed to take a step away from the door. They had to eat, drink, and defecate inside. They could only leave when the marking was over. All examinees, leave the examination hall. Following the order. 3,000 things that were neither human nor ghost left the examination hall. Every one of them was stinky. Although it was already September and the weather was not hot, it was definitely not cold either. The examination hall was stuffy and cramped. After 3 days and 2 nights, everyone was smelly. Lunatic Lon was the best. Because he was sleeping and resting most of the time, he did not sweat profusely. All the examinees were exhausted. After seeing Lunatic Lon, they hesitated for a few seconds before avoiding him like a snake or a scorpion, like the plague. Unworthy of being a human scum, Lon. The scourge of the human world, Xianxia. These two are finished. Once the results are out, they're finished. This lunatic Lon slept for 3 whole days during the examination. He almost didn't answer his exam paper. This is a slap to the monarch's face. Just you wait, just you wait. This lunatic Lon will definitely be cut into pieces. Xianxia will also be thrown into the Supreme Court's prison. This clown is finally done for. There are no more scum son-in-laws in the world. Very good, very good. Half an hour later, Lunatic Lon returned to Ning Zheng's residence in high spirits. He was extremely excited. This was because the examination had gone too smoothly. It was 10 times better than what he had imagined. However, there was no one to welcome him. Sword King Xianxia was ambushing the big fool, attacking him 30 to 40 times in a minute. The big fool's screams rang out incessantly. Xianxia was conducting experiments in an underground chamber. Ningxing came out to welcome him. Mr. Lon has worked hard. Then, Ningxing turned to Wu Lai and said, General Wu Lai, please invite Xianxia over. A moment later, Xianxia appeared in front of Lunatic Lon. Is the examination over? Xianxia had been conducting experiments for the past few days and had almost forgotten about the time. Lunatic Lon nodded. Xianxia asked, how did the examination go? Lunatic Lon was extremely excited, but he pretended to be indifferent. If there are no accidents, the first place will definitely be mine. Ningxing was astonished when he heard this. Wu Lai, Xian Nu, and the others all looked toward Lunatic Lon. Was this for real? The first place was already in the bag, *T. Previously, His Highness Ningxing and Lord Zhongchong had clearly said that Lunatic Lon would definitely pass the examination. However, getting into the top 3 depended on luck. The first place was impossible. Xianxia asked, what questions? Lunatic Lon replied, the policy topic is on the feudal system, and the poems are The Autumn Goose and The Great Rock. Xianxia was stunned. No way, was it because his luck was too good? Or was it because he was too awesome? It was not strange to guess the poems correctly, because they were all related. However, to guess the policy topic correctly, that was a huge stroke of luck. Of course, it could not be considered luck. Because Ning Yuanxian had wanted to come up with this question for a long time, but he didn't have the confidence to do so before. Now that Sunan had been eliminated and Yu State had won a great victory, he was so excited that he couldn't wait any longer. Xianxia looked at Ningxing and said, Your Highness, he is really going to get first place. Ningjing said, Zhu Hongping is a descendant of the Zhu clan, and he is also the #1 scholar in the capital. He is extremely talented. Shen Lang had recently seen this Zhu Hongping's articles. He was indeed awesome. Policy and poems were all top-notch. To be honest, his talent in poetry and policy was something that Shen Lang, who had not gone through systematic training, could not hope to match up to. But no matter how awesome you are, can you compare to the great Lu Zongyuan, the great Li Bai, and the great Jia Yi? Just how great was Jia Yi? In Li Shangyin's poem, Jia Yi's talent was even more unparalleled. It was precisely Jia Yi. The Western Han Hongwen that Lu Sun spoke of was also Jia Yi. This person's political articles could be ranked in the top 3 in the history of China. Crossing the Qin and Ode to Zhu Yuan were both his works. Now that the works of 3 great gods appeared, it was enough to crush the entire field. Not to mention Zhu Hongping, even if the 3,000 candidates worked together, they would be completely crushed. If it was any other examination venue, there would be fear of being suppressed and cheating. But it was precisely because of Zhu Hongping that this examination was absolutely fair. There could not be any cheating. Zhu Hongping was the direct grandson of the pillar of the state of Yu, Zhu Hongzhu. There could not be any blemishes in his life history. There could not be any cheating in the examinations that he participated in. Furthermore, the person behind Shen Lang was actually the monarch. Cheating and suppression? There was no such thing. Because the final results were determined by Ning Yuanxian, the monarch. Now everyone was waiting for Lunatic Land's results to completely fail. That way, they could slap the monarch in the face. To be honest, the monarch did not dare to have any hope. But in the depths of his heart, he was even more desperate than Shen Lang for Lunatic Land's name to be on the roll. That way, he, Ning Yuanxian, would be able to hold his head high. So this monarch's heart must be crumbling. How did I end up being tied up with Shen Lang for no reason? And I'm tied up with Lunatic Lan. Shen Lang emphasized again, Your Highness and Qianxia, our first place is in the bag. Lunatic Lan, go and have a good rest. I'll continue with my experiments. Then, Shen Lang sniffed and said, Lunatic Lan, don't tell me you did it in the examination hall? As soon as he said that, all the women around him retreated. Especially Xian Nu, who looked at Lunatic Lan with disdain. 5th Prince Ningjing acted as if he did not hear anything. Shen Lang, Mr. Lan, I'll take my leave first. Then, he hurriedly left. Because he really did not have the courage to stay and listen to what was said next. But Xian Nu and Wu Lai did not leave. They had seen and heard all kinds of things. What kind of scum had they not seen? After Lunatic Lan was exposed by Shen Lang, he was not embarrassed. He only said angrily, I'm sorry, Shen's endless romance is too well written. I can't help but think of Lady Xian Nu. I can't help myself. Xian Nu blushed and said coldly, Lunatic Lan, if you mention me again, I'll slap you to death. Lunatic Lan corrected himself, I can't help but think of my dream lover. That's why I can't control my emotions. Shen Lang was amazed, You're amazing. You're definitely the first in history. I hope your examination papers don't have any special flavor. Then, Shen Lang said to Xian Nu, once the results are announced, Lunatic Lan will be the first in the capital. Xian Nu, you have to hurry. Xian Nu could not stay any longer. He turned and ran away. Instantly, the ground shook. After Xian Nu left, Lunatic Lan bowed to Shen Lang and said, Shen is really a godly person. When I was memorizing these policies and poems, I was just memorizing them. Today, when I wrote them on the paper, it was really breathtaking and breathtaking. Especially Shen's analysis of His Majesty's thoughts, it was unbelievable. Shen is really a godly person. I can't even compare. Shen Lang wanted to step forward and pat Lunatic Lan's shoulder, but after a slight hesitation, he gave up. I'm just standing on the shoulders of a giant. But Lunatic Lan, you're already very impressive. But don't compare yourself to someone like me. My talent is much better. I'll reach the top and look down on all the mountains. Lunatic Lan was even more amazed. Not only was Shen talented, but he was also so direct, without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Just these 2 lines of the poem were wonderful, wonderful. At the same time, the marking of Anka's theory examination papers was in full swing. Note, this chapter was extremely difficult to write. I wrote it for a few hours. I'll try to finish it at around 11:30 p.m. Sob sob. I beg for everyone's great support. I beg of you, please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version, The examiners were awesome and could decide the fate of any examinee. But when the examiners were actually marking the papers, they only had one feeling, and that was nausea. There were only 6 examiners in total, and the main examiner didn't really participate in marking the papers. There were only 5 examiners in total. The capital was a large examination area, and there were about 3,000 people taking part in the examination. On average, each examiner had to mark 600 papers. The key was that 99% of the examinees' essays were very ordinary. This was especially so for the policy theory. The idea was very repetitive, and even the words and sentences were very repetitive. Maybe 50% of the essays were carved out of the same mold. It was like tasting food. Whether it was Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, or Cantonese cuisine, as long as you tasted 3 to 5 mouthfuls, you would be satisfied. After all, those who could participate in this level of the exam, unless they were super bad students in the Imperial College, had some ability. But if you tasted 500 to 600, how would you feel? Would you vomit after eating it? Some of the essays were stronger, and after reading a few, you would become numb. It was like Sichuan cuisine. The taste was heavy, and it was amazing when you first entered the mouth. But if you ate too much, your entire mouth would go numb, and your sense of taste would degenerate. Thus, the marking of the papers in the examination courtyard was extremely dull. Clap 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 clap, don't misunderstand, it wasn't that someone was having sex. After all, not everyone was like Lunatic Lawn. They were dropping the papers. When the examiners were marking the papers, as long as they didn't like it, they would read 10 lines at a glance. Then, they would put the paper back into the envelope and throw it on the ground. That's right, they really threw it on the ground. That was why it was called dropping. Of course, from a procedural point of view, there was still a chance for these papers to be passed. This was because there was still a re-examination and cross-marking. But that was only in theory. In reality, once the papers were dropped, there was basically no chance for them to make a comeback. Then, were the papers that were thrown on the ground unjustly? 99.9% of them weren't. No matter what the examiners were like, they were definitely of a certain standard. And this time, because of the existence of a heavenly genius like Zhu Hongping, Xianxia had basically eliminated the possibility of cheating. How many people were accepted for the Xianxia City Theory exam? There wasn't a fixed number, but normally, it wouldn't exceed 100. 1 out of 30. According to the unspoken rule, 90% of the exam papers had to be thrown away in the first round. Therefore, every examiner knew in their hearts that only 1 out of 10 would be selected in the first round. Pa 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 pa, test papers were thrown to the ground one after another. The atmosphere was depressing. This group of examinees was getting worse with each batch. Although these words were not spoken, it was written all over the examiners' faces. The chief examiner this time was the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. He was also reading the papers. This assistant minister was even more ruthless. He read 10 lines at a glance, and the slightest mistake would result in the failure of the book. Pa 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 pa, after throwing out more than 30 sets, he finally left one set on the table on the right. This assistant minister was ranked 3rd 20 years ago. His standards were definitely top-notch. He only needed to take a look at the essays and poems of the examinees to know if they were up to standard. That was why the imperial examinations were so difficult. A 1 in 100 talent had been eliminated in the regional examinations without even having the chance to go on stage. 1 in 1,000 geniuses could barely make it to this examination hall. And if one wanted to get into high school, it would be 1 in 1,000. Within the capital city, including the counties under its jurisdiction, there were about 3.5 million people. On average, there would be a test every 3 years, and 100 people would be selected each time. It was even harder than Peking University or Tsinghua University. This assistant minister was extremely fast. He kept flipping through Zhu Hongping's exam papers. Of course, this was out of his eagerness to see a talent, and also because he wanted to suck up to the prime minister. he could be considered to be on Zhu's side. Of course, he would not usually cheat. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Literature was subjective. As long as there was no phenomenal work, it would be difficult to have an authoritative first place. Under such circumstances, one's reputation was extremely important. Zhu Hongping's talent was well known throughout the world. He was definitely the best in the capital. Although he did not participate in the previous examination, he had answered a set of questions at home, and a few examiners had even marked it for him. In the end, if Zhu Hongping had participated in that examination, he would definitely have gotten first place. The previous autumn examination was last year, when Zhu Hongping was 16. The previous autumn examination was 4 years ago, when Zhu Hongping was only 13. Although he did not participate, he had answered the papers at home after receiving them. A few examiners had also marked it, and he had gotten first place. In other words, Zhu Hongping had gotten first place in the provincial examination at the age of 13. At that time, he had become famous. Not only did the examiners say that he would get first place, even the monarch had said, "My family has a 1,000-mile colt." The monarch was very kind to the Zhu family, and even treated the children of the Zhu family as his own. He was also very biased towards Zhu Hongping. Therefore, the previous 2 autumn examinations champion was extremely unhappy, and felt like he had been screwed. "Zhu Hongping, what do you mean by this? If you want to participate, then participate. If you don't, then don't interfere. You took the exam at home, and then handed it to the examiners to mark, but in the end, you would not be listed on the list. What do you mean by this? Are you showing off?" In the end, everyone said that if Zhu Hongping had officially participated in the provincial examination, he would definitely have gotten first place. In other words, the previous 2 years' top scorers were not legitimate. In fact, this was also a kind of expectation. After all, the Zhu family's descendants were favored by the heavens. If you participated in the imperial examinations and got first place, even if you did not cheat, others would think that you cheated. Zhu Hongping took the exam at home, and could have gotten first place twice, but in the end, he did not. In that case, when he came for the 3rd time and got first place, it would be justified, and no one would dare to say that he cheated. Moreover, it could be said that he did not cheat. Zhu Hongping was the prime minister, and yet he had suppressed his own grandson for 2 years. Was this not fair enough? Therefore, this time, Zhu Hongping was determined to get first place. And the examiner was happy to oblige. However, there were more than 3,000 examination papers, and it would not be easy to pick Zhu Hongping's. The marking of the examination papers continued in such a depressing manner. Apart from the clapping sounds, there was almost no other sound. There was only a very rare chance. Only then would an examiner see a good essay, and then call the other examiners to share it. Similarly, this kind of essay would basically get into the top 10. It would only appear once every few hours. Good. Suddenly, one of the examiners slammed the table, startling everyone. One of the examiner's hands trembled, and the examination paper in his hand fell to the ground. He wanted to pick it up. After all, the essay on this examination paper was not bad, and it could get into the first round. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights said, "Is the essay that fell to the ground good?" Examiner B said, "Not really good, but it's not bad." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights said, "Then let it fall." And so, some unlucky person fell to the ground. This examiner from Hanlin Academy could be considered the first deputy examiner of this subject. Examiner, colleagues, please put down your examination papers and look at this examination paper. It's absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. Then, the first deputy examiner took the examination paper to the examiner's table. Immediately, the other examiners put down their examination papers and crowded over. They only took a glance. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts, "Finally found it." This was Zhu Hongping's examination paper. The handwriting was all too familiar, and they could tell at a glance. In fact, not only the examiner was looking, but all the examiners present were looking. On one hand, they wanted to flatter the Zhu family, but more importantly, they wanted to dig for treasures and see who was the luckiest. Then, the examination paper was in the hands of the examiner, and the 5 examiners behind him gathered together to mark it. Good, good, Zhu Hongping Gongzi is really a genius. Out of 90 questions, he actually got 88 correct. Out of 30 questions, he actually got 29 correct. What a genius! There are a total of 120 questions, and in the previous imperial examinations, how many questions were answered correctly? 115. In the imperial examinations 15 years ago, the top scholar at that time, Zhang Zishu, is now the chief clerk of the Heavenly North Province Governor Office. Zhang Zishu, another genius of the Zhu family, was only 39 years old this year, and had already become the chief clerk of the Governor Office. His rank was almost the same as Zhang Chong's, but he was 10 years younger than Zhang Chong. It was really a coincidence that both of them had the surname Zhang, but they were not related by blood. It's true that the new generation surpasses the old. This Zhu Hongping has broken decades of reliable records. She's even better than Zhang Zishu. Books and calculations were rarely used in the Great Yan Empire's imperial examinations. Moreover, it was a classic case of scoring 50 points. If one did not get more than 60 out of 120 questions, it meant that one's basic knowledge was very poor. No matter how good one's essays and poems were, one would still fail. As long as one got more than 50% of the questions correct, one would pass. Any higher score would not be of much use. Therefore, most examinees would not waste too much time and effort on studying. The cost-effectiveness of studying was too low. Zhu Hongping answered a total of 117 questions correctly. He was indeed a genius. The first deputy examiner smiled and said, "This record will be unshakable for at least 10 years." The fifth deputy examiner said, "Perhaps the next generation of the Zhu family will be able to break this record." The crowd did not respond. Although everyone is flattering the Zhu clan, you are flattering them too much, you are flattering them too much. Since the scriptures and calculations were not important, everyone just praised him a little and let it go. The important part was the essays and poems that followed. The first paragraph of Zhu Hongping's on the feudal system had already shocked the examiners. Impressive. She was indeed a descendant of a prestigious family. She was indeed daring. Not only was her point of view clear, but she was also brilliant. Good, good, good. Initially, the assistant minister of rights was only reading silently. However, he could not help but read aloud. It was simply too well written. The point of view was clear, the meaning was deep, the sentences were stunning, and the allusions were accurate. It was definitely a good essay. It swept away the depressing atmosphere in the room. The atmosphere in the room seemed to have been lifted. That was the charm of a good essay. It was like a beauty pageant. There were a bunch of mediocre women who scored 70 points in the front. The crowd was drowsy when a 90-point beauty suddenly appeared. The crowd immediately became excited. Who would have thought that this essay was written by a 17-year-old? Genius, an absolute genius. To be honest, I've been studying essays for many years. I was also ranked 5th in the second rank. However, I might not be able to write this essay as well. So enlightening, so enlightening. After reading the essay, the examiners started to read Zhu Hongping's poems. Zhu Hongping chose to use a wild goose for his poems and a rock for his prose. They had thought that his essay was excellent and that his poems would not be on the same level as his. However, they did not expect his poems to be even better. After the examiners finished reading, they felt like they were eating ice on a hot summer day. Good poem, good poem. Good poem, good poem. This examinee's policy theory is satisfying to read. His poems are even more so. We shouldn't have read his script so early. How are we going to continue with the grading? Yes, yes. The other examinees are too far behind him. After reading his essays and poems, and then looking at the other examinees, it's like eating delicacies from the mountains and seas before going to the streets. It's hard to swallow. The examinees lamented. After reading such a stunning essay and poem, they felt like they had entered the time of a sage. They would not be able to get it up in the short term. The absolute number one, fully deserving of it. Definitely number one. Then, the examiner solemnly put the script back into the envelope and drew a circle around it with a red pen. The remaining 5 examiners stepped forward and drew a circle around it. This meant that all 6 examiners had the same attitude. This person must be selected. Of course, the circles were smaller than the previous one. Why? Because your rank was lower, your circle would be smaller. Although the results were not out yet, everyone had already decided that Zhu Hongping was definitely number 1. The examiner said, "Let's take this opportunity to rest. Have some snacks and let your brain rest." Okay. The examinees stopped grading. "Bring it in." The door opened a little, and snacks were brought in from the outside. They were all very exquisite. There were either glutinous rice balls or silver lotus seed soup. Alcohol was out of the question. Even the osmanthus wine could not be eaten. They were afraid that they would drink too much and make a mistake. As they ate, one of the examiners asked, "Did any of you read a blank script?" The examiners all shook their heads. The examiner said, "When I was patrolling the exam hall, I found that Madman Lon sleeping on the table, so he probably handed in a blank script." Another examiner said, "I also saw it. This Madman Lon only wrote for a while in the first exam, then slept for the rest of the time. Let's see who's unlucky enough to draw this Madman Lon script. I hope it's not me. Whoever draws it, immediately throw it on the ground, then go take a bath and change your clothes. Perhaps you can redeem your bad luck." Do we need to find a Qing Chuaner to truly change our luck? That's fine. But please send Qing Chuaner to the examination hall. Dirty jokes were everywhere. No matter how high an official's rank was, no matter the occasion, it was hard to prohibit it. His Majesty should already know about the exam hall by now. If he knows that Madman Lon was sleeping from start to finish, he will probably be furious. That's for sure. This lunatic Lan's head will probably roll to the ground, and even those 10 beggars will die as well. Why bother? Shen Lang has really let down His Majesty's favor and trust. Being pampered and arrogant. His Majesty has really made a mistake, really, hearing that everyone's words were getting more and more out of hand, to the point that they were already talking about the monarch. The examiner suddenly coughed. Everyone immediately stopped talking. After eating, the examiner said, "Rest for another half an hour, then continue to mark the scripts." The monarch was indeed furious. He received the news as soon as the exam ended that Madman Lon slept in the exam hall for 3 whole days. And even when he wasn't sleeping, his soul was still in the air. There was basically no exam at all. Just a little bit more and the monarch would have directly issued an order to arrest Madman Lon and the Ning government and secretly kill him. "Shen Lang, you bastard. How much did I trust you? Is this how you repay me? Weren't you extremely smart before? How did you become so blind now, to find such a bunch of trash? Bastard. It's fine if you embarrass yourself, but you made me embarrass myself along with you." The monarch was so angry that he stopped eating. "Li Sun, bring Shen Lang in, bring him in." However, just as Li Sun was about to step out of the door, he stopped him. "Forget it, we'll talk about it after the results are released. After the marking, immediately go to the examination hall and get me that Madman Land script. If it's really a blank script, immediately kill him." Li Sun nodded. If this Madman Lon really handed in a blank script, then he deserved to die. This wasn't just looking down on Shen Lang, it was also looking down on the emperor. His Majesty only gave you this chance because he trusted Shen Lang. For the sake of you bastards, how much damage has His Majesty's reputation suffered? Not only did you not do your best, but you also handed in a blank script while sleeping. This kind of wanton and shameless person, if you don't die, who will? How's the negotiation with Chu? The monarch asked. This negotiation was a complete tug-of-war. It had been more than a month, but not only was there no progress, it was even regressing. There was a rule in the state of Yu that eunuchs were not allowed to meddle in politics. But Li Sun often organized the memorials for the monarch, and sometimes the monarch's eyes hurt, so he asked Li Sun to read it to him. But Li Sun was still very cautious. He didn't answer directly, but took out the memorials of the relevant officials and handed them to the monarch. "If you don't want to read it yourself," Ning Yuanxian said. After reading it, Li Sun said, "Your Majesty, the negotiation is not going well. Chu state not only refuses to admit their mistake, pay compensation, and withdraw their troops, but also wants us to pay compensation, saying that the state of Yu started the war without authorization." Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian almost exploded with anger. "The king of Chu, you old bastard, where do you get your confidence? I've already signed an alliance with the state of Wu. The Su clan's rebel army has already been annihilated by me. The one who has obtained complete victory is my state of Yu. Now you dare to ask for an exorbitant price? Are you crazy? The king of Chu, you old bastard, is advancing in order to retreat?" Ning Yuanxian asked. Li Sun was silent. It was related to the national affairs, so Li Sun didn't have to say anything. Ning Yuanxian narrowed his eyes. A month ago, the king of Chu was very soft. Why did he suddenly become so tough? Not only did he refuse to admit his mistake, pay compensation, but he also refused to withdraw his troops. In other words, the state of Yu still had several fortresses in Chu state, and they still occupied 3 or 4 miles of the state of Yu's territory. Did the king of Chu really want to start a war with the state of Yu? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although the state of Yu couldn't afford to start a war with the state of Yu, neither could the state of Chu. How's the situation in the South Kingdom? Ning Yuanxian asked. Li Sun still didn't express his opinion. Instead, he took out the memorials of General Zhu Lin and read them out after reading them. Of course, if it was a secret memorials, the monarch wouldn't let Li Sun read them. Even if Li Sun was allowed to read them, Li Sun wouldn't read them. The monarch was a lazy man. He had overstepped the rules in many ways, so he, Li Sun, had to stick to them. It's quiet in the South Kingdom, Li Sun said after reading the memorials, but General Zhu Lin's memorials and Princess Ning Luo's memorials both said that they sensed a sense of uneasiness. Ning Yuanxian frowned. It seemed that Chu state had some connection with Prince Jin, the king of the South Kingdom. Send an order to speed up the negotiations. We must make Chu state compromise as soon as possible. We must make them withdraw their troops. It's necessary for the king of Chu to admit his mistake, but we can reduce the compensation. Just a symbolic 500,000 gold coins, which will be paid over 3 years. That's the bottom line. Li Sun said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." A moment later, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel entered the study. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The monarch Ning Yuanxian said directly, "The position of the governor of Tianqi province has been vacant for a long time. As the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel, do you have a candidate in mind?" The Minister of Personnel said, "Zhang Chong is the most suitable candidate." Ning Yuanxian said, "I don't have time to play riddles with you." Zhang Chong refused to be the governor of Tianqi province and fell out with the crown prince. This matter has been widely spread. As the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel and one of the prime ministers of the Secretariat, don't pretend that you don't know anything. The Minister of Personnel thought for a while and said, "What about Zhang Zishu, the chief clerk of the governor office of Tianqi province?" Ning Yuanxian frowned and asked, "Is there no other candidate?" The reason why he frowned was not because he was dissatisfied with Zhang Zishu. In fact, the monarch liked this person very much. He used to be the Zhuangyuan, and now he was a third-rank official at the age of 39. But he was also a loyal supporter of the crown prince. Of course, this was not a big deal. The governor of Tianqi province must be a loyal supporter of the crown prince, so that Zhongyao in the north could be balanced. But the minister of appointments is not an official of the Zhu clan, and the person you are recommending is someone from the Zhu clan. What do you want me to think? Won't you worry that you, as the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel and the third in command of the Secretariat, are on the same side as the Zhu family?" Although Ning Yuanxian trusted the Zhu family and even relied on Zhu Hongzhu, he still did not want the Zhu family to control the court. The Minister of Personnel said, "Your Majesty, I have no selfish motives." These words, he said it openly and openly. He really had no selfish motives. In any case, the governor of Tianqi province must be a loyal supporter of the crown prince. Since Zhang Chong did not want to be the governor, Zhang Zishu was naturally the only suitable candidate. As the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel, why should I recommend someone else as a foil? Almost all the 4 prime ministers of the state of Yu had their own personalities. And this minister of personnel was born of a rich and noble family. He was loyal, but he was also not willing to be tactful. Xianxia nodded and said, I understand. You may go. The minister of personnel kowtowed again and said, If your majesty has no other matters, then I will take my leave. Then he turned and left. Looking at the back of the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel, Xianxia's mood became slightly better. There were many mediocre people in his court. But at the very least, the 4 prime ministers of the Xianxia platform and the 4 commanders of the Bureau of Military Affairs were all outstanding talents, almost all of them were pillars of the country. Not to mention others, how powerful was Su Nan as the Deputy Commissioner of the Privy Council. Not only the current generation of the Secretariat and the Privy Council were full of talents, but the next generation was also full of talents. Zhu Yong, Zhang Chong, and Zhang Zixu were the best candidates for the next Prime Minister of the Secretariat. What about Shen Lang, the next Minister of the Secretariat? No, 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 the monarch Xianxia shuddered. If this scum were to enter the Secretariat, then the country would not be a country anymore. Then, the monarch thought of the Anka examination and his anger rose again. Lian, go to the examination hall and ask about the progress of the marking. See if there are any blank papers. If there are any, immediately remove the seal and see who it is. If it's Lan Mao, immediately send someone to capture and kill him. His Majesty was really impatient. He could not even wait for 2 or 3 days. Once he had something in his heart, he wanted to know the answer immediately. Yes. Eunuch Shaoli immediately rushed to the examination hall. Inside the examination hall, after eating some snacks and resting for half an hour, the examiners began to mark the papers again. Of course, the time for the sage was over. But after marking Zhu Hongping's paper, reading the other examinees' essays was like chewing wax. It was even somewhat unsightly. In fact, these people's standards were not bad, and their essays were quite good. But, they were too similar. It was a written essay with a question. Some people only had such opinions. Clap 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 clap, the examiners kept marking the papers. Previously, they could get 1 for every 10, but now they could only get 1 for every 20. It really felt like picking the tall ones out of the short ones. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The examiner said, What is it? The warrior outside said, Eunuch Shaoli is here. Everyone in the capital called him Eunuch Shaoli, but Lian was not angry. Instead, he liked it very much. There was Sanli in the palace. Old Eunuch Li Mu. Eunuch Dali, Li Sunday Eunuch Shaoli, Lian. These 3 were the monarch's most trusted eunuchs. The group of eunuchs wanted to fight for the little eunuch Li. When the examiner heard this, he immediately asked, Eunuch Shaoli, what's the matter? Lian asked, Examiners, have you seen anyone handing in a blank paper? The examiner smiled knowingly. His Majesty was still the Majesty everyone knew. This time, lunatic Lan was doomed, and he was destined to die a terrible death. The examiner said, We haven't read the blank paper yet. Once we do, we will inform Eunuch Shaoli immediately. Lian said, Then I'll have to trouble you all. Next, Lian waited here, saving him the trouble of running back and forth. The examiners inside continued to mark the papers. What followed was still extremely dull and tasteless. The sound of paper falling to the ground could still be heard. But at least everyone had a goal in mind. Their previous goal was to find Zhu Hongping's paper, and this time, their goal was to find lunatic Lan's blank paper. Because once this blank paper appeared, it meant that someone was going to die, and it meant that Shen Lang and Ningxing were going to be unlucky. If someone was unlucky, they would be happy. Not to mention that scumbag Shen Lang. This time, the ordinary examinees were even more unlucky. After reading through the slightly less outstanding examination papers, they fell to the ground. Time flew by. It was already late at night. It was almost midnight. The 6 examiners had been marking the papers for a few hours, and they were really drowsy at this time. Looking at these similar policies, looking at these pretentious poems, not only did it taste like chewing wax, it also made them want to vomit again. Tonight, the 6 examiners had marked more than 1,000 papers, and more than 90% of them had fallen to the ground. It really felt like thousands of horses were silent, and only Zhu Hongping was outstanding. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Prime Minister Zhu Hong was thinking too much. His grandson's first place was completely justifiable. The previous 2 imperial examinations were all in vain. The gap between him and the other examinees was obvious. There was no doubt who would be first. The main examiner said, "Everyone, please work hard for a while. When the 3rd watch arrives, we will officially end today's marking. Everyone go to sleep, and we will continue tomorrow morning." Yes. Yes. The examiners were overjoyed. Today's torture was finally over. Next, they would kill time, wait for the night watch to arrive, and then have a good sleep. Otherwise, they would really vomit. The first examiner from Hanlin Academy was already about to fall asleep. His eyelids were already struggling to keep up, and he really couldn't take it anymore. Almost mechanically, he tore open the paper and took out the paper. If his nose was sensitive enough, he would have been able to smell a faint fishy smell in the paper. Without a doubt, this was Lunatic Land's paper, the only one with a fishy smell. The examiner began to look at the questions in front of him. He instinctively skimmed through them, because he knew these answers by heart. Then, he suddenly trembled in shock. No way, is this a ghost? All 90 questions were correct. Is he crazy? What kind of freak is this? Out of the 90 questions, 10 of them were extremely rare. They were there to make people get the answers wrong. Zhu Hongping was a genius, but he only got 88 questions right and 2 wrong. This was already a record that had been set for decades. He actually got all 90 questions correct. Next, the first examiner's drowsiness disappeared. Because he realized that this person also got all 30 questions correct. This is crazy, crazy, what the hell? The first examiner drank a cup of strong tea, focused his attention, and began to read the policy theory of the paper. Because it was useless no matter how good one was at reading and calculating. As long as he got more than 60 questions correct, he would be considered to have passed. The most important thing was the policy theory and poetry. The first time, he read it quickly. Then, he felt his hair stand on end. Where did this genius come from? This on the feudal system was actually written so well. No, no, no. It could not be described as good. It could not be described as amazing either. Was it enlightening? No, these comments had already been given to Zhu Hongping. I want to take all of them back and put them all into this policy paper. A policy theory that was not seen in 100 years. It was the pinnacle of writing. Zhu Hongping's policy paper was outstanding, but it paled in comparison to the one in front of him. It was clear who was better. He should have read the policy theory a few times, 10 times, or even 8 times. However, the examiner couldn't wait to see the examinee's poem in prose. He hoped that the candidate's poem was not bad to be able to write such an outstanding policy theory. He did not even need to be good. As long as his poem was 80% as good as Zhu Hongping's, he would be able to take first place. But, the examiner had just read the first line of Autumn Goose. His hair stood on end, his scalp went numb, and even his heart was pounding. Those who abandon me, yesterday's days cannot be kept, those who disturb my heart, today's days are full of worries. Such a beautiful sentence did not seem to be written by a mortal. Then, he finished reading the rest of the poem. His entire being was numb from the shock. Then, he finished reading Rock's Ode. That one was majestic, that one was deep, and that one was magnificent. It was a masterpiece that was not seen in 100 years. This was not a poem that could be written by a mortal. This was an immortal. Crazy, crazy, where did this genius come from? No, where did this freak come from? Zhu Hongping's first place was gone. The paper in front of him was the true first place, the absolute first place. Undisputed first place. Anyone who dared to put him in second place was either blind or black-hearted. He took a few deep breaths. This was because the first examiner felt like he was drunk and felt a little dizzy. Cough, cough. Everyone, Zhu Hongping will not be the first place. The paper in my hand is the first place. No matter where or when it is, it will always be the first place. If anyone dares to put him in second place, I will barge into the palace. Note, today's 2 chapters were over 15,000 words. I had insomnia last night and a headache today. My limbs are weak after writing this chapter. Please support me. I hope I can sleep well tonight. Sob sob. End of chapter 304. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.